face is completely covered by a helmet. Just then, a bolt of lightning strikes down, opening a portal for a horde of monsters. The soldier immediately opens fire. The monsters are obliterated one after another. His eyes widen. An explosion erupts in front of him. This forces him to observe with caution. The soldier's eyes become bloodshot. In the next second, a brilliant light appears, followed by a dragon. It lets out a mighty, earth-shaking roar. Then, it charges straight ahead. The soldier's eyes are wide with terror. He hastily drops his rifle. His expression turns to panic as his entire body begins to catch fire. John screams in agony. And then, he startles awake. John clutches his head and curses. Damn it, that miserable dream again. He runs a hand through his tangled hair. But then he remembers. Today, a new space opens up. It's the final day for recruitment. On the aircraft, a person, Lee Han, wears a serious expression. His information is read aloud. Lee Han, 10 years old, leader of a group of orphans. Impressive. Major Kane continues to question him. Don't worry, we're not putting you in jail. Have you ever? He starts the conversation. Heard of a place called Ark? Lee Han replies seriously. Ah, you mean the training facility for Psyche-RS. He says, are you saying I'm a psychic? The answer satisfies Major Kane even more. Smart kid. You're not just some ordinary Psyche-R. You are humanity's savior. And you won't have to starve in those slums anymore. You'll eat and sleep in a much better place. Hearing this, Lee Han becomes indignant. Only I get to eat well? My younger siblings have to have the same. He negotiates firmly. If you want to send me to Ark, then you must take responsibility for them, their food, their clothes, their housing, and their schooling. Everything. This makes Major Kane scowl. He can only agree. All right, I understand. I will take responsibility for your siblings and care for them. However, he doesn't forget the condition. However, Major Kane declares, that will only happen if you stay at Ark as a Psyche-R. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Lee Han replies seriously. Of course. Then, he walks forward alone. The aircraft is still in motion. The door is already open. Lee Han stands looking down below. He remembers the words he heard. There are ranks established for psychics. And obviously, you are not yet at a high rank. As he walks forward, Major Kane had warned him. If you still think about your siblings, then you must try to survive, no matter the cost. Before him is Ark. Lee Han's fists clenched tightly. A shout makes him look over. Then comes the cursing. Go back where you came from. Crying like a baby who was forced to come here. His hand tightens into a fist. It's because of trash like you getting recruited that people like me get looked down upon. The insults fly. You piece of garbage. Someone in the crowd retorts. What about you? What makes you so arrogant? Simon replies coldly. You idiots. He begins to use his powers. My background is obviously different from yours. He then explains. I am a trained Psyche-R. Everyone gasps in amazement. Those stones are. This is the first time I've actually seen someone use psychic abilities. The stones are controlled by him. I don't know if they'll send you home if you get injured and become useless. But this is no place for someone like you to survive. Simon declares arrogantly. You'll thank me for this later. He then attacks Kuro with them. Now, get out of my sight. Lee Han catches it. He looks at the rock and remarks. Too slow. Wouldn't it have been better to just throw it with your arm? Amon asks irritably. Who are you? Lee Han replies without hesitation. Your ethics teacher. The crowd gets louder. Fight, fight. Teach him a lesson. But then, someone appears. A shout stops the two of them. You too. John slowly approaches. He growls in order. Both of you. Aimed at the both of them. Get out here. John questions them sternly. Both of you, what are your names? They both reply in turn. Del Simon. Lee Han. He continues to ask. Del Simon. You're a trained Psyche-R. Have you demonstrated yours yet? Iman honestly reports. I've only achieved telekinesis. Sir. As for Lee Han, he's confused. ZS? John punches him in the stomach. Is that so? Iman cries out in pain. He begins to lecture him. You're already this arrogant with just that. Garbage. Next, it's the person beside him. And you, Lee Han. What about you? John remarks grimly. I like how you help the weak. Another punch lands. But, if you don't have Simon's abilities, then you're even more of a piece of garbage. Lee Han is sent flying backward. John addresses everyone. Listen up. In 3 weeks, you will be transferred to the first year. If you cannot demonstrate telekinesis, you will be expelled. He clutches his chest in pain. John continues his introduction. My introduction is a bit late. My name is John Reed. I'm responsible for training you idiots and garbage into psychic warriors to fight against the dragons. He explains simply, that's the end of my introduction. Now, run laps around the training field until I, your instructor, say stop. Then he directly orders, get your asses moving. Now, the training begins. Don't stop. If you stop, you'll be expelled immediately. Li-Han runs calmly. I'm all too used to this kind of treatment. The others begin to fall, one by one. I can't run anymore. John shouts in fury. Useless weaklings. Stop getting in the way of others. Go home. Now. He points and orders. You two are expelled. Li-Han thinks as he runs. I can endure hardships like this. But what worries me is my psychic ability. He unconsciously looks at Simon. Can I do what he does? Then he asks himself. I have psychic potential too, right? Kuro's legs are about to give out. His forehead is drenched in sweat. His eyes are glazed over. And his whole body collapses. John delivers a harsh verdict. Go home and sleep. Kuro stammers out. I don't think I can. But he's surprised to find himself moving forward. John is also silent. Li-Han is supporting Kuro. He hasn't said he's giving up yet. He then smiles at him. Right? Kuro takes the cue and replies. Yes. John watches them in silence. Li-Han helps Kuro to the finish line. The sun begins to set. That's when the command rings out. Stop. Li-Han lets out a breath. Everyone is exhausted. So, from 73 people, only 40 remain. John continues to explain. That's all for today's training. Starting tomorrow, we begin for real. During the training period, every morning will start with a run just like today. Their faces turn pale with shock. What? Li-Han just listens quietly. Time passes to the next day. Training at ARC begins. The schedule starts with a 5 a.m. morning run, followed by breakfast at 8 a.m. 9 a.m. morning class. John is the instructor. Imagine that within your body, there is a core that can generate psychic energy. It could be your head, your heart, or you can even think of it as your Dantian. Like in martial arts novels. The most important thing is to visualize that core. Li-Han places a hand on his chest. I'll start with my heart. Next is lunchtime at 12:30 p. He walks with his food tray and starts a conversation with his friend, Kuro. Let's eat together. Li-Han observes Kuro. His name is Kuro. He's the first friend I've made at ARC, and in my entire life. Okay. He then says softly, enjoy your meal. At that moment, he makes eye contact with Simon. He scowls with annoyance. Li-Han returns the look with the same attitude. Kuro suddenly speaks up. His name is Del Simon. I heard he received a scholarship from England. Li-Han adds, no wonder he's not like the others. He then adds, even though he doesn't like me, it seems there's nothing he can do about it. I hope we can all use telekinesis within the next 3 weeks. Kuro hesitantly confesses. Hey, I can do it. Telekinesis. This surprises Li-Han. Really? Kuro, you're the most interesting one after all. Looks like I shouldn't have worried about everyone else. Time continues to pass. After afternoon classes are combat practice and an afternoon run. Then dinner, meditation, and roll call. Finally, at 10 p.m., it's bedtime. The command rings out. Lights out. Li-Han lies awake, tossing and turning. I can't sleep. He begins to think. Bathing. Eating. A pillow and a blanket. It's so much better than my old life. So much better it's incomparable. Then he reminds himself. I want to go home. I can't. No. I can't be this week. 2 weeks pass. A recruit exclaims. I did it. It's working. Li-Han quietly observes that the number of kids who can use telekinesis has increased significantly. He starts to feel helpless. What should I do? Am I not talented at this? Kuro had hesitantly explained. A trick? I don't know any tricks like that. Sorry. Li-Han quickly makes a decision. There's only one person left I can ask. And that's... Simon speaks sarcastically. Well, look who it is. What's up? He looks towards him. Li-Han. Li-Han asks calmly. Do you know why I'm here? Simon admits with indifference. Yeah. You came to ask for a trick to use the skill, right? He continues with a sly look. But I think you're holding your head a little too high. I thought your country had manners. Li-Han's annoyance is visible. Right now, My pride doesn't matter. He then obediently kneels and makes his request. Teach me. I'm begging you. Simon frowns at him, then closes his eyes. He states a demand. Stand up. I'll teach you. You're the one asking me, so don't complain about my methods. Got it? Hand me that pencil. He then acts decisively, stabbing the pencil into Li-han. He looks utterly shocked. What? The aircraft is still flying, and John is smoking by the window. He mutters to himself. Unbelievable. It's already the initiation day. Time flies. The door is pushed open. Octo calls out excitedly. Sergeant Red. He says loudly, I knew you'd be here. John replies inferiorly. Long time no see, Octo. Octo wrinkles his nose in reminder. It stinks. You can't smoke in here. Sergeant. He then questions him. Why did you come here? He sinks into a chair. Since I'm here, I thought we might be working together. What do you think of the new recruits? John gives a serious assessment. The recruits are all a bunch of idiots. Octo asks, confused. What do you mean? Are you kidding? He begins to explain. At least there are the useful ones among them. Octo repeats curiously. 2? John presents his opinion. I don't like his personality. But Del Simon isn't bad. His skill level is higher than the first-year students. Hearing this, Octo agrees. If it's Simon, he might be the last genius from the Royal British Psyche Air Training Facility. Just like me. I have great faith in him. John thinks for a moment. The other one. He thinks of Li-han. The kid has loyalty. His mental strength is far superior to the other recruits, and has his own assessment. Although he's an ideal soldier, he understands clearly that Ark is a place that needs transcendent beings, not ordinary people. If you can't use any psychic skills, then this isn't the place for you. Octo still looks on with anticipation. So, what's his name? He suddenly adds, Oh right, I heard some things on my way here. Do you know what they call you? John replies nonchalantly. I'm sure it's bastard, or something like that, right? Octo laughs and confirms. That's right. John looks down seriously. He begins to announce. As you all know, today you will be assigned to the first year. And listens intently. However, John adds, it's only for those who are ready to become a Psyche-R. Kuro glances over at Li-han. John continues, the most basic skill of a psychic is psychic convergence. This ability can be identified by the light in one's eyes. It doesn't matter if you can use telekinesis or not. Anyone who can do this can stay. He points. Those who have mastered psychic convergence line up over there in front of the technician. Then he looks elsewhere. Those who can't, come over here. Agents on the helicopter will take you home immediately. These words terrify Li-han. He sees a familiar face. Major K. The command is given. Go. Go. Move it. Kuro looks at him with worry. Hun. Li-han closes his eyes briefly. At this moment, he remembers Simon. How he stabbed him. Li-han grimaces in pain, then collapses. Li-han puts a hand to his shirt. This is the answer. He questions his opponent. Weren't you trying to kill me? Simon slowly explains. Don't worry. I didn't stab deep. It will help you focus your senses more easily. Li-han is surprised. Now that wound will be a psychic conduit. Simon continues to instruct. You can think of it as the wound drawing in psychic energy. But if you just keep it in your chest for a long time, you won't succeed. Li-han looks at him with admiration. So he knew my core was my heart. The other kid shakes his head. I'm not taking it. It's covered in blood. He tells himself. From that day on, I'm sure I started to feel it. But it always feels like I'm losing psychic energy. And he feels even more helpless. So what do I have to do to manifest it externally? Just then, John speaks up. Hey, Li-han. He reminds him. You're the last one. Don't just stand there. Move. Kuro watches anxiously. Li-han remains in place. Think. Li-han. Think. I have to do this. I can't go back. John is losing patience. This kid. He starts to walk over. Everyone is terrified. John stops. He reminds him. A soldier must always obey the orders of their superior. Then gets into a fighting stance. No exceptions. Li-han grits his teeth and tells himself. I have to do something. Think. What can I do? His eyes fly open, staring intently at the pen. The pen in John's pocket. He throws a punch. Li-han grabs the pen. I can't think of anything else. John looks at him in surprise. Huh? Hey, that's. Li-han tells himself. If it's because the conduit isn't wide enough. Then he stabs himself. If the conduit is the problem, then I'll make it wider. Kuro and Simon's faces turn pale. John grabs him by the collar and demands, "What the hell are you doing? You coward. Do you really want to die?" The pen falls to the ground. Leon starts to cry, but he has succeeded. John observes him carefully. A few seconds later, he sighs and lets go. He then turns away, leaving a single sentence. "I've never seen anyone as useless as you." John stops after a few steps. He slowly turns his head. He then declares, "But, at least, congratulations, Leon." Leon thinks with pride. "Finally, I'm at the starting line." Kuro runs over worriedly. "Leon, are you okay?" He smiles back. "I'm fine. This is nothing." Octo, who is nearby, chimes in. "Hey Leon, this is your reward. Take it." Leon stares in shock at the watch. "This is," he explains with unconcealed pride, "this is ARC's latest technological achievement. The directional bracelet device." A notification sounds. User verification. Leon, trainee soldier. User registration complete. He mutters in awe. "Amazing." Octo agrees and adds, "Isn't it? If you want to know what's going on." John calls out loudly from above. "Attention. The class assignment will be completed soon. All of you, gather with your class after I check you off the list." He begins to explain. ARC's classes are divided from A to D based on your abilities. Leon listens intently. This assignment will be the result of the past 3 weeks of training. But note that you can be promoted and move up in class as long as you have the skills. John continues to assign the remaining 25 students. "Congratulations on this transfer. From now on, you all must remember that I am a bastard." He adds, "But first, I must clear up this misunderstanding you have." Octo, on the side, thinks to himself, "Look how he holds a grudge." John seriously admits, "I'm not just a bastard. I'm the worst kind of bastard." He then begins the class assignments. Class A, 1 person. Then it's Kuro's turn. Class B, for people. He reads as he looks. "Those 5 will go with me." And Sergeant. Class C, 5 people. Class D, 15 people. Leon thinks to himself upon hearing the result. Class D, I don't care. I'll get promoted soon enough. John continues the assignments. These 20 people will go with Instructor Wei Chen over here. Everyone exclaims in awe. He's huge. He looks even scarier than Sergeant Red. Wei Chen smiles and introduces himself. "My name is Wei Chen. Instructor, things are going to be tough, but let's rely on each other and do our best." The students are collectively astonished. He's so nice. It's like our hearts are being warmed. The order to move is given. "Go!" Simon glances at Leon, then walks past him. Leon sees something. Kuro's eyes are welling up with tears. He reassures him, "Don't worry, Kuro," and makes a promise. "I'll be there soon." Wei Chen enthusiastically gestures. "Now, let's move to the gymnasium." They move quickly. The room is brightly lit. Wei Chen begins his instruction. Everyone is amazed by his skill. Wei Chen stops and speaks. "You must be wondering why you're learning swordsmanship and spearmanship when you'll be fighting dragons, right? The reason is the psychic equipment you'll be using." The lecture begins. There is nothing on Earth that can contain psychic energy, but the skin and bones of dragons both contain and emit that very energy. Wei Chen explains specifically. Therefore, weapons made from dragons can also inflict fatal damage upon them. A question follows. So how did they catch a dragon without those weapons in the first place? Wei Chen falls into thought. He slowly explains. In the beginning, when fighting barehanded, a single dragon killed hundreds of Psyche RS, even with additional offensive and support Psyche RS at a distance. To land a fatal blow, we must use weapons at close range. They have to thrust the weapon into the dragon's weak point and release their psychic energy. And the Psyche soldiers who undertake this mission are called Strikers. Everyone is filled with admiration. Strikers are so cool. Wei Chen points and instructs. "All right, for today, let's find a weapon that suits each of you. If you're small, pick a small one." Leon quickly chooses a weapon. Wei Chen approaches him. He starts a conversation. "You like a spear?" He nods in acknowledgement. "Yes." The answer pleases him. "The wind you feel when you swing a spear is satisfying and cool. I like the sound of it too." Leon, based on the strength he showed against Sergeant Reid, it's not ordinary. I'm sure he lived in an extremely harsh environment. Wei Chen smiles and thinks, but thanks to that, he has experience in combat. He then encourages him. "Do your best, Leon." Li Han accepts the weapon. Yes, sir. Wei Chen doesn't forget to add, I will also do my best to help you. He nods, his hand tightening around the spear. Time flies. 2 weeks later, Li Han is participating in a sparring match. He looks seriously at his opponent. Zeus also looks back cautiously. He speaks up, remarking, You look tired. Zeus, you can't surrender. You know, his opponent just smiles. What did you just say? You're the one who's relaxing and trying to drag this out. He then continues his attack. You know that, right? Li Han easily dodges, and even counters. He disarms Zeus. Li Han rushes into counterattack. Today is the 2nd week of the 1st year. After the class president Zeus, I've finally beaten all the students in Class D with a weapon that suits me. I lose. Li Han smiles in response. I've learned a good lesson. Zeus continues to explain. You probably already know, right? I'm transferring to Class C next week, so the class president position will be open. He makes a suggestion. That's why. I think you should be the next class president. The words surprise Li Han. I can't do it if you don't want to. Zeus gives his assurance. Everyone will follow you. We've already discussed it among ourselves. Hearing this, he feels embarrassed. Zeus, and everyone else. Thank you. He thinks to himself, if I become the class president, I'll be one step closer to getting promoted, right? John announces irritably, You can't do it. This scene is all too familiar. A discussion breaks out. Sergeant Reid, that bastard, you know he's not kidding around. I've been beaten by him many times. The topic this time is John. That's not the worst of it. He fought someone? Who did he fight? Along with him is Li Han, the 1st-year student. John lights a cigarette. The other students support Li Han. Hey, 1st year. Good luck. Fight well. You idiot. He can hear you. You know. So what? He doesn't know who we are anyway. He just remarks, Cowards. Li Han is in a combat stance. Earlier, John had asked, The one who wants to be class president is this brat? You all plan to leave Class D to a kid who's underdeveloped in psychic abilities? One who can't even master telekinesis. He asks dismissively, Are you serious? No one complains. John sighs and says, Idiots. But there must be a reason you all put your faith in him. Right. Li Han? He's startled when his name is called. John breaks a mop handle, then throws it towards him. He begins to speak. I hear no one in this class can stand against you in weapons arts. Prove your strength by fighting me. Li Han replies nervously. With this, but the end is too sharp. John's gaze is fierce. Are you worried that a rookie like you will injure me? Li Han quickly denies it. No. Sir. By now, he has taken off his jacket. Li Han asks curiously, Are you going to fight me barehanded? John admits it directly. Of course. You think I need a weapon to fight a kid? The rule is simple. If you can make any part of my body, like my knee, touch the ground, you win. He asks one more thing. So when am I considered to have lost? John explains simply, You just have to admit defeat. Li Han replies with a smile, Then there's no way I'll lose. He starts to move. John also gets into a fighting stance. The crowd buzzes. What? He's really fighting. That kid's got guts. Even so, how can he fight the instructor? Simon curiously steps closer. Move. He then makes a comment. Crazy bastard. Li Han launches an attack. John continuously dodges. Evading. He looks for an opening. Li Han has jumped high into the air. John quickly raises his arm to block. He easily catches him, then knees Li Han in the gut. He raises his foot, preparing to stomp down. He backs away. He can't help but feel shocked. He's really trying to kill me. John continues to lecture. Unleash your emotions. The dragons and their soldiers slaughter their opponents without hesitation. He even promises, I won't go easy on you just because you're weak. And then adds, if you were to face them directly, the fear you feel now would seem pathetic. Li Han finally responds. His words are sharp. Is that all you've got? John attacks again. Annoyed. Seems like you can still go on. He easily catches him. Li Han struggles to resist, but is thrown anyway. He lands heavily, then clutches his head in pain. John, on the other hand, is surprised. Since when did he? The crowd gets more excited. Come on, Li Han. Break his arrogant nose. Li Han charges forward again. John is calculating on his side. Should I reevaluate his movements a bit? He is taken by surprise when he has already moved behind him and attacks in a flash. John is forced to continuously dodge. He thinks to himself, He's attacking me with centripetal force and acceleration. So this is why Wei Chen praised him. His face shows his interest. I'm starting to like you. Li Han. Li Han retreats to gain momentum. John observes his movement. Your final blow. I'll face it head on. Li Han strikes down with force. He grabs the staff. His face is filled with killing intent. Then he reaches out and chokes him. A voice rings out. Why don't we finish this match right now? John directly demands. Surrender. Li Han. He even uses his powers. The spectators look worried. This is going too far. John demands once more. Surrender. If you keep this up, you'll die. Li Han resolutely replies. Even if I die, I will not give up. Wei Chen pushes through the students. He shouts loudly, Sergeant Raid, then intervenes in the match. Stop it right now. Are you really trying to kill Li Han? John remarks, annoyed. Damn it. He won't surrender. And I haven't lost. Wei Chen supports Li Han. What should we do? He speaks grimly. You. No? I'm sick and tired of arc straining methods. John freezes upon hearing this. He yells loudly. Shut up. Then turns and walks away. I'll admit defeat. Because I didn't receive a surrender from him. I acknowledge that he has one. And he doesn't forget to add. If we keep sulking like this, we won't get anything done. Simon is shocked. He was able to surpass his own limits and prove his strength. After he's healed, transfer him to Class B. Morning at Arc. In the long hallway, a girl's voice speaks up. Class B, huh? John smiles and continues. That's right. I plan to put him on the promotion list. She replies to him. I can't believe he's moving from D to B. Even so, will the higher-ups approve? John continues to explain. Actually, he has more than enough to get into Class A. But the only barrier is his psychic ability. The person next to him adds. But the higher-ups always prioritize psychic ability. He just replies irritably. Those idiots are wrong. He then starts giving an example. What we need in a dragon hunt isn't just magic like psychic abilities, but also an iron will to be able to drive a weapon into a vital point through fear. In that case, Li Han is fully capable of becoming the #1 striker out there. To miss out on someone with such talent just because his psychic development is slow would be a real shame. Who knows? The kid I chose might just become the one to save the world. The woman exclaims. I've never seen you praise someone so highly. Don't you hate Leon? John gently corrects her. No. On the contrary. I like him. And she replies, You're a cruel one. Sergeant Red. It is now the 7th day. In the infirmary, the girl standing in front of the hospital room asks, Aren't you going in? Instructor Wei Chen? Wei Chen replies, startled. Pardon? She looks at the basket he's carrying. What are those? Wei Chen gently explains. Just some snacks. She asks curiously. Then why don't you go in? He gestures and says, Maybe I shouldn't disturb him. Li Han is sitting on the bed. He's practicing controlling his energy. His eyes glow accordingly. The people outside watch nervously. The light intensifies. Both are excited, then quickly feel awkward. That kid has great focus. You can go in now. Wei Chen finally enters. He smiles and speaks first. Long time no see. Li Han, how are you? Li Han replies politely. Instructor Wei Chen, I'm fine. Thank you. Sir. Wei Chen sets the items down. I brought you some snacks. He accepts the kind gesture. Thank you, sir. They begin to talk. So, tomorrow you'll be in Class B. I'm very proud that you're always practicing your telekinesis. Li Han honestly explains. Yes, since my psychic ability score is below average, I thought I should practice my telekinesis before I return. Wei Chen smiles and prays. That's the right decision. No matter how well you do in weapons class, you still need to be able to use a little telekinesis as a psyche R. So you have to be able to retrieve your weapon if you drop it during a fight. Speaking of which, he has an idea. A medical staff member asks, Are you planning on going out at this hour? Wei Chen scratches his head and assures her. It won't be long. They move outside. Li Han looks around curiously. Instructor Wei Chen, why are we at the gym? Wei Chen begins to explain. Li Han, looking at the pace of your psychic development, the probability of awakening your ZS is extremely low. Unlike how others can create fire or use teleportation. He sincerely advises. It's best if you don't dream of doing things like that. Then he poses a challenge. So, how can you fight? Li Han is completely overwhelmed. The answer is extremely simple. Wei Chen reveals his own ability. You will focus on training your telekinesis to its absolute limit. In that way, telekinesis will become your ZS. He thinks about it. To the absolute limit of telekinesis? Wei Chen explains as he moves. Psychic ability is like our muscles. The more we use it and train it, the stronger it gets. He stops in front of him. The first rank of psychic ability is nothing more than an illusion. Your generation has more potential than us instructors. And then he smiles encouragingly. So don't give up. Train hard. Li Han makes a vow. Yes, instructor. He stomps his foot on the ground, then looks up at the classroom side. Li Han lets out a breath. He accidentally bumps into someone. Dimitri frowns down at him. What the? Who's this? And calls out his name. Li Han. Li Han is a bit surprised. You know me? He laughs and explains. You're kidding, right? Everyone in the class knows you. Then he adds. Anyway, welcome. I'm the Class B president, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov. Li Han asks with concern, do I have to call you that every time? Dmitry continues, just call me Dmitry. Hope we can be good friends. Han. Then he invites him. You came at just the right time. It's fearful martial arts class right now. Follow me. They arrive at a room. Dmitry points forward. Li Han thinks to himself, martial arts is what I like best. The suffocating training schedule at ARC, the stress from my lack of psychic ability. He chooses his weapon, and the anxiety of not knowing when I'll be expelled, and becomes vigilant. After all, this is the only place I can release all my fatigue. Then he charges forward to attack. All the pent-up feelings deep in my heart. Dmitry is completely surprised when Li Han charges in, but the students are getting beaten up. Li Han confronts them. Is this fun? He's acting on behalf of Kuro. He then speaks up. Kuro's GS is psychic ability. Huh. The other guys are still on the ground. Is bullying the weak like this fun? Li Han gives a direct warning. You should be glad there are no real fights during training. Dmitry mutters from the side. He smiles. Just as I thought. He makes me want to fight him right now. Kuro looks down at the ground, exhausted. Someone approaches. The student mocks him. What are you doing? Kuro, get up. But someone else cuts in. Hey, it's my turn. Please help me. They're making a joke out of him. All right, I'll be third then. Help me. Kuro suddenly thinks of Li Han. Li Han. Then he sees the students turn around. Huh? What's that? They are being pummeled by Li Han. He looks annoyed. Kuro is completely surprised. Huh? Is it really him? When he sees Li Han. Li Han. He reaches out his hand and wants to call him. Huh? But Li Han is talking about something else. Dmitry. Is this how Class B does fearful martial arts? Kuro quickly retracts his hand. Huh. Dmitry replies grimly. This is the ARC way of training. Our enemies won't spare their prey, even when they're dying. He continues. The strange one here is you. Your impulsive act of saving someone, his words are full of malice, will only lead him to his death. Leon thinks silently. I can't deny what he's saying. He clenches his fists. Dmitry continues. However, 3 guys can't even beat 1 kid. How humiliating. The guys who got beaten are ashamed. He issues a challenge. So, Li Han, show them what a real fight looks like. Li Han is annoyed again. Are you sure? Dmitry charges into attack. He struggles to block the blow. He quickly calculates the trajectory. If I block it again, my spear will break. Li Han decides to dodge. He aims for Dmitry's leg. After he loses his balance, I'll make him stumble. He starts to swing his staff, striking straight at his leg. Li Han silently declares, this will be the final blow. As he aims for Dmitry's face, his foot has just touched the ground, and he barely dodges the spear. Dmitry closes the distance between them. He headbutts Li Han, causing him to fall backward. Li Han asks irritably, damn it, a headbutt. We're having a martial arts match. Dmitry just reminds him cheekily. It's not just my swordplay you have to watch out for. You have to pay attention to my movements too. I've been learning Sambo since I was born. If I get my hands on you, I don't think your bones will ever set right again. Li Han slowly gets up. Is that all? Are you planning to catch a dragon with that Sambo of yours? Dmitry continues to mock. I'll grab a dragon by the neck, if that's what it takes. The crowd cheers him on. Go, Dmitry, go! The Siberian Iger is still mighty. He responds enthusiastically. Drop the tiger part. You bastards. I'll remember your faces. An exchange takes place. You're a cub since you're only 12, right? Get ready for a thrashing. Li Han is surprised. These kids, Such harsh words. But it seems they don't have any ill intentions. Dmitri is still joking with the students. Hey, focus, Lihan silently observes. Dmitri has really close friends. Kuro. He scowls with annoyance. A reminder rings out. Don't lose focus. Lihan. Dmitri charges into attack. I didn't intend to go this far. He prepares for the final blow. Dmitri rushes in. The spear stabs firmly into the ground. Lihan raises his leg, thinking, but this is the end. Dmitri is taken by surprise. He spins in Midra. Before striking, down in a single motion. The spectators are all astonished. The weapons of both. This guy. He was aiming for my weapon all along. Leon can't stop asking himself, why? Dmitri charges and barehanded. He tackles Lihan to the ground. You don't want me to break your awe, do you? The crowd roars. The shouts echo. Dmitri, Dmitri, Dmitri. If you have the guts, do it. Lihan issues a challenge. You don't have the guts. Everyone freezes. Lihan's face contorts in pain. Dmitri slowly sits up. He speaks grumbling. That's why I told you to surrender. You dirty player. Koro is trembling with fear. Dmitri adds, even though I don't want to, you really are commendable. Even though I broke your arm, you didn't even make a sound. Without realizing it, Lihan is already on his feet. Someone take him to the infirmary. A surprise attack. Lihan looks down at Dmitri. The people who fought you before must have cried in pain just from a broken arm. Huh? He's now lying flat on the ground. He continues to challenge. Get up. Let's continue the match. But the calls get quieter. Dimi. When he sees his opponent is unconscious. Kai. Dmitri wakes up after some time. He shoots up in bed. A notification sounds beside him. Video message received. Now playing. Major Kane is the caller. Excellent. You have exceeded my expectations. Lihan. Thanks to you. The children are living very well. He promises him. I'll message you again next time. Lihan looks at his younger siblings. That's all for now. Goodbye. He is very satisfied. The kids are fine. They've even gained weight. He then asks the person next to him. You're awake. Dmitri, please help me close this. Dmitri complies. He curses gruffly. No. Why do I have to turn this off for you? Lihan explains calmly. You broke my arm. Dmitri growls back. And you hit me in the head. You dog. From behind. He just retorts. It's the price you pay for your carelessness. Don't you remember? That's the arc way you taught me. Dmitri is completely speechless. Lihan continues to explain. I was really angry that day. He says with sincerity, but I don't hold any grudges or want to blame you. Dmitri smiles back. Me neither. But next time, let's fight in a real competition. Lihan continues sadly. I think I made a mistake with Kuro that day. He recalls that day. I should have taken his hand instead of just fighting. Dmitri explains seriously. I understand why you think that, but he could die in his second year if he keeps using it. These words confuse Lihan. What? What do you mean? The two of them walk on. He asks curiously, where are you suddenly taking me? Dmitri replies vaguely, you should see it for yourself rather than just hear it from me. Lihan is surprised, muttering, the emergency room. Dmitri continues to explain. This is the place that can save any life, as long as the patient is still breathing. Someone is wheeled in. Lihan quickly steps aside. He wonders to himself, what happened to him? Dmitri looks on and asks, can you guess how they're trained? Lihan points and continues. But besides that, isn't that upperclassman the same age as us? The one who just went in is obviously. He's tall too, but it seems he's grown bigger. Like our instructor. Dmitri scratches his head, deep in thought, before revealing the truth. When you become a second year, you'll start using drugs. The words shock Lihan. Your body will grow rapidly, and you'll become an adult. What? He laughs and reminds him, don't tell me you forgot. We have to fight the dragons in the next 3 years. And continues to add, they're not going to wait for us to grow up. Suddenly, he hears a word of praise. Not bad. Dmitri is surprised. Huh? Lihan presents his opinion. I've always wanted to become an adult quickly. Because for me, that was the only way to survive. I've always had to fight. And it was a complete match for them. A fist is aimed at him. Lihan is sent flying by a group of adults. They take turns beating him. Before leading with a bag, Lihan speaks again. I don't need a happy childhood. The most important thing is that I survive. Dmitri lets out a breath. Truly the iron spirit of an arc warrior. He nods and continues. I understand what you mean. Let's go back. John explains the content. Today, you will conduct a mock battle that resembles a real one. He clarifies many things. You just need to act precisely as you've been trained. We will depart at for 30p. But before that, finish gearing up. Dimitri remarks excitedly. Looks like we'll get parachute training on the way. Don't tell me you're already missing the infirmary. Li-hon smiles in response. He inspects the issued equipment. Hey, this bag is full of food. Then he makes a guess. Maybe it's not just parachute practice. Dimitri continues to look around. Some idiots have already forgotten the mission. He sees something. Look, Li-hon, that guy. He points towards Simon. That guy. His face becomes intrigued. He's the last genius from England, right? I'm really looking forward to facing him. Li-hon reminds him warily. This is a parachute jump. Dude, Simon looks over from his side, then wonders when he sees Dimitri. What's wrong with that guy? Li-hon looks over at Kuro. He feels a sense of guilt. John urges them on. Don't dawdle. Get on the helicopter. The students move quickly, climbing onto the aircraft. Under John's supervision, many aircraft take off. Let's go too. John mutters to himself. This is the last time those kids will be able to smile. A hand reaches out. Li-hon, that was the first thing that came to my mind. And you appeared immediately. Kuro's memory flashes back. But now, no matter how long I wait, I can't see you. He thinks of Li-hon. So you're really not coming this time? And then he starts to shed tears. Kuro is stuck in a tree. 1 hour earlier, the planes were flying. A question is asked. Where are we? Ark looks so small from here. The explanation comes. You are above a deserted island. This is your destination and also where your survival training will take place. John calmly adds. The food rations in your backpacks will be enough for the next 2 days. You'll have to fend for yourselves for the rest. Everyone is confused. Why has it turned into survival training? And what's this about 2 days on a deserted island? Dimitri smirks and remarks. It's a field trip. This is going to be fun. John continues to inform the instructors. The information shocks everyone. We'll be back to pick you up in a week. Try to survive until then. They are dropped off. John looks back. Is this kid the last one? The answer comes quickly. Yes. I don't think there are any more pathetic ones. He continues to ask. Have the kids been scattered? The other person quickly reports. Everything is according to the initial plan. But 7 of them have already gathered and formed a team. John makes an observation. Even if they're children, they're not as naive as we think. They've all grown up. If things get out of control, the strong will rule. And instead of starving together, they will definitely choose to rob each other. Hey, fat kid smirks. Thanks for the food. I'm going to enjoy this. They start to divide the loot. This idiot hasn't even touched anything. The fat kid waves his hand. Hey, we still have to save some for the leader. Come look at this. Kahens observes in silence. The next words spoken are a curse. You idiots. He berates them endlessly. I told you to gather as much food as possible before dark. The annoyance is clear on his face. You think I gathered you all just to share food? Kahens continues. We have to stick together and take from others, so that no one can look down on us ever again. The fat kid enthusiastically agrees. That's right. They come to an agreement, whether it's Dimitri or Li-hon. We'll take them all on. Del Simon is nothing. Kahens remarks grimly. I suppose so. He turns his head to look. When he hears a noise in the forest, they all understand. Hear that? That'll be our next prey. A figure emerges from the sea. Li-hon mutters to himself. I've wasted a lot of time. He looks around, scouting since he fell into the sea. He quickly makes an assessment. This location is too exposed. Li-hon carefully calculates. I need to find a hiding place first. He then enters the forest. For those who have never experienced hunger, he pants as he walks. The 2-day food supply won't be enough for them. Li-hon thinks. If they're pushed to the brink, they might resort to exploiting others. I wonder if someone like Simon has ever felt hungry. Over on his side. Mohan is standing still. He looks at Dimitri and questions him. Who are you to keep following me? He enthusiastically replies. You're the genius Del Simon, right? Fight me. Looks back seriously, then turns and walks away. I don't want to waste my energy. Dimitri quickly calls after him. Hey, wait. He tries to explain. Calm down. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to spar with you once. Simon thinks to himself. Is he insane? Dimitri changes his plan. Alright, of course not. It's too sudden, right? We have plenty of time anyway. So, until we get to know each other better. Simon thinks with annoyance. He's so annoyed. The sun quickly sets. Voices begin to be heard. He's just around here. Kahans lets out a sarcastic smile. Seriously, they find Kuro hanging. Help me, please. Why does this guy look like he belongs hanging from a tree? He then reaches for the bag of supplies and casually takes his things. Thanks, buddy Kuro. Hang in there. Kuro awkwardly negotiates. Wait, if you take the bag, can you help me get down from here? But Kahans just replies sarcastically. If you weren't stuck in the tree, you probably would have been beaten half to death before getting robbed. Consider yourself lucky. Just stay calm and wait for the instructors to help you. They leave, laughing. You won't die even if you starve for a week. Probably, right? And it's about to rain, so you won't die of thirst either. Probably, right? Why do you always add probably at the end? Kuro can't stop crying. This is so unfair. He doesn't know what to do but cry. And remembers the taunts. Stop crying. Disgusting. Kuro silently wonders, what did I do wrong? Everyone looks down on him. Huh? Your crying is annoying me. Shut up. Kuro keeps asking himself. Why? No one cries over something like this. I'm not allowed to cry, even when I want to. Then he breaks down into sobs. His crying echoes through the forest. Kuro quickly grows tired. His eyes are dazed, oblivious to his surroundings. Kuro starts to hallucinate. He murmurs vaguely, Lee, Han? The figure rushes towards him. But Kuro doesn't respond. He keeps his eyes shut. The figure is still there, but quickly disappears. The space falls silent, until a sound is heard, and Lee Han truly appears. He exclaims in shock, what happened here? Lee Han finishes setting up the tent. Kuro happens to wake up at the same time. He looks outside. Lee Han speaks with a smile. You're awake? Kuro replies in confusion. Lee Han. He begins to explain. This is our breakfast. Lee Han adds, I couldn't find your bag anywhere, so you can share with me. Kuro hesitantly takes it. There's not even enough food for one person. I really don't want to be a burden to it. He eats while crying. I should have said that, but I was just hungry. Thank you. Kuro, this idiot, he's such a pitiful kid. And he keeps exclaiming, thank you so much. Lee Han just gently suggests, let's go find water after we finish eating. Observation drones fly everywhere. Octo reminds him from outside. Sir Sergeant, this is a no-smoking area. He replies gruffly, shut up. He continues with a laugh. Don't try to act so cool. You even turned off the lights. Is there an interesting kid? John points at the screen. One of them has gone crazy. Look at this kid. He mutters excitedly. Hey, we caught a deserted island? How ridiculous. I just have to survive. Right? Flodmeyer, from Norway, builds a raft and returns to Ark. Lee Han tastes the water, then remarks, it's fine. You can drink it. Drink as much as you can and remember to store some. The two of them move on. It's hard to move during the day. Let's go back to the shelter. Lee Han calculates silently. We need enough preserved food for the people for our time here. He looks around, while Kuro is acting strange. What can I find on this island? I can't even see any coconut trees. Is this why people resort to robbing? He quickly stops him. Lee Han, stop. Lee Han stops in his tracks. His foot has just stepped on a branch. They both look down at the pit. It's a trap. It wouldn't have hurt me, but it would have kept me stuck for a few days. Lee Han asks curiously, how did you know? Kuro? He hesitates. Well, the explanation confuses Lee Han. It? You said I could see it? Kuro gets even more flustered. So, the source becomes uncontrollable. I should say it sizzled. Like a frying sound. You know, Lee Han calculates silently. Based on Kuro's personality. He's not lying. He really saw it. He starts to realize. Enlightened trait. Perhaps it's the ability to predict the future. It's a very rare and superior skill. He thinks as he walks. This dire situation on the deserted island. Could it be the catalyst for Kuro? Lee Han calculates silently. This survival training seems to be a good opportunity to prove Kuro's abilities. Meanwhile, on another side, Kahans lifts a piece of cloth. He calculates to himself, 2 people? He observes and remarks, no bags. I think they took them. The fat kid excitedly suggests, you want me to crush them? But Kahans refuses. They haven't left for good. They'll be back. Maybe they went to find water. He finalizes the plan. Let's come back later. Catch them while they're resting. Kuro pants as they walk on. Finally, we're back. He looks exhausted. I want to lie down as soon as possible. Lee Han is unfazed. All right, let's go inside. But he stops him. Wait a minute. Kuro. Lee Han makes an observation. Someone came here and left. He remembers what he did. The marking stone I left in front of the entrance, and connects it to reality, has been moved. They turn to look and see the sets of footprints near the tent, and many more in the distance. Lee Han comes to a conclusion. It's highly likely we'll be robbed if they travel in a group. Pack up and let's get out of here. Kuro replies, panting. I understand. They continue to move. The sun begins to set. Lee Han mutters his calculations. We need to find a suitable place to stop before it gets dark. He continues to ask, Kuro, do you see a suitable place? Kuro is thinking to himself, I suddenly feel strange. It feels like my eyes are closing. Lee Han also notices something is wrong. Kuro. His whole body starts to glow. His eyes are completely white. As the silhouette of a panther appears, Lee Han panics as it lunges to attack him. Kuro acts immediately. He pushes Lee Han away, creating a distance between the two of them. Just in time as the panther pounces, Lee Han is completely surprised. The panther looks towards him. Lee Han thinks irritably, damn it, my weapon. But the panther freezes before letting out a roar. Lee Han closes his eyes and braces for impact. But fire appears. The panther is attacked unexpectedly. It quickly runs away. Zeus is the one who struck. Are you okay? Lee Han is completely surprised. Zeus. Zeus appears from within the flames. He calls out Lee Han's name loudly to find him. Lee Han, seeing him, also calls out in surprise. Zeus. Zeus runs in, panting, and asks Han about the situation. Lee Han, is that Kuro over there? Lee Han is shocked to see the bandage wrapped around Zeus's leg. He points at the wound and asks worriedly, your leg. Zeus looks down and mutters, this? Upon closer inspection, Zeus' stance is slightly shaky. He recounts the cause. Some damn bastard set a trap. I can barely stand now. Zeus plops down and sighs. It's a good thing I ran into you two. Kuro is extremely worried hearing this. If it was a trap, we saw one earlier too. Lee Han, on the other hand, is calmer and replies, yeah, probably the work of the same group. Zeus chuckles and holds out his hand, asking everyone, so there's a group of robbers here too. Well, I don't have any food left anywhere. Lee Han finds this hard to believe and wants to confirm. What? How? Zeus playfully pats his stomach and says, right after my leg got like this, I ate it all before someone could steal it. Looking at Zeus' state, he can't help but think to himself, has he always been this foolish? The boys then decide to find a hiding place first. That evening, at the youth's campsite, Kahen sits outside the tent, staring into the distance, remembering what happened before. When he received the mission, he had asked in alarm, what? The man tried to persuade him. Just now when you entered the airport, the sensor was triggered. It seems you have psychic abilities. He wanted Kahens to join by making him believe it was a good opportunity. Enroll in ARC, Kahen still had some concerns. But, father, what about the movie I'm currently filming? The man became impatient, gripping his son's shoulder tightly, almost shouting. If you can become a psychiar, you won't have to act like that anymore and you'll receive fame and wealth beyond measure. His face was vicious as he spoke of his own ambitions. After the war ends, the Psyche RS will become the country's army. You can become a powerful figure who commands everyone. With that, Kahens watched his father leave, leaving him with a mandatory task. Kahens looked in that direction and cursed. Son of a bitch. At the training ground, Kahens sits and watches another boy training. He sarcastically mocks the boy. Confused. You still have a lot of energy to waste. Huh. Demit returns to see Kahens sitting lazily, eating a chocolate bar. Kahens advises his friend while eating. We don't have much left to eat. He asks Dimitri, who is working out, how are you going to endure the next 5 days? Dimitri replies casually while doing exercises. I have a physical build, he tells Kahens excitedly. If I want to become an elite striker, I have to train at least at this level. But he pouts and scolds. Foolish. Strikers are fight with psychic abilities. Dimitri finds this hard to believe after hearing it. After a moment, he calms down, covers his face, and says, I miss you so much. Lee Han, He's the only one who can go head-to-head with me. Ka-Hens catches the important information and points, asking, Li-Han? You fought Li-Han? Demit receives Ka-Hens' expression and is happy, thinking to himself. He took the bait. Thank you. Li-Han, because of you, he's willing to fight me. In another part of the training area, Li-Han has woken up. He greets them cheerfully. Good morning, everyone. They are gathered around a fire in the cave. Kuro speaks in a low voice. Let's stick together until the training is over. Li-Han points to himself and his friend next to him, assigning tasks. Kuro and I will go find some firewood and food. He then turns to his other friend and reminds him. Zeus, you're injured, so stay here and watch the shelter. Zeus nods. I'll leave it to you too. Li-Han says enthusiastically to his teammates, It's nothing. Thanks to your fire ability, we have an advantage in the survival training. He goes outside with Kuro. They say to each other, We have fire. Li-Han looks towards the lake surface. He thinks, that means we can cook these things. Kuro is still very self-conscious and worried, pointing at himself. But, do you know how to catch fish? We don't have any equipment. Li-Han smiles and calls out, Please subscribe to the channel to support me. He smiles brightly at him and says, Thank you. Kuro is very surprised to hear this and doesn't quite understand. He asks anxiously, For what? Li-Han sincerely expresses, You saved me when I was in danger yesterday. And you also found a safe cave. He lowers his head slightly and states his thoughts seriously. I thought helping you was the best course of action. Li-Han tells Kuro more, but I realize I can't keep going on like this. He speaks frankly to Kuro, so I couldn't find a solution. Then Li-Han turns to point a finger at Kuro and affirms, But when I landed here, I was absolutely convinced. You are a psychic genius. He seriously analyzes Kuro's strengths for him to understand better. You have the power to defend yourself, and even to save me. We can get through this if we rely on each other. And finally, Li-Han confirms one thing with Kuro, because we are friends. Hearing Li-Han say this, Kuro feels both happy and sad. He remembers his own life, a nameless orphan in Japan. The name given because of his skin color, Kuro. The sounds of contempt have always echoed in his head since he was a child. Cry, baby. Stop crying. Useless. You're a failure. Idiot. The hurt child from that year and the Kuro of today both start to cry. He is extremely happy and tells himself, I have a friend who believes in me. Li-Han speaks up, boosting the group's morale. Amazing. It's even better than I imagined. Now, what we need to do is, both of them look down at the lake surface. Kuro is now full of confidence to work. He uses his psychic power, sending it into the water. Kuro thinks excitedly. I see him. He thinks in amazement. I can see the location of the fish. Li-Han observes Kuro's every move and expression. Kuro is a genius who could use psychic powers from the first day. If he uses precognition and psychic powers at the same time, we can easily catch fish without equipment. Suddenly, Kuro shouts. Right at that moment, he makes a precise strike downwards, causing a fish to leap out of the water. Li-Han exclaims excitedly. Success! Kuro! Their basket is soon filled with fat fish. On the third day of survival training, Li-Han, holding a basket of fish, turns to ask Kuro, You're in great shape today. You caught 8. You're amazing. Kuro. He replies with a happy look. I think I'm starting to get used to it. Kuro seems to remember something and turns to tell Li-Han. Zeus will be so happy. He just smiles slyly and teases. That demon's scaling skills have improved too. Kuro, wait here. Suddenly, there's a rather large tremor. Both of them crouch down slightly, covering their heads. Li-Han is startled. He has a bad feeling that something has happened. He slides down the mountainside to move faster. Li-Han gives the fish basket to Kuro and yells, Kuro, wait here. Li-Han runs towards the cave where his group is hiding. As he reaches the entrance, Li-Han wonders anxiously. What happened? You. He stops, panting, and looks down, and sees that his friend is not okay. Zeus! Dimitri throws a wooden sword to Ka-Hens and calls out, Hey, catch. Ka-Hens catches and complains about him. You think this is aerial training? You even brought weapons. 2 of them. Dimitri holds his head in frustration and explains. Lately, I've been thinking about using dual swords. It looks so cool. Ka-Hens warily reminds his friend. That's not the issue. Dimitri is a bit curious and asks, But why did you agree to a match? Though I'm crazy happy about it. Calmly answers the question, which makes Dimitri worry after hearing it. If you truly fought fairly with Li-Han, You must be Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, the president of Class B. Right? He points the wooden sword forward and adds, I heard you were recommended for Class A. I'll test you myself to see if you're worthy. Dmitry grins with delight at this answer. I'm starting to like you. The two of them, each with a wooden sword, charge at each other. Let's begin. Although Kahens isn't a specialist in this, his performance is incredibly skilled, to the point that Dmitry feels pressured and curses inwardly. Damn it! If he stops suddenly, Dmitry seizes the opportunity to strike. But Kahens easily dodges and delivers a critical blow to Dmitry. Kahens looks at Dmitry, who seems to be staggering, and wonders, is it over? Dmitry grits his teeth, unwilling to give up, and asks back, you don't think so, do you? Dmitry charges forward with a straight strike towards Kahens. It makes him stumble back. Dmitry seizes the chance to launch a relentless assault. He thinks, if you retreat, I have the advantage. He really uses a relentless attack plan so Kahens has no time to react. He grits his teeth, annoyed. If this continues, it really won't be good. Dmitry slashes at Kahens' side, but Kahens nimbly dodges. Kahens glares at Dmitry with real anger. Kahens executes an attack so fast it's as if he split into multiple people surrounding Dmitry. Dmitry covers his head to dodge the blows while cursing furiously in his mind. Damn it, I should be careful of my back. A minute later, he loses his footing and stumbles back a bit. Kahens takes advantage and charges straight at Dmitry with his wooden sword. But he's no pushover either. Dmitry smoothly leans back to dodge the attack. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way and is slightly startled. Dmitry does a flip and kicks the wooden sword out of Kahens' hand. He does a somersault and gets back into a defensive stance. Dmitry takes the advantage and charges forward, yelling, it's over. Dmitry raises his sword high, intending to deliver the finishing blow to Kahens. Something happens behind him, and Dmitry seems to freeze, not continuing his motion. Kahens had prepared himself for the attack but opens his eyes in astonishment. He glances over at Dmitry, bewildered. There's a wooden sword on Dmitry's back, from who knows who. Kahens elegantly brushes his hair back and speaks up. Sorry, if this were a one-on-one duel, you would have won. But, as I said, we're Psyche RS. Kahens looks up at the sky and thinks to himself, is Lihan stronger than this guy? In the cave, Lihan lifts Zeus's head and calls out frantically, Zeus, wake up. Zeus. At that moment, Zeus's body starts to react. He moves his lips and says, Zeus weakly opens his eyes and informs Lihan, I'm not dead. Lihan, stop yelling. A while later, when all three are in the cave, Kuro has also returned. The three of them sit around the fire. Lihan asks him curiously, who did this to you? Zeus, with one cheek swollen, tilts his head and thinks. He recounts the situation at that time. It was Kahens. His group is 7 people. Zeus becomes agitated, his voice trembling as he continues. He took all our food, but he'll be back. We'd better move to a new shelter. Lihan grits his teeth in anger and replies, no. He coldly states his opinion to Zeus. I'm not so kind as to let the bastard who beat up my friend get away with it. Hearing these words from Lihan, 2 words resonate in his heart amigo. Friends. The 3 of them set off together. Kuro carries the supplies while Lihan supports Zeus. For now, let's find another shelter. We'll let them have his place for now. Lihan and Kahens have silently set a date in their minds. We will ambush them at sunset. That evening, Lihan and Kuro scout the surrounding terrain. They look at the other group's cave and assess silently. They're using our cave as a shelter, just as expected. Lihan smiles slyly and turns to psych up Kuro. Kuro, start whenever you're ready. He smiles and replies, okay. The boys guarding the cave entrance are talking excitedly. One person can't do it alone, but together we can take down those monsters. Kuro purses his lips and thinks about his companion. Lihan is the only friend who trusts me. He focuses his psychic power to help Lihan. I will never let him down. Countless rocks controlled by Kuro fly towards and attack the ones outside. They are hit by the rocks and cry out in pain. What was that? They shout alerts to each other. We're under attack. Kahens orders the others outside. The outside guards are hit in the knees by the rocks and cry out in pain. Damn it. They grab their weapons and charge out, shouting to each other. Over there. Those guys are throwing rocks. Run and dodge. Kuro can observe from a distance. I can predict your trajectory. The rocks once again accurately hit the other minions. They yell. Damn it. I can't see anything because it's too dark. At this moment, Li Han charges forward and ambushes them. He precisely targets each one, knocking them down. One falls right in front of Kahens. He sees the scene and cannot remain calm. Kahens steps forward to directly confront Li Han, who is fighting the others outside. Li Han raises his wooden sword, ready to fight Kahens. Li Han raises the wooden sword in his hand towards the most dangerous person. Kahens glares angrily at his opponent. Li Han. He wipes the blood from his face and assesses Li Han. He took down 6 people by himself. No, that's impossible. Kahens sees through Li Han's formation and asks frankly, "You didn't come alone. Who's the other one?" Li Han calls out loudly to Kuro behind the trees. "You can come out now." "Kuro, I can handle this myself." Kahens' face contorts with anger. "We were defeated by 2 weaklings, and one of them is Kuro." Li Han grits his teeth and first states Kahens' crime. "We came here for revenge for Zeus. This isn't just a normal squabble, so don't expect me to go easy on you." Kahens loses his patience and raises his wooden sword, saying, "I've heard enough." He ties his jacket around his waist and challenges Li Han. "Then let's settle this with strength." Li Han is also ready. He replies to Kahens, "Bring it on." Kahens yells and immediately charges towards Li Han. Li Han swings his staff, hitting Kahens so hard his face snaps to the side. Kahens stumbles back a distance before he can stop. He furiously charges forward, swinging his staff to retaliate against Li Han. Damn it, but the one who takes a critical hit is Kahens. He is more angry than hurt. He turns his face back and sincerely advises Kahens, "Hang in there. This is just the beginning." He turns back and shouts at Li Han, "Don't act so tough." Immediately, he turns and unleashes a barrage of blows on Kahens. Kahens' sword flies into the air. "You." He falls flat on his face, lying on the ground. Kahens coughs up blood. He tries to sit up, wondering, this can't be. How strong is Li Han? Li Han looks at him and angrily questions. "Zeus is injured. Did you have to beat him that badly?" He walks towards Kahens, who pushes himself up. Kahens thinks, "Don't look down on me." He grabs a handful of sand from the ground. Kahens grits his teeth in anger. "How dare you look down on me?" He thinks of his own fame. "I'm both a genius and a famous German actor. My father used my fame to achieve his political goals, gaining a lot in the process." Kahens remembers his sinister face, but even that wasn't enough to satisfy his greed. His father excitedly declared, "If you become a Psychiar, this whole city will be ours. You must advance." Even if it means harming others. Kahens forces himself to stand and mutters, "I won't let things end like this." He throws the handful of sand at Li Han and then yells, "Hey bastard-like, you should stop what you're doing right now." Sand flies into Li Han's eyes. He shuts them tightly in pain. Kahens immediately charges forward and punches him straight in the face. Kuro sees this and runs over. He shouts in alarm, "Li Han!" At this moment, Kahens is grabbing Li Han by the collar. He looks up straight at Kuro. He grits his teeth and threatens, "Don't come any closer." Kuro, terrified, freezes. Kahens then repeatedly punches Li Han hard in the stomach. Kuro sees this and trembles with fear. A moment later, Kahens lets go of Li Han. He immediately collapses to the ground in pain. Kuro then sees him pick up the sword, gripping the sword with both hands. He grits his teeth and mutters, "I won't let anyone surpass me again." Suddenly, a stream of blue light strikes towards him. The blue light surrounding the rock disappears. Kahens blocks the rock with his hand, causing it to fall. He grits his teeth and glares at Kuro. "You." Kuro uses his own power. He yells, "Don't you dare touch Li Han." Kahens walks over and stares him down, questioning, "Now you want to climb all over me too?" Kuro, hearing this, gets scared and decativates his power. Kahens grabs Kuro by the collar and says contemptuously, "I never liked you from the start. How can a weakling like you stay at Ark?" He continues, "A lowly bastard like you should have been kicked out long ago." However, Li Han is already standing behind him. He clenches his fist and punches Kahens straight in the face. He's punched and falls, his face slamming into the ground. Li Han angrily questions, "You think you're more useful than others? Try not to always hide behind your brothers for once." He thinks of everyone and declares, "Del Simon, Dimitri, Zeus, and Kuro too. They're all better than you." He trembles and lifts his head. He scrambles back in fear. Li Han approaches, raising his sword while questioning him. "There's always a higher mountain. What can you even do?" He shouts, "You're nothing." Kahens trembles in fear, looking at Li Han. He grits his teeth and stabs the sword into the ground. He then looks at Kahens and gives a faint, thankful smile. The sword stabs right into the space next to Kahens' head. Lee Han lets go of the sword. He walks away, saying, "Everyone has a reason to become strong. If you want to keep moving forward, find another way. And if you touch my friends again, I won't let you off as easily as I did today." Kahens lies on the ground, smiling sadly, thinking, "Father, I never wanted to be a psyche or in the first place." He lifts his head to look at the night sky and smirks. Later, a new announcement was made. Kahens has voluntarily withdrawn from Ark. Lee Han is helped back to the gathering point by Kuro. Zeus sees him and smiles brightly. After that, the group fishes together, continuing to survive on the island. The last 3 days on the deserted island have finally ended. A series of helicopters fly overhead. He lifts his head and yells, "The rescue helicopters are here." Zeus sighs. "I don't want to experience something like this again." Lee Han smiles and replies, "Totally." Kuro, standing next to him, also sighs, "Me too." Suddenly, people surround the three of them and start talking. Lee Han, Kuro, Zeus, "Thank you." The people around them keep asking, "We survived because you shared your food. How did you catch fish?" Kuro is super awesome. Zeus, "Why did you hide your ability to use fire?" Zeus thinks to himself, "They're so annoying." He scratches his head and mutters, "It was just." Zeus points to Lee Han standing behind him and says, "The person you should thank the most is Lee Han. If it weren't for him." Everyone's bracelet suddenly lights up. Lee Han looks at the bracelet on his wrist. A notification sounds. The survival training has ended. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission over the past week. On calls out quietly. Sergeant Red, Dmitri, sitting next to him. Hearing the sergeant's voice makes me so happy. "I'm starving," John suddenly announces. "You will board the helicopter when you are dispatched." Lee Han is silently surprised. Why when dispatched? A moment later, the helicopters begin the process of leaving the island. Standing inside the lead helicopter, he purses his lips in thought. John stands with his hands on his hips, looking at Lee Han's group sitting on the benches. He speaks. "Your survival training was observed by the supervisors. After the vote, you four are the only ones who were chosen." He continues, "This was no longer just a normal survival training exercise. This was a test to see which of you are the rough diamonds worthy of becoming humanity's guardians." John calls out, "Kuro, Simon, Dmitri." The three of them immediately look towards him. John declares, "And Lee Han, you are the members promoted to level 2. A few days later, the training area's soccer field is bathed in sunlight. Zeus smiles and calls out loudly, "Lee Han," he asks, "We have a day off today. Want to play soccer?" Lee Han is holding a book. He looks up at Zeus and then mutters, "Soccer." He points to the ball in his hand and asks, "Do you know how to play?" Lee Han puts the book down on the bed and answers, "I know." As he walks onto the soccer field, he muses, "It's rare to have a holiday at Ark." Everyone is gathered. Zeus shouts, "No issues with the team members, right? Then let's start." Kuro sighs and mutters, "I want to rest." Dmitri looks at Simon and reminds him, "No using psychic powers." I know. He's still angry. After that, the team plays soccer together. Lee Han, while fighting for the ball with Dmitri, thinks, "At Ark, they only allow breaks for important events. Today, all the level 1 instructors are in class." He ponders, level to promotion evaluation. John sits at the table with a serious expression. Opposite him is Wei Chen, staring intently at him. A man speaks up, "Let's begin." He is Alexander Rico, chief of staff at Ark. A beautiful woman tilts her head and asks, "There are 4 spots this time. How are the kids?" She is Sasha Gray, head of research, Division 2. Alexander replies, "Del, Simon, and Dmitri. They lack nothing to be promoted. They even exceed the standards." As for the other 2, first is, he looks towards Lee Han playing soccer outside and then says, "Lee Han, since enrolling, his psychic power has always been the lowest. While he and Simon are fighting for the ball." Alexander continues, "If it weren't for special treatment from John Reed, he would still be in Class D, yet he was chosen as a candidate for promotion to Level 2. Alexander rests his chin on his hand. He frowns and orders, "Why let a kid like that get promoted? State your reasons." Wei Chen speaks up, "You must have seen from the incident with Sergeant Red. Han has excellent weapon skills, patience, and willpower. He has everything a soldier needs." Alexander says. Praise like that is unlike you. Wei Chen. John looks at him and silently objects. If I don't praise him, how will you let the kid get promoted? John recalls Li Han's skills and analyzes. Besides his psychic potential, Li Han's teleportation skill is also quite clever. Thinking back, it seems he uses it along with a spinning technique to make his attacks more powerful. John continues. What's more amazing is that he came up with those ideas on his own. Meanwhile, Li Han skillfully dribbles the ball past Simon. He speaks, without needing to be taught. Just then, Li Han unleashes a powerful kick at the ball. The ball immediately flies straight into the opponent's goal. Alexander ponders for a moment and then orders, bring on the next one. On the field, Zeus nudges Li Han's shoulder in praise. Hey, you bastard. You said you never learn it, but you play really well. Li Han smiles and replies, I don't know. Dimitri and Simon are constantly arguing. Aren't the English famous for playing soccer well? What's that got to do with me? How should I know? Are you stupid? In the meeting room, Sasha slams the table and yells, Are you kidding me? She stares at Kuro's information on the screen and asks, Psychologically sensitive? Sasha looks straight at him and says, Right after promotion. During the psychological transformation surgery, the most important thing is mental fortitude. She asks angrily, Are you telling me to kill that child? John closes his eyes and sighs. Kuro's psychological progress is the best. He's better than those geniuses. Plus, he has the ability to predict the near future, which is very important for our strategy. Alexander rests his chin on his hand and objects. But the problem is his mental state. John persuades. That's why Li Han needs to be promoted with him. Kuro's mental state is heavily influenced by Li Han. He continues. Li Han is acting as his older brother. Alexander takes off his glasses and pinches the bridge of his nose, muttering, Li Han again? He questions. It seems you two are very eager for Li Han to be promoted. Huh? Wei Chen and John exchange a glance. On the soccer field, Li Han spins past an opponent. He quickly kicks the ball forward. Zeus understands and runs to it. He receives the ball and praises. Nice pass. Zeus dribbles past other players. He yells, Take the ball. The goalkeeper tenses up, staring at Zeus. He quickly scans his surroundings and sees Dimitri and Simon in front of the goal. He thinks, They're all gathered here. Zeus suddenly kicks the ball to the left. Li Han runs over and immediately receives the ball. He unleashes a shot. The ball flies straight into the opponent's goal. Slightly surprised, he looks at Li Han. Zeus happily yells, Goal. He goes over and high-fives Li Han, praising him. Well done, Li Han. He happily replies, We make a good team. Huh? At this moment, John approaches and orders, Stop playing. He looks at Li Han and Zeus and says, The promotion evaluation is over. The announcement will be made soon. The players on the field immediately stop. John continues, But since everyone is gathered here, I'll announce the results now. He announces, All candidates have been promoted. Li Han freezes at this moment. Zeus comes over and smiles, patting his shoulder. He asks, What's wrong? Li Han? He calls out, Zeus. He smiles and says, Congratulations on your promotion. Zeus laughs and continues, Remember to save a spot for me. Li Han smiles at him. He extends his hand toward Zeus and then says, We'll meet again. Zeus. The two shake hands. John, standing nearby, sighs and orders, Return to the dorms. He continues, Those who have been promoted, pack your things and gather up. Li Han turns to look at John. Thank you, sir. John freezes, looking at him in confusion. Li Han concludes, Today's promotion evaluation and the class deselection. I believe it's all thanks to you, Sergeant. John pulls out a cigar and replies, I'm not sure you'll want to thank me. From now on, you can't give up. If you complete level 2, you'll see me again. He bites down on the cigar and smiles, saying, Survive, Li Han. He raises his hand in a salute to him, then turns and walks away. In the afternoon, the group. After packing up, Li Han's group gathers in the courtyard. Dimitri laughs loudly. All right, let's go. Gentlemen. Simon stands beside him, looking annoyed. Kuro trembles, looking at the two of them. Li Han walks over and asks, To Area 2, right? Kuro, terrified, starts to cry. A hand rests on his shoulder. Kuro looks up and calls out, Li Han. He smiles and reassures Kuro. Don't worry, we're going together. He hesitantly mutters, But I'm scared. We have to have surgery to become adults. Dimitri excitedly yells, What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. Amun frowns and asks him, "Why are you so excited?" Dmitri immediately replies, "We can become much stronger than we are now." Area 2, a voice rings out. "Hello, kids." Sasha stands before Lee Han's group and introduces herself. "For the next 5 weeks, I'll be the one taking care of you. My name is Drive." "Sasha Gray," Lee Han asks in astonishment. "5 weeks?" She points to the equipment behind her and replies, "It will take 5 weeks for your bodies to mature into adult form. The first 2 weeks will be in the pressure chamber, and the following 3 weeks will be for recovery training." Dmitri, Simon, and Koro were secretly horrified. 2 weeks in that machine? Lee Han frowned and called out, "Everyone." He held out his hand and continued, "See you in 2 weeks." Everyone looked at him and understood his meaning. Then, the group shouted their promise in unison. "All right." Sasha, watching this scene with her arms crossed, was silently impressed. "Incredible. Sergeant Red's most highly recommended cadet." "Indeed." Dmitri whispered to Lee Han, "You're doing it too?" Ayman curled his lip in contempt. "This is so childish." Suddenly, someone called out, "Lee Han, a week earlier." 2 researchers were conducting an experiment. Koro and Simon were both restrained inside chemical immersion tanks. Dmitri was also locked inside one. He cursed furiously in his mind. "Damn it, this is disgusting." Lee Han was also submerged in the chemicals below. He screamed internally, "I can't breathe." Sasha observed the scene and assessed the situation. They're consumed by fear. Every kid who goes through this feels the same way. "I'm sorry. Just hold on a little longer. They'll fall into a coma soon. Inject the needles and add the surgical tools once they're unconscious." Her hands started to tremble as she watched. It's been a week now. Luckily, nothing has gone wrong. Today's procedure is their critical moment. She looked at the 4 people in the experiment tanks and wondered, does humanity really have to go this far just to deserve to exist? Her lab assistant approached her and asked, "Dr. Gray, are you tired?" Seeing her expression, the assistant urged, "Please, get some rest." Sasha put her hands in her pockets and walked heavily outside. She warily lifted her eyelids and looked around. Sasha went inside and asked the man casually smoking a cigar, "I thought you said you didn't like kids." She questioned him unhappily. "So, why do you always show up where I'm working?" John replied with a cold expression, "To make sure you don't damage my property. Or kill them." Hearing this, Sasha bit her lip in frustration. She sat down in the chair opposite him and retorted, "There are no problems. We're currently in the middle of the second culture fluid infusion stage. This process is critical because the second culture fluid contains a dragon's soul chorea concentrated liquid that dilutes a dragon's heart." John pondered this as he snuffed out his cigarette. If the kids are forced to resonate with the dragon core, they should be able to use the dragon species' psionic energy more easily. Then, Leon might be able to. Suddenly, the smartwatch on Sasha's wrist beeped with an alarm. Receiving the signal, she immediately ran to the lab. John followed right behind her. Sasha burst through the door and urgently asked, "What's wrong?" The assistant inside the lab frantically explained the boy's state. She urgently reported, "Leon has just regained consciousness. He's in immense pain." Sasha's face twisted in horror as she raised her hand. "We have to stop this." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm. Sasha turned around in surprise to see who it was. Her voice trembled as she called out to the person, "Sergeant Reed." "Why?" He walked over and sternly ordered Sasha, "You can't turn it off. Doctor, no matter what, that boy must reach level 2. On another day, in Sasha's private office, she sat opposite Lehan, resting her chin on her hand, and asked, "How are you feeling?" Lehan smiled brightly. "Thanks to you, I feel great." Sasha's expression turned serious as she explained the danger to him. "There has never been a case like yours. This is the first time we've seen a PS like a resist psionic energy. During the crisis, when Lehan was in agony, she had been frantic. Are you insane? He'll die if this continues. I have to shut down the chamber now." But John had been adamant, insisting. Lehan wasn't recognized for his psionic abilities. He gripped Sasha's hands tightly, preventing her from stopping the experiment. "Continue the process, Doctor, but without the psionic resonance. If it's that kid, he can overcome this." In the present, Sasha explained to Lehan, "You are the only special case who has only developed physical strength. Do you feel discomfort anywhere? A sense of disconnect from your body? Perhaps. Or..." Lehan answered calmly, "I actually feel really refreshed. And now, I have one less thing to worry about. Sasha pushed her hair back and evaluated Li-Han again. His mental fortitude is truly solid. I guess he's the cadet's Argent Red always praised for having a stronger mentality than anyone else. She reconsidered Li-Han's case. Psionic energy is directly resonant with their psyche. So why would a kid with such a strong mind have such low psionic power? Alright, you can go now. I'm sure it's related to whatever is suppressing his psionic development. Li-Han stood up, walked out, and closed the door. Dimitri was waiting outside excitedly. I came to see you. Li-Han, starting today, we're level 2. Simon, whose body had also undergone the transformation, stood behind them, observing everyone. Li-Han walked over to Dimitri. 5 long weeks went by so fast. He looked at everyone enthusiastically, pointing to each person. Everyone has changed so much. Especially, Li-Han pointed at his friend and called out, Kuro. He smiled at the other 3. I'm so glad everyone made it out alive. But Simon wasn't happy. He scowled and said, Glad? It was a given. Stop being so arrogant and acting like you're the captain. Dimitri and Li-Han shrugged, teasing each other about Simon. He's definitely going through puberty. Dimitri chuckled. Stop teasing him. At the level to dormitory, it looked no different from level 1 from the outside. But from level to onward, you begin training in teams. Li-Han, Dimitri, and Kuro were ready for practice. Each team has about 4 to 10 members, and there are currently 12 level 2 teams. Li-Han looked around, thinking suspiciously. Suddenly we get our own dorm rooms. Kuro and I were assigned to Team 7. A man walked in, smiling. I'm Kato, the captain of Team 7. You two must be Kuro and Li-Han, right? He announced to everyone present. Once you're level 2, there's a lot of training. But there are only 3 main types: pistol training, aerial combat, and sparring. Kato approached Li-Han and asked, You guys understand why you have to practice shooting pistols, right? Li-Han held his head high and answered, We were taught that modern weapons can still fight against their minions. He recounted what they all knew. That's right. The minions we've known so far, like goblins, trolls, or werewolves, all have low intelligence. Later, a more intelligent species called the ELU appeared, acting as commanders for the lower level minions. Those damn ELU can also use psionic energy. Our cadet asked, if the ELU use psionic energy, doesn't that mean physical weapons are useless against them? Good question. Yes, they are unaffected by physical weapons, but their psionic energy has limits, just like dragons. Our goal is to strike the moment they run out of energy. He looked incredibly excited, pointing and saying, just like rifle training, aerial combat and sparring are equally important. They are the methods for competitive combat between different teams. The sparring sessions will be held in artificial forests through small-scale combat training arenas. The main event is capture the flag, which means stealing the flag from the opponent's home base. It requires teams to build strategies and focus on each member's abilities. But it's a very dangerous form of training. The practice sessions are extremely harsh and have a high injury rate, because even without a blade, a steel weapon can still cause very serious injuries. As for aerial combat, it's basically learning to use hoverboards. This one is the easiest. You just have to make your opponent fall. But you always need a supporter behind you. Supporters have to control countless different hoverboards to help their teammates move. In rare situations, a supporter even has to use a hoverboard to attack the opponent. Kaito walked over and pointed at Kuro. Until now, we haven't had a PSY curse strong enough to be a supporter for the team. But now that you're here, we don't have to worry anymore. Right, Kuro. Kuro's expression didn't change much, but it seemed he wasn't as confident as Kaito made him out to be. Kaito slyly added, You can do it, can't you? Hearing this, Kuro stammered. Well, Amen walked up unhappily and warned Kuro. Can't you give a straight answer? We're not asking for your opinion. Since you're on the team, you have to fill the position we need. While Kuro was flustered, Li-Han stepped in to help him. If it's Kuro, he can definitely do it, but he's not the type of person who does well when pressured. Kuro. The man bent down and yelled in Li-Han's face. Shut up. Newbie. What do you know? Kato used to fake condescending smile to placate his subordinate. Stop it. Li-Han has a point. It's their first day here. They still have a lot to learn. He turned to the group of trainees led by Li-Han. And Li-Han, even though we're all level 2, everyone here is a senior with more experience than you. What's your attitude? Kaito maintained the fake smile and said, To be honest, at that moment, his narrow, cutting eyes opened. Kato declared with a hostile tone, You're only here because I wanted Kuro on the team. You two are like a package deal, buy one, get one free. Then, with that same smile, he continued to drone on. I don't expect much from someone with low psionic energy like you. Just don't get it our way. Li Han lowered his head, trying to suppress his anger. Li Han looked up and suddenly spoke. I understand. You. He became unusually cheerful as he responded to Kato. I'll do my best not to get in your way, Captain Karto. Although Kato was a bit confused, seeing Li Han's attitude, he agreed. All right then. He held out his hand, and Li Han calmly shook it. Kato's face contorted as he silently cursed Li Han. Arrogant brat. Let's see how long you can keep that up. Li Han, knowing full well his intentions, smiled calmly and thought, I'll show you just how much I can endure. Back in his room, Li Han pushed open the bathroom door. He turned on the shower, closed his eyes, and let the hot water run over him. In his mind, he recalled today's practice drill and the warning for the target practice area. At that time, Li Han was focused, firing shot after shot alongside his teammates. His body trembled slightly from the gun's recoil. Kaito stood watching the team, his eyes narrowed. After the shooting drill, everyone quickly got up and moved. Li Han held the gun, running while scanning his surroundings. As the training bots approached, Li Han accelerated while aiming at them. After firing, he glanced back at Kaito, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly. Not a bad result. Kaito can't call me the team's dead weight anymore, right? Just then, Li Han made eye contact with Kaito, who seemed to be watching him intently. The next second, Kaito turned around and yelled, Kuro, what are you doing? Kuro was still standing in place, looking extremely flustered, his limbs clumsy. Seeing this, Kaito held his head in frustration, gritting his teeth and muttering, Damn it, I'm speechless. Li Han silently watched Kato's retreating back. The memory ended there, as Li Han washed his hair. He thought, is he still not good enough to be acknowledged? A moment later, the bathroom door opened. Steam billowed out from inside. Li Han had a towel wrapped around his waist. He dried his hair with his hand. He remembered the private team meeting, where Kato pointed at him with narrowed eyes and said, You'll be on the reserve team. Li Han. He gave a reason that sounded very legitimate. In sparring matches, teams with too many members have to cut down their numbers to fit. Our team is one of those with extra people. And we already have a lot of close combat specialists like you. Kato got up from his chair, walked over to Li Han, and patted his shoulder. Everyone at level 2 gets to watch the sparring matches at the training center. So don't be too sad. You'll still get to watch. Remembering that, he glanced at his phone. Li Han picked it up and told himself, It's fine. Everything's fine. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, many people were watching the large screen. Today's Capture the Flag match will be between Team 3 and Team 9. Kaito and the blonde team member were also there. Kaito pointed at the screens and said with a smile, Team 3 has some new faces, so watch them carefully and analyze their strategy. Li Han had also arrived, his face grim. The new face on Team 3. He means Simon. A screen was showing footage of Simon's team. A loud shout was heard. That bastard is Del Simon. Many people were focused on Simon, buzzing with conversation. The psychic genius? He looks kind of weak. Though, on the battlefield, Team 9 was cautiously looking ahead. Their captain gritted his teeth. Are those idiots insane? Sending all their members on an all-out attack like this? The captain of Team 3 pointed at them, a confident and smug smile on his face. We have an undefeated psychic on our side. As he spoke, unactivated his psychic powers. We'll definitely crush you guys and take all the flags with ease. The captain of Team 9 furiously shouted orders to his members. Stop screwing around. Take him down before he uses his psychic powers. Of course, they stopped, their faces filled with confusion. Wait, what? Our weapons. Un seized the opportunity and shot forward like a flash of lightning. Only then did the others realize something was wrong. They all looked up at the sky. What? How did he do that? Simon gritted his teeth and held out his hand. The weapons that had suddenly vanished reappeared and slammed into them. Sensing the opportunity, the captain of Team 3 yelled for the others to attack the opening. Simon had already stopped, stepping aside to let the others finish the job. Team 9 was completely overwhelmed, beaten down by Team 3's members with wooden swords. The captain of Team 3 quickly snatched the flag, securing victory for his team. The announcer said, No need to watch anymore. They've completely overpowered them to win. Watching the screen, Kaido sat on his chair, pointed at Kuro, and said with a laugh, "Having a talented psychic in a sparring match really makes a difference. The strategy I've laid out is quite similar. We can do it because we have Kuro." Kuro seemed quite flustered hearing him say that. The next second, Leon stepped forward and said seriously, "Captain, I have a different idea." He bluntly analyzed the match between the two teams. Team 9 didn't use any specific strategy. They didn't take advantage of the terrain either. They just attacked with their individual skills and strength. He paused, his words unfinished. "If..." Kato's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. "If what? Say it." His eyes flashed with hatred. "If I were the captain, that's what you were going to say, right?" Seeing his attitude, Leon pursed his lips and said nothing more, thinking to himself, "Now, I get it. The reason this guy hates me so much." Suddenly, someone called him. "Leon." It was the blonde team member. He gestured with his thumb outside, signaling for him to follow. Leon followed him out without hesitation. The blonde guy spoke frankly. "I'll admit it. You're strong." "Leon." Kato and I both acknowledged that. The blonde man looked at Leon with a serious gaze. "But you don't fit in with Team 7. All the members feel that way." Hearing him say that, Leon thought with certainty. So Kato has been watching me. Out loud, he probed, "Why do you think I don't fit in with Team 7? The blonde guy frowned and answered, "You're not afraid to speak up and go against Kato's ideas during training, even though I agree that your suggestions are often better." In his mind, he pictured a two-headed snake. But Team 7 only needs one leader. If there's someone in the team who questions and opposes Kato, the whole team will be divided. The blonde guy sincerely advised Leon, "As long as Kato is the captain, you will never participate in sparring matches. You should submit a request to transfer to another team when the time is right." He closed his eyes slightly, his voice soft. "Is that so?" After that short conversation, the two went their separate ways. Leon clenched his fists. "Now I get it. A captain needs the trust of all his team members. I've become a threat to his position." He lowered his head slightly, inevitably considering the blonde guy's suggestion a team transfer request. Soon, it was late afternoon. Leon was now standing at attention in Instructor Wei Chen's office. He was holding a piece of paper with a surprised look on his face. "Leon." His eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Is this for real?" Leon immediately answered loud and clear, "Yes, sir." Receiving his confirmation, Wei Chen had to support his forehead with his hand and said hesitantly, "Well, however, the level 2 instructors have to discuss this first. It will probably take quite a bit of time." Returning to his room, Leon sat on his bed and thought, "Good, I needed to do this anyway. So it works out for me." He clasped his hands together, his face showing clear determination. "I can focus on training my own abilities since I don't have to worry about sparring matches anymore. While I wait, I can analyze all the team matches to create my own strategies." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Kuro." The door quickly opened. Kuro smiled and called his name. "Leon." He sat down at the foot of the bed and asked curiously, "What did you talk to the vice captain about earlier?" Leon skillfully dodged the question and changed the subject. "Nothing much. Are you ready for the hoverboard match tomorrow?" Kuro replied immediately. "I can now control for hoverboards at the same time." Leon was a bit surprised and asked, "Without anyone on them?" Kuro answered honestly, "No. With people on the boards." Hearing that, Leon was full of praise, which made Kuro a bit embarrassed. "Really? It seems like your psychic ability is improving rapidly. I think you could become one of the strongest level 2 psychics." He let out a breath and smiled encouragingly at Kuro. "Don't worry, Kuro. I'll be cheering for you." Kuro turned to Leon with a grateful look. "Yeah." The next morning, in the assembly hall, many people were talking and discussing animatedly. "I heard Team 7 has someone strong, too?" "Yeah, I think his name is Kuro." They were all looking forward to the upcoming match. "I wonder what kind of ability he'll show." As a reserve member, Leon wasn't participating in the fight. He also went to the hall to quietly watch over Kuro. In the arena, the two teams had emerged. Kaido turned his head and said to Kuro, "All right, let's go. Make sure you support us." Kuro walked behind him and nodded slightly, his face tense. The announcement echoed from the large screen and the hall Team 1 versus Team 7. Aerial combat competition. Leon stood in the crowd, watching the match without blinking. The core of aerial combat is the hoverboard. He thought to himself, most dragons can fly, so we have to be able to fight in the air. Besides parachutes and grappling hooks, Hoverboards are also used a type of autonomous drone. They serve as footholds in Midra, and some militarized versions can even fire projectiles. He remembered the theoretical knowledge he had learned very well. In aerial combat, one person usually controls the hoverboards, which can be used for movement or as weapons against opponents. In this match, most people's attention will be on the person with psychic abilities. The most important position in aerial combat is the supporter. Their role is to control a multitude of hoverboards simultaneously from the rear to minimize the amount of psionic energy their teammates need to use. Lee-han looked at Kuro's image on the screen. That position is perfect for Kuro because he can control 4 hoverboards at once. But, in the arena, Kaito smiled and gestured forward with his hand. Let's go, Team 7. If we stick to the strategy, we're guaranteed to win. He loudly ordered the other 3 members. Charge forward. Team 1 also quickly advanced on their hoverboards. Team 1, get in position. The blonde vice captain of Team 7 saw this and smirked. Team 1 is slowly advancing together, just as Kaito predicted. Meanwhile, 2 members of Team 1 shot forward and nodded to each other. They split to the sides, dividing into 2 groups to attack from the flanks. However, right after they split up, one member's face filled with horror. The vice captain of Team 7 had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Before the Team 1 member could react, he was struck and knocked off his hoverboard. Another member of Team 1 was also hit hard on the head with a wooden sword by a member of Team 7. Blood immediately gushed from his mouth. He also fell from his hoverboard, still muttering in disbelief. How? How did? Kaito, watching from the side, was extremely pleased with his team's combination. Good, just as planned. In the assembly hall, everyone shouted in amazement. What? They took out 2 people right at the start? Has Team 7 always been this strong? It's like they knew their opponent's next move. Lee-han, standing among them, recalled his team's meeting before today's match. Kaito had spoken seriously. In this strategy, your role is crucial, Kuro. Team 1 doesn't have a good supporter. Each person will control their own hoverboard. Since you can control 4 hoverboards at once, you'll be responsible for controlling the vice captains and my hoverboards. He placed a great responsibility on Kuro's shoulders. Because you have the ability to see the near future, control the hoverboards after observing their future movements. Kuro had stammered. Okay. The blonde vice captain seemed to understand and clapped his hands. I see. Since our close combat skills are excellent, you're saying we should focus on that and take them all down, right? Kaito had laughed. Yes. Exactly. Back in the present, Leon thought, it seems Kato's strategy is working. At least for now. In the arena, the vice captain turned to Kaito with a confident smile. All right, let's move forward. Kuro, standing at the back, was trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his face, showing his extreme tension. I can't make a mistake. Everyone will lose because of me. He widened his eyes, using all his psychic power to control Kaito's and the vice captain's hoverboards. The Team 1 member with a bandana on his head had just struck Kaito. He quickly returned to his remaining teammates' side, both of them panting heavily. Damn bastards. Have they always been this strong? I can't believe it's just the 2 of us left. All 4 close combat members of Team 7 were forming a defensive line to protect Kuro at the back. The bandana-wearing member looked past the 4 of them, aiming for Kuro. If we can't take out the supporter, his expression darkened. He raised his hand, signaling to his remaining teammate to proceed with Plan AD. The other member immediately understood and got into an attack stance. The bandana-wearing member of Team 1 charged forward, shouting loudly. Kaito immediately raised his sword, warning the other members. He's coming. He couldn't help but worry. Is it going to be a one-on-one fight? While the bandana-wearing member charged, the other member took advantage of a blind spot and also rushed forward. That guy used both hands to grab Kaito and the blonde vice captain, then pushed his hoverboard toward the bandana-wearing member to continue the advance. Kaito and the vice captain couldn't break free from the Team 1 member's grasp. Their faces showed panic. Damn it. We're trapped. Stop that bastard. The bandana-wearing member of Team 1 easily bypassed the other 2 members of Team 7, heading straight for Kuro, seeing him get past so easily. A Team 7 member hurriedly gave chase. Kaito yelled at him to stop. Don't chase him. Get over here. This bastard is trying to take us down with him. The Team 1 member was using all his strength to hold onto him and the blonde vice captain, sweat pouring down his face. In the assembly hall, Lee-han saw the situation and was extremely worried. No, they have to go protect Kuro. If Kuro gets separated from the team, during the pre-match meeting, Kato himself had instructed Koro. Hoverboards for End 8 must always stay behind you. Right now, the bandana-wearing member of Team 1 was getting very close to Koro. He tried to regulate his breathing. Though panicked, he still remembered Kato's words hoverboards for End 8. He controlled the 2 hoverboards to return and aim at the Team 1 member. The 2 hoverboards sped towards him, about to hit, but he was still determined to attack Koro no matter what. In the front, the other Team 1 member seemed to have run out of strength. He had to let go. He fell freely, to the astonishment of the 3 Team 7 members. Only a second later did Kaito realize the problem and immediately look back. What about the rear? The bandana-wearing member of Team 1 had already taken down Koro. He stood arrogantly, looking at the Team 7 members. He smirked with satisfaction. Without Koro's control, Kato's and the blonde vice captain's hoverboards became useless. Both of them fell. Koro was unconscious. Now, each side had only 1 member left. In the assembly hall, no one expected the match to turn out this way. What? It's become a one-on-one fight. It seems Koro was controlling their hoverboards. Either way, their defense is too weak. Lee Han, like everyone else, looked up at the big screen. He pursed his lips in thought. So that's what would happen. Kaito's strategy relied heavily on Kuro's excellent psionic energy. A moment ago, when he was about to be attacked, Kuro had tried to counter by controlling 2 hoverboards to hit his opponent. However, they didn't touch the Team 1 member. Feeling the heat behind him, he glanced back. Both hoverboards had exploded and caught fire. Kuro was cornered. His whole body trembled in panic. The Team 1 member let out a sigh of relief and raised the wooden sword in his hand. Too bad. Remembering Kuro's tense state, Lee Han silently assessed. Kuro was definitely fighting under immense pressure, so he eventually made a mistake. A few minutes later, the announcement rang out from the screens, mixed with the cheers of the crowd. Team 1 wins. Lee Han quickly left, his face filled with determination. I wouldn't have left Kuro alone if I were the captain. Time passed quickly. 3 weeks later, Lee Han was once again in Instructor Wei Chen's office. He spoke seriously. Lee Han, about the application you submitted. Wei Chen looked straight into Lee Han's eyes. The result is, approved, your request to form a new team. Lee Han's face, while waiting for the announcement, seemed to tense up. Receiving the approval, he bit his lip, finding it hard to believe. It was actually approved. Wei Chen handed Lee Han a paper, explaining briefly, because your leadership assessment at level 1 was excellent. All the instructors agreed to give you a chance. I think they want to test your reputation and ingenuity. Lee Han took the paper and read the conditions for forming a team carefully. One A team must have more than 4 members, including the captain. You have the right to nominate members from existing teams, unless they refuse. He calculated in his head, if I follow these conditions, the other captains will hate me because they're already prepared not to lose their core members. Lee Han didn't seem to care about that. He clenched his fist. You're saying I should do what I can. Wei Chen grinned, praising him. You're as sharp as ever. Lee Han, I have high expectations for you. The next second, he was dejected again. So much so that passers-by had to do a double act. Of him, but Zeus isn't here. Well, I'll start by talking to Kuro. Of course. Lee Han seemed to remember something. He stood up straight, his face filled with hope. There's one more person. A moment later, Lee Han was knocking on a dorm room door. The door opened quickly. Demetra seemed quite surprised to see him. Oh, what's up, Lee Han? Kaito held his head in frustration and swore. Damn it. He was furious. Our rank keeps dropping because of Kuro. A team member couldn't help but blame himself. We should have tried harder to get Simon on our team. Kaito had to nod in agreement with his opponent's abilities. Yeah, Simon is really good. Both his combat skills and his psionic energy are outstanding, so he can fight 2 to 3 people at once. He continued, Kuro can't do anything on his own. His stats are all lies. However, Lee Han, from a corner, had heard their entire conversation. I don't have anyone to replace him, so I just keep putting him in. After hearing his proposal, Dimitri asked curiously, You're forming a new team? Who else are you recruiting besides me? Lee Han didn't hide it. Kuro. I started this with the firm belief that Kuro would join my team, but Dimitri seemed quite hesitant after hearing that. No captain would let you take their members that easily. He pointed out shrewdly. But Dimitri, you still haven't answered. He scratched his head. A bit awkward. Although I'm grateful for the offer, the answer is no. Lee Han, I'm the next captain of Team 5. I can't abandon them now. Lee Han was stunned for a few seconds, but he understood. So he didn't press. I get it. Dmitri looked at his friend with some guilt. After a moment of avoidance, he said, I'd rather be your rival than your teammate. It's more fun that way. Dmitri gave Li-Han an awkward smile. He didn't blame him at all. In fact, he found it exciting. Li-Han walked over and warned, Don't come crying to me when you're my opponent and I beat you to a pulp. Dmitri was also full of determination. Next time, I'll break both your arms. As Li-Han walked down the hall, he heard whispers. That's Li-Han. He wants to be a captain that badly? What an arrogant bastard. But he couldn't care less. Say whatever you want. The news that I'm forming a new team was announced at the end of the level 2 rotation. All the captains started staring at me, as expected. Especially, Cardo's face was twisted with anger. Li-Han, is this how you stab me in the back? I don't care if you leave my team or from a new one. But I won't let you have Kuro. Li-Han was completely different. He declared loudly. Kuro can reach his full potential under your guidance. Kaido was still incredibly confident. Don't act like you know everything. Kuro will continue to improve and become a core member of Team 7. He didn't hesitate to challenge back. If a war broke out now, would you tell the enemy to wait? I'm certain I can bring out his full potential immediately. A commander has to win despite limited manpower. No matter who you blame, it won't change the outcome. Kaido was so provoked that he grabbed Li-Han by the collar. You bastard. No matter what you say, I'm not giving you Kuro. Li-Han replied without a hint of fear. That's not your decision to make. It's Kuro's. Kaito immediately turned to call Kuro. If you go, I'll kill you. Kuro, suddenly threatened, turned pale with fear. Li-Han grabbed Kaito's collar and mocked. You really think you can do that? You talk too much. You talk so much that if you fell into water, your mouth would be the only thing that floats. Embarrassed and enraged, he threw a painful punch at him. But Li-Han had no intention of stopping at all. Kaito knew he'd gone too far and couldn't help but worry. Damn it, Li. Unwilling to back down, wiped the trickle of blood from his face. I'll let that slide. Kaito, something like this isn't worth slowing me down. Then he turned his back and walked away. As he passed by Kuro, Li-Han added, I'll be waiting for you. Kuro. But the crowd continued to buzz with gossip. What an idiot. Who would leave their team to follow a captain who hasn't proven himself? Who knows how people will treat him if his team fails? Only Kuro was trembling uncontrollably, trying to hold back his emotions. Li-Han thought to himself, I've asked everyone I can think of. What do I do next if this continues? Lost in thought, Li-Han accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry, I was thinking. Seeing how fast the other person was, he couldn't help but be impressed. He's so fast. No, wait, is he even allowed to dress like that? Suddenly, a notification sound chimed. Li-Han immediately opened it to see. All captains, assemble in front of Building 2. Soon, everyone had gathered. Grossman formally introduced them. These 6 are newly promoted. They are waiting to be assigned to a team. We've decided to let the new captain choose first. Li-Han stepped forward, making a resolution. This is my chance. I have to recruit at least one person right now. Li-Han introduced himself. My name is Li-Han, captain of Team 13. My team is currently short on members. Everyone is welcome. Kaito, upon hearing this, teased. Short? You mean you have not? But very quickly, someone raised their hand to volunteer. I volunteer. Li-Han's face lit up with joy. That person was none other than Zeus. That evening in the door. What a relief. Zeus said with a bit of regret. It would have been better if we had one more member. Li-Han was a bit flustered. Well, it's because we're a new team. Thank you for trusting me and joining. Zeus, I've always wanted to be on the same team as you. Zeus replied confidently. Those guys who didn't join are idiots. If they knew what you were capable of, they'd be lining up at the door. Anyway, let's try to recruit more people starting tomorrow. I'm heading back to my room. However, at that moment, a knock on the door caught their attention. Li-Han opened the door and was stunned. Kuro, he asked worriedly, seeing his friend's face bruised like a pig's head. What happened to your face? Kuro explained he had an argument with Kaito. I told Kaito I was leaving Team 7. And the bastard, he couldn't even kill me. Li-Han's face lit up with excitement. That's great. Are you the Kuro I know? He replied cheerfully. It's no big deal. Zeus became even more enthusiastic. The same team as on the deserted island. No matter who the opponent is, I'm sure we won't lose. Suddenly, someone else approached. Sounds fun. Can I join? People are talking about you like you're the scum of the earth. Li-Han, so Team 13 seems like it'll be the most fun. Zeus walked over and asked Li Han. Li Han, you know him, right? He was in Class B. He nodded in confirmation immediately. Of course, you're just what our team needs. Nut Meyer. Nut was so excited he couldn't stand it. Take care of me. Team 13. So we ran official team now, right? Li Han nodded in confirmation. Yeah, but we're a thorn in the side of the other teams. If we're not careful, we could be disbanded. You know what would happen to us in that situation, right? Kuro and Knut answered in unison. I'm ready. Me too. An invisible pressure was weighing on his shoulders. But I feel like I can do this. Li Han quickly scheduled a meeting. All right, let's gather tomorrow. Team 13. The next morning, they arrived at their training location. Nice to meet you all. Team 13. He introduced himself. I am the head instructor for Level 2. Grossman. He addressed them one by one. Captain Li Han. Zeus. But when it was Kuro's turn, Grossman was skeptical. And, Kuro, what happened to your face? To avoid punishment, Kuro had to lie. I slipped on the stairs. Sir, Grossman was silent, not knowing what to say. Finally, he sighed and reminded him. Be careful. Grossman continued. You will have a grace period for competitions starting today. This period will last for about 3 weeks. After this period ends, you must participate in the competitions, so prepare in advance. The event type and opponent will be randomly decided by the head instructor, and you will be notified at that time. Li Han smirked. A bit startled. Grossman. Is he telling us not to slack off? Competition at shooting match. Opponent Team 9. Team 9 has the most wins and the highest score in shooting matches. Nut took off his hat and sighed. This is suffocating. I don't like this at all. As long as I don't get shot, it's fine, right? Li Han angrily walked over and smacked him on the head. Nut, do you want to die? He warned him relentlessly. Don't you dare laugh. You are not allowed to do that, no matter the situation. Nut trembled. Okay. Li Han had set a goal for himself. I won't let anyone on my team die. He quickly announced, this strategy is called the mobile bunker. I just came up with the name. So don't laugh. The 3 of them were shocked. Mobile. Bunker? Team 9 versus Team 13. Shooting match. Team 9 was full of fighting spirit. Let's finish this quickly. Li Han's side was no less determined. We will definitely win. The signal appeared quickly. STIRT. The crowd outside roared wildly. This is a must-see. Don't go easy on them. Team 9. Destroy those traitors. Dimitri saw the scene and couldn't help but remark. They're really popular. Simon was also in a corner, silently observing. You can't win a shooting match. What are you going to do? Li Han? In the match now. Everyone's footsteps were light. Team 9 was closing in with high morale. No sign of them. I guess they're trying to hide near their starting point. Yeah, that's probably all they can do. They arrived quickly. There it is. Nut, hiding behind a tree, was also tense. Damn, they're faster than I thought. Soon, his watch notified him. Opponent within 200-meter range. I will join you. The distance between the two sides was now getting closer. Li Han couldn't help but worry. Damn, they're coming. Zeus was also panting. They don't give us any time to rest. These Team 9 guys. Luckily, we finished our preparations, but I need time to recover. Li Han was still very confident. Nut probably knows our situation. Instead of trying to advance towards us, he will. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of electricity appeared. Just like yours. On the other side, had been shot in the leg. He cried out in pain. The members of Team 9 quickly spotted him. Over there. Now, Nut could only tremble in pain. It hurts. Damn it. He glanced at the people running towards him. Then, he fired a barrage of undetected shots. Hope I hit at least one of them. The members of Team 9, hiding behind trees, taunted. Who can you at shooting like that? After a while, Knut, exhausted, slumped to the ground. Just then, he seemed to notice something. A volley of bullets flew towards Knut. He quickly ducked behind a tree. According to the strategy, I have to regroup with the team. But with this leg, I'll just drag them down. It's better to buy some more time. On Team 9's side, they felt something was strange. Why is there only one guy? There are only 4 of them. Why would they need a scout? This will end in a direct confrontation anyway. I'm charging in. Cover me. On Li Han's side, he saw that the time was right and began to act. Let's start. Thanks to Knut, we have enough time. Nut must be injured, but he probably decided to buy time instead of regrouping with us. Zeus praised him. Thanks to him, we've recovered enough. I seriously had no energy to fight just now. Lihan, Kuro, beside him, said shyly. It's because we used force fields and fire to cut down the trees. It turned out they hadn't been idle, still executing their own plan. Lihan led his teammates confidently. Now it's time to use them. Outside, the crowd was buzzing. Team 13 is moving. What the hell? What are they doing? Did they cut down that tree? They're making a shield. Both Dimitri and Simon had the same thought. This kind of strategy is only possible thanks to Kuro. Without planning it, the two looked at each other. Please subscribe to the channel for the latest updates. At the critical moment, his gun ran out of ammo. This made him panic even more. Damn it. Reload! Was now being aimed at by a member of Team 9. You're really alone? I thought it was a trap. But it's just a stupid strategy. Dimitri, outside, was also watching intently. One member of Team 13 is down. They held out for a long time. Huh? Now all that's left is that tree shield. Can they win with just that? Then didn't think so. This strategy has a weakness. I'm sure Lihan realizes it. In the match, Team 9 was confused, firing relentlessly. What is that thing? They're getting closer, but we can't stop them. They also realized their own shortcoming, because we chose 4 members based on their shooting skills. None of us has strong enough psionic energy to blow that thing up. He knew that. Now, Team 13 had completely turned the tables on their opponent. Damn it, hide behind this tree. We have to stall for as long as possible. I'm sure their psionic user will get tired eventually. Lihan had already predicted this. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that weakness, but this tree shield is just to get us close enough for Zeus to use his ignition ability. Soon, the entire area was engulfed in flames. They saw the thick smoke and were confused. A sudden fire? So much smoke. Outside, everyone was chattering. Is that an ignition ability? Team 9 is completely covered in smoke. Is this even allowed in the competition? Zeus reported. That's enough smoke. Lihan, those bastards can't see anything in front of them anymore. Lihan was very satisfied. Good. I'll wait for the ones who try to run. The members of Team 9 were now coughing non-stop. At that moment, Lihan launched a surprise attack. The others were still confused. They took out to people. Calm down. They can't see us either. However, just as they finished speaking, they were hit by bullets. They were still dazed. What? Both Lihan and Kuro spoke in unison. We have eyes that see all. Lihan continued his attack without stopping. Soon, the announcement came. All members of Team 9 are unable to fight. Team 13 wins. The crowd cheered joyfully. How did they do that? Kuro threw stones to mark their positions. And that Lihan guy, his shooting skill is incredible. Dimitri was also excited. They did it. One couldn't believe his eyes. Lihan, Kuro, those bastards. Now, Zeus and Kuro gave Lihan a thumbs up. Lihan returned the gesture. In a distant corner, Grossman had been watching everything. He seemed to be deep in thought. Lihan, after winning the match, all of Team 13 celebrated together. Cheers! This is special food reserved for the winning team. It's well worth the effort we put in. Right, Net? You even took a bullet. Anyone who hasn't been shot isn't allowed to join. Okay? Now, right now, the person who helped us win is... Zeus excitedly introduced. Our captain. Lihan, please tell us how you feel right now. Lihan, suddenly put on the spot, was a bit flustered. After calming down, he spoke. Thank you, everyone. It seems the strategies during the match were a bit over the top, but I think it's thanks to everyone's hard work that we were able to win. Everyone on the team was listening intently. Kuro's face was filled with anticipation. Zeus was no exception. He cheered. It wasn't over the top. Those strategies were awesome. Lihan also reviewed the battle situation. We were lucky. Our opponents were strong. But they were also very predictable because most of Team 9's members are excellent marksmen. Nut gave a thumbs up. Amazing. The ability to predict the opponent's composition. Just as I expected. My ability to judge others is never wrong. But a sudden jolt of pain made him tremble. Zeus asked with concern, do you need to rest? Nut, even though his forehead was covered in sweat, Kai acted like he was fine. It's nothing. Even if I were about to die, I wouldn't miss a party like this. That night, in a certain room, the lights were still on. Grossman was deep in thought. He was utterly confused. I paired them with Team 9, but I never expected them to win. I wanted them to lose at all costs. I have to put pressure on them before they start thinking they're special. Which team is suitable? Team 7. If it's Team 7, they'll use all their energy to crush Team 13. But what happens if Team 7 loses too? Then I just need to find a way to make it impossible for them to lose. Meanwhile, in his room, Lee Han couldn't fall asleep. I can't sleep. There were times in the past when I couldn't sleep because I was worried about the day's events. I have incredibly amazing teammates now, so I should worry less. No matter who my opponent is, I will take them down one by one. Just then, another match began. Team 1 versus Team 13. A fantastic battle. A member of Team 1 asked, "Does everyone remember our strategy? We should be wary of Kuro and Zeus. When it comes to psionic energy, they're top class among the second years. The two of us have to hold them back. Their psionic energy is strong, but you just need to unnerve them so they can't focus." Got it. As for the others, I don't know their combat abilities, but they won't be a problem, because we have the strongest person, and he's also the captain of ARC. Dimitri watched the situation and remarked, "How much do the instructors hate them? I can't believe they can win against Team 1 after a shooting match with Team 9. The only way to win is to take down that captain, the guy with the headband. But he's a monster, hard to suppress even with 2 or 3 very strong people charging straight at him. With him leading the charge, they'll easily take out the long-range support and sweep through the remaining opponents. Team 1's specialty, the charging tank. Dimitri was eagerly anticipating it. In the end, what strategy will Lee Han use to face this tough situation? Simon, next to him, was a bit annoyed. "Can you just watch and shut up? And why are you standing so far away from me?" At that moment, someone on Team 1 was stunned. "Why? Is that Kuro? Captain? The captain of our cast? What should we do? We can't see Lee Han either." Lee Han realized it and advised, "Don't be so tense. Kuro." Kuro was now frozen, only able to mumble mechanically. Net spoke confidently, "Don't worry. We'll protect you no matter what happens." Zeus also cheered him on. "Both of us." The face of the Team 1 member darkened. "Keep it up like this, no matter where that guy is hiding. He won't be able to find a gap in our defense. Move forward." Lee Han was still silently observing the match. It turned out he was standing on a tree branch. Victory doesn't mean we have to wipe out the enemy. We just need to take down the designated captain. Team 1 was now charging forward with high morale. Team 13 was no less formidable. A member of Team 1 saw Zeus attacking. The attack was bewildering. Impossible. Zeus's eyes glowed, and he nimbly dodged the opponent's attack. As for Knut, he was facing his opponent head-on. Lee Han stood high above, silently observing the battle. He immediately gave a wink. "Good? Almost there. Are you ready, Kuro?" Kuro nodded confidently. "Nothing to worry about. We've practiced more than enough." After receiving the signal, Lee Han leapt down. At that moment, the ARC captain appeared, his presence overwhelming. Knut and Zeus, facing him, couldn't help but be a bit wary. The ARC captain alone could easily lift both of them up. A member of Team 1 saw this and was very pleased. "Good. We have good control." Just as they were feeling smug, Lee Han dove down with incredible speed. "Kuro is ours." Now, he was very close to them. The 2 members of Team 1 took the opportunity to attack Kuro together. Victory is ours. But Kuro's gaze remained firm. Looking upwards, one of the Team 1 members became suspicious. Where is that guy looking? But before he could realize it, a massive surge of energy appeared behind them. Both of them immediately turned to see what was happening. The entire area was covered in a cloud of white dust. The Team 1 member was stunned. What was that? By then, the ARC captain had been taken down. Knut finally had a chance to breathe. Zeus's forehead was also covered in sweat. It turned out that Lee Han had appeared. He declared confidently, "I think we've won." At that moment, everyone watching from the outside was stunned. The fight is over. Team 13 wins. What? Did he just jump from a tree? That tree is as tall as 5 buildings combined. I don't care if he was risking his life, but that was a bit much, wasn't it? He's really lost his mind. But that was so cool. Damn it, everyone was shouting with joy. Dimitri looked at the crowd with contempt. The same people who were booing him not long ago. I see. It's because he always shows them these unexpected, amazing feats. People couldn't stop praising him. That captain is amazing. Who is he? He's Lee Han from Team 7. Why doesn't he participate in matches like this more often? What is the captain of Team 7 doing? Not holding on to a guy like this? Hearing these words, Kaido became even angrier. It seemed he wasn't receiving any kind words from the crowd. Time Ruin won one day before the tournament with Team 1 began. Lee Han was training diligently, practicing his aerial maneuvers. Kuro, on the other hand, was focusing on his own skills. Lee Han also noticed his teammate. He walked over and couldn't help but praise Kuro. If you keep this up, real combat will be easy. As expected, you're amazing. Kuro, I think you're better than me. Lee Han, are you scared? Yeah? If we lose, you better watch your nose. Tomorrow will decide the team's survival. It's really hard to control people through telekinesis. But if it were easy, all telekinetic S would be able to fly. Kuro also nodded. In the end, Lee Han recapped his plan. Tomorrow, I'll jump from a high place to ambush them. At that moment, you control the speed of my fall so that neither I nor they die. In his heart, he told himself, I believe in you, Kuro. However, things didn't go perfectly. Kuro clasped his hands apologetically. I'm sorry. It's my fault your hand is broken. Lee Han quickly comforted his teammate. It's okay, Kuro. At least no one died, right? It was a difficult thing to do. You did great. I'm sorry. It was just beyond my imagination. Cut. Eating a piece of chicken beside them. Said, don't blame yourself too much. Kuro, if we hadn't done that, would we have been able to take down that monster? Zeus added cheerfully. Anyway, until Lee Han's hand heals, there won't be any more matches scheduled, right? Suddenly, their watches lit up. The atmosphere of the team suddenly turned icy. What? What is this? It was a notification. Match scheduled 2 days later. Aerial combat. Team 7 versus Team 13. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The person seemed to be in a great hurry. It seemed he was heading for a specific room. Grossman seemed to have sensed the noise. When he saw the door open, he wasn't surprised at all. Well, I didn't think you'd come. Kaito was panting heavily from running so fast. The next morning, on the field, the arguments of Team 13 were echoing. Don't you think there's a problem? We have an injured member. Yet they schedule a match immediately. It's like they're telling us to lose. Moreover, the opponent is Team 7. They'll kick our asses because they're in top 4. Zeus was furious. This is so unfair. We should protest this. What the hell is this? Grossman spoke up. It's obvious that you will win against Team 7. Or are you not confident enough to win? Kato lowered his head and replied, even if no one on Team 13 was injured, we would still beat them anytime. He looked straight into his eyes and asked, so you will win, Captain of Team 7? Suki. After leaving the room, Kaito couldn't help but think angrily. Damn it, he didn't listen to me at all. He let out a sigh. Kaito quietly returned. On the field, Lee Han voiced his opinion. It's no use complaining about this. The only thing we can do is win. To be honest, I haven't figured out how to win yet, but I'm sure I'll find a way before the match starts. Just then, Kaito suddenly approached. Interesting. I hope you're not just bluffing. Lee Han, but are you okay with that arm? Lee Han asserted confidently. It's a disadvantage for me, but against Team 7. I only need my right hand. Kaito, provoked to madness, came closer and warned. Aerial combat isn't a simple battle that can be won with hasty preparations. If you're too kind, it's hard to win. You know that, Lee Han replied without fear. I'll prepare a different strategy just for you. If you're not serious, we'll wipe the floor with you. He was so enraged that he pointed directly at him and shouted, I'll kill you. Han, you and Kuro, too, Lee Han just said sternly. As if reminding him, Kaito, his face was contorted with anger. Lee Han reminded him coldly, if you've never killed anyone, don't you dare threaten us like that. And so, Kaito left in a rage. Okay, you, then just you watch. Zeus watched his retreating figure and cursed. What a bastard. Lee Han was also cautious. He's no pushover. Now, let's head to the training room. And so, the group moved to the training room. Lee Han tried to deploy his power, but, in the end, he still couldn't do it. Lee Han wiped his sweat, feeling worried. This is trouble. Even at my best, I can only control two hoverboards. Now, I can only manage one. Suddenly, he turned his head as if he realized something. Zeus was using his firepower. It seemed he also had trouble controlling two hoverboards easily. We can only rely on Kuro. But I don't want Kuro to carry the team like this. Even though Team 7 doesn't have a strong supporter now, they are still a balanced team. Their psionic energy is good, and their tactics are decent. Team 7 is a strong team under Kato's leadership. There's no chance to win against them. Zeus walked over and called, "Lihan, here's a problem." The next second, he had deployed his skill. Zeus gave his opinion. In aerial combat, there's nothing to burn. I don't think firepower will be very effective then. Moreover, when we're all flying around, I don't think I'll hit the target easily. Lihan also watched silently. At that moment, in a corner somewhere, are they having trouble with their skills? A member of Team 7 said smugly, "I don't think we have anything to worry about." Kaito nodded in satisfaction. Of course, the strategy for us to win. We have no reason to lose. Our victory is 100% certain. At that moment, people watching the screen were surprised. What? Team 13 is competing again? Isn't Leon injured? They don't even have any aerial combat experience. Squad 7 versus Squad 13. Match day. Dimitri rubbed his chin and thought, it's like it's set up for them to lose. He really is a bad person. Simon was also silent, deep in thought. This time, the two of them were standing close to each other. Simon turned around angrily. "What are you doing?" Dimitri avoided his gaze. "You told me to stand next to you." He lost his patience a bit. "You're too damn noisy." Roseman is trying to adjust the win rate of all teams to around 50%. The competition and conflicts between teams will be decided through his analysis. Sorry, passing through. Even for him, it'll be hard to win this time. Lihan. At this time, all of Team 7 had gathered. The same for Team 13. Kaido was now filled with fighting spirit. Let's destroy them. Show them our power. Lihan asked, "How are you feeling, Zeus?" He replied confidently, "I'm feeling great. I'll burn everything. So, don't you worry." Lihan also nodded with confidence. "I'm looking forward to you shining. Because you're the core of this strategy." And so, the announcement rang out. BADTLBAEDLRSTART. Each team. Launch your hoverboards. Quickly. A fleet of hoverboards appeared. People watching the screen were shocked. What? The number of hoverboards for Team 13. Are they insane? Kaido couldn't help but tremble. 16. He couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Usually, the number of hoverboards a PSY Kirk can control is around for 4 supporter and 2 for others. There were 2 people who couldn't even control 2 hoverboards 2 days ago. But now they have 16? Even if each of them controls 2 hoverboards, there are still 10 left. Kuro can't possibly control 10. A teammate next to him reminded him, "Kaido, give us orders quickly." Lihan, on his side, had already noticed something strange. "Looks like you're confused." Kaito? I'll show you soon enough." The number of hoverboards Team 13 deployed amazed everyone. 16? In an instant, Team 7 started to get flustered. Wait, is that even possible? Kaido quickly reminded his teammates. "No need to freak out. Just stick to the plan. We'll take them down one by one." At this time in Team 13, Kai and Zeus had both stepped onto their hoverboards. Lihan also started using his skill. "We didn't stop to rest while practicing our psychic abilities. Even though my psychic ability is average, I've also gained the ability to focus my power where I want. If I use it correctly, I can not only control objects but also make them fly faster." Lihan used all his strength to control the hoverboard. One hoverboard shot perfectly towards Team 7. Kaido couldn't help but be wary. "Crazy. Are you planning to use all those hoverboards like this? Even if it's fast, unless it flies straight into me, I can still dodge." However, time ruins to their practice session. Zeus had offered an opinion. "Since there are no explosive materials in aerial combat, I don't think my ignition ability will be useful." And this was the moment he used it. Zeus thought, "When we fight in the air, I suddenly thought of something that can be burned." Right then, a large fire appeared where Team 7 was. That is, then, a deafening explosion echoed. Dimitri and Simon were both stunned. Everyone was buzzing. What the hell? Did they just blow up a hoverboard? How much does one of those cost? More than an instructor's monthly salary. They all roared with excitement. Who cares? Blow them all up. Lihan continued to repeat the same move. Zeus also readied his skill. And so, Lihan used all his strength to push the hoverboard. Then Zeus, in perfect coordination, ignited it. Another explosion occurred. The members of Team 7, unable to dodge in time, were thrown far away. Kaito shouted angrily, "Damn it. Stop them. They're going to blow up all our hoverboards." A team member was hesitant. "But if we get closer, we might get caught in the explosion." Just then, A figure ran frantically towards them from outside. Grossman frantically ordered, "Stop it immediately." Kaito, as if going mad, roared amidst the explosion. L-A-H-A-N. Grossman's face darkened. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Lee Han was nervous. Did he call me up here just to stare at me for 10 minutes? Dealing with Sergeant Reed is much easier because by now, he would have unleashed a stream of curses at me. Grossman held his forehead, embarrassed. Starting things off like this is very awkward. But Lee Han didn't dare to react strongly, listening silently. He asked directly, "Do you know how much one hoverboard costs?" He didn't hesitate to admit, "I know they're very expensive." Grossman added, "If you weren't a member of ARC, you wouldn't be able to pay off that debt in your entire life." Lee Han was extremely indignant. "Didn't you call me here to talk about my strategy?" Grossman was at a loss for words. He held his head in frustration. Basically, it didn't break any rules. But can't you see how controversial it is? Some instructors might praise you for thinking of a creative strategy to bend the rules. But I'm the opposite. Next time you plan to do something like this, remember to inform me in advance. Lee Han obediently followed. Understood. Can I ask you one more thing? Grossman replied quickly. Go ahead. Lee Han spoke with determination. If we were fighting dragons, this strategy wouldn't be controversial. Or would you still ask me the price of a hoverboard? We have to win at any cost. Isn't that the purpose of training? Hearing this, Grossman wasn't angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. You've got me there. You talk just like someone I know. That's a good attitude. Lee Han, I'm looking forward to your future matches. You may go, Captain Lee Han. As soon as he stepped out the door, Lee Han ran into Kaito. He seemed to be furious. Time ruins to the match. Kaito charged at Lee Han with full force. A hoverboard from Lee Han's side also sped towards him. However, Kaito charged forward without hesitation. And so, another explosion occurred. Lee Han saw his opponent approaching but wasn't afraid at all. Kaito was surprised when he suddenly grabbed his waist. This bastard. He wants to fall with me, he said with a contemptuous tone. Even if you win with that cowardly strategy, no one will praise you. But Lee Han's attitude was indifferent. That will be decided later. Did you wait here just to say that? Kaito, suddenly exposed, was a bit embarrassed. I was just passing by. Who would want to wait for a bastard like you? He added, I will definitely crush you. Until then, don't you dare lose to anyone else. Lee Han just walked away calmly. Alright. He quickly returned to his room. Everyone was already waiting there. Welcome back, Captain. Lee Han waved back. Kuro happily announced, they decided we were the winning team. Zeus let out a sigh. I was worried it would be against the rules. Nut added, it wasn't against the rules, but it was probably close. Just then, Zeus looked at his watch. Kuro asked worriedly, what's wrong? Zeus? He then voiced his concern. No, it's not that. Doesn't it always happen when we're having a party? This thing, just as I expected. Seriously. However, when everyone received the information from the notification, everyone's face turned pale. Match schedule. 7 days later. Capture the flag. Squad 5 versus Squad 13. After a direct declaration of war, they put us against the strongest team in that category. That's Grossman for you. Just keep piling it on. At that moment, Dimitri was still training hard on the field. So refreshing. So hot. I need to go shower right away. Just then, someone approached. It was the former captain of Team 5. Dimitri suddenly called out to him. Huh? Wait. Captain. Former captain. Since I'm a captain now, are you going to ignore me just because you're level 3 now? Team 5 is doing great, now that I'm the captain. However, Dimitri realized that the other person seemed quite angry. The former captain of Team 5 was radiating killing intent. Get lost before I kill you. Dimitri was confused. What's wrong with you? What happened? No, you can't. Tell me the details after we fight. Lee Han was now fighting fiercely. This time, it seemed to be a struggle. He panted heavily, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? He's too strong. That person was none other than Silence. At that moment, she was still standing in front of Lee Han. But the next second, she vanished with a whoosh. Somehow, Silence had rushed forward and struck Lee Han with a sword. He cried out in pain. Soon, his whole body collapsed. Time ruins to 6 days ago. Lee Han looked at Grossman in disbelief. What? Is that true? He hesitated for a moment before nodding. It's true. I can't give you the details right now. It turned out that Dimitri had been seriously injured by the former captain of Team 5. Grossman had to announce, but Dimitri was suddenly injured and cannot participate in the upcoming match. The match will still proceed as scheduled. Lee Han immediately thought, without Dimitri, Team 5 will be like a headless chicken, so it's an easy win. At that moment, Grossman handed him a form. This is the reason I called you in here. Leon took it, confused. What is this? He then explained. This is an application to transfer to your team. You're famous for being able to utilize your team members. Cardo of Team 7 seems to have been criticized. Leon didn't seem too surprised. I knew this would happen. I'm sure most of Level 2 wants to transfer, because if they join my team, they'll get to fight right away. Grossman advised him. Think carefully. You don't have to decide right away. However, Leon didn't listen. No need. I'll accept them all. We can't be picky. And so, a few more members joined the team. Welcome to Team 13. We will start preparing for tomorrow's match. In the meantime, I will observe your special abilities and assign roles. Any objections? Suddenly, someone called out, Captain Leon. As soon as Leon heard it, he thought, Korean. He quickly asked, do you have something to say? Jizo? Jizo spoke shyly. No, I just wanted to ask you to take care of me. A fellow Korean, Leon formally announced. In ARC, there is no division by nationality. If you want to be taken care of, prove yourself first, he said, embarrassed lie. All right, please treat me well. Leon coldly turned and left. Dismissed for today. Jizo couldn't help but feel a bit indignant. This bastard. So rigid. A teammate asked curiously. What does SIBO mean? Kasim quickly answered. I know. It's a curse word in Korean. I heard it while watching Korean dramas. Time passed quickly. 1 hour before the match. Team 5 versus Team 13. Capture the flag. Everyone was buzzing. What's going on? Why did they close the dome? Are they trying to create a nighttime environment? Zeus looked at the scene before him angrily. They want to make us lose at any cost. So cheap. Lee Han calmly advised. Don't get too agitated. The opponent is in the same environment as us. Wait for your eyes to adjust to the darkness. He obediently followed. Right. At this time, the small teams had been clearly divided. Lee Han assigned roles again. Nut's team will lead, and Zeus's team will provide support. Kuro and I will attack from the side. Team 5 without Dimitri will be the weakest opponent we've ever faced. But don't be careless. Do your best to win. Soon. It was 10 minutes before the match. Lee Han was still managing the team smoothly. Lead team, go in. All right. Support team, advance. We're going into. The match gradually progressed. 5 minutes before, everything was still going smoothly. Good. We're almost there. Lee Han asked to confirm the situation. Team 5. Have they all been eliminated? Nuts scanned the area and reported. Not yet. Next to the flag. He pointed to the other side to show them. Indeed, there was one person left. It was none other than Silence. Jizo was stunned. Is that the only one who survived? He just stood there while his teammates were being beaten. However, Silence just needed to walk over gently to take out 4 members of Team 13 in one go. Lee Han couldn't believe his eyes. What? Kuro pushed him and warned. Watch out. You were sent flying. Lee Han could only stand there and watch his teammates being taken out. He now realized the opponent's skill teleportation. Damn it. I don't even have time to be surprised. Lee Han immediately raised his sword. Ready. Jizo, beside him, was furious. We can't even get close to him? He rushed forward to fight. Jizo was now confidently swinging his sword. However, Silence just jumped up lightly to dodge. Jizo missed and became even angrier. But while he wasn't paying attention, he was taken down by a kick from Silence. Soon, Jizo was lying motionless on the ground. The crowd outside was buzzing. Is Team 13 completely eliminated? But who is that person with the skull mask? Isn't that bastard? Silence. From the rumors? Silence. 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 Is it really? Silence? Simon was also very confused. Silence. If it's that Silence then. During training, his central nervous system was damaged, and he lost the ability to speak. But after that accident, his combat ability developed at an abnormally fast rate, and he became an experimental subject. That level 3 from. Is a level 3 that strong? Isn't it against the rules for a level 3 to participate in a level 2 match? At this moment, Li Han was trembling uncontrollably. Silence heard the noise and quickly turned around. He was trying his best to stand up. Li Han faced him directly without fear. I don't know who you are, but I have no intention of losing. Skull mask. Huh? The hand Li Han was holding his sword with also began to radiate energy. His eyes also turned sea blue. Silence wasn't worried at all. She was ready to fight. The two of them were ready to fight each other. Simon looked at the scene on the screen angrily. So this bastard was Silence. He's on a completely different level from the other level to seconds. Considering the current situation, there's no way to win. So what will you do? Li Han? Li Han was also worried. If I can't block the next attack, it's over. But I won't lose that easily. Let's analyze what just happened. He can move about 15 meters in an instant. Considering the energy consumed for such a large movement, he can probably do it twice in a row. The condition for victory is to capture the flag, not to defeat that bastard. If I can hold him off for a moment, then I can win, and the chance for me to hold him off. At that moment, Silence began to walk forward. Li Han was silently calculating his strategy. This is when he uses his ability. His surroundings were gradually blurring. At this moment, the space in front of Li Han became empty. He counted in his head. 1, 2. On the last beat, Li Han lowered his body, easily dodging. 3. Silence was stunned. Li Han took this opportunity to immediately counterattack. At this moment, she also realized it, but it was too late. And so, Silence took the full force of Li Han's punch. But even he didn't expect the opponent to be able to dodge. Li Han was completely stunned. In a flash, Silence had turned defeat into victory. She pinned Li Han down, preparing to stab him with her sword. He was a bit bewildered. Li Han, clearly defeated at this moment, smiled mysteriously. It turned out that a sword had appeared above Silence's head at some point. The next second, it slammed right into her. Her mind became dizzy. Soon, Silence was back to normal. However, at that moment, Li Han had easily taken the flag. You recovered in just 3 seconds. Amazing. But that was enough for me to take the flag. This is our victory. Skull Mask. While everyone was confused, one person was furious. Incredible. Li Han. He defeated a level 3. I should have joined Team 13 too. Simon's face darkened as he looked at the screen. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. After some time, Koro brought some food. Here, kitty. A small kitten quickly and obediently came over. Koro gently stroked its head. Good kitty. You eat so well, don't you? There was a cat just like you near my old orphanage. I used to not have any friends. I wasn't good at anything, and I looked different. But now, I have my own talent, and I have friends, too. Jizo couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Damn, this guy is talking to a cat. What a pathetic failure. Your rank is clearly lower than mine. He called out loudly. Hey, Kuro, what are you doing here? Kuro turned around, startled. Jizo? Since when? Jizo got straight to the point. I think we should discuss some things during the break. Kuro was confused. Discuss? Yes. He revealed his ambition clearly. As you know, our team doesn't have a vice captain yet, right? I think I should nominate myself for this role. And I think it would be great if you supported me. When Jizo saw the kitten approach him, he got angry. Damn stray cat. You got my clothes dirty. He didn't hesitate to kick it away. I'm discussing something important. Why don't you get lost? Kuro was stunned by the scene. Jizo continued nonchalantly. So, anyway. But Kuro was no longer in the mood to listen. Get out of the way, Jizo. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kuro's entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura of energy. Jizo was shocked, not understanding what was happening. WHA, what is this? Even the nearby trash can was shaking violently. Soon, it had been crushed into a small metal ball. When Jizo saw this, he was astonished. Kuro shouted angrily, Don't you ever do anything like that again. He nodded in fear. Okay, I get it. Just then, Kuro's kitten ran off. It happened to pass by Dimitri's hospital room. He directly asked Li Han's purpose. You probably didn't come here just for fun. So what brought you here? Li Han, understanding his meaning, just kept looking at him. After a moment, Li Han shared his thoughts. I could only speculate, because it seems Ark is still keeping it a secret. But now that I see you, everything is clear. The person who did this to you was a level 3, right? Dimitri sighed in frustration. Yes, it was my former team leader. Level 3 is truly a completely different class. No, It's not just a difference in class. I couldn't even move before I was defeated. Damn it. Lee Han, seeing Dmitri trembling, was a bit worried. This is the first time I've ever seen him this broken. Then he remembered something. Oh, right, that bastard. He wasn't himself at that moment. It was like he had gone insane. Lee Han quickly analyzed. If he wasn't like that from the beginning, then it seems there's something to do with the activities of the level 3 seconds. Think about it. The facilities for level 3 seconds at our car are quite lacking, and it's extremely rare to meet a level 3. There are still many stages before we complete our level 2 training. That means we will have to go into actual combat before reaching level 3. Dmitri was shocked. What? Could that really happen? At that moment, in a corner somewhere, there was a person in iron armor. The person took heavy steps. The door slowly opened. Soon, it was wide open. Just then, Kuro's kitten ran by. He didn't know what was happening, so he just chased after it. Found you. Little one, does it hurt a lot? Let's go back. I'll give you lots of tasty food. When Kuro realized someone else was there, he jumped. The person slowly approached and questioned. Who are you? After hearing the other person speak, Kuro was a bit suspicious. That voice is. After the mask was removed, he was stunned. Kuro's voice trembled. As Sergeant Ray, he was happy to see him. Oh, it's you. Kuro, you look so different. I almost didn't recognize you. At the Arc Development Center, John asked gently. Are you lost? You've come quite a long way. 2 cans of soda also fell down. He then handed one to Kuro. A car will come to take you back to the dorm. Drink this while you wait. He politely accepted it. Ah, thank you, sir. John frowned, confused. What? Oh, about you being here? The 2nd generation psionic armor you saw will be announced soon. So it's fine for you to know a little early, because level 2 seconds like you can't leave Arc on your own. Kuro sighed and nodded. That's right. Our enhanced bodies are not allowed to leave this place until we can no longer fight, because we are assets belonging to Arc. John also had to confirm. That's right, and the ones who suddenly get angry are those with a god complex. They're sickos, don't you think? At this point, Kuro thought in a panic. Sergeant Red doesn't seem to realize he's talking about himself. Suddenly, Charlie spoke up, making Kuro turn to look. How's the test going? Read? John immediately replied. Just what I expected from you. Old man, the psionic response rate is very high, but I think you should reduce the amount of dragon material in the system. Increasing power is important, but if it's that sensitive, it will be very difficult to control. Unlike our 1st generation, these kids can summon unpsionic energy as easily as breathing. Charlie then introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm the leader of Team 1, Charlie Smith. Kuro quickly replied, Hello, my name is Kuro. John, next to him, added, This old man is a legend in psionic armor design. Charlie was very humble. The 1st generation was created in a hurry, so it's still quite rudimentary. But the 2nd generation has been much improved. It will become the best equipment. John, beside him, revealed more. It's designed for you guys. I can really control it. Kuro, after hearing this, was filled with determination. I have to wear that armor and enter real battles. Time passed, and it was time to say goodbye. See you later. Kuro, John asked curiously, what will happen to the main armor I tested today? Charlie, beside him, honestly reported, it will be disassembled and recycled by part. Due to its rarity, we are always short on ragged materials. He couldn't help but wonder, why don't you just leave it as is? Who knows? Maybe someone else will wear it. Lee Han was now awake in training. The normal schedule at Arc starts at 5. But I always wake up at 4. 2 draft strategies for matches. Record the special abilities of members, and other things. Of course, I also objectively record my own skills and grade them. My psionic energy is still below average. In other words, it's not very effective. I can't even use the basic telekinesis skills Instructor Wei Chen taught. But I've also discovered an ability that only I have among the kids here. Absolute precision when using psionic energy. Kuro and Simon can use telekinesis to turn a pencil into dust, but they can't write with it. I can dominate everyone when it comes to controlling psionic energy. I have to train harder to refine this precision. Lee Han looked at the clock and confirmed. It's time to go out. The sound of running echoed continuously on the field. The counting sound echoed. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Dmitri also joined in. 1-2. 1-2. He ran over and called out, "Hey, Lehan." Lehan quickly asked, "Dmitri, how was the space rift you saw yesterday?" Dmitri smiled cheerfully and replied, "It wasn't much. It was very sparkly. Great for a date." A space rift is a remnant left behind when the dragon army attacked and the gates closed. Under Grossman's command, the level to seconds were divided into two groups to go see the rifts. They were taught by Grossman. A space rift is a direct connection between Earth and other worlds, and there's a theory that it influenced the emergence of PSY curves. Seeing the rift will be a good experience for you all. There's no danger, so don't worry. It was formed over 10 years ago but hasn't shown any activity since. Lehan asked further, "I heard PSY curves feel strange when they get close to it." Dmitri didn't reveal too much. "You might feel a little dizzy, but it's hard to explain. You're going to see it today. Feel it for yourself. Now, let's do our best at the training ground." After a long, tiring session, Lehan shared the schedule. "We'll assemble at the helipad at Tina. After eating and showering, you can enjoy your free time." Zeus, though tired, couldn't hide his excitement. "It feels like we're going on a field trip soon." They received the order. Dismissed. John approached Lehan. "Nice to meet you. Lehan, if you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to breakfast." He quickly recognized him. "You're John, the captain of Team 10. John replied happily. "I'm honored that you remember me." After silence was defeated, Grossman no longer openly wanted them to lose, but they still lost a few times. Team 10 was one of the few teams that had defeated them. Lehan shared excitedly, "I've always wanted to learn more about your strategy, so I'd be happy to talk." John was very embarrassed. "I'm nothing compared to you." At this time, numerous helicopters were waiting on the field. After a long while, it took off safely. The instructor now shared seriously, "Sinuiju, where we are headed, is one of the 6 places where a spatial gate opened during the first invasion. The dragon army summoned in Sinuiju split into 2 and advanced towards Korea and China. North Korea confronted them with nuclear bombs, but it was ineffective and turned the northern region of Korea into a dead land. The North Korean government was wiped out, and the people crossed the border. The Republic of Korea accepted these refugees while fighting against the invaders, and they still haven't fully recovered from the social and economic chaos of that period." Kasim then realized, "The Republic of Korea is Lehan's home?" He didn't hesitate to admit, "That's right. Jizo and I were born there." After a while, the plane arrived. "We have arrived at Xingwocha," the system then announced, proceeding to the rift, opening rear door. At that moment, a surge of power rushed towards them, making them dizzy. Lehan also gritted his teeth, struggling. What is this pressure? A monster had its mouth open, waiting for them, as if impossible. "I feel like I could be swallowed whole at any moment." The whole group was bewildered. A moment later, the plane landed safely. Qasim felt uneasy and spoke up, "I'm suddenly so tired, even though I didn't do anything." Koro had a similar feeling. "I feel awful." Zeus, next to them, complained wearily, "I want to go back, take a shower, and go to bed early." Lehan silently observed the outside. Then he noticed something. Lehan looked at the plane outside and thought, "If they're Team 4, then that's Team 10. We were flying near them." John also noticed and immediately gave Lehan a thumbs up. He smiled back, but the next second, that plane was hit by some force. Lehan watched with his mouth agape. It just exploded in my drill like that. Lehan was too stunned to react. What was that light? Was Team 10 wiped out just like that? I just met him for the first time this morning. Suddenly, a loud call snapped him back to reality. "Lehan," the instructor urged him relentlessly, "this is an emergency. Your team members are parachuting out. This helicopter is about to explode. I'll send the information to the owner. Hurry up." Lehan quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." And so, he guided everyone to move. They all parachuted out one by one to escape. The instructor checked the situation one last time. "Is everyone ready? Let's go." Lehan immediately confirmed. "Yes, sir." The instructor didn't forget to remind him. "Once you get down, regroup your members and wait for rescue. If your main instructor can't join you, then you take charge." Lehan nodded immediately. "Yes, I understand." Just as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared at the plane. Lehan was also affected by it. The moment he jumped out, the plane exploded. After a tense moment, Lehan was still panting, remembering the instructor who had just lost his life. He couldn't help but grieve. Instructor. Luckily, when Li Han landed, he got caught in a tree branch, so he just hung there. He took a deep breath, then let out a long sigh. Li Han told himself, I have to stay calm. We've been trained for this. There must be some people who are injured or panicking and can't move. I have to find them. Let's go to where the smoke is rising first. Is that where the helicopter crashed? No, it could be Zeus's signal. Li Han quickly took out a sharp knife. Nothing to lose. In a moment, he had cut the rope to climb down. Li Han carefully moved around, searching. Of course, at that moment, he heard a noise from behind. A figure was approaching. Li Han immediately became alert and drew his knife for defense. But when he saw it was a teammate, he let out a sigh of relief. Jizo, why are you here? Jizo explained the situation. While parachuting, I watched our helicopter. I saw you were the last one to jump. In situations like this, you need to find the captain first. Li Han now had a different view of him. I didn't expect him to make such a correct decision in this situation. He's better than I thought. He urged, let's go. We need to regroup with everyone as soon as possible. Jizo also nodded in agreement. Li Han lead the way, instructing, break some branches. Use the knife to make marks too. After a while, they found the burning helicopter. After observing, Li Han could confirm, this is Squad 2. Squad 8 must be on their way. They tried to get closer to check the situation inside. Jizo's face turned incredibly pale. He couldn't help but vomit. If we hadn't escaped, we would have ended up like this. But Li Han just silently observed from a corner. Jizo was suspicious. Is he emotional, Ziz? He's not showing any expression. He asked hesitantly, aren't you affected at all? Li Han explained, this isn't the first time we've seen dead bodies. People die at Ark all the time. Jizo was confused but didn't have much time to care, urging him on. Hurry up, before more people die. However, when he saw the scene before him, Li Han froze. A huge monster was in front of them. Li Han quickly recognized it. A dire wolf. He raised his knife and calmly handled the situation. Jizo, try to find something useful in the helicopter. I'll lure it away. But Jizo was already trembling too much to speak. Can't we run away? Li Han now faced the dire wolf alone. If we turn our backs and run, we'll definitely die. This bastard's range of motion is wider than we thought. We have to kill it. Right here and now. The long tentacles of the dire wolf were constantly extending. Soon, they had wrapped tightly around Li Han's arm. Seeing the situation was not good, he urged, go. Jizo. Receiving the order, quickly ran away. Okay, Li Han had to fight against the dire wolf, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jizo, saying this, was a bit bewildered. Damn it. I want to keep running. But Li Han, on his side, quickly took out his dagger and cut the dire wolf's tentacles. It took him a long time to completely break free. Li Han quickly called out, good, get inside. Of course, the dire wolf, as if enraged, rushed towards him. Now, Li Han was cornered, having to hide behind a tree. It roared madly and swung its claws at Li Han. However, he nimbly dodged. Jizo, standing outside the helicopter, trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, I don't want to go in there. If we keep fighting, we'll die. If I use Li Han as bait and run. He slapped himself hard. Zhong Ji-ho, you idiot. Jizo kept running forward. I'm not a coward who betrays his comrades. On the other side, the dire wolf continued to attack Li Han relentlessly. Jizo also used all his strength to search. Damn it, there aren't even any bullets for the R2. I'll just take it. If it's Li Han. At this moment, Li Han noticed something unusual. The tentacle I cut off just regenerated. Is that it? Just then, a large piece of metal flew towards them. Li Han reacted quickly. Jizo. He's using his skills to control it. Jizo officially joined the fight. Sorry, I'm late. Li Han. The dire wolf now shifted its target to Jizo. Even though it was being attacked by Jizo's psionic energy, it didn't back down. Jizo thought to himself, if it's you, I'm sure you'll watch my actions and react appropriately. You're very smart. The spear was thrown but didn't hit the dire wolf. Now, Jizo was facing it alone. Li Han quickly noticed the spear. Jizo was now knocked to the ground by the dire wolf. The two were very close. Its mouth was now right in front of Jizo. However, the next second, something emerged from the dire wolf's mouth. It was Li Han's dagger. Jizo, having just been in a life-or-death situation, took a long time to react. Luckily, at the moment of life and death, Li Han had dealt with the dire wolf. Jizo used all his strength to push the dire wolf off him. Damn it. Is it dead? Li Han immediately helped him up. Yes. Well done. Jizo. He sighed. I feel like my whole body is shattered. He quickly helped Jizo to a safe place. The rescue team will be here soon. Just wait a little longer. Meanwhile, the remaining members had lit a fire as a signal. Li Han will definitely see this smoke and come here. Korra was very confident. If Li Han were here, no matter what happens, he would handle it well. Zeus also agreed. Yeah, he always makes wise decisions. At this moment, a member from another team remarked, I see that Team 13 really trusts their captain. When you see his combat ability, you understand why they trust him so much. Kuro immediately turned around at the sound. Li Han. But he was mistaken. Oh. No? You're Team 9, right? Not looked at them undasked. There are 6 of you here. Did your helicopter crash too? A member shook his head. No. We were ambushed. Our instructor and captain are both dead. Nut was terrified. Zeus also seemed unwell. Kuro was so shocked his face turned pale. Are we the only ones lucky enough to survive? Just then, 2 figures approached. Did you all encounter a dire wolf? They happily turned to confirm. Li Han. Jizo. Li Han explained to them. There are 3 types of monster tribes. They controlled dire wolves as their hunting dogs. The members of the other team were worried. What do? We don't have any weapons or equipment. Are we going to die helplessly like this? Li Han shouted loudly. Focus. I have a plan. So please, everyone, lend me your strength. Even if the rescue team is on its way. It will take at least 5 hours. We have to build a fortress to hold out until then. 2 hours later, everything was ready. If we were ordinary people, without weapons, we wouldn't be able to do anything. But because we are PSYkers, everything is possible. An argument broke out. Is it okay to light such a big fire? After all, dire wolves have a developed sense of smell and night vision. Now we just have to wait. Not hesitated before asking. Li Han, since it's just the 2 of us, I have to ask. Even if the rescue team comes, what if the signal is lost again? Well, they know the situation here. Li Han answered calmly. Right now, we need to survive first. Let's think about how to execute the strategy effectively. Glanced at him. As expected, he knows everything. Is this battle really so dire? Right now, all ambitions and competitions seem like a joke. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Kurat and Li Han immediately became alert. Kuro and the others were no exception. Even the others picked up their weapons. As soon as Li Han gave the order, Kuro activated his psionic power. Kuro, quickly! The entire area was enveloped in a layer of energy. The others were surprised. Is that Kuro really that strong? Since when? Li Han quickly reported. A monster is approaching from the 6 o'clock direction. Spear throwers. Focus your attack on the charging target. Everyone got into position. Launch with as much powerful energy as you can. Don't think of this spear throw as a defensive action, because that will slow down the spear's speed. Li Han shouted. Launch. Ket also concentrated with all his might. The dire wolf was quickly impaled by them, but its struggle sent Nut flying. Li Han called out worriedly. Nut. He trembled in pain but reassured them. Don't worry. The dire wolf, as if going mad, roared. Its claws also appeared, but the next second, it fell into the trap they had set earlier. Li Han shouted, Kuro, next position. Kuro immediately used his ability to sense. 12 o'clock direction. 2 monsters. Li Han immediately deployed his plan. Zeus, fire barrier. The dire wolf immediately retreated in fear. Li Han noticed something unusual. They stopped. Let's start dealing with the monsters that are bunched up first. The dire wolf now rushed towards them. Advance. Quickly, spears pierced through its body. The roars of the dire wolf echoed throughout the area. Now, only one last one remained. Li Han quickly ordered. Spear thrower team. However, this dire wolf was smarter, causing their plan to not go as expected. Bastard. It's using its back to block the attack. Is it trying to hold out until we run out of spears? So it seems it has some intelligence. Jizo commented. Li Han jumped up and stabbed the dire wolf. I'll tear your mouth apart. He quickly targeted a part to attack its claw. Li Han didn't hesitate and stabbed with all his might. The wolf immediately roared violently. Just then, a spear pierced straight through its throat. Jizo was the one who delivered this blow. Shut up and die. You bastard. Kuro then reminded him. Jizo. Leon also quickly went to pull him away. That's dangerous. Jizo looked at the dire wolf on the ground, bewildered. Damn it. Is it dead? However, at that moment, a beam of energy shot towards them. Luckily, only my clothes got torn. The next second, Jizo fell, making Leon confused. Jizo. Kuro was also apologetic. I'm sorry. I couldn't manage everything. Getting hit by an arrow is better than being attacked by a dire wolf. Leon immediately assigned tasks. If there are bows and arrows, then, Kuro, please locate their position. It's time to send out the surprise attack team, the trump card that Leon had saved until the end. The surprise attack team consisted of 3 people, now all ready with weapons in hand. If we think we've finished everything, the ELU hunters will appear, then use their super psychic abilities to use the board, pretending to fly in the air. Then, when Kuro locates the ELU hunter's position, he will escort everyone there, before they find out and set up a defense. Everyone, wipe them all out. At this point, one member had finished his task. Kuro was also exhausted. His body trembled uncontrollably. I can't use my physical strength anymore. Nut was injured and had to be supported. Only 2 spears were left. Jizo was still unconscious on the ground. Leon was also worried. We've really used up all our strength. If more enemies come, we'll have to run quickly. However, the sounds in the surrounding area continued to appear. Another pack of dire wolves appeared near them. The pack of dire wolves now rushed towards them like hungry tigers. All of Team 13 had now gathered together to fight. Leon astutely realized. They're trying to surround us. Their leader must be somewhere around here. Suddenly, he saw something. White Fang, a more intelligent type of werewolf. That White Fang was baring its teeth angrily at them. Dark energy streams also appeared around Leon's feet. He couldn't help but tremble. This killing intent is freezing me. The number of dire wolves appearing increased. They had completely surrounded the area. Leon was now almost completely immobilized. What should I do? In a moment of crisis, he seemed to see something. Please subscribe to the channel for the latest updates. Leon immediately regained his composure. He used all his strength to break free from the control. I'm alive. Leon turned back to urge the team. Everyone, grab your spears quickly. We just need to hold on a little longer. Kuro, despite his body being exhausted, tried to use his psionic energy again. Just a little more. His body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the pack of dire wolves, along with White Fang, also charged. Leon and Zeus combined perfectly to fight them. The roars got closer and closer. Leon felt the time was right and gave the order. They're here, however. Just then, a bullet of energy was shot down from above. Soon, it created an explosion. The earth-shattering impact also affected Leon's group. He squinted, trying hard to see. At that moment, a person slowly descended. The person wore iron armor, looking like a giant. Seeing that they were still alive, he couldn't help but remark, "It's a miracle that you all held out until now." After some time, they finally returned. Zeus couldn't believe the reality before him. It's truly a miracle. Knut, with his arm bandaged, was speechless. Yeah, a real miracle. Half the core was lost that day, but we survived. Zeus, remembering the armor, was full of admiration. That was amazing, wasn't it? That reed psionic armor. Cut, having witnessed it firsthand, had to admit. Yeah, the werewolves we struggled to kill work it down like butter by it. But you know what? Even though it was scary then, everyone was so happy and excited to have survived. Not astutely noticed Leon's unusual behavior. He couldn't help but wonder. But Leon seems to have been lost in thought. Ever since we returned from the space rift, the petty rivalries between teams and the competitions became meaningless. At the neurology clinic, Kuro called out dejectedly, "Leon, I used to hate you, but I'm so glad to see you're still alive. Like you said, I wasn't ready to kill anyone, or to see others get killed. I've realized who our real enemy is." Leon's hand trembled. The enemy's forces are nothing like ours. We have to get stronger. However, at that moment, the wall was broken by a fist. Leon was startled by the sudden sight. The person quickly announced, "Leon, you have been summoned. Come at once." He could only patch the hole in the wall with a temporary piece of paper. I've temporarily patched it up. But why would they punch through a wall? It turned out the person leading Leon away was silence. This guy is really crazy. After a long while, he asked hesitantly, May I ask who requested this meeting? However, She remained silent and said nothing. Silence lowered her head, tapping something on her watch. Sergeant Reed, stop bothering me. Then, she bluntly gave Li-Han the middle finger. He was shocked by the sight. All right, so she dislikes me because of our last match, huh? Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was an incredibly vast place. He quickly responded when someone called his name. Did you call for me? Sergeant Red? Sitting with him was another person. Li-Han was surprised to see who it was. Simon? John called out impatiently. Stop wandering around like a dog that's lost its bone. Sit down. This is going to take a while. In the briefing room, everyone's expression was tense. A quarter of the level 2 cadets died in this incident, and not in actual combat, but during a training exercise. Alexander Rico, Chief of Staff for the AC, proposed, we must interrogate the Commander-in-Chief and reveal the truth about this severe loss of AC assets. That is the High Committee's final decision. Head Coach Grossman will be assigned full responsibility. Now, let's talk about the incident. The plane's dash cam footage. The attack is suspected to have been planned by the ELU mages. But, what does everyone think? Feel free to speak your minds. They've always targeted werewolves and low-level warriors like the ELU hunters. This time, we initiated the attack, and the ELU mages even revealed themselves. This is the first time that has happened since the war began. The ELU mages also have the ability to open gates. Perhaps the war will begin sooner than the prophecy foretold. Should we awaken the Oracle? At this point, a choice was presented. The only letter remaining in the core files is W. Choose between white and whiskey. Li-Han, Simon, and silence all remained completely quiet. Simon glanced over. Annoyed. A temporary squad for a special mission. Li-Han was also in disbelief. We're on the same team? The only one to give an answer was silence. White. The other two agreed. They'll choose white, too. Me too. However, John made a decision that stunned them. Then this team's call sign will be whiskey. Now, I will brief you on your objective. At the meeting, Alexander had discussed the Oracle. I know having an Oracle now would be good, but there will be a time when we need them even more. What do you think? Sergeant Raid? John had a different opinion. We should put the matter of the Oracle aside for now. But please, grant me the authority to form a special team. Alexander was taken aback. A team? John was fervent. We will capture one alive and torture it. It's the easiest way to get information from the enemy. We will capture an ELU mage in Shenai Ziyu. As soon as they entered, Octo greeted them cheerfully. Welcome. Level the brats. Pick your basic long weapons first. They have serial numbers on them, so remember to return them when you're done. Li-Han examined the weapon in his hand with awe. So, this is a long weapon. As he looked closer, he was bewildered. The color of the spearhead is... Octo walked over and chuckled. The dragon material is absorbing your spirit energy. Simon seemed to have higher standards for his weapon. Are there any other types? Like one with a narrower, longer blade? Octo snapped irritably. You can only special order a weapon when you reach level 3. Kid, you think I can forge one of these every day? Simon could only nod. Right. Then, Octo took out something else. Now for your next piece of equipment. Take these. They looked at the spheres in their hands, confused. This is... Li-Han hesitantly made a guess. A hoverboard? Octo quickly explained. It's a more compact version of a hoverboard. I've removed all functions except for movement. At this point, Li-Han had all his equipment ready. From the protective helmet to the teleportation sphere, along with other weapons. He was ready for battle. As they departed, Octo sent them off with a word of encouragement. Good luck, kids. Meanwhile, at the Sinuju spatial rift, they had gathered at a nearby location. To avoid an ambush, we'll proceed to the operational area on foot from here. The mission is codenamed Mage Hunt. The objective is to capture an ELU mage alive and return. The search formation will be silence. Me, Li-Han, then Simon. Li-Han remained silent. Earlier, he had confronted John. Why'd you add me to this mission? There are many level 3 cadets who are stronger than me. He replied coldly. If I wanted to pick someone with stronger combat skills, I would have. But, from a strategic standpoint, it's different. Your team survived against those monster soldiers without any equipment. That's not your only strength. Most of the cadets who return from the spatial rift are suffering from PTSD. When placed in a harsh environment like a battlefield, one can find advantages. Even the strongest person will eventually break. In that respect, you are truly a monster. At times, I even thought you were a madman. The only thing you lack right now is real combat experience. That experience is why Sergeant Red chose me and Simon. Simon wasn't feeling comfortable either. It was all because of a match where he had observed Lee Han before. Damn it, Lee Han. He even managed to beat a level 3. At that time, Simon had been furious. Silence. Lee Han, I'll show you who's the best. John continued to assign roles. We'll take turns resting. Silence and Lee Han. Simon and I, well, split into 2 teams. Go. In no time, they were organized. Simon and John were on guard duty, while Silence and Lee Han rested. He silently observed his surroundings. That forest is right in front of us. Thinking about it, Lee Han felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't help but remember his teammates. The members of my team who couldn't make it back. I know the chances are slim, but I feel like they're still out there somewhere. Just then, Lee Han heard a noise beside him. It was Silence, who had loosened her leather helmet because it was too hot. But when she realized Lee Han was looking, she quickly put it back on. The space between them suddenly fell quiet. Lee Han understood and suggested, "You look away. Why don't you take your helmet off for a bit?" However, Silence showed no sign of removing it. She then typed something on her watch, and a message quickly appeared on her helmet. IMNOTHOT. Lee Han was speechless. Okay. Hey, well, later. From this point on, communication devices won't work on normal channels. We're switching to the team network. Suddenly, Silence seemed to have spotted something. She immediately reported it. ILU scouts ahead. 2 of them. Silence quickly dodged behind a large tree as they approached. On the other side, John also gave a command. Raise your weapons. Take them out. Silence. Silence used her skill to deal with them swiftly. Flash step. She quickly sent them a message to inform them. John was speechless when he saw it. She even prepared a message in advance. Simon was stunned, unable to believe it. Lee Han couldn't help but think to himself, insane. Her skills are off the charts. It's like she was born for assassination. However, an unusual sound suddenly echoed. Silence quickly ducked to avoid it. There were still 2 more monsters there. Silence was about to raise her sword to finish them, but a voice came through her earpiece. Wait, Silence. Lee Han offered a suggestion. I think it would be better to follow them instead of killing them. John found this interesting and immediately asked, why? If you observe their direction carefully, they are heading towards the rift and their guard is down. They are most likely returning after a reconnaissance mission. John was pleased and praised him. Smart. Good observation skills. Lee Han. Silence. Follow them. We'll be right behind you. Beside them, Simon was so angry he gritted his teeth. He seethed internally. All I could think about was killing them. Lee Han. This isn't over. I will surpass you. At that moment, Silence activated her device. She quickly followed the 2 monsters. The place they arrived at seemed to be some kind of altar. An ELU mage was deeply focused on its task. John immediately asked, see the stone on top of the staff? That's a spirit stone. I'm sure you've learned it about them. Lee Han and Simon realized it at the same time. If that's a spirit stone, it's a gem that can store a massive amount of spirit energy. They must have used it to shoot down the plane. It looks like it's being charged right now, but it's still bright. It could probably fire 1 more shot. The enemy has 1 ELU mage and 6 ELU warriors. 7 in total. Luckily, no werewolves yet. John quickly gave the order. Everyone, rendezvous at Silence's position. Commence Operation Mage Hunt. The ELU mage can teleport. We have to capture before it sees us. Move out. Silence will capture the ELU mage, and we will eliminate the rest. From now on, no mistakes are allowed. Lee Han observed with a hint of doubt. It's as bright as day. What are those things lying over there? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Beneath the altar were the desiccated corpses of team members. Among them was Kasim, Lee Han's teammate. Upon seeing him, Lee Han cried out in agitation. Kasim. On the ground lay the members of Lee Han's team. He was now so enraged that his spirit energy flared uncontrollably. John had to repeatedly call out to him. Lee Han, he observed with concern. His spirit energy is overflowing. Why did he suddenly become like this? If this continues, everyone will be in danger. The ELU mage can detect spirit energy. John tried to reassure himself. It's probably nothing. He then ordered everyone, don't move. Team Whiskey, all units, withdraw. Both Silence and Simon were stunned by the order. Withdraw? John saw that Li Han was inconsolable inside in frustration. I guess I'll have to take care of this damn kid. This isn't enough for it to detect us, as long as no more energy leaks out. But, just as John thought that, a massive surge of energy erupted. It was coming directly from Li Han. John cursed inwardly. Damn it. The EL mage also seemed to sense something was wrong. John leapt forward at the same moment. The EL mage launched its attack. A massive first push towards Li Han. John managed to push him out of the way in time. But that meant he would be the one to take the hit. Li Han witnessed the scene firsthand. In an instant, John was sent flying. The power of the blow was immense. Li Han panicked and shouted, "Sergeant Reid." However, John was still able to ask, "Are you back to your senses now?" It was as if he had been snapped out of a trance. John suppressed his pain and gave an order. "If I can no longer fight, you will take command. Now, go." Trembling, Li Han gave the order. We're retreating. Dimmy covering fire. Simon raised his rifle on command. Silence also darted forward. On their way, slow footsteps emerged. Li Han was supporting the severely injured John. He cursed under his breath. Damn it all. The Yahello mage shouted something in a strange language. Instantly, the warriors charged as if they had received an order. Silence fought back fearlessly, her sword strikes incredibly precise. The warriors then turned their attention to the others. Simon immediately provided cover, firing relentlessly. However, they easily dodged his shots. Seeing this, he suddenly grew tense. Simon unleashed his full power. He used his spirit energy to control a large boulder, then teleported it towards them. Simon attacked with all his might. The boulder struck the warriors. However, he was a bit unlucky as they spotted him. Uncursed under his breath, "I was too slow. Damn it. Are you done yet?" A warrior raised its weapon. But luckily, just in the nick of time, Silence arrived to save him. Simon was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He couldn't believe his eyes. Silence. How the hell did Li Han beat something like that? The EL gestured another command. The warriors stopped their attack and retreated. Simon was bewildered. They've given up chasing us. An unknown amount of time passed. Li Han was still blaming himself. It's my fault. Because of me. The plan. Without hesitation, Silence rushed forward and punched him. Cut off guard, Li Han was sent flying. Simon, seeing that Silence was losing her cool, placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her. That's enough. We can't proceed with the plan anymore. Being stubborn will only make things worse. Simon suggested. We should retreat. But Li Han stubbornly refused. No, we stick to the plan. Silence could no longer remain calm and shrugged off Simon's hand. She walked up and kicked Li Han squarely in the face. Simon rushed over. Silence, I know you're furious, but right now, Li Han is our commander. If you keep this up, I won't let it slide. After hearing that, Silence seemed to calm down a bit. She let out a heavy sigh. Simon then turned back to call out, Hey, Li Han, I'm sure you're aware that everything that happened is your fault, right? If you come up with some half-baked plan, I'll beat you to death myself before we're forced to retreat. I'll decide after hearing your plan. I don't want to admit it, but you're the smartest among the level 2 cadets. Li Han was surprised by these words. He immediately pulled himself together. Stop sulking and listen. Silence. All things considered, the situation actually isn't that bad. Hearing this, Silence's clenched fists began to tremble. Simon was also confused by what Li Han said. Not bad? He nodded firmly. Right. Why did we want to execute this mission quickly? Because of the EL Mage's spirit energy blasts and its ability to escape via teleportation. But we don't have to worry about that anymore. Simon nodded in agreement. You're right about the spirit energy blasts. He used up his last shot. But why do you think he can't teleport anymore? Li Han analyzed the situation for them. For the past 10 years, these things have lived in hiding because they are extremely cautious and cunning. But right now, even though their lives are threatened, they haven't broken formation. The fact is, that mage just tried to drain the last bit of spirit energy from the crystal. The fact is, he had the ELU warriors return to protect him instead of continuing to pursue us. He wouldn't need to do that if he could still teleport. There must be a reason why he can't leave that spot. The area fell silent. Only after Silence gave a slight nod did Simon dare to speak. All right, Li Han, let's hear your plan. In Li Han's hand was the teleportation sphere. Li Han confidently stated his plan. I will capture the ELU mage. I will ambush them from inside the spatial rift. You two will create a diversion from the front. Even if the ELU mage can detect spirit energy. If my spirit energy leaks from a spatial rift, a place that already emits powerful energy, he'll have a hard time detecting me. His vision will also be obscured by the light of the rift. Aiman quickly voiced his concern. You too, besides having your vision obscured. You'll also have to endure the pressure from the rift, right? Can you maintain control under that kind of pressure? If you make a single mistake, you'll die. But Li Han was not worried. I am confident in my ability to control my spirit energy, not to destroy. I'm not saying this to cover for my mistake. I'm saying it because I'm the only one who can do it. Li Han's eyes were more determined than ever. Simon assessed Li Han. He must have seen his comrades in that pile of corpses. HES like a machine, a cold-blooded strategist. But if he saw that and had no reaction, he wouldn't be human. But even in a situation where everything went wrong because of his own mistake, he can still observe the enemy and plan what to do next. It's incredible. That's why Team 13 trusts Li Han so much. Li Han sighed in relief when he arrived. Glad I made it in time. He continuously threw his equipment into the rift. Li Han looked at the sphere in his hand. One wrong move and it's all over. On the other side, Simon timed it perfectly and reported. 15 minutes are up. The watch began a 15-minute countdown. It was time for Li Han to act. Begin the operation. He threw the teleportation spheres out, then leapt down after them. Li Han precisely landed on the spheres, seizing the opportunity. Silence and... Simon charged forward. The ELU mage spotted them. Simon grew tense as he realized the enemy's numbers had increased. More ELU warriors. Did the patrol squad return? Silence remained steady, using her flash step to take down the warriors. Shh. One followed behind, firing continuously. The warriors screamed in pain as they were hit. Silence didn't stop, relentlessly taking them down. Just then, Simon in silence regrouped. Simon suddenly raised his gun and aimed. The bullet grazed past Silence. It turned out a warrior had been about to ambush her, and Simon had taken it out. He gave a slight nod, and Silence understood immediately. Now, Simon could only hope. Come on, Li Han. We can't fail our very first mission. Meanwhile, Li Han was below the rift. A wave of nausea washed over him, making him clench his teeth. Damn it. This feeling again. This is definitely dragon fear. Li Han tried to calm himself. It's just an illusion. Don't hesitate. Li Han bit down hard on his own finger. Despite the fresh blood, he remained determined. However, before him now was a colossal dragon. On the other side, Simon was still fighting. Exhausted, he counted the remaining warriors. Only 2 left. Now, only 2 warriors remained, along with the ELU mage. Simon quickly realized their priority was to protect the ELU mage, so they wouldn't advance. Recognizing this weakness, Simon immediately raised his gun. The ELU mage began to channel some kind of power. A protective shield quickly appeared, covering the 2 warriors as well. Simon realized it instantly. They saw the bullet trajectory and used an external force shield. Good defense. However, a figure had now appeared from behind, but only from the front. It was Li Han, emerging from below the rift. He lunged forward to restrain the ELU mage. The 2 warriors turned in surprise to look, but at that moment, Silence charged in. Flash. With a single slash, she finished off both warriors. A syringe was pressed against the ELU mage's neck. It struggled to escape from Li Han's grip, but he had no intention of letting go. Come on, get in there. Worst case, this thing teleports away. He quickly injected the solution into the ELU mage. Its body began to dissolve. Li Han cried out in panic. No. He watched it vanish before his eyes, growing even more frantic. A blinding white flash. Li Han's jaw dropped in amazement. He stared in confusion at the ELU mage, which had now collapsed in his arms. Did it work? An unknown amount of time passed, and they had now returned. The steady sound of typing echoed. Li Han stood quietly. He watched John over there. It turned out that after the incident, he had lost a leg. John called out impatiently, "Don't just stand there staring. I can wear a prosthetic, and you'll get a disability pension. It's a good enough retirement. Stop apologizing." Li Han hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yes, sir." John didn't forget to praise him. Executing the plan was the right call. Li Han, if you had retreated, my leg would have cried in sadness. Good work. Thanks to you. I finished the strategic report. Now we just need to get the details from our captured friend. Li Han was a bit uncertain. Can we even interrogate a creature from another world? There's someone who can. A mind reader at the AC. John took out a cigarette and revealed. HES the only one who can do it. Li Han looked at the cigarette with displeasure. This is a hospital room. Just then, a figure entered from outside. Silence saw Li Han was there. She understood and started to leave. As if called by John. He said, "We're done talking." Silence. "Come in." Silence quickly asked. "Are you all right?" "Sir." John smiled cheerfully. "I was planning on going on a diet. But now I don't have to since I'm much lighter." Li Han looked at Silence and wondered, is she smiling? Silence just looked at John quietly, but he was able to smile brightly. Li Han was dumbfounded. I'm seeing it with my own eyes, but it's still hard to believe that someone like Sergeant Reed can talk to Silence like that. After a while, John shooed them away. "Get out, you old geezer and you fake ninja. I need to mourn my lost leg in peace." Just then, Silence spoke up apologetically. "I'm sorry for hitting you. If it were me, I would have acted the same way." Li Han immediately explained. "No, I deserved it. I put everyone in danger." Silence encouraged him. "But you overcame it. I can see why Sergeant Reid has such high expectations for you." On the way back, Li Han voiced his thoughts. "I don't think Sergeant Reid is the type to say what he likes and dislikes, but he'll bully you either way. We're here. See you later." Silence. Li Han waved cheerfully. Silence immediately responded. She started typing something again. Then, a small object was tossed at Li Han's head. He understood and turned back. Li Han just smiled and nodded when he saw her message. "Study hard so you can get to level 3 soon, kid." She left with a middle finger. Li Han recalled the match. When Simon had asked, "You can feel the pressure from the rift too, can't you? Can you control a hoverboard in that state? If you make a mistake, we all die." But he had been so determined back then. "I am confident in my external force abilities. The reason I did it was to make up for my mistake, but because I had the highest chance of success." At that moment, Li Han had stood before the rift with absolute confidence. A plane just landed. Countless well-dressed people disembarked. The person leading them was Inspector Du complained with some annoyance. "It's so hot." The entire delegation slowly made its way inside. Soon, an announcement was made. The inspection council has arrived. A line of vehicles had been waiting there for a long time. Alexander immediately gave an order. "Please escort them to the Grand Conference Hall safely." The soldier saluted smartly. "Thank you, sirs, for coming all this way. We will escort you to the Grand Conference Hall immediately. In case you get lost, we have equipped you with these short-range communication devices and a guide map." Inspector Du looked at the watch on his wrist happily. "This is all I need." Just then, someone suggested, "Inspector Du, allow me to escort you." But he bluntly refused. "It's fine. I can manage. An inspector has that right, don't they?" The soldier nodded slightly. "Yes, sir." But inwardly, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it. HES one of those difficult types. Inspector Du had his own thoughts. "Anyway, the information you're about to show us is just for show." He sighed in frustration, which confused the soldier. Inspector Du suddenly turned back and asked, "Where's that brat named Li Han?" An unknown amount of time later, the members of Team 13 were holding a pile of snacks. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Team 13. Inspector Du greeted them cheerfully. "Come on, there's plenty more. So just put it in your bags for now. You're all like my own grandkids, so I'll treat you well." At this point, Li Han showed his disapproval. "Inspector, we need to continue our training." The man nodded regretfully. All right, I won't bother you anymore." Li Han quickly refocused. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We're heading to the firing range." Inspector Du stood there observing. That must be Li Han. According to his level 1 file, there's nothing special about him. But during the tournament, he became famous and achieved great results at the spatial rift. Inspector Du now stood in a corner of the field, waiting. He stretched his arms out wearily. Inspector Du cowled and stopped yawning. "These stubborn brats. There haven't been any competition since the spatial rift incident. The other teams are all on break. Why are these kids still training?" Just then, a sound caught his attention. Inspector Du watched the soldiers come out and wondered, are they done? But reality was not what he expected. Li Han continued to give orders. "Everyone, now we head to the armory." He could only sigh. They really are stubborn. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Inspector Deuce stood on a high platform, observing Li Han. Kuro, you'll be training with me today. Kuro's face turned pale with fear at the suggestion. Li Han was full of energy. Get in position. Kuro. He trembled with fear. Why does Li Han want to spar with me? This doesn't feel like a normal training session. At this moment, Li Han thought to himself, at the spatial rift, I learned a very important lesson. You can't fight in the real world with just spirit energy. Kuro must become a versatile warrior. At level 1, he might be weak because our bodies have already become transcendent. So now, it's just a matter of mental fortitude. Li Han charged towards Kuro. Here I come. Kuro! He was terrified by this immense power. In just a second, he was knocked down. However, Kuro didn't give up. He kept moving his staff to parry the blows. Li Han didn't seem to have any intention of holding back. Kuro's forehead was now covered in sweat. I can't breathe. I thought I was going to die. Li Han swiftly knocked Kuro's staff away. The tip of the staff was pointed directly at Kuro's neck. Even if you can see the near future, you can't win by just defending like this. Li Han refused to give up. Try attacking. Kuro. He couldn't believe it. He as a monster. Kuro quickly regulated his breathing to continue the fight, where he was so tense that he could only squeeze his eyes shut. Then, he charged forward with all his might. Li Han just stood there, motionless. In an instant, Kuro's staff was gone. Li Han quickly corrected his opponent. When you attack, keep your eyes open and hold your spear tightly. Kuro lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, but Li Han seemed to realize he had been too harsh. He softened his tone and advised, Kuro, this time, try attacking me with everything you've got. Kuro was stunned. Even Zeus on the sidelines couldn't believe it. What did you say? The entire training ground fell silent. Li Han called out to Kuro in a serious tone. From now on, I will attack you with everything I have. So, you do the same. Zeus was worried. Just based on weapon skills, Li Han is the clear winner. But not thought otherwise. But if you add spirit energy, it's not so certain. Seeing Kuro still silent, Li Han taunted him. What's wrong? Kuro, are you afraid of hurting me? He lowered his head sadly. I really don't know why you're doing this. I'm sorry. But you must have a reason. I trust you completely. Zeus and the others were stunned. Immediately after, Kuro channeled his spirit energy. So I will do everything you ask. I trust you. Li Han. Li Han was then invited for tea. Alright. Li Han, what brings you here today? Instructor Wei Chen happily offered him a cup. This is oolong tea. Try it. Li Han put on a strained expression and praised it. It's delicious. Thank you, sir. Inwardly, he was screaming. This tastes so weird. Seeing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but pout. Look at him. Such a child. Li Han got straight to the point. Actually, I came here about Kuro. He paused for a moment. Kuro. He described Kuro's current situation. Kuro lacks many offensive techniques. He is quite hesitant in combat. I'm afraid this will get him killed someday. Wei Chen explained gently. People undergo psychological transformations based on the dangers they face. Li Han was a bit taken aback. Psychological transformations? The instructor then elaborated. It's the refusal to harm someone. Even the bravest soldiers sometimes waver when they have to kill someone. But once they've undergone that psychological transformation, they will be able to act. It's indeed a bit cruel to force Kuro to attack someone. But he needs an opportunity. Like that time in the desert when you pushed him past his limits. When he placed his complete trust in you. Now, Kuro was using his spirit energy to activate his combat abilities. Li Han understood what Wei Chen meant. So this is a person's psychological transformation. Zeus was now furious. Kuro, that bastard. He won't listen to reason. Was hesitant. Should we stop them? From his high vantage point, Inspector Du was also shocked. Incredible. Truly incredible. Is this the power of an A rank? Li Han wasn't worried at all. In fact, he welcomed it calmly. This is unbelievable. How should I handle this? Should I do what Kuro is doing? Zeus realized with concern. Now Kuro can easily see all of Li Han's moves. Not beside him. Agreed. It'll be very difficult to attack him now. Kuro quickly used his power to control the stays. Li Han showed no signs of backing down. He successfully caught the staff thrown by Kuro. However, Li Han couldn't help but acknowledge. Even though this was thrown with psychokinesis, it's as powerful as when I throw with my physical strength. Both Zeus and Knut were speechless. So he just had to catch it instead of dodging? It sounds simple. but not many can do it. Li Han continued to taunt him. You only threw one spear? Are you underestimating me? You need to do more than that. Kuro's grip on his spear tightened unconsciously. Kuro, in the end, you'll have to attack me. Stop avoiding it. Attack me with the spear in your hand. This time, Li Han charged forward. Block this. Here I come. Kuro continuously moved his staff to attack but Kalden hit Li Han. He then reminded him. You don't have many weapons left. Kuro, he decided to pour all his strength into one final attack. Li Han could clearly feel it now. He quickly took off his jacket, then used it as a tool. He successfully deflected Kuro's power. Even so, Li Han's footsteps faltered. He didn't give up and continued to charge forward. Kat and Zeus cheered enthusiastically from aside. ACS using his power on the jacket to push the spears aside. Raise your spear and fight. Kuro. But facing Li Han's determined gaze, Kuro flinched slightly. However, a second later, he composed himself and charged. Li Han didn't hesitate and broke Kuro's staff. The two now stood face to face. But suddenly, Li Han raised his hand and flicked Kuro hard on the forehead. Li Han praised him with satisfaction. It's good that you can keep your eyes open when you attack. Kuro. He even cheerfully patted Kuro on the head. Zeus Kalden stopped shouting. So cool. Pet beside him also yelled. What a fighting machine. Kuro, you need to try harder. Li Han also gave his honest feedback. Kuro, your E's still too green. When you threw all the spears at once. Why did you aim them all at a single point on my body? If you had thrown them in random directions, it would have been harder to dodge. I might have been hit in the arm or leg. Kuro explained apologetically. I was afraid I would actually hit you, and I didn't expect you to use your jacket to block them like that. Li Han could only sigh. Seriously, Inspector Du now had a different opinion of Li Han. Li Han, HES, even better than the rumors. I'm sure he'll bring great things to the AC in the future. This is something the AC never told me. He slowly walked down, then made a proposal to Li Han. Could you spare a little of your time for me? But he remained silent. After a long while, the two were talking privately. Li Han asked, You want to know what happened at the spatial rift? I've included everything I know in the report to the council. Inspector Du shared honestly. I just wanted to hear it directly from you. Come on, sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Get ready. Li Han, Inspector Du was very confident. My special skill has been honed through dozens of negotiations. Super expression, not psychokinesis. I see. If I agree with you at a certain point or if an action of yours is truly astonishing, you'll feel comfortable and unconsciously say something you didn't intend to. What a crazy idea at the time. Absolutely brilliant. I almost had it. What happened next? Li Han was confused. What do you mean? What happened next? Inspector Du asked hesitantly. That's all the information reported so far. There's nothing else to the story? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. All the details are in the report. Completely expressionless. He really is a tough kid. Finally, Li Han bowed. He'll be going to train some more now. Inspector Du had to relent. All right then. Li Han smirked to himself. I was ordered to keep it a secret. No matter what. You won't get any information from me. Inspector Du. Just then, Inspector Du took out his phone. He looked around very cautiously, then dialed a number. Investigate Li Han for me. From the spatial rift incident until now. Report every piece of information you can find to me immediately. Early the next morning, Li Han continued his training. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. The other squads were raining with him. 1, 2. 2. 1. 2. Dimitri was also full of energy. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. He struck up a conversation. Hey, Li Han. Li Han replied cheerfully, working as hard as ever. Huh. Dimitri? Dimitri then revealed, I have to give it my all, no matter what. See that guy over there? HES, an inspector from Russia. And HES been following us for days, making us really uncomfortable. He keeps harping on about fighting for the motherland, even after the war with the dragons is over. Li Han was bewildered. After the war with the dragons? What is he saying we'll be fighting? The AC will be disbanded after the war. Both teams were still jogging tirelessly. Dimitri suddenly whispered, Li Han, the higher-ups want to start a war to take over the world. After we defeat the dragons. Li Han froze upon hearing this. Zeus was training intensely. This time, his opponent was Kuro. Li Han just stood in a corner, watching. He said nothing, but his mind was in turmoil. This is so confusing. Even after defeating the greatest enemy humanity has ever faced, peace still has to come. Suddenly, the door opened, and Inspector Du walked in. He smiled triumphantly. Li-hon, I finally found you. The period you were missing from the AC after the Shanraju incident. It's clear that during that time, you were involved in a secret mission. All the members of Team 13 stopped to watch. Inspector Du was very confident now. I will turn that rumor into fact today, even if it means frightening you. At first, Team 13 was confused, but a second later, they received some kind of notification. Their demeanor changed instantly. Inspector Du was a bit bewildered by this scene. He saw Li-hon glaring at him. Li-hon, what is this? The bodyguards behind him immediately drew their guns. However, Kuro used his spirit energy to restrain them all. Their hands were twisted in an instant, and they all cried out in pain. Li-hon said in a stern voice, "We must protect you immediately." Inspector Du stammered, "Why didn't you explain anything first?" He continued mechanically, "We have received our orders. Please cooperate." Inspector Du was still confused. But why? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The next second, the ceiling began to collapse. Li-hon immediately made an announcement. Enemy attack. Attack warning. Protect the surrounding inspectors immediately. Inspector Du can't help but wonder. Why are they targeting the inspectors? Could there be an insider? Li-hon began assigning tasks. Zeus, I'm entrusting the inspectors to you. Shizo and Knut, grab your weapons. Kuro asked curiously. Who are the enemies? The Yahello? Li-hon thought for a moment before answering. Probably humor. Now, Inspector Du and his two bodyguards were tied up and sitting neatly on the field. Each person gets the magazines. That's 60 rounds. Li-hon and his team checked their weapons. He quickly asked, how many people does each of you have to protect? Squad 1 immediately reported, 4. Next was Dimitri, 2. Then Simon, 6. Inspector Du, watching from a corner, thought to himself, the other squad leaders completely accept Li-hon as their commander. It makes sense. His experience and achievements are truly outstanding. Li-hon quickly thought, the place with the most tactical advantage for us is. He then gave the order, all squads, assemble at Simulated Arena 4. Bring all your equipment. They quickly departed after that. The entire team carried weapons to protect the inspector. Li-hon suddenly asked, do you know anything about the enemy? Inspector? Inspector Du remained silent. After a moment, he continued, it seems you knew something when I let you read the message. Also, I don't think you're the insider. Inspector, the man just smirked. The purists, that's what they call themselves. Zeus was also curious. The purists? Inspector Du then explained. There's a group of people who don't consider science to be human and want to kill them. They operate based on religion and fear of the new human's incredible power. Nut suddenly cried out, the dragons will invade in 3 years. And they still want to kill us? Inspector Du added, they believe that Saiyans are what caused the dragons to invade in the first place. They believe that if they kill all the Saiyans, the dragons will disappear. Of course. It's all lies. Saiyans appeared after the gates opened. Just then, a helicopter arrived. A man with a scarred face saw them and became agitated. Found them. The monsters who oppose God. The helicopters quickly launched their attack. Those below immediately returned fire. In an instant, the entire area descended into chaos. Gunfire echoed everywhere. The purists were closing in. Li-hon's group immediately raised their guard. They're getting closer. Li-hon was concentrating with all his might. Smoke and fire filled the air. They had to move with extreme caution. An enemy aircraft had crashed nearby. Li-hon asked, they're likely still alive. Can you count how many were on board? Nut replied immediately, about 4. He had his own reason for passing through this area. The reason I wanted to cross the simulated battlefield with its many shelters is because I want to avoid a fight as much as possible. Li-hon closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. He quickly assessed the situation. Li-hon gave a decisive order. Everyone, get ready. Now, what we have to do is slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted continuously. The purists were hit one after another. The soldiers also attacked with all their might. Just then, the leader ducked to take cover. A dead purist lay on the ground. He dragged his comrade's body up and used it as a shield. He began to fight back. A soldier on their side was injured after he opened fire. The leader shouted, the earth belongs to humans. You monsters don't belong here. Li-hon's face darkened as he declared, what we need to do now is kill. Zeus remained silent. Jizo did the same. Inspector Du watched them quietly. Right now, most of them are useless. Except, perhaps, for one kid, only Nut remained steadfast. Suddenly, Lee-han called out, "Nut, let's go." Inspector Du watched them leave and thought to himself, those bastards are much stronger than regular people trained on a battlefield. But there's still one difference. When it comes to killing people, their opponents are veterans. Just then, something metal in his hand began to glow. Meanwhile, Lee-han and Nut were scouting ahead. He asked again, "Can you do it?" Lee-han turned to look at his teammate with trusting eyes. Nut seemed to gain strength from it. "I'll pretend they're deer and shoot them down. We'll die if we don't kill them, right?" Lee-han's expression suddenly darkened. This brings back some bad memories. Back then, in Seoul, South Korea, the sounds of pursuit echoed endlessly. "Stop right there, you little brat." It was pouring rain outside. His small feet kept running forward. Lee-han clutched the fruit in his hands, refusing to let go. The man behind him chased relentlessly. At that moment, the traffic light turned red, but Lee-han showed no intention of stopping. A child's strength was no match for an adult's, and he was quickly caught. But Lee-han still struggled to break free. Just then, the train arrived. Lee-han landed a powerful kick to the man's face. The man was sent flying. The train sped past right in front of Lee-han. At that moment, the man was no longer alive. Lee-han was terrified by the sight, and that bag of apples became an unforgettable memory. Back to the present, Lee-han was still leading the way. After confirming the situation, he raised his hand to signal. The two of them quickly stopped. Lee-han took out the teleportation sphere again. In a corner somewhere. Now, only a set of moving clothes remained. Gunfire rang out continuously but seemed to have no effect. The purist was bewildered. What's happening? But he didn't know that Nut was already behind him. This was when the sphere came into play. Nut charged out, firing relentlessly at them. In an instant, a purist was injured. The other one saw this and yelled in anger. Gamut. Just as he was about to charge, he took a shot to the head. It was Lee-han, who had been lying in ambush nearby for a long time. He aimed with perfect accuracy. Just then, Cut began to tremble uncontrollably. He was trying to calm himself. Damn it. I have to aim properly. The injured purist curled up on the ground in pain. Damn it. Cut was so scared he didn't dare to open his eyes. The purist was also trembling now. But Nut tried his best. Open your eyes. The purist tensed up, facing him. Finally, he fired the shot. Lee-han walked over and gently called out, "Cut." He nodded immediately. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, with Inspector Du's group, Koro was trembling uncontrollably. Inspector Du noticed, "This kid is having a panic attack. I wonder if he could even kill an ant. Where is he even looking?" Somehow, he had managed to annoy himself. Suddenly, a shout was heard. They're here." Inspector Du was confused. "Huh? What's here?" Koro tried to suppress his trembling. "If I don't shoot them." Inspector Du now heard a noise as well. It turned out a purist had appeared there. Koro quickly shouted, "Everyone, get down." Sush reacted immediately. Jizo's gun was suddenly snatched away. The person was none other than Inspector Du. He fired relentlessly at the purist. He was taken care of in an instant. Suddenly, Koro realized his gun was also missing. It turned out Inspector Du had already finished the job. Just then, another one appeared from the corner. In a critical moment, Kuro used his spirit energy to move a metal door, blocking the bullets for Inspector Du. He aimed carefully and fired back at the man. The door then fell with a heavy thud. Inspector Du immediately asked, "Are they all gone?" Kuro nodded in confusion. Yes." The man didn't forget to praise him. "Even though you can't shoot, your spirit abilities are incredible." Lee-han had just returned. "Is everyone all right?" Inspector Du returned the gun to Kuro. "You're a smart kid, so I'm sure you understand the current situation, right?" Lee-han gave a slight nod. He quickly gave the order, "Keep moving." But a moment later, an explosion was heard. A group of people had been waiting there for a long time. The purist leader was looking ahead. They had just blown up a cellar door. He quickly gave the order. "The rat hole is finally open. Let's clean them out." The leader loudly proclaimed, "The AC is deceiving the world. The dragons will not invade Earth again. It's been 10 years since they disappeared. What these bastards are plotting after training their science is to rule over us. With this new species called science, they are plotting to dominate humanity. Let the purge begin. For humanity." Meanwhile, at Simulated Arena 4, Li Han and his group had been there for a while. All the level 2 soldiers had gathered. An inspector shouted angrily, "You bastards! Who do you think we inspectors are? You think you won't face consequences for treating us like this? Once we get back," Simon mercilessly grabbed him by the collar. "Shut your mouth before you get killed. Don't you understand why you're tied up? Old man, a traitor among you set this whole thing up. I damn traitor. And because of that traitor, I had to kill someone. I've never felt so disgusted in my entire life." The inspector was so scared his limbs trembled. Li Han quickly came over to calm him down. "That's enough, Simon. Our mission is just to guard these inspectors." Simon listened to him and let the man go. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he walked away. Zeus found it strange. That arrogant Simon. HES listening to Li Han that easily. At the same time, at the level 1 weapons training facility, fresh blood ran down onto the floor. Instructor Wei Chen had just dealt with a purist. His forehead was also covered in sweat. On the field, countless purists had been dealt with. The cadets behind him were screaming in fear. Wei Chen spoke into his comms with a trembling voice. "Li Han, outside." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Li Han led the group, running forward, because he knew that those bastards were targeting the level 1's headquarters. Earlier, Wei Chen had reported, "Li Han, these bastards have reached the shelter. Based on the distance, only the level 2 seconds can intercept them. I'm entrusting this to you." Li Han sensed the urgency and ran faster. Besides the instructors in command, it's just level 1's cadets. If we're late, they're all dead. At the headquarters, gunfire rang out continuously. Another person was taken down by the purists. The leader spoke. "This is annoying. The layout of this place is too complicated. There's a door over there. Delta, Alpha. Have you found anything?" The other side quickly reported back. "This is Delta. We're still searching. This is Alpha. After breaching the shelter, we detected hostiles behind us, preparing to engage." Li Han's group was almost there. He raised his gun and called out, "We're out of time. We have to face them head on. None of them are using heavy weapons. Simon, can you block them?" Simon nodded in agreement. "Let me show them. Fire on my signal." Li Han turned to the others. "Simon will take the lead. Everyone, get behind Simon." And just like that, the battle began. Fire! Simon, at the front, unleashed his power. He timed it perfectly and ordered. Shoot! Massive streams of energy immediately appeared. The purists were completely bewildered. What is that? Hey, they were hit one after another. Even while wounded on the ground, they didn't stop cursing. "You monstrous freaks. You should be eradicated from this world." Nut gritted his teeth. "You're the ones who are monsters." Li Han patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Calm down." Nut. "We still have enemies inside." Nut froze for a moment. Li Han turned to the rest. "And you. I'm forming a temporary task force with this number of members. Because we're all quite similar. Keep one thing in mind." Li Han's face darkened. He thought to himself, "The price of being controlled by my emotions is etched into my very bones. I will not repeat that mistake." Li Han warned them sternly. "From this moment on, you must set aside all emotions. If you can't do that, the entire task force will be wiped out." Li Han had planned this carefully beforehand. "We know the terrain here better than them, so deploying our forces here won't be a problem. Squad leaders should move out with their teams." They immediately assembled into their respective squads. Dimitri suddenly stopped. He walked over and asked, "Hey, Li Han, I have something urgent. It'll be quick. Can I do it now?" "I'll hand over my responsibilities to my vice captain. I have to go confirm something." Li Han nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, Dimitri." Meanwhile, in another room, a body lay on the ground. Dimitri's face darkened. He shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you doing here?" The former captain of Squad 5 was surprised. Dimitri shouted, "You're grabbing one of your own. Snap out of it." But he didn't seem to listen. "My own? You think the AC is on our side? I don't know if you're aware of this, but you'll be deployed to fight in the real world when you enter your 3rd year." Dimitri remained silent. The former Squad 5 captain seemed to have gone mad. During one mission, I was so scared and desperate. It was like my instincts and intuition were screaming that I couldn't possibly defeat it. Dimitri frowned at him. Dragon fear. Finally, the former captain let go of his victim, and the AC ordered me to take it down. The AC sees us as disposable pawns. And I was a faulty pawn, but throwing me away was still too wasteful. So, what do you think they did? Recycle me. They wanted to do that by tying me down and injecting neural-controlled rugs into my brain. You think the AC is the only place like this? Our motherland. The invaders. They're all the same. Their only purpose is to use or kill us. Protecting humanity under these circumstances is just not worth it. Dmitri just chuckled. The former captain was bewildered by his reaction. Dmitri bluntly put his gun down. I don't like the AC either, but I have a family to protect back home. You understand? So the first thing I'm going to do is beat the shit out of that dragon. And after that, he'll take down any bastard who gets in my way. The purist leader was monitoring closely. Looks like Alpha Team is done for. Easy. Delta. Hostiles. Alpha Team. Delta Team. The enemy is heading your way. Please take care of them for us. He slowly loaded his gun. He'll use this gun to take them all out at once. Now, the signals showed they were getting even closer. Lehan's group was surprised when they entered. I can't believe the AC has a place like this. How did they know about it when we didn't know a thing? As expected. The only way to look at this is that there's a traitor among the inspectors. Suddenly, Lehan noticed something. Right beneath their feet. Someone had set a trap. Lehan immediately stopped them. Wait, it's a trap. He couldn't help but regret it. Should I have let Kuro come with us? In a corner, the purist leader was watching them. They quickly broke down the door. Found them, wiped them all out. However, one of them hesitated. But they're just kids. They're not even armed. But the leader's attitude remained firm. I know that. Private, get rid of your compassion. In the future, those monsters will try to lord over our descendants. The children were now so scared they couldn't stop crying. The soldier held his head in agony. This is insane. It's nothing short of a massacre. But because he hesitated for too long, he was dealt with. Killing children? It was none other than the leader. Even as he died, the soldier had tears in his eyes. Future generations will decide for themselves whether this was right or wrong. In just doing what I have to do. On Lehan's side, they were suddenly attacked. Nut was unfortunately injured, which worried him. Nut. The two of them immediately dragged him to safety. Then Lehan continued. Simon, let's go. The two of them fought together against the purists. The numbers were heavily skewed against them. Lehan was bewildered, because he recognized the weapons in their hands. Those are grenade launchers. Simon was also stunned. I don't have enough time to raise a shield. Lehan immediately used his spirit energy to block it. This is bad. Even with a shield, we won't be able to block this. However, he struggled. I have to imagine myself catching the grenade with my bare hands. And like that, I'll have to. Lehan used all his strength to throw it back at the enemy. The purists were momentarily confused. A second later, an explosion rang out. They took that opportunity to charge forward. Lehan fired relentlessly. Soon, the purists had fallen. One of them had a watch on his wrist. It suddenly made a sound that caught Lehan's attention. Delta Team. This is Easy Team. Lehan's face darkened. The voice on the other end announced. The central area has been cleared. Proceeding to Sector D. Dmitri was sent flying. He was no match for the former captain of Squad 5. Dmitri had no chance to counterattack. The former captain threw him around like a sandbag without any mercy. Then he slammed him to the ground. Dmitri immediately coughed up blood. The former captain now grabbed an iron bar, preparing to finish Dmitri off. After all that explaining, you still don't get it? Each of us has an opponent that we can't defeat, no matter how hard we try. Dmitri had now lost consciousness. The man attacked with all his might, but Dmitri seemed very calm. The former captain was also taken aback. Dmitri was now protected by a stream of energy. I still don't understand how I could lose to a coward like you. Nut was injured and sat in a corner to recover. He remembered old memories. Attention. Zeus had introduced him back then. Lehan, you know that guy, right? HES, the one who came from Class B. Lehan nodded. Of course. HES, the talent our squadron has been looking for. Expectations. Am not worthy of such things. Regret. So what? Am sorry. We don't have enough resources to send a squad to help you evacuate right now. Wait for us here. Then, they left to continue fighting. Nut now felt even more remorseful. At the same time, at Simulated Arena 4, the purists were still attacking. They fired relentlessly. The remaining members were also completely focused. Suddenly, a purist prepared to throw a grenade. They immediately shouted, "Grenade at 12 o'clock." Someone immediately used their spirit energy to control it. Luckily, It exploded in my draft. The purists now panicked. Our weapons can't do anything to them. Damn it. Has the air support arrived yet? We're out of time. The frontline squadron is about to be wiped out. The other AC members will be here soon. If we had an airstrike on them, we could kill all those monsters. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed. Li Han's plan worked. We don't even need to aim at the enemy here. If we calmly prevent them from getting close and hold out like this, reinforcements will be here soon. In a corner, the sound of a cutting torch could still be heard. A subordinate ran over in a hurry. Emergency. The enemy is rapidly approaching us via the shortest route. It seems they used Delta. But the leader was still very confident. Even though they're young, their bodies are completely different from ordinary people. I thought they were just a bunch of scared kids. But it seems they didn't fall into a panic when they saw the area cleared by Delta. Li Han and his group were rushing forward. Everyone was extremely tense. Li Han opened his watch to check it again, then gave the order, stop. They were now just a corner away from the enemy. Easy, squadron. Li Han's squadron. Li Han tried to speak as quietly as possible. He'll explain the plan. Outside, the planes were being shot at relentlessly. Explosions also echoed everywhere. The entire sky was filled with smoke and fire. Target alert, first automated bomber is moving towards simulated Arena 4. Simon heard this and asked, "You're going to climb into the ventilation duct?" Li Han nodded. These ducts are connected to the inside of the room. He'll get inside before those doors are opened, through the vent, and aim for their backs. Simon was still hesitant. We still don't know if the metal plates of the vent are bulletproof, and if you approach from behind to distract them, the chance of dying is still very high. But Li Han was out of options. But we really don't have any more time. Just then, someone approached. I only heard half the plan, but I think I can help. Li Han was very surprised. Not your leg. Nut smiled wryly. As you can see, Simon now realized. Is it because of the effect of a healing element? No, that ability suits you. Nut happily accepted the compliment. Thanks for the praise. Nut quickly climbed into the vent. It's wider than I thought. He was thinking seriously. Outside, Li Han gave clear instructions. Simon and I will go first. Once their attention is diverted by Nut, we will attack simultaneously. Li Han quickly peeked around the corner. The noise from the duct caught their attention. The noise from above grew louder. The leader immediately ordered, "There's something up there. Open fire." Nut panicked and quickly dodged. Below, Li Han urged, "Hurry up." They immediately charged forward. Gunfire towards the vent continued relentlessly. Li Han took the opportunity to open fire as well, and the purists were hit one after another. The leader was still in a frenzy. Just then, unactivated his spirit energy, creating a protective barrier in front of them. An explosion rang out. Nut fell down. The leader immediately asked, "Did we get them?" "The door is open. Move in. Now." Li Han saw the situation was bad and shouted, "Don't let them in. Everyone, move now." Nut slowly got up. "Where do you think you're going? You bastards?" Both Li Han and Simon were stunned. The purists were similarly shocked. Nut's recovery ability had kicked in. Do you have any idea how annoyed I am? Always getting injured at the most important moments. Thinking him weak or a burden to everyone. This is amazing, isn't it? That's right. What? A healing element has to be at least this strong, right? Outside, the sound of planes flying by was continuous. Kuro clutched his head in pain, which also panicked Zeus. "Kuro!" His eyes glowed brightly. Fragmented images suddenly appeared. Above them was a bomb. Kuro only had time to look up. "Li Han, I'm glad you're not here." Immediately after, there was a terrifying explosion. The giant plane in the sky relentlessly dropped bombs below. What is that? Panic shouts echoed. Bombs? Missiles are being deployed. The cries for help grew louder, making the atmosphere even heavier. Do something. We're going to die. Suddenly, a thought flickered to life. Life in the AC is hard, but I'd rather be here than go back to the life I had before. Kuro thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Li Han. This is to repay you. I'm so glad you're not here right now. You shouldn't die in a place like this. His eyes widened as he looked at the sky. If you were here right now, in his mind, Kuro was almost certain of one thought. You wouldn't give up. The distant thought just faded. Kuro unleashed a powerful burst of energy. The people behind him were blinded by the light. One of them gasped in amazement. What is that? A giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky. A hand. That hand spread out as if to catch all the bombs that were in freefall. The warheads collided with the invisible force from Kuro's hand and war stopped. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred. It destroyed everything around, along with the screams of the people. One of them trembled and thought, "I've never heard of someone who could wield spirit energy like this. The scale is unbelievable." Another cowed and hid his malice. "They are a bunch of cruel bastards who don't deserve to exist." His eyes were filled with hatred and evil thoughts. "At least if I can get out of this." A second later, he pulled a pistol from his pocket. The muzzle was aimed directly at Kuro, who was struggling to hold his ground. In another room, Lee-han's group was trying to wake someone up. "No, wake up." Knut opened his eyes in a daze after being injured. Lee-han looked at his confused face and couldn't help but ask, "Knut, can you hear me? What's my name?" Knut sat up and answered quickly, "Yuri Lee-han." M5. Lee-han looked at him with worried eyes. "Knut." He immediately questioned Knut's actions. "In the end, it all ended well. But you were reckless. Even if you did discover your own power." He couldn't justify himself at that moment. "I just said it. I'm fine. Are you lecturing me again?" He helplessly pulled him up and announced, "All right. Anyway, with this, the level 1 evacuation zone has been cleared." Immediately after, reports came flooding in. Level 1 evacuation zone has been secured. Sector A has been secured. On this side, there was also good news from the recent battle. Sector B has been secured. Sim has been secured. Simulated Arena 4 has been secured. 3 days later, on the roof of a tall building, Inspector Du approached from behind and asked, "How are you doing?" Squad leader Lee-han. He replied somewhat seriously, "I'm fine. It's just that for the first 2 nights, I couldn't sleep without medication." Inspector Du smoked a cigarette while listening to him. "Some are still in serious condition. They're breaking glass and throwing things for no reason." Lee-han couldn't help but remark, "It's too difficult to stop the evil intentions of humans. Through this mission, we've seen the countless casualties of the level 1 second. They don't even have the power to protect themselves, just like us a few months ago." His eyes lit up, combined with a fierce expression. "Those bastards treated us like animals and slaughtered us without a second thought. But it seems they're just human, like us. They say they're afraid of being oppressed by science. This situation is probably why." Inspector Du, with the cigarette burned down to his lips, didn't dare to move. Lee-han returned to his normal state. He lowered his eyes slightly and whispered, "But I don't want to become a monster like that." Under Inspector Du's gaze on the deep blue sky, his voice rang out clearly. "Humans shouldn't kill each other. It doesn't matter what the reason is. It just shouldn't happen." The man was quite surprised to hear Lee-han say that. He showed no expression after his words. It took a moment for Inspector Du to reply, "I don't know if the person standing behind me is really a teenager." He unconsciously smiled strangely and said, "I was terrified when I witnessed Kuro's power. I don't even remember throwing away my cigarette, but Yuri's scary in a different way." Lee-han briefly thought about this. Inspector Du broke the short silence again. "Thank you for saving Kuro." Lee-han didn't think it was a big deal in reply. It was nothing. It turns out there really was a traitor among the inspectors. Remembering the situation gave Inspector Du a headache. Or I didn't think they would cause so much damage. They targeted the day with the fewest active personnel. He rubbed his chin and announced, "Now the inspection committee won't say anything about the AC anymore." Then, as if realizing something, he quickly stopped. Inspector Du stood before Lee-han and made a judgment. "You must dislike adults because they only care about personal gain in the bottom line. Even though everything will be meaningless if we lose to the dragons." He spoke at length and concluded with a question. "Humans are always logical and rational. We repeat the same mistakes, even when we know the consequences. Where do you think we'd find an enemy, if not for the dragons?" Lee-han replied with a serious face when he heard the next words. "Each other." Then Inspector Du turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "I'm also acting for the future of the country. I know it's difficult, but one day, you'll understand." He didn't linger, just gave him a wave. Lee-han lowered his eyes in deep thought. He looked in a specific direction with an unreadable expression. Then Lee-han spoke, making Inspector Du's group turn pale. "What a cowardly excuse. If you know it's a mistake, you shouldn't repeat it." They turned back, but in the end, could only utter a few words. "You really are scary." In a room, a projector magnified the image of one person and 3 children. 2 disasters after the suppression incident have left a terrible mark on the AC. The bag on the floor contained the projector. Li Han calmly slung it over his shoulder and walked away. Most of the cadets are dead. Only half survived. Akar drove past the building, highlighting the bright sunlight. He walked slowly through the deserted hallway. All surviving Level 2S cadets have been scheduled for routine psychological therapy. Finally, his footsteps were blocked by another person. A mysterious man wearing a skull mask stood before Li Han. He met the man's gaze with a tangle of thoughts, and I became the only one to advance to level 3. The masked man stared silently at Li Han. He looked back curiously in the quiet atmosphere. In the end, he was the one to speak first. Is something wrong? Li Han watched the masked man's measuring gesture and slowly understood. My height? Come to think of it, when did I get this tall? Just as their faces were close. They both froze. The masked man turned away abruptly without a word. Li Han was surprised and awkwardly raised his hand to call out. Wait! But the masked man didn't stop and just got farther and farther away. Scene changed to level 3. Area I8. Li Han noticed a figure moving ahead. His eyes fell on the nearby sign. Siancor. Johnny appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Exactly. Here, we don't distinguish between first-generation or second-generation science. We call everyone PC Siancor. He generously extended his hand in greeting. Johnny Swartz. And you are? Li Han replied politely. Li Han. Sir. Johnny had trouble pronouncing it. Richard? He had to repeat it slowly. It's Li. Sir. He didn't see any issue and just went with it. Right. Richard. Nice to meet you. Johnny quickly noticed the masked man still waiting not far away. Your senior is waiting. Well then, good luck. Rookie. The strong pat on the shoulder forced Li Han to reply. Thank you. Then he and the masked man went to another room. Looking inside, Li Han was stunned. It's so big. He was immediately lost in his thoughts. This room is at least twice the size of my room in the level 2 dorms. The masked man was direct. Just leave your luggage in the room and let's go get breakfast. A while later, they arrived at the cafeteria. The chefs were intently preparing delicious-looking food. The kitchen seemed crowded and busy. The two carried their trays, following the masked man's instructions. You can eat whatever you want here, as long as you like it. Japanese, Chinese, we have it all. Li Han was a bit flustered and told the masked man. I'm Korean. You don't need to wait in line for food here. It's just that I'm not used to the atmosphere here. It's so different from the strict discipline of level 2. He quickly filled his plate, not forgetting to ask. I don't know anything about Korean food, but they eat white rice too, right? Li Han gently corrected him. It's not that I'm craving Korean food, it's just that I haven't had a proper meal in a while. But it seems you're eating a lot of sweets. The masked man gave a very reasonable explanation. Science need to consume a lot of sugar. You know, especially since spirit energy requires the user's brain to be constantly active. I have to eat all this to have enough energy. Li Han, sitting next to him, froze for a moment after hearing that, then understood. He looked down at a steaming bowl of rice and couldn't help but think. A meal with rice reminds me so much of the old days. His mind drifted off into deep thought again. Seeing the masked man's sparkling eyes, Li Han couldn't help but ask, what is it? A series of questions and answers followed. You know how to use chopsticks? Yes. Chopsticks are considered a mystery of the world in the West. You know, I heard they even use them to find things or catch flies. Hearing this, Li Han froze on the spot. Huh? The masked man quickly explained. In Enter the Dragon, there's a scene where a character catches a fly with a pair of chopsticks. I've watched that movie more than 10 times. Li Han was curious. So your mask is also from a movie, right? He answered with renewed enthusiasm. Exactly. This mask is the face of a cyborg with the designation C3 from the movie Killer Destroyer Machine. But I had the AC modify it a bit before assembling it. He was also quite resigned and said flatly, I see. After the meal, the two quickly moved on. Just then, a man recognized Li Han and asked, Are you the rookie who just leveled up? The man introduced himself without hesitation. I'm Master Lao Cha. It's a pleasure to work with you. Rookie. Li Han quickly replied with a military salute. I'm Li Han. Sir. He seemed to recognize the man's rank and said, Master Sergeant Lao Cha. He couldn't help but offer some praise. Good observation. I'm not a PC, so I still have a military rank. But, Li Han, he suddenly asked a question. You're the one who blew off one of Sergeant Red's legs, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Cha's face hardened. This seriousness made Li Han a bit nervous. Li Han didn't keep him waiting and answered. Yes, sir, but it would have been better if I had been the one hit by that ball. This reply made Lao Cha burst out laughing. Oh, my god. Li Han was confused when he suddenly made an observation. You're not a house cat. You're a tiger. Suddenly, Lao Cha looked up at him with a fiery gaze and ordered, You're not busy this afternoon, right? Then be at the physical training center. Li Han thought to himself, Is he asking for a spar with me? He exudes the same aura as those two. This man is incredibly strong. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon at the physical training center. Lao Cha was now barefoot and issued a challenge. Let's test your skills, rookie. Li Han also got into position, not forgetting to add a warning. If you get hurt, I'm not taking responsibility. On the contrary, Lao Cha found this amusing. Oh, I'm so scared. Li Han could hear the chatter around him. HES fighting for real. Good luck, rookie. He automatically understood what those words meant. They're cheering for me, not for Master Lao Cha. Do they really think I'm going to lose? While Li Han was distracted, Lao Cha quickly rushed and undelivered a sharp blow. Don't lose focus, kid. He could feel the man's considerable power. Lao Cha was also getting more serious. Then the two charged at each other like hungry tigers. A basic chain of attacks. Lao Cha couldn't help but assess Li Han. Simple, but powerful. A sign that this kid doesn't just rely on his enhanced physique, but his proper training. It was a simple blow, but it couldn't have been stronger. The punch landed squarely on Li Han's face as he spoke. But that enhanced physique still has a weakness. Li Han felt a sharp pain from the last hit. Before he could catch his breath, Lao Cha landed another blow that made him dizzy. He couldn't help but use his head to strategize. One more hit and I'm done for. I have to find a way to take him down. His hands clenched tighter. He then used his whole body to grab Lao Cha and received a compliment from him. Good thinking. The compliment ended with Lao Cha's farewell. But this is where it ends. Kid. He then easily escaped from Li Han's grasp. This left him stunned and amazed. By inertia, Li Han crashed straight into the wall. Lao Cha remained calm. He sat there, very composed with the result. He was also a bit out of breath and thought. A normal person would be seriously injured by that hit. Really? Lao Cha got up and walked over to Li Han to check on him. You're okay, kid? But he was met with a surprise attack from him. Lao Cha suddenly burst out laughing for some unknown reason. Li Han's attack came right to his neck. That's enough. Lao Cha blocked his staff with one hand and ended the match. Li Han immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, I'm sorry. Lao Cha didn't think it was a big deal and brushed it off. It's fine. That fighting spirit is good. He handed him a towel and offered some feedback. You might not realize it when you train by yourself, but purely physical body enhancement has a weakness. You've realized it. Li Han wiped his face and asked hesitantly, Do you mean the body becomes heavier as physical strength increases? He didn't hesitate to continue explaining. That's right. Because your body has become as hard as rock to adapt to that spirit energy. You also have to bear a greater weight. He recalled the move Li Han had used earlier and continued. That was an excellent move to change your attack stance instantly. But if you had realized that I was more resistant to physical damage, you should have started with a leg hold from the beginning. Before leaving, Lao Cha also taught Li Han a few things. The reason is that you're still too inexperienced. Kid, you still have a ton to learn. That's enough for today. See you same time, same place tomorrow. He stood there for a while before suddenly realizing something. Tomorrow? Time passed quickly. The next day, Lao Cha greeted Li Han cheerfully. Welcome back, kid. He replied naturally. Hello, sir. Lao Cha then pointed behind him and asked, See, that idiot over there? It was behind him. Someone was training aggressively, unfrenetically. Li Han hesitated, searching his memory. Finally, he remembered who it was. Johnny Swartz. Lao Cha confirmed and added a few more details about Johnny. Yes, he has a first-generation Sion who focuses only on close combat for physical enhancement. HES participated into wars against the dragons and even caught a werewolf with his bare hands. Immediately after, Li Han heard him give an order. Go and take down Johnny. Lao Cha didn't stop and started to taunt him. What? Scared? Li Han quickly made a deduction. He must have a reason for telling me to do this. He approached the other side, not forgetting to reply. They'll try. After creating enough distance, Li Han finally spoke. Instructor Schwartz, would you be willing to fight me? Johnny recognized him immediately. The rookie kid. Richard, right? Li Han corrected him, exasperated. It's Li Han. Unconcerned. Johnny asked if he had any experience using psychic energy. Li Han already knew a bit about the man before him. His specialty was physical enhancement. Finally, Li Han answered, "I won't use my psychic energy." Johnny's clear voice replied, "All right." The fight began as soon as Johnny spoke. "Let's start." "Richard." Li Han put on his gloves, once again correcting him. "It's Li Han." Immediately after, Johnny charged forward aggressively. Same difference. In response, Li Han quickly took a defensive stance. Master Lao Cha stood on the sidelines, calmly observing the match. The training room was soon filled with the sounds of impacts and collisions. Li Han lay on the ground with a stunned expression on his face. Johnny raised his head to look at Master Lao Cha and shouted, "This kid's not on my level." Lao Cha. Li Han quickly sat up and composed himself. "One more time, please." Master Lao Cha didn't want to stop yet, so he immediately gave the order. "Keep beating him to a pulp until he gets it." Johnny seemed to ponder for a moment. He looked at the kid in front of him and agreed. "All right, fine." Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. The lights inside the sparring rooms were still on. Li Han appeared, his face etched with frustration. Master Lao Cha approached with a bag of items and asked, "Are you still upset about losing?" Li Han immediately denied it. "No. Even if I fought him a third time, I'd still lose." Hearing this, the old man replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. You have no experience in hand-to-hand combat. What you're good at is armed combat, which has nothing to do with fighting barehanded." As Li Han watched him, he continued, "It's not the same as using a Boston crab against dragons." Just then, an image in the voice of Dimitri flashed in his mind. "Are you planning to kill a dragon with Sambo?" "I could also try to choke a dragon if things get worse." Master Lao Cha looked at him undasked. "What's wrong?" Li Han quickly hid his emotions on reply. "It's nothing." At that moment, Li Han spoke up. "If that's the case, then practicing hand-to-hand combat isn't very useful for me." Li Han was extremely curious about the last few days. "Then why did you tell me to do it?" Master Lao Cha didn't answer immediately, only reminding him, "Think carefully, and you'll understand." He then asked him a question. "What would you do if I told you to take down Johnny again?" Li Han answered almost without thinking, "I would switch to armed combat." Master Lao Cha said excitedly, "Exactly. We're not athletes. You just need to beat your opponent under conditions that are favorable to you." Li Han had a realization from those words. "I understand." After that, Master Lao Cha taught me many things, and his teammates treated me like a younger brother. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, Li Han's group was walking and discussing something. "Is that movie based on a true story?" The chatter continued nonstop. "Yes, Master Lao Cha really did take down 20 American soldiers with just a machete. He's a national hero in Thailand, so they made a movie about it." Master Lao Cha looked at Li Han and asked enthusiastically, "So, don't you think I'm cool as hell?" Li Han played along. "Yeah, the actor was really handsome." Hearing that, Lao Cha was surprised. "Huh? You know how to joke now. They say he's the most famous actor in Thailand." The group immediately decided on their next destination. "It's not time to report in yet. How about we go for a few drinks, everyone?" Master Lao Cha immediately tried to entice him. "Li Han, let's go." Li Han instantly refused the offer. "No, I don't drink." The scene changes to the inside of a building. Li Han was walking alone. He subconsciously noticed something. The mysterious person he hadn't seen in a long time appeared against silence. Li Han immediately went over to greet him. "Is your mission over? It's been 3 days, hasn't it?" The masked person couldn't help but ask, "What were you doing? Why are you just now coming back?" Li Han replied immediately, "I just watched a movie. Lao Cha, Hunter of the Deep Forest." The scene flashes back to the group engrossed in the movie. On the screen, the actor was provoking monsters. "Come on, you pig brains." The monsters immediately swarmed towards him. The actor Single and Afshen held them all off. "I wanted to see the Lao Cha from the movie." Li Han finally revealed the purpose of his trip. "Is he any different from the real person?" The masked person searched for something before speaking. "If it's a movie, I could have just shown it to you." Li Han looked confused as the person opposite him fumbled with something. A moment later, the masked person turned away, leaving him with a good night. Li Han was baffled by the abrupt end to the conversation. "Huh? Hey." Silence. He watched his retreating back and thought, "He's in such a hurry." Then, Li Han let out a faint, gentle smile. He recalled the past. When I first met him, he gave off a terrifying pressure. Now, seeing the masked person's clumsy walk, Li Han couldn't help but think, but in the end, isn't Silence just a kid like me? Li Han and Master Lao Cha quickly arrived at the location. The old man looked at him unsmirked. "You are rematch?" Li Han looked at Johnny, unable to hide his excitement. "That's right. This time, in an armed battle. It's been 3 days, and I think I'm ready to take down Johnny now." He looked at the man continuously puffing out smoke and chuckled to himself. He's like a giant bear, and even scarier when he's holding a weapon. Johnny summoned all his courage and yelled, "Here I come, Richard." Li Han immediately dashed forward to correct him again. "It's Li Han." He watched as Johnny aggressively raised his sword, showing no hesitation, just like the past 3 days. Li Han quickly recognized Johnny's attack pattern. He managed to dodge the blow just in time. I've memorized all of Johnny Schwartz's moves and attack habits. Right after, Johnny began slashing wildly. But in Li Han's eyes, his actions were slow. I can predict all of his movements. This allowed him to slip right past Johnny. It's like I can see the future. The staff in Li Han's hand jabbed straight into Johnny's stomach, causing him to feel piercing pain. His vision blurred and his mouth fell open. Johnny clutched his stomach, trembling as he looked at him. This is a kid who just reached the 3-star level. Before he could react, Li Han launched another attack. This move was aimed directly at his shin. Just as Johnny fell, Li Han withdrew his staff. Johnny was in pain but still looked astonished. "Is it over?" Li Han stared intently at the staff in his hand. "I should stop here." As soon as Johnny got his footing, Li Han pressed the tip of the staff against him again. Li Han gave Johnny an affectionate look before delivering the final blow. Watching the scene, Johnny broke out in a cold sweat. But in the end, Johnny still had to face it, to endure his attack. However, his strong hand managed to block it in time. Li Han glanced at Johnny and smiled. "I lose." As Johnny blocked his attack, he had cleverly placed his sword on Li Han's shoulder. He tilted his head and smirked mockingly. "You're strong. Very good, Richard." He made one mistake. If he hadn't hesitated at the end, Li Han, slightly annoyed, held up his name tag. "Looks like you can't even get my name right." "It's Li Han." "Who cares?" Johnny said, casually turning away. "Let's go eat. I'll introduce you to my friends," he urged while putting on his jacket. "Hurry up." Lao Cha quietly approached from the side and patted Li Han on the shoulder. "Good job." He smiled gently, as if comforting him. "Winning isn't always what's best. You've understood the meaning of that. Kid, you preserved his dignity and created an opportunity for the two of you to become closer." Li Han quickly drew a conclusion from his words. "You mean it's not necessary to defeat my own comrades to prove my strength? Because there's still a lot I can learn from Instructor Johnny." After that, he in silence went to the exit and met Octo. "Hurry up. Over here." Li Han casually greeted him. "Hello." The man smiled warmly and shook his hand. "Let me reintroduce myself. Because you've reached the 3-star class now, I'm the chief engineer of Team 3, Siegfried Schumacher." Li Han, understanding, introduced himself as well. "I'm Li Han. I guess Octo is a nickname." He silently watched the bald head reply to him. "That's right." Because Octo puffed out his potbelly, as if it were an achievement worth showing off. "I finish my work very quickly, as if I have 8 arms. So that's what they call me. Octo equals 8. Li Han was a bit dumbfounded by these words. Right, but he realized he's just making it all up. Unaware that he was being judged, Octo continued to meticulously work on the machinery. "Li Han, the thing you're about to use requires a psychic energy rank of C, but be his best. You're the first guy with an A-rank psychic energy to pilot it here." When he saw the object emitting a blue light, he was astonished. "Huh? That's..." Octo pushed up his glasses and confirmed. "That's right. You see?" He pointed at the giant mech and spoke enthusiastically. "Take a good look. This is a veteran that participated in the final battle." Li Han quickly recognized its identity. A psychic armor. He looked at the robot before him with some hesitation. "But he looks like just a leftover frame." Octo looked at the mech and gave Li Han a few words of advice. "It's the old Spectre. I've reconstructed what was left of it. Now it only functions for training purposes. You'll train every day to become compatible with this armor." He got to work making further repairs on the mech. Sparks flew from Octo's work. Li Han watched the welding torch descend and panicked. "I guess I can't put it on myself." Seeing Li Han move, Octo quickly reminded him. "That's why you need engineers and mechanical equipment. Don't move if you don't want another hole in your shoulder." But what happens if he was about to say more but stopped? At this critical moment, Li Han asked a strange question. "What if I need to go to the bathroom?" Octo just snapped his fingers and scolded him. You think that's a major problem when you're in a life or death battle? I can't be adding such frivolous conveniences. Li Han was a bit scared but bravely replied. I think, in a way, I'm disillusioned. Octo paid him no mind and continued his instructions. Once you're stabilized inside, we'll open the cylinder to connect you to the armor's controls. It will be like holding an extremely powerful weapon in your hands, and you'll have to get used to using it proficiently. With that, he immediately pumped gas into the glass cockpit. Today, we're going to see the maximum time you can stay inside the psychic armor. Begin. In the sky, a helicopter on a mission flew through the air. Destination: the Psychic Energy Research Facility in North Qinghai, China. Johnny, wearing new glasses for a new look, gave his report. They've been paralyzed and all operations have halted due to an ELU attack. The facility has officially requested military reinforcements from China. Harold hesitated slightly as he looked at him. What's the scale of the enemy forces? The reply was 2 cold words. Just one. Johnny recalled the ferocious CLU monster. That's what they told us. There's only one, but its combat capability is extraordinary. They sent a special forces teams as reinforcements, but they were wiped out. Looking a bit worried, made a suggestion. Do we need to deploy more personnel? The situation seems more dangerous than we thought. He quickly analyzed its power. It's highly likely the ELU is a soul shield user. A normal soldier can't fight an ELU. If it uses a soul shield in a narrow tunnel, it will be quite difficult to damage it. At this, the smile on Johnny's face grew wider than ever. But we're different. We are psychic warriors. We just need to smash that soul shield, and the problem will be solved. He even turned excitedly to Li Han. Right, Li Han? The boy could only sigh and agree. Yes. As soon as the words were out, Johnny jumped up. Huh? Not like that. Shouldn't you say? Yes. It's Li Han? Li Han retorted flatly. You don't even bother to get my name right. The other two beside them laughed as if it were the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Following them, Johnny also laughed joyfully. In a flash, they had all flown to a barren land. Li Han looked at the scene with some solemnity. It's been a month since I was promoted to Class 3. This is my first mission, and it's an ELU again. Li Han's mind involuntarily pictured his first mission. It brings back bad memories. The ELU in his memory was toying with Dong Hyo LS blood. It was ecstatic as it looked at the red liquid on its hands. When the helicopter landed, a soldier ran over to give directions. This is the Psychic Energy Research Center. The people who had just disembarked from the helicopter started chattering. Why does it look so deserted? Many countries are conducting psychic energy research, but most of it is top secret. Johnny explained softly to everyone. It's because if they were discovered, they'd probably be attacked by the human-pierced faction. So, suddenly, he froze as if he saw something. Johnny quickly turned to look at Li Han. Did I say something wrong? Before he could speak, a hand rested on his shoulder. Normally, we wouldn't order you to kill people. The leader of the purist group suddenly widened his eyes. What happened at Ark was regrettable, but we can't do anything about it anymore. There was no other choice. A second later, he gently returned to his normal self. But you must not get used to killing. The man couldn't stand the scene and spoke up. Please, stop. Johnny suddenly hesitated, drawing out his words. Richard. In response, Li Han gave him a hostile look. Are you going to call me Richard again? Hearing this, Johnny laughed loudly. It's just that saying that gives me goosebumps. Very quickly, a vehicle was sent to their location. It was followed by 5 other vehicles and an announcement. The leader of this area has arrived. The Special Forces soldiers disembarked from the vehicles quickly. Following them was a group of people in blue coats. Johnny's group immediately became wary of the strangers. However, they stepped forward and spoke first. Welcome. Ark. They all bowed in welcome. Thank you for making the long journey here. Li Han glanced at the black-clad figures behind them and immediately recognized the research team from China's research center. Are the people behind them the military? As if understanding Li Han's thoughts, the group quickly formed a neat line and saluted the Chinese hero. Zai and his brothers immediately returned the salute. He proactively stepped forward and instructed them. Zai and I will talk to them. You guys wait over there. The younger group, feeling it was inappropriate to stay, pulled Li Han away with them. Before they had gone far, Li Han was held back once again. So, the kid is also from Ark, huh? He looked back with a sharp glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, Li Han twisted the wrist of one of a research team members. Don't touch me. All right. I get it. The man cried out in pain. As he walked away, he intentionally glanced back and was met with 2 more pairs of eyes like bullets. Oh, damn, that stings. But he didn't know that Harold had noticed something unusual. What's wrong with him? In a flash, the newcomers were brought to the base. Johnny led his juniors into the elevator. This elevator only goes to the 1st floor. The other routes are restricted, so this is the only way. In that short time, he had already formed a basic layout in his mind. There are 3 floors in total. Confirm the map and the route we will take. Johnny held up 2 fingers. We have 2 objectives. First, to retrieve the research data, and second, to check for any survivors. He quickly devised a perfect plan. If we don't encounter the enemy, just ignore them. After completing the mission, we just need to come back up and blow up the research center. Finally, Johnny concluded with 1 word. Done. Lee-han suddenly had a question. Do we have any other information about the research data? Johnny quickly glossed over the matter. The research team is very tight-lipped. Then complained. The military is also very frustrated about that. They said their comrades died in vain. Hearing this, Johnny suddenly looked at Lee-han seriously. Don't forget this, Richard, even if the 3 of us die on this mission. Johnny pointed at Lee-han and issued a stern warning. You are not to seek revenge for anything. Just retreat. Talented people like you are precious and irreplaceable resources. You cannot die. Lee-han let out a faint, devilish smile. So, in other words, if I'm so weak that I die on this ridiculously easy mission, it's better to die sooner rather than later, right? Johnny didn't reply, just laughed inside. The red numbers on the screen changed to 1 as a chime sounded. Johnny walked to the front of the elevator and shouted, Victor Squad, mission start. Their eyes scanned the 1st floor corridor. He confirmed everything was clear and then waved for the others to follow. They remained on high alert, guns at the ready. The group continued into the research lab. It was empty. After some searching, the 4 of them reached the staircase connecting the 2 floors. Nothing on the 1st floor. Lee-han followed his teammates into the corridor. Let's go down to the 2nd floor. But he still felt an uneasy feeling in his gut. Something is strange. It feels like I've forgotten something important. Within a few minutes, they arrived at the door to the 2nd floor. Johnny cautiously and slowly turned the door up. There's a smell. He turned back to describe it to his teammates. Like blood, based on that word alone. Lee-han's expression changed in an instant. Lee-han fully understood. So that's it. The reason I felt something was strange. He quickly reported to Johnny. There are no signs of a struggle from the 1st floor all the way to this 2nd floor entrance. Lee-han keenly made a deduction. It's highly likely this wasn't an attack from the outside. Johnny let out a soft, knowing laugh. I get it. I know what you mean. I also felt something was odd. Johnny suddenly recalled the layout of the research facility from his memory. Like why the 3rd floor is the only one without a direct elevator. It's because they have to tightly control the 3rd floor. At this point, he realized the abnormality and gave an order to the 3 behind him. Let's go back. We can't continue this mission. The researchers provided false information. They have to take responsibility for this. Before they could escape, the space around them went dark. Johnny quickly put on his infrared goggles, muttering casually. The elevator shut down at the perfect time. It's as if they were eavesdropping on us. But those words made Lee-han realize something. As if they were. Lee-han suddenly remembered the hand that had patted his shoulder earlier. So, the kid is also from ARC, huh? He had looked back with a wary gaze. Eavesdropping. Lee-han had found the strange thing about that researcher. Instantly, he reached for his left shoulder, while his teammates looked on. Bewildered. What is it? Richard? Through his infrared goggles, Lee-han could clearly see the round object in his hand. At that moment, his face darkened with realization. It really is a listening device. Johnny promptly agreed. Just as I thought. Johnny was slightly stunned when he saw the red notification from his watch. Communication has been blocked. And so, he immediately made a decision. If we want to get out of here, we have to find the power room and start the generator. There's no other way but to move forward. Driven by logic, Johnny pushed open the stairwell door. His eyes immediately darkened. Zai, who witnessed the scene in time, froze. Before them was a pile of corpses scattered throughout the hallway. Harold silently clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. Even Lee-han was mentally shaken and stood there in shock. Johnny spoke without hesitation, his voice laced with assessment. Horrified. Is this some kind of display? Truly disgusting. His mind racing. He looked towards Lee-han and was immediately alarmed. Lee-han, are you okay? Johnny kept shouting Li Han's name. Chan. Rich An. Are you okay? He shouted until Li Han's head spun. Richard. A moment later, Li Han was able to hold a water bottle to drink. Harold, while keeping watch on their surroundings, asked Li Han, have you calmed down? Li Han shook himself back to his senses and replied, yes, I'm sorry. As he took a few steps forward, he empathetically comforted Li Han. It's okay. We've never seen a scene this horrific either. The fact that you didn't faint is impressive enough. You're about the same age as my youngest brother. Li Han was slightly surprised by this personal remark. You have siblings? I have siblings at home too. Harold nodded, not hesitating to share his own situation. I have 2 younger siblings. My entire family died in an attack. He recalled his own terrifying memory. I leapt towards them and screamed. Even as a child, Harold was strong, grabbing a tool to confront the large tigers. I knew it was useless. But at that moment, I wanted to die too. Back then, one of them lashed onto his arm, about to eat him. But the person who had spoken broke off. But when you want to die, you just can't. Harold quickly found himself face to face with a large mech. After that, I enlisted and sold my life in battles. He recounted everything with a strange frankness. But it was like death itself was mocking me. Somehow, I didn't die. My reputation just grew and grew. Hearing these words, Li Han's heart suddenly felt heavy. Corporal Harold had to endure something like that. Not wanting to dwell on it, he quickly put his goggles back on. I wonder what it feels like to lose your siblings. I told myself not to think about it. As soon as he finished, his teammate immediately came over to check on him. Are you okay, Richard? Harold silently gave a thumbs down gesture. Second floor is clear. No signs of survivors. And not of that bastard either. Let's head down to the 3rd floor. They all felt a sense of unease. But they had to press forward. Something is very suspicious. Only the entrance to the 3rd floor is controllable. He looked at the door and assessed it. The power is out, so it must be completely sealed. But Johnny flashed a cunning smile. That doesn't matter. Just wait. His eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately after, Johnny's body seemed to be stimulated. Growing much larger, Li Han watched the scene in amazement. So this is the physical enhancement ability? Before him was Johnny's massive frame, trying to pry the 2 doors apart. As soon as a gap large enough for a person appeared, a figure was revealed before Johnny's eyes. The person's body was just like the ELU from his memory. It was holding a long rifle. His eyes unconsciously couldn't make out the figure clearly. A soldier. Is it a survivor? But when the gun flared to life, Johnny directly witnessed the ELU's smile. It laughed menacingly, mixed with a crazed excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he yelled, "Take cover." The ELU couldn't wait any longer and immediately opened fire. Nearly every bullet fired hit Johnny. It was still laughing gleefully, swinging the gun in its hand. By now, Johnny's clothes were torn to shreds, but he paid it no mind and flexed even harder. Finally, Johnny completely discarded his bloody helmet and closed in on the ELU. Right now, however, it had been prepared and was just waiting. The moment he charged, it pulled the pin on a grenade. Johnny's blazing eyes froze for a few seconds. A grenade? Before he could even grab the ELU, it was engulfed in flames. Now, Johnny was left alone in a cloud of smoke. He scanned his surroundings and then turned to question his teammates. Is it gone? In response, a desperate scream answered Johnny. Johnny. Li Han and the others ran to his side to form a defensive position. Was that an ELU? I can't believe an ELU would use human equipment. This has never happened before. The recent battle had been terrifying for him. Not only that, but it lured one of us away from the group to kill them. It fights just like a human. Mentioning this, the fire of anger in Johnny flared up again. At first, I just wanted to get to the generator room and leave. But now we have to find out exactly what happened here. Li Han watched his retreating back with some hesitation. It found an opponent that can't be killed by firearms, so it definitely won't attack recklessly again. But where did it disappear to? And how? In another hidden place. The ELU's skinny legs appeared again. It struggled to cling to the wall, dragging itself step by step. The ELU's hand slid past the number 2 as its thoughts searched. What's with that bastard? Human weapons do nothing to him. I have to become stronger. No, I want to tear them to pieces. Following its outburst were bodies that had been drained of their life force. All the humans had turned black as they lost their vitality. Meanwhile, the ELU was still reveling in the pleasure of absorbing human life force. All the life force gathered into a stream and entered its forehead. The ELU threw its head back and laughed loudly. having just acquired human knowledge. Its eyes involuntarily glowed with a devilish light. Next, purple wisps of energy appeared, swirling around its entire body. After an announcement, Li-Han took off his infrared goggles as the lights came on. Emergency power activating. The others also quickly removed their goggles. Johnny habitually put on his sunglasses. Alright, let's go. Harold found the sight a bit amusing. He's still wearing sunglasses at a time like this? He continued to lead the group forward. Just as I thought, there's a place not marked on the map. Let's see what they're hiding. Johnny clenched his teeth even tighter as he spoke, whether it was data or survivors. All the information they provided was wrong. They were trying to retrieve the real data after we dealt with the Yahello. A thought suddenly struck him, and he spoke up. It seems like it was a captured Yahello, wasn't it? He could only offer a guess. Something like that. I'm sure they weren't trying to train it for military purposes. They were doing this secretly behind Arcs and the higher-ups' backs. They continued walking until they reached an arc intersection. We're at the crossroads. Li-Han proactively suggested. Should we split up? But Johnny directly rejected it. No. He led them all to a turn where a body lay. There's a landmark here. This must be the research team that died while trying to escape. They quickly entered a horrific scene, with the bodies of researchers scattered everywhere. Just as I thought, Johnny looked at the broken glass enclosure and immediately asserted. After capturing the Yahello, they tried to explore a new field by studying and modifying it. But they only made it so strong that it became uncontrollable. He skillfully typed on the computer keyboard. The nations participating in the ARC project have a responsibility to report any research related to psychic energy to their superiors. But that's basically just a name. I'm sure other countries are doing the same. It's just that they haven't been caught yet. Li-Han, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust. It's another war between humans. I'm sick of it. Johnny continued to access the data. I'm sure the higher-ups aren't planning to let us go easily. Damn it. It's all in Chinese. Zai, check these documents. Just copy the important stuff, and then we're leaving. As soon as the words were out, Li-Han noticed something unusual and shouted a warning. Enemy detected. 6 o'clock. They quickly engaged in battle with the Yahello and its new form, waiting for just one command. The two of them immediately fired continuously. Fire! But none of them expected it to be able to use basic skills. Soul Shield. Li-Han, refusing to give up, brandished his spear. To neutralize it, I have to use the spear. As he prepared to act, Johnny stopped him. Richard, stand back. Let me handle this. Johnny forcefully drew his sword and leapt forward. This time, it looks like you're not planning to run. The sword traced an arc in the air with his movement. I'll break you in two. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword stroke flew out, splitting the Yahello in half. But in an instant, its body dissolved into nothingness. Johnny watched this scene, frozen as if struck by lightning. Li-Han clenched his teeth, utterly astonished. Flash step. In a split second, it had appeared behind Harold. Seeing his teammate threatened, Li-Han yelled, Harold! Harold didn't hesitate and ordered Li-Han. Attack it. Even though he was trembling from holding his sword for so long, Li-Han's ears still echoed with the urgent cry. Hurry, attack it. He had imagined himself ruthlessly piercing through the Yahello. I know it's what I should do. However, Li-Han remembered Kuro's face from before. He was also threatened by an Yahello. I can't attack him. Snapping his mind back to reality, he fired a shot without hesitation. It was shot, tearing the bandages on its head. At the same time, Harold lay motionless. Saying this, Johnny immediately urged Li-Han. Focus. Richard. Li-Han stared intently at the Yahello, not taking his eyes off it. Li-Han saw a blue glint in the middle of its forehead. A psychic stone. Before he could act, the Yahello hastily fled. Johnny looked at his two teammates in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. How's Harold? I held him in his arms and gently shook his head. Saying this, the anger in Johnny flared up once more. Li-Han's eyes suddenly had a strange look in them. Immediately after, Li-Han closed his eyes tightly. He coldly uttered a sentence. We have to chase it and finish it now. Johnny was a bit surprised by these words. Are you trying to get revenge, Richard? Li-Han raised his face and analyzed. Because this is the best time to pursue it. It's been injured in many places and its psychic energy seems to be nearly depleted. But he was cut off by Johnny. Richard, we agree. Let the hunt begin. As soon as the words were spoken, the three of them stood up and began the pursuit. After walking for a while, Johnny spoke up, asking Li-Han, What did you learn from that situation? Li Han confidently voiced the suspicion he'd had for a while. It can't use flash step continuously, and it can't use flash step and soul shield at the same time. Li Han once again recalled the scene of Harold being threatened by the Yahello. That's why it used Corporal Harold as a shield. That ambush was a risk, but it succeeded. Johnny let out a quick sigh. Luckily, we managed to injure it. Just as you said, this might be our only chance. When they reached a three-way intersection, he proactively suggested, let's split up here. Before they parted ways, Johnny gave a few words of advice. Each of us takes a different direction. No matter who runs into it, don't die. Li Han didn't reply and just walked away. Li Han remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings constantly. Then, his eyes widened for a moment. The path ahead was lined with people pinned to the walls. Li Han's steps faltered, feeling a sense of helplessness. But his grip on his gun remained firm. Li Han bit his lip and comforted himself. It's okay. He continued through that grotesque path. Very quickly, Li Han escaped the dark corridor. However, he didn't know that behind him, an eye on the wall was glowing red. The EL, you had been waiting and hiding for a long time. It appeared behind him in an instant. Li Han continued walking down the path lined with impaled bodies. Based on my experience in the rift, this display isn't to provoke or scare the enemy. As he walked, he remembered the ELU mage who had used a blue gem. It's to charge its psychic stone, to charge its psychic energy, a power of the mind. At that moment, the ELU's face and smile suddenly appeared in his mind. It relived the feeling of hatred from when humans imprisoned and harmed it, and the feeling of satisfaction for torturing them. And thus, its psychic energy was enhanced. Li Han silently speculated, unaware of its presence behind him. And I'm sure, it's here. The ELU, not daring a direct confrontation, swung its knife in a sneak attack. However, Li Han realized it in time and dodged quickly. Though in some pain, Li Han still managed to turn around. Gun at the ready, he fired a shot directly at it. Taking advantage of the ELU's lowered guard, Li Han charged forward, swinging the sword in his hand. Driven by instinct, he poured all his strength into the tip of the blade. I have to finish it as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Li Han plunged the knife straight into its chest. The next second, the ELU's body began to fade into thin air. It transformed into a stream of blue energy and vanished in a flash. But that didn't stop him from raising his blade again. Li Han aimed at the stream of energy and threw the sharp knife. The ELU immediately returned to its human form, struggling on the ground before him. Li Han was momentarily stunned, panting for breath. Very quickly, Harold was placed in a sleeping bag. Eyes swiftly zipped it up, covering his pale face. Meanwhile, Li Han was still consumed by extreme hatred. These people shouldn't have had to die. Johnny immediately chimed in. They wouldn't have died if the person in charge had handled the situation more wisely. But they don't care about the deaths of soldiers. Those who can deploy hundreds of people with just a snap of their fingers or a single word wouldn't do such things if they truly understood the value of a single life. He didn't lecture much, just gave a gentle reminder. Eventually, your emotions will become calloused. You'll get used to it. Hearing these words, Li Han suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Get used to it. Li Han remembered his own expression during the fight and wanted to argue. It's sad, but that's human nature. A brutal experience will become dull if it's repeated enough times. Johnny realized he was spiraling and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Richard, if your heart becomes so numb that you can't even feel it. He pointed to his temple, implying, at least remember it with your head, that all lives are precious. Li Han had also come to understand this principle. I will never forget those who died beside me, and I don't intend to forget them in the future. The scene shifts to an elevator door in the middle of the desert. Johnny walked out carrying a large block of stone. Following him were Li Han and Zai, carrying Harold's body. Without any ceremony, he forcefully placed the massive stone on the ground. Even the two following behind exuded an oppressive aura. Facing the three of them was a group of people who had set up an ambush beforehand. Johnny hesitated slightly and asked Zai, should we break through the encirclement as planned? Zai clenched his teeth and proactively offered, let me negotiate with them. Johnny watched his retreating back with worry. Will you be okay? However, I dismissed all of Johnny's subsequent words. I don't think they'll open fire in front of so many soldiers when I'm unarmed. As he approached, the snipers immediately recognized him. Zai, it's I-Jun. I walked and shouted, my comrades, the research center has deceived the military. He bluntly exposed the researchers that the military was protecting. They created a monster through inhumane acts and caused unnecessary sacrifices among our soldiers to hide this truth. A fraudulent researcher, not wanting the secret to be revealed, quickly ordered the army. That's ridiculous. Shoot him now. But they immediately cut him off. Shut up. Can't you see that John isn't joking? This angered him, but he could do nothing. What? I, buoyed by the support, rallied them with more passion. You are not slaves. You volunteered to carry these guns. But can't you all see that your guns are pointed at the wrong people? As soon as these words were spoken, the commander realized something had been off from the beginning. The order never seemed right. Why do we have to shoot our soldiers the moment they come out of the research center? So I continued to speak passionately before them. Soldiers are the source of the army's strength, and for that reason, we have a duty to question and refuse to obey baseless orders, because the men behind I were strong enough to protect him. At that moment, a military rifle was pointed towards the sky. Everyone couldn't believe the sniper's action. Next, a bullet flew straight towards the researcher. The commander watched this scene and silently adjusted his cap. Just as expected, it would end like this. Not very surprising. He had always admired Zai, recalling his past achievements. Jun, the national hero of China, who made the greatest personal contribution to the country during the First War. Many soldiers he re-enlisted after hearing about Zai Jun. As for the other researcher, he rushed over to try and snatch a gun. What are you all standing around for? He screamed like a madman. This is treason. Order them to open fire. Now. He even deliberately threatened the lives of the soldiers' families. If you don't kill them, not only your, but your entire family. Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. Li Han and Zai both had expressions of astonishment. Before them, the military rifle that had just been fired was still smoking. After that single shot, the man fell. By the time everything was handled, it was already dark. The three of them didn't stay to bother anyone and were immediately escorted by the soldiers to the helicopter. Still asked Li Han uneasily, "Is this really okay?" The commander didn't hesitate to share his predicament. We have to prepare to face disciplinary action for disobeying orders. But he willingly accepted it for his ideals. But what happened at the research center will sooner or later reach the ears of the leaders. So if we want to prevent the escalation of the situation in the rest of Northeast Asia, all the blame must fall on the research staff. Zai had no words other than thanks. Thank you for your courageous actions. The commander smiled humbly. It's all thanks to my brave subordinates. He also didn't forget to praise Zai, but besides, even if they discipline me, the worst that can happen is that I won't be promoted to a higher rank. You're the one who's truly brave. You gave up all the glory and wealth to join ARC. Finally, he saw the man he admired off onto the helicopter. Li Han was exhausted from the battle and immediately fell asleep. Johnny walked past and witnessed everything. Johnny pointed at Li Han but looked at Zai. First time I've seen someone sleep so crudely. I sympathized with Li Han. It's not surprising, given what he's been through. Hearing that, Johnny fell silent and pouted. Johnny's eyes fell on Li Han's peaceful face. Deeply asleep, the helicopter flew through the air, just like any other day. Under the bright sun, a line of soldiers holding rifles high in the air began to fire. Below, all the other soldiers stood respectfully, heads bowed in silence. Everyone stood surrounding a row of guns stuck into a memorial stone. Li Han was also standing there, saluting the memorial stone in front of him. There was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. After the ceremony ended, Li Han walked and said, "When you were negotiating, I was really worried." He tilted his head slightly to look at Zai, who had been silent all this time. If your words had no value, they would have arrested you before you could even open your mouth. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of Harold and Lao Cha, so he replied very softly, "All of our soldiers, including Harold and Lao Cha, they will be heroes when they return to their homelands. But I'm not that special. My job is just to recruit more soldiers." Just as the two were talking, a figure approached and said, "Don't be so humble. You deserve to be a hero with all the contributions you've made since joining ARC." Johnny stood at attention and looked at the two of them. "Richard, come with me somewhere." Li Han was a bit puzzled. Right now, Johnny extended his hand. "Yes, you've been summoned. Follow me." Very quickly, Li Han was led by Johnny into a luxurious room. After completing his task, Johnny left, waving goodbye to Li Han. "Wait here. They'll be here soon." Li Han, a bit bewildered, turned sharply to look at Johnny's retreating back and asked, "Who?" Johnny didn't say anything and just left, leaving Li Han alone in the room. Next to him, the TV screen was still on. The TV was showing images of Zeus and Knut, their faces tense as they were about to enter a battle. Li Han quickly approached the TV, unable to hide his surprise when he saw the two of them. Team 13's Class to S match is about to start again. Who are their opponents? Just as the match began, Zeus swung his arm, creating a massive flame. He used the force to leap high into the air, aiming for where Simon was standing. Attack! I'll hold him off. Simon looked at him with an indescribable expression as Zeus launched his attack. He quickly created a shield around himself for protection. He shouted loudly, "Shh! Nut! Go!" Hearing the command, Nut ran at full speed behind Simon to launch a surprise attack. Simon used his telekinesis to control the flames. The flames grew larger and larger, chasing after Nut. He tried to run, but it was too late. The flames quickly rushed towards him and engulfed him. The massive flames burned Nut fiercely, and he screamed in pain. Li Han, watching the entire match, thought to himself, Simon has gotten much stronger. I have to avoid a direct confrontation when facing Simon. He suddenly realized something and paused, asking himself, where's Kuro? Unbeknownst to him, Alexander had been standing behind Li Han and spoke up, startling him. I called you here because of Kuro. You are Li Han. He approached and introduced himself. I am Alexander Rico. I am the commander of ARC. Li Han raised his hand in a respectful salute in reply. He looked at the man before him with some anxiety. If he's the commander, he must be part of the command headquarters. This is the person with real power in ARC. Alexander sat down solemnly in front of Li Han. Sit. Would you like a cup of tea? A moment later, the two were quickly seated at a work table. This is a decisive turning point. Li Han sat opposite Alexander, gently lifting his teacup and drinking while listening to him speak. I'm debating whether or not to report to the higher-ups that Kuro was unable to recover. Li Han was silent for a moment, his eyes blinking as if he were deep in thought. The man's next words made Li Han stop and look up with a puzzled expression. I think you might be the only one who can convince Kuro. In the end, Li Han agreed to go see Kuro. He couldn't stop thinking about the reason that made Kuro give up training. When Kuro unleashed his massive power during the Burish ambush, Kuro had awakened his S-rank ability. Kaido pointed a gun at him, and Kuro couldn't keep his composure. Dimitri quickly arrived and ambushed Kaido, capturing him. But what happened after that had caused Kuro so much suffering? Just when things were calm, as if sensing something, Rose looked over and shouted, Damn it, they're back again? Kuro was in a state of uncontrolled transformation, his power surging violently. Seeing him like that, everyone there was stunned and stood frozen in shock. Kuro's entire body distorted, his eyes glowing as he radiated immense power. Tendrils of power erupted and shot up towards the sky. A small plane flying above was quickly enveloped by the power. It flew swiftly, coming within inches of the soldiers on the ground below. Then it quickly changed direction and plunged straight towards them, causing horrified screams to ring out. What is that? A massive explosion occurred far from where Kuro's group was standing. Kuro thought his ability had caused a disaster and killed people, so he refused to train. Thinking of this, Li Han lowered his head slightly. Please convince Kuro to return to training. We can't let an S-rank psychic talent leave like this. Suddenly, a voice broke through his train of thought. Li Han, we're here. Very quickly, Li Han arrived at the door of the room. A soldier standing there said, Go in. He slowly entered, not forgetting to turn his head and signal to the soldier standing at the door. Inside, Kuro was being held in a secure room, with many guards stationed outside as well. Li Han approached and pushed open the door to his room. As soon as Kuro spoke, Li Han's expression changed rapidly. Long time no see. Li Han. He couldn't believe this was the friend he hadn't seen in so long. Kuro continued to ask, Are you doing well? A moment later, he quickly sat down opposite Kuro to talk. It wasn't your fault. It was just an unforeseen accident. Kuro smiled bitterly, his face always filled with self-blame. You didn't see it all with your own eyes. It's possible that subconsciously, I wanted to kill them. Li Han's gaze remained fixed on Kuro as he spoke with determination. Even so, you only did it to protect your friends. No one can blame you. Kuro asked in a small voice. Is that what everyone says? Without letting him explain further, Kuro continued to torment himself. I'm sorry. I don't think I can continue anymore. It should all end here. Li Han looked at him with great pity. Kuro, that's because you're too kind. In his mind, sympathizing with the enemy was truly a luxury. Li Han couldn't help but recall the memories of their bond. Unlike other kids who had their own motivations, you simply wanted to follow me. Even in dangerous moments, like when he was captured and threatened by an ELU. If this continues, I'll lose a precious friend. I don't want to experience that despair ever again. Lee Han held on to this thought. So be it. Kuro. At that moment, he suddenly spoke, stunning Kuro. Then, give up. Kuro looked up at Lee Han in disbelief as he quickly continued. Maybe you're really not cut out for fighting. Lee Han lowered his gaze slightly and looked directly at him. So it's okay to give up. Kuro's face darkened, his mood plummeting into an abyss. Kuro's expression turned grim when he heard Lee Han's words. So it's okay to give up. Kuro. He spoke seriously. If anyone ever puts you in danger, I will kill all of them to protect you. Lee Han's words echoed, swaying Kuro slightly. But you don't have to do that. Give up this fight. With your abilities, you can definitely find a job in another field. Outside the interrogation room, the two soldiers started to feel that the situation was not right. He's telling Kuro to give up. I should pull him out of there. Just as they were about to step inside, Leon quickly shot to his feet. His hand gripped the table tightly and began to release a massive amount of power. Immediately after, without hesitation, he threw the table forcefully, to Kuro's astonishment, just as the two soldiers yelled angrily, "Damn it. The door won't open. Lee Han, open the door now." They banged on the glass while ordering, "Open the door now." The soldier continued to threaten. If you don't open before he could finish, Lee Han angrily shouted, "Shut up. I'm talking." Despite this, the other soldier didn't give up and yelled back, "We'll break down the door. Bring the breaching tools." At that moment, Lee Han glanced over at Kuro and called his name. "Kuro." Lee Han grabbed the table with both hands and pulled it back. Logically, I should listen to them and try to convince you. But in this situation, I'm not sure you can survive until the end of the war. His eyes were firm and certain. You will live the rest of your life in misery. Kuro, slightly hesitant, looked up at him. Lee Han. Kuro looked at him worriedly and mumbled, "You'll be punished for this." Lee Han replied calmly, without a trace of fear, "Who knows? I'm a soldier who can go to the battlefield at any time. Even if I'm punished, it will only be a light one." Kuro's face was filled with frustration. "You're very smart, so you can anticipate the consequences of your actions." Very quickly, the door began to deform. Hearing the noise, Kuro looked at him with some concern. Finally, under immense pressure, the two soldiers managed to break down the door. One of them quickly rushed and untackled Lee Han to the ground, seeing him being subdued by the two soldiers. "Please subscribe to the channel to support me." Kuro tried to restrain himself, but then his eyes flashed. "Don't you dare bully." Kuro gritted his teeth in anger. "Lee Han." At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out, causing them all to stop and look over. Stop. Kuro was now unleashing a terrifying amount of power. The two soldiers were sent flying. A long while later, Lee Han was continuously rubbing his bruised wrist. He walked in silence after the incident. Suddenly, Lee Han stopped and looked up. In front of him, Alexander was slowly approaching. Very quickly, he was standing right in front of Lee Han. The two were now facing each other. Alexander finally spoke. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Unbelievable. I was almost fooled. You should have told me beforehand." Lee Han remained silent, but a faint smile played on his lips. In his mind, he recalled the memories from just a moment ago when Kuro's power erupted. The two soldiers clutched their necks in pain and stammered. My neck? No, this is." They both looked towards the source of his wrath. "Fear. It's a fear illusion." Kuro's face was dark, his eyes glowing as he continuously radiated terrifying power. Even while restrained like this, he could still kill everyone in this room. Seeing this, the two soldiers couldn't help but tremble violently. His eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura continued to emanate from them. Then, Kuro's eyes snapped open, releasing a wave of perceivous power. The atmosphere around them cooled. He gradually calmed down. "Han successfully convinced me. I will continue my training under each level 3. Kuro looked towards Lee Han, who was struggling on the floor. "So please, let Han go now." He was looking at Kuro, then quickly averted his gaze. Seeing Lee Han's action, Kuro paused slightly. "Lee Han." He lowered his gaze to Lee Han, who was tied up on the ground, and thought, "Even someone as confident and strong as you can be weak at times." Kuro stood motionless, watching as Lee Han was slowly helped up by the two soldiers. "Now, I have the strength to help you. In the past, you always protected me." He remained silent as Lee Han walked past, his heart filled with certainty. "But things are different now. I will stand by your side." "Over here." Lee Han pressed his lips together slightly. He didn't want to talk much with Alexander and walked away. Alexander turned his head slightly to watch Li Han's retreating back. Alexander maintained his posture and then affirmed, "Just as you said, this kid really is charismatic." Johnny appeared in front of him while Alexander was still mumbling. "But this charisma seems a bit dangerous." Very quickly, Li Han was back to training with Master Lao Cha, struggling to block blows while the instructor relentlessly charged at him. He lifted Li Han's entire body up, then flipped him backwards. Li Han yelled loudly, followed by the sound of a loud impact. The sky quickly darkened outside the large building. "See you tomorrow, Richard." Leon walked away, clutching his neck in pain, while the other just stood there laughing gleefully, unbidding him farewell. Li Han was walking with silence, his legs trembling as he constantly complained, "I shouldn't have said I wanted to learn from them." Remembering the expressions on Lao Cha's and Johnny's faces made Li Han shudder. They're too enthusiastic about teaching, trying to make up for what happened. "Did you see their faces?" Silence replied, his eyes fixed on the surveillance screen in his hand. "Why are you learning martial arts anyway? You don't really need it." Li Han glanced over and answered calmly, "Who knows? Maybe I'll need it someday. Better to be prepared. That way, I can win in any situation." Hearing that, Silence paused for a moment and stared at Li Han without saying anything. However, Johnny's expression showed clear surprise. This kid needs to relax a bit. He remembered earlier when Lao Cha was enthusiastically helping him train nonstop. "Can you feel it yet?" "All right. Why so quiet? My calm little boy?" "A little more. Just a little more." Li Han, being forced to stretch, cried out in pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much." "Even so," the old man said, "unexpected situations don't happen often." Remembering this, Li Han bent over slightly, unconsciously clutching his hip. Silence chuckled, then turned and pointed to himself, asking, "Want me to carry you?" Li Han, trying to save face, replied, "I can still manage." John suddenly kicked open the door to the room. He exclaimed with excitement, "I'm back." Immediately after, John strode into the room under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Li Han, who was training, was panting heavily. "Sergeant John." Johnny smiled, pointed down, and complimented. "Nice new shoes." He walked over and lifted his leg to show them off. "You want a new pair too or something?" Li Han approached John and asked, "Will you be returning to your department right away?" John looked calmly at Li Han and replied, "I'll be an instructor for the 1S level for a while. We need to recruit more people for the 2S level, and I still need to recover my functions." John smirked smugly. "I heard you did very well on your first mission as a level 3. Your head must be in the clouds from all the praise." "Huh?" Li Han bowed his head as low as he could and denied it. "Not at all, sir." A long while later, the two of them went outside together. Li Han stood silently, observing the other man's every move. He looked at him and said, "As usual, you never care about no smoking areas, do you?" John, just as he was bringing a cigarette to his lips, froze. "Shut up. Where in Ark is there a place to smoke anyway?" he said, puffing out smoke. "I've brought this issue up with them in every meeting, but they have no intention of changing it." Li Han, standing to the side, felt a sense of helplessness. "I don't think this should be considered strange anymore." At that moment, John looked over at him. "Anyway, Li Han, do you remember the ELU-MAGA you captured?" Li Han immediately recalled the scene of him attacking the ELU and quickly replied, "Of course, sir. Have you found any more information from interrogating it?" His eyes were terrifyingly determined, his fierce face seeming to split into with the murderous aura of an ELU. "The war will begin in 3 years. That is the main army's attack." It seemed to materialize on the spot, evolving with a strange, deep voice. On the other hand, the vanguard is almost ready, with preparations for the strike being very close. Li Han's face quickly showed a stunned expression. John lowered his cigarette and continued to speak slowly. "The prophecy that we would be attacked in 10 years was not wrong. But if there's a vanguard, the war will happen much sooner than we think." As soon as he said this, a cold gust of wind blew through the silent air between the two of them. Time passed, and Johnny suddenly raised his hand to knock on the door, calling out loudly, "Hey, Richard!" Immediately after, the door was opened. Li Han stepped out from inside and asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong?" Johnny suddenly held out an item in front of his face. He handed it to him and said, "Here, a gift for you." Li Han looked at it, bewildered. "A card?" Seeing his expression, Johnny chuckled. "This is a video of a competition between the level 2 seconds that happened yesterday. It's Team 13. You'll be the captain of this team soon, right?" Hearing this, Lee Han was incredulously shocked. Johnny spoke confidently. Besides, what are you doing cooped up in your room on your day off? You bastard? Isn't it more fun to hang out with us old guys? Lee Han quickly leaned out and asked quietly. It's not exactly fun. In the end, it's all just dirty talk. I didn't even know there were that many words to describe women. Hearing Lee Han say this, Johnny couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well, this place is full of guys, but now I feel a bit embarrassed. After a while of chatting, he turned to leave. All right, I'm heading out now. Remember to watch the video. Lee Han quickly stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, sir. As he turned his back, he waved and advised, don't think about useless things and mope around in your room anymore. Johnny suddenly froze. Then, he suddenly turned his head back slightly. But, by then, Lee Han had already run back into his room. The TV screen showed Simon and his team. Our opponent is the 3-star team again. On the opposite side, Jijo, along with Zeus and Nut, observe the three of them. It's probably because they don't have as many level to seconds as they did before the attack. After watching the footage on the TV, Lee Han suddenly realized something. As soon as he saw Jijo's image, he was endlessly surprised. Jijo is the vice captain? Thinking of this, Lee Han wondered, why did Zeus and Knut agree so easily? He sighed softly and mumbled, well, Jijo's personality isn't his best trait, but he's quite smart. Lee Han sat there watching the video and exclaimed, good heavens, it's a complete mess. A long while later, the TV showed an image of an angry Simon grabbing Jijo by the collar and lifting him up. Team 13 won thanks to Jijo. He was stunned when the audio from the video played. To think that he could single and Afshe and hold him off until sunset. That's just like something Jijo would do. After finishing the video, it was already dark, and Lee Han quickly collapsed onto the floor. He lay there with his hands behind his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm sure someone will advance to a higher level soon. Lee Han's expression changed slightly as he wondered, who will be next? Simon, Dimitri, or Lanas? Outside, the night was quiet and dark. Suddenly, he realized with a start. Huh? Am I feeling lonely? On the other side, Jijo, with a scowl on his face, declared, I'll handle Simon by myself. Zeus and Nut, who were standing opposite each other, turned to look at him, then slowly looked at each other with calculating expressions. In his mind, an image of a flustered Jijo appeared. Didn't he say before that? Zeus turned and whispered to Nut, if you're going to make me deal with Simon, you might as well just kill me, right? Jijo, standing nearby, heard them, blushed, and shouted, Hey, you idiots. Jijo couldn't keep his composure and pointed directly at him, questioning, that's because last time, Zeus planned to attack him directly. If the three of us just attack him head-on, we'll just be serving ourselves up to be slaughtered. Zeus angrily clenched his fists. I don't like your tone. Suddenly, Jijo's face darkened. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. I don't intend to just charge it and fight him. Simon is weak in teamwork, although he's better than before. If I challenge him, his ego won't let him back down. Hearing this, Zeus looked at Jijo with a bewildered expression. Didn't you just say you wouldn't confront him directly? Jijo replied flatly. That's right. I don't intend to, but I will make him think that's what I'm doing. I'll handle him myself, and you guys will take care of the rest. After all three were in position, the announcement to begin rang out. Team 3 and Team 13. The capture the flag match begins. Jijo held the flag over his shoulder with one hand and gestured challengingly with the other. Come and fight me if you've got the guts. Simon, I, the great Jijo, will face you. Unquietly tilted his head. He turned to look and saw Jijo standing a considerable distance away. Jijo's standard safe distance. Then, suddenly, Amin turned and ran deeper into the area, causing Jijo to shout. Was I being too cautious? His face was covered in sweat. I didn't want to have to do this, but I guess I have to play the bad guy again. Unable to stand it, Jijo called out Simon's name, causing him to freeze in place. Hey, you fake genius. Simon's face darkened as he turned back, while Jijo continued to relentlessly insult him. How can you call yourself a genius? Lee Han is a better fighter than you, and Kuro has more psychic energy than you. Jijo didn't hesitate to shout towards Simon. I'm pretty sure Lee Han is taller than you too. I heard he's 180 cm now. Even taller than you. Hey! After a long moment, the shouting stopped, and only Simon's back was visible. Jijo hesitantly looked forward, slightly apprehensive. Suddenly, Simon slowly turned around. Immediately, Jijo became wary and looked towards him. As expected, Simon had lost his temper and unleashed his power. Their match was recorded and recognized as the longest in ARC's history. In a small alley, John walked calmly. 7 years ago, he stopped right behind Nguyen Tran, who was standing nearby. Suddenly, the old man glanced over. I thought I told you not to follow me. John smiled and took out a cigarette, bringing it to his lips. Well, it's my job to bring you back to ARC. Nguyen Tran turned to face him directly. I understand your situation, but I don't care about your psychic training center. His face contorted into a scowl. Especially when you're teaching kids how to kill. Immediately after, Nguyen Tran recalled a haunting image from his past. When I was young, I received a lot of help from the cult that the old man I revered lead. The place was called the Serenity Congregation, and it was just one of the many cults that sprang up during the war. From a young age, he was forced to train relentlessly until exhaustion. I operated as a member of the organization and trained inhumanly every day. Nguyen Tran was quickly forced into action. First, I started with small animals, then dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys, and even humans. Before long, I could kill them without hesitation. He lowered his head, full of remorse. I can't let children suffer the pain I endured. If you understand, then go back. Hearing this, John couldn't help but frown. Immediately after, he dropped his cigarette and stomped on it, declaring, if we can't win the coming war, humanity will cease to exist. Can you discuss justice when you're just trying to survive? John's expression was now hard to read. His voice low and resonant. I will make you kill anyone. At the very least, take the position of instructor before you go. Nguyen Tran was confused by his words. Didn't you hear what I said? No matter what. I have no intention of cooperating. John paid him no mind. Well, what should we do? I need to go with you. And you refuse to come with me, no matter how I put it. He smirked slightly and stared at the old man. Or maybe I should use force. Nguyen Tran lowered his head slightly and replied. Don't waste your life like that. As soon as the words were spoken, John, holding something glowing, lunged forward like the wind. Seeing this, the old man was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with shock. John swung his arm high, level with Nguyen Tran's face. He instinctively dodged, and John's knife grazed his face. Nguyen Tran cried out in pain. Immediately after, the knife was knocked into the air. The old man quickly reached out, caught the knife, and retaliated. Although he dodged, John's neck was still cut and bleeding. Nguyen Tran's face darkened as he warned. I won't kill you, but you should know your limits. Before he could say more, John angrily slammed his fist down on Nguyen Tran's head. The knife in his hand fell to the side. John let out a terrifyingly faint laugh. You should be thinking about killing me. Hit by his unexpected blow, Nguyen Tran was seriously injured. In the dark alley, a large aircraft flew overhead. The atmosphere in the alley was now extremely tense. The two men stood opposite each other, neither willing to back down. John suddenly shoved with all his might. The old man hurriedly raised his hands to block. Immediately after, Nguyen Tran quickly used his elbow to strike back, hitting him squarely in the stomach. John was caught off guard, unable to react in time. He couldn't counter. He was set flying by the old man's blow. Nguyen Tran took a ready stance. His face now also had a wound. Nguyen Tran looked at John's pained, trembling form on the ground and said, You're not bad yourself. John glanced up at him and spat out a mouthful of blood without saying a word. At that moment, John slowly stood up, looked at the knife lying in the distance, and taunted, If you want to end this, you should do a better job with that thing over there. Hearing these words, Nguyen Tran's face darkened, and he remained silent. John smirked, a tired look on his face, but his voice was loud. I guess I'm offending you. Is it a martial artist's honor or something like that? The old man then made a gesture, raising his hand towards him and said, I will end things between us with this. You won't die, but you should be careful. Nguyen Tran's hand clenched, and a small electric charge began to radiate from it. Opposite him, John frowned, observing, his hand slowly reaching into his pocket. Am I imagining things? Or is his hand more dangerous than the knife? The two men stood opposite each other, both in a ready stance, waiting for the other's attack. High above, A large aircraft flew by once more. It was like a signal. Nguyen Tran immediately charged forward without hesitation. John's eyes were bloodshot, filled with caution. Without a wasted motion, the old man's outstretched hand struck directly at his eye. The hand that was creating flames also quickly flared up and swung straight at Nguyen Tran's head. A long while later, the sky had turned a strangely quiet reddish yellow. Johnny appeared then, looking inside in silence. On the ground were John and Nguyen Tran. He exclaimed in confusion. What happened? Did he kill you? Did you kill him? Or did you both kill each other? John shot up quickly, pushing the old man away. He just passed out. I suffocated him with my fireball. Johnny, with his hands in his pockets, jumped down and asked, The flame you used to light your cigarettes? Though injured, John was still full of energy. That's right. Sorry for playing dirty. It was all thanks to this. A small, brightly shining stone gradually appeared in John's hand. It's a mineral that Octo lent me. It enhances psychic energy. That's why I was able to control my flames so perfectly. He turned his head to look at Johnny and pointed at Nguyen Tran. I probably didn't burn his face to a crisp. Did I? Johnny spoke with some irritation. Honestly, the way you fight is such a hassle. I should have investigated him first. John slowly stood up. Anyway, let's take him back. He stood opposite him, arms crossed, and said, This is Delta, requesting transport. Johnny frowned slightly and looked at him, announcing, Mission complete. After a long silence, Johnny asked again, What was his name again? Before John could answer, he quickly exclaimed, Richard. John burst out laughing and replied, It's Nguyen Tran, you idiot. Johnny took a satisfying gulp from his can. Li Han, sitting next to him, quietly observed him. After a moment, he let out a refreshing sigh. For Li Han's can was empty. Johnny had already opened a new one. He held one up and asked, Warm one? There's plenty. Li Han smiled faintly and replied, No. Johnny continued to drink from the can and remarked, Well, it's a bit hard to understand. Though your body is an adult's, your mind is still that of a child. He slowly lowered the can. Johnny looked at him and said softly, Try to live, Richard. You can't just die without ever tasting alcohol, right? Then suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears as he raised the can. Don't die when you've never been drunk. It's too sad. Li Han looked over, feeling a bit helpless. Are you just going to keep talking about getting drunk? The sky above had turned afternoon, and below, everyone was still training diligently. 1, 2. In the courtyard, everyone was jogging in unison. Johnny sat on a bench, talking to Li Han. In 2 years at most. 1, 2. You'll surpass me as a warrior. He clenched the can in his hand and thought. By then, even Ark won't be able to control him. If a fully grown psychic turns his back on Ark. Suddenly, a tragic image from the past appeared. His face was covered in wounds, and he was gritting his teeth, panting heavily. A long while later, Johnny had defeated his opponent and turned to leave. He said in a low voice, If you turn your back on us, humanity will be no more. Don't become a monster, Richard. A white balloon was suddenly lifted high by a device. Leon, now wearing a suit of armor, his face drenched in sweat, looked up. He was continuously reaching for the white sphere. Octo, standing at a computer screen, observed Li Han's every move with pride. So worth it. This is amazing for an engineer. He praised smugly. This Li Han kid is good. Octo continued to watch Li Han's every step, contemplating. Everyone knows his psychic energy output is quite low, but his distribution of that energy to control objects is quite good. Li Han continued to train intently. From a distance, Octo silently assessed. That means not a single bit of psychic energy is wasted. It allows for better control and manipulation of everything. If a normal person can divide their psychic energy into 10 parts, they can do 20. Li Han. Octo pushed up his glasses slightly. My God, it's genius. If he continues to train this well, he could divide his psychic energy even further. A long while later, the system's announcement chimed. Training complete. After finishing his training, Leon lay flat on the ground, completely out of breath. Octo approached him, holding up a data card, and said with a pleased laugh, Operating time is 25 minutes. It's increased a little. Good job. Lying still. Leon replied, It's still a long way from being applicable in real combat. Octo quickly reassured him. You've only just begun. There's no need to rush. Li Han leaned his head back and panted, complaining, I'm exhausted. Hearing this, Octo exclaimed, Right. Sorry, I'll take it off for you. A while later, the armor he had been wearing was removed and carefully stored in the lab. Li Han drank from a glass of water non-stop. Octo stood, leaning against the chair, and asked Li Han, "Are you okay?" Li Han turned his head slightly and rubbed his shoulder. "I feel like my muscles are screaming." Octo quickly climbed up and sat next to Li Han. "Obviously, it's because you used all your muscle power at the end. And you've completely depleted your psychic energy too. You'll get used to it gradually. Besides," he suddenly held up the fingers in front of Li Han's face, "the second generation psychic armor will be much more comfortable." Li Han was a bit surprised. Second generation? A simulated image of the armor was drawn out through Octo's analysis. That's right, it's created to support specific roles. But there are only 80 units of the second generation armor. Because of the shortage of materials from dragons, we can't make more. Li Han hesitated and asked, "So the number of people with psychic armor is already set? There are only 50 people at level 3. Do we need 30 more people for the remaining armors?" Octo waved his hand and smiled slyly. "I'm just a part of the technology department. I'm not interested in the distribution of those items." After spending time there, the two finally said their goodbyes and left. After bidding farewell to Octo, Li Han slowly walked away. Just as Li Han was strolling down the street, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw him, Li Han stopped and looked up. Li Han looked at John and asked, "Are you back from the level 3A building?" John smiled brightly and called out, "Li Han." John approached him, hands on his hips, and said, "I just saw Silence." Hearing this, Li Han replied happily, "He must be back from his mission." John laughed and guessed, "You must be happy to see him." "Huh?" Li Han looked directly at John without hesitation. "Yes, he's about my age. When I don't see him, I get a little bored." John slowly took a cigarette out of his pocket and said, "He talked about you too. You'd have a good relationship." An image of Silence appeared, and Li Han said calmly, "I still owe him a favor, and everyone at ARC is nice to Silence too." John quickly put the cigarette in his mouth and thought, "Not really." As he smoked, he recalled images of Silence's efforts as a child. Li Han, he always cares about others, despite his young age. Silence's back unconsciously appeared in his mind, and John continued to speculate. If you pretend to care, people will easily see through it. And you're not an idiot. You're always aware of what needs to be done. It's only harmful if someone acts fake. He lowered the cigarette in his hand and asked in a low voice, "Would you like it if I talked to you as if you were a fool?" Li Han hesitated and replied, "Probably not." After that, he stared straight ahead and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, Li Han spoke up again, catching John's attention. But he turned to him and asked curiously, "Why does Silence always wear a mask?" Hearing this question from Li Han made John freeze for a few seconds. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. "You really don't know?" Li Han replied without delay. "I don't. The mask doesn't have any special function, does it?" John said nothing more and fell silent. Following his silence, Li Han also grew a bit anxious. Suddenly, John let out a sigh and gave a gentle, dismissive smile. Then, John's normal, unchanged voice filled the space. "Just for show." Time passed, and a few days later, Johnny smiled brightly and extended his hand. "Welcome, rookie. My name is Johnny Schwartz. I'm a first-generation psychic." The person opposite him quickly returned the handshake. Johnny turned and walked ahead, saying, "There are a lot of people here who want to meet you. Let's go." The other person, at a steady pace, followed behind. Simon stared straight ahead with a serious expression. Johnny walked casually with his hands in his pockets, while Simon followed slowly behind. At that moment, Johnny suddenly spoke up. "You're the genius from the rumors." Upon hearing Johnny's words, Simon's expression immediately darkened. "I have high hopes." In his memory, hands reached out from the darkness. A genius. As soon as Simon demonstrated his skills, everyone standing there applauded and praised him endlessly. "Amazing, Simon. You can use your psychic abilities to this level." Hearing the praise made him feel proud. "At this rate, you'll become the best, even when you get to ARC." Very quickly, many figures appeared ahead. Simon had also arrived, his hair blowing in the wind. A sense of excitement welled up inside him. So this is ARC. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he strode straight inside. Simon walked confidently, while all the other kids looked at him with some hesitation. Simon was now starting to feel anxious. So many people, and this crowd is all psychics. No matter, I will be the best in this place. Suddenly, A small noise from the distance quickly caught his attention. As Simon turned his head, he saw Koro crying in the crowd. That brat doesn't belong here. A feeling of disgust rose in his mind, and Simon's clenched fist trembled nonstop. Koro just stood there, crying inconsolably. Simon stared at him and thought, he pisses me off. To think that kid is a psychic like me. Simon frowned in annoyance. Don't be ridiculous. It's unacceptable. He looked directly at Koro's tear-streaked, fearful face, expressing his contempt. Without hesitation, Simon raised his fist. However, he used all his strength to hit him without a second thought. The thing I truly. Poor Koro sat on the ground, crying endlessly, clutching his wound and looking at Simon. Couldn't accept was the fact that he was a better psychic than me. In his memory, the image of Koro's terrifying power explosion appeared. S-rank belongs to a completely different realm. One of the chosen, who cannot be reached through training alone, unable to control his emotions. Simon punched the wall hard. Damn it, what can he even do? He lowered his head and panted heavily. What can he do besides cry? Simon looked at his reflection in the mirror all this time. Since he was a child, he had always trained hard to showcase his talent. I worked so hard, while others were sleeping. And stayed up all night to train, to continue being a genius. Elsewhere, in a quiet, empty room with a meeting table in the middle, Lee-han said with a bit of anxiety. An emergency meeting? I wonder what happened. Opposite him, Silence sat casually and said, who knows? Since both you and I were summoned, it must be another special mission. Suddenly, a sound was heard, and Lee-han immediately shot to his feet. He looked towards the door with some excitement. Corporal's eye. I stood there and waved back. Long time no see. After a round of greetings, they quickly went to the table and sat down. Lee-han placed his hand on his chest and said, I am prepared to act as the vice captain. I pointed at him and gently affirmed. That's right. We're short on first-generation psychics, so we don't have enough captains. You know about the tier on a spatial rift, right? Lee-han? Hearing this, Lee-han paused slightly. The tier on a spatial rift. An image of the mentioned land appeared in his imagination like a map. Tirana is the capital of Albania and the place where the second drift appeared after the first war. Inside the massive flames, horrific images of beasts appeared. At that time, they couldn't stop the Dragon Legion, so the entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, became a complete wasteland. Lee-han looked up and said slowly, the minions must be trying to reopen the rift. Just like in Xingwocha, the beasts there were terrifying. I said with some apprehension. This situation is even worse. The entire legion stationed at the rift was massacred by the minions. He looked directly at Lee-han and announced grimly, the second phase of the war will be announced soon. The entire Arc Legion will need to prepare to be summoned. Lee-han hesitated and asked, you mean there are a lot of minions there? Several ELU mages combined their powers at once, unleashing a terrifying amount of energy. A few ELU mages managed to open a time-space tunnel. That's why the minions were able to pass through with such a large army. Thanks to it, all the beasts inside were ecstatic. The number of minions kept increasing, as if they were declaring that this time they would succeed in opening a massive spatial gate. Hearing this, Lee-han couldn't help but look down at his tightly clenched, trembling hand. He slowly opened his palm and thought, this situation is progressing much faster than expected. Lee-han looked up slightly, calculating. This time, the dragons might appear. Suddenly, another sound appeared, attracting the attention of the three of them. Footsteps gradually entered the room. I'm a bit late. Johnny walked in, leading Simon, and pointed at him. Here's the final member of the team. Simon slowly walked in. His face remained guarded and serious. Johnny stood near Zai and greeted him casually. I'm sure you all don't need an introduction. After all, you two have fought together before. Both Lee-han and Simon unconsciously stared at each other with sharp glares. Iman felt a bit annoyed and thought, that's right, this bastard is always. An image of a young Kuro being beaten by Simon unflashed in his mind. At that moment, Lee-han had stepped forward without hesitation to shield him. In my way, as if trying to assert his dominance. He fearlessly held up a rock as a weapon. His gaze never wavered. He quickly pulled out a chair and sat down. If it weren't for me, he would have been expelled. By any means necessary, I will surpass him. Johnny stepped into the middle and spoke. Alright, since everyone is gathered, I'll give a summary. He got straight to the point. The objective is to prevent the spatial rift from opening. Everyone will be equipped with armor for the assault. 7 legions from the first generation will support you with psychic armor. Johnny held up 3 fingers. However, we can only provide a maximum of 3 air support units. We don't have more. To prevent the massive, malevolent monsters from attacking, he had made a plan beforehand. If the plan fails and the dragons invade, we will stop them with the psychic armor. Everyone remained silent. Li-Han's hand clenched so tightly that it trembled violently. He raised his fist with determination. I'm ready. This is the purpose of all this training. At that moment, Li-Han raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. He looked at Johnny and asked in a serious tone, "When do we depart?" Johnny sat in the distance, silent for a moment. He raised his hand slightly, pushed up his glasses, and declared, "Right now, within the military zone, everything was already prepared. Tirana outpost, 20 kilometers from the Tirana rift. Major Kang stood there undenounced. This is a satellite image of the rift. We have detected a significant number of psychic barriers in the area. Inside that area, a massive amount of power was constantly being emitted." He continued his analysis. "The dragon summoning ritual is being conducted in one of them. However, we have no clue which barrier is hosting the ritual." Major Kang stood on the podium, looking down at everyone seated below. Although conducting an airstrike to wipe everything out at once would be ideal, those barriers won't be affected even by a nuclear bomb. After a moment, he let out a laugh and decided, "With my long years of combat experience, I can confirm one thing: we won't be able to solve this problem with an airstrike. The surrounding terrain is urban, and the grunts will just go underground." After Major Kang's statement, everyone below remained silent. Sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, he loosened his tie. "Let's proceed." Outside the old building, people slowly emerged from their tents. Li-Han's team quickly gathered in one place to listen to him. "I'll brief you on this operation." One by one, the armored tanks gradually left the military zone. On top of the tanks were stern-faced soldiers. The enemy forces opposite them were numerous, ready to counterattack. Inside, the battle plan had been laid out with different routes. While the combined forces fight the lesser monsters, a TLBC team will locate a barrier and eliminate the ELU mages. One by one, the military planes were deployed into the high sky. As you all know, there are 7 psychic armors on standby in the air. We can request assistance from a maximum of 3 of them. Li-Han spoke with a serious expression, but that's a last resort. Although there will be sacrifices, we need to hold out for as long as possible. After all, those bastards want to quickly deplete our forces to make us activate the psychic armors. Very quickly, a massive explosion erupted, sending everything flying. The army, with its advanced weapons mounted on tanks, fired relentlessly forward. Grunts charged in large numbers, but they were quickly shot down. A giant grunt bared its sharp teeth and rose up, seemingly unfazed by the bullets. With modern weapons, the grunts aren't a threat. The scary thing is their crazed hive-mind effect. It opened its mouth wide and unhesitatingly swallowed the incoming bullets. Other large grunts advanced. They quickly swarmed a tank and clung to it. The grinding sound made by their teeth rubbing together only made their behavior more frenzied. 30 to 40 of them are willing to die just to destroy one tank. If it weren't for their rapid reproduction, they would have been extinct by now. In a corner of the ruined area, explosions rang out continuously. Other soldiers, equipped with weapons and armor, charged in at the same time. Li-Han, also wearing his armor, observed the situation and announced, "Enemy detected ahead." Large grunts quickly appeared, blocking the path of his team. For grunts, however, before the 4 of them could do anything, a massive explosion erupted right next to them. A giant monster gradually emerged from the other side, blocking the way. Li-Han warily tightened his grip on his weapon. The monster roared, facing his team with its mouth wide open. "It's an ogre." Very quickly, both Li-Han and Silence glanced behind them. Corporal's eye. Silence. The 2 of them turned towards the grunts. "Please handle the grunts." Li-Han stood behind Simon, raised his weapon, and called out, "Simon." His voice was encouraging as he said, "Let's take down the ogre together." And tilted his head slightly and smiled faintly. Very quickly, Silence's eye charged forward. The giant beast moved to swing its club. It raised its hand and roared. Starling's eye. Fortunately, it was shot and sent flying. Li-Han stood tall, watching the white smoke gradually dissipate. He quickly waved his hand in another direction to distract the monster. "This way, you monster." Hearing the noise, the giant beast changed its direction. It angrily bared its sharp teeth. Immediately after, it slammed its fist powerfully onto the ground, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. Li-Han leapt high into the air, brandishing his sharp staff. I aim for its head. Simon, clear a path for me. Paimon raised his hand, creating a force field, and replied, got it, fueled by his power. The rocks on the ground were lifted into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Paimon yelled to signal Li Han. Go! Li Han! Li Han flew high above, aiming his spear at the beast, while Simon provided support from behind with his powers. Li Han put all his strength into it. Not holding back, he charged straight at the giant beast and attacked. Very quickly, Li Han jumped up, weapon in hand. He struggled slightly, gritting his teeth. Li Han got right up to its face, swung his arm, and stabbed it directly, then quickly pulled the pin on a bomb. Just as the monster opened its mouth, he raised the bomb in his hand. Li Han gripped the bomb, preparing to throw it. And so, the small bomb in his hand was thrown, in sync with Li Han's action. Mine also acted from behind. The massive explosion sent Li Han flying, but fortunately, he was protected by the shield Simon had created. Just like that, the giant beast was blown up by his small bomb. The monster fell lifelessly right in front of Li Han. He held his weapon in one hand, panting, and said, let's go. Meanwhile, Silence, since I had also finished dealing with the 4 grunts. Sai smiled with pride. My god, is that still the same kid I knew? Li Han lead everyone forward, weapon in hand. Sai thought. I used to think he was remarkable. Li Han's back was steady, without a hint of hesitation. But now, even though I've been on the battlefield for almost my entire life, I feel like I'm being led by a reliable superior. The city area was now a desolate ruin. Li Han's team slowly entered. Leading the way, he raised his hand slightly to signal to the others. The team continued into another alley in the city, and saw corpses lying scattered about. Li Han stopped, bent down, and examined them. He looked at the marks on one of the bodies and announced, they've been dead for a long time. Outside, 2 others stood guard. I also bent down and found something. Calling out, Li Han, he held up a strand of fur. There are some wolf hairs here. Zii's firm assertion made Li Han raise his gun defensively. I'm sure there are Yahello hunters here. Immediately after, a strange aura emanated from deep within the small alley. Li Han used his calm system to transmit to the 2 guards outside. Simon, silence. The 2 of them immediately paid attention to his voice. Ready melee weapons. Li Han quickly picked up a rock from the ground and pressed himself against the wall, speculating, if they're werewolves, a beheading would be more effective than shooting them. Immediately after, without hesitation, he forcefully threw the rock deep into the alley. The small rock hit the ground with a loud clatter. Then, the atmosphere returned to how it was before. Silence. Nothing happened. Li Han quickly grabbed his weapon. His team was also ready. Without hesitation, Li Han pulled the pin on a bomb. He ran forward quickly. Just as the ferocious werewolves charged out, Li Han threw the bomb without a second thought. After throwing the bomb right at the werewolf's feet, he covered his head and jumped to the side. Just as Li Han jumped clear, a massive explosion sent everything flying. A blinding light flashed continuously through the hazy smoke. He and his teammates seized the opportunity to strike. In the smoke, Li Han's entire team was ready. Swords raced to fight. Before the werewolves could even reorient themselves, everyone swung their swords powerfully, striking them down. Very quickly, the 2 werewolves were eliminated. Li Han was turned, looking outside, when he suddenly noticed something unusual. On the opposite building, an Yahello mage was already standing there. Bowed Ron. Please subscribe to the channel for the latest information. Li Han quickly shouted a warning. Get down. As soon as he finished speaking, it shot an arrow straight down. At that moment, the corpse that was initially on the ground was suddenly controlled, flying up to block the attack. Simon had used his power to lift it up and shield everyone. After it was over, he let out a sigh of relief. Silence, seeing Simon's action, looked on quietly. Grr, and angrily yelled, What? Our lives are more important. Li Han, without hesitation, pulled out a bomb and pulled the pin. We need to take that bastard down. I, standing right there, rushed over to try and stop him. A grenade won't reach that distance. Behind them, the other 2 were also startled by his action. Thinking the same thing, he'll easily dodge that. It won't hit, but contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Han began to generate a surge of power. The bomb was thrown with incredible force, launching straight like a bullet. The Yahello mage also quickly stood up to dodge the bomb. Below, Li Han gritted his teeth. Tense. Unexpectedly, As the bomb was flying straight, it suddenly changed direction, closely pursuing the Yahello mage. It couldn't dodge in time like before it was blown up in Midra. Silence approached Li Han and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder in a gesture of praise. Simon stood to the side in silence, while I let out a sigh. I don't know much about psychic abilities, but it seems he succeeded in an impossible way. He thought with some surprise. That's a difficult technique. On par with scoring a three-pointer from mid-cart while spinning. At that moment, on the other side of the dividing barrier wall, many grunts were gathering. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, blasting them away from the barrier. A large circle was created where the explosion rang out. Point 9. Psychic barrier is open, requesting elimination. All the soldiers ran there as fast as they could. Li Han, while running, was continuously reporting. Team XG is approaching point 9. Only 1 km away. We will finish within 5 minutes. Everyone else silently followed behind. Weapons in hand, I ran closest to him, remaining silent. At that moment, Zii's mind was still replaying Li Han's earlier feat. Corporal-san, please connect the detonator cord and bring it over here. Use a few more grenades. Li Han tilted his head slightly and said gravely. Because the minions will swarm this area, we need to set traps. I looked up and silently affirmed. He's becoming a warrior faster than anyone. Looking at Li Han's back as he ran ahead made I feel a bit uneasy. But it hurts me. He's just a kid barely 10 years old. The sky gradually turned a reddish yellow. Many grunts gathered outside the circle. The ambushed team sat on a nearby building, waiting for Li Han's command. Everyone except Silence. Clear a path to the psychic barrier. He calmly laid out a battle plan. And while that's happening, we will protect the retreat route. Silence will cut through the barrier and eliminate the Yahello mage. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the mission. He also tilted his head to look at Silence. Her entire body seemed to be erupting with a mysterious power. Li Han's encouraging voice rang out. We're counting on you. Silence. In the past, an image of a young Silence appeared. She gently reached out and turned on the TV. Silence sat in front of the TV screen, laughing with delight. Back in the present, she stomped hard on the rooftop, preparing to attack. I am E. Silence felt the gentle shifts of movement within her body. She continuously repeated the phrase, I am A, just as her teammates were below. Attacking the grunts, Silence was enveloped in power. She leapt right above them unattacked. With each of my clean slashes, Silence shattered the sphere, revealing the Yahello mages inside. Immediately after, words seemed to manifest in her mind kill monsters. As soon as Silence broke through its protective layer, she unhesitatingly swung her sword, decapitating the Yahello mage. Very quickly, she was surrounded by the surrounding grunts. The characters on Silence's mask changed. She moved like a skilled warrior, deftly dodging and delivering precise blows to eliminate the grunts. While the other monsters were distracted, Silence launched herself high into the air and dropped bombs. A massive explosion immediately occurred, sending everything flying. Hot flames raged fiercely. Silence landed right next to her teammates. Li Han, weapon in hand, loudly ordered. Team XC has taken point 9. Let's retreat before we get surrounded. What's with those childish messages? You're giving me goosebumps. The sky quickly turned to night. An airship took off into the high sky. Then suddenly, a part of its underside began to glow. The airship then dropped a large iron box. The iron box was dropped forcefully onto the roof of a nearby building, attracting Li Han's attention. He looked up, tiredly announcing, a psychic armor has been deployed to support the ground. We need to hurry. Before Li Han could finish his sentence, a voice came through the comms. X-Gon, do you read me? This is Alpha 1. Li Han was a bit startled and thought, if it's Alpha 1, then this is the leader of Alpha Team? Li Han raised his hand to his comm and replied, this is X-Gon. I read you. On the other side, Derek was running while talking to him. The next point you're heading to is point 8. Since we're nearby, we were thinking of joining up with you. Hearing him say that made Li Han yell. You've already cleared your designated position? He was a bit surprised. They're fast. Derek continued. Luckily, we were quick on our feet. The voice coming from the comm hesitated slightly. But there's a problem. Li Han wondered. A problem? He felt confused. Are they being pursued? Derek's voice came through with some hesitation. Well, we just eliminated the Yahello mages, ignored everything else, and got out. His face now looked very worried. Because of that, we're being chased by a rather large army. His entire team was now being relentlessly pursued by a massive army. So we're in a difficult situation. A bar barrier was created, dividing the entire city in two. Li Han was now displaying a small screen on his arm. He observed in silence. Alpha Team Leader, Alpha 1. His name is Derek, and his special ability is that he can generate electricity. He frowned slightly on thought, assuming there's a place where he can use that ability. Li Han's voice quickly came through on the other end. Alpha 1. Do you read me? Derek was running as fast as he could, not forgetting to reply. Loud and clear. You told me to wait, but then you said nothing. I thought you had abandoned us. Li Han then started giving him directions. If you turn left for 500 meters and go straight for another 200 meters. As soon as he heard Li Han's words, Derek's eyes widened in shock. You'll find a large outdoor swimming pool. I'm sure there will be some rainwater in it, even though the whole city has lost power. His face darkened, with the dire wolves relentlessly chasing him from behind. I think I know what you're planning. Derek couldn't help but be amazed. In such a short time, the kid had devised a strategy using his special ability. He let out a faint smile upon hearing Li Han's instructions. We'll go to that location and wait. Derek suddenly called out, startling him slightly. Easy one. He gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with a smile. If we survive this and get back to Ark, let's be friends. Li Han, holding his gun, replied softly, deal. On Derek's side, everyone was trying to escape the pursuit of the dire wolves. One viciously lunged forward to attack, causing a team member to cry out in fear. They had been stripped of their weapons by the monsters and were screaming in terror. How much farther do we have to go? Derek, running at the front, turned back slightly to reassure them. We're almost there. Soon, a small corner appeared right before their eyes. That's the corner. As soon as we turn, I'm going to roast every last one of them. He began to unleash all of his power. Over on Leon's side, he was so shocked he was speechless. It's empty. His team had quickly moved to the pool, but the inside was surprisingly dry. One side of the wall was shattered, and thick smoke billowed out from within. Simon looked down and observed, because the floor and the wall are completely broken. There's no water left. Seeing this scene, Li Han could only grit his teeth in silence. His hand trembled uncontrollably, as if he was trying to suppress something. Sai quickly noticed Li Han's unusual behavior. He lowered his head, filled with self-blame. A constant thought echoed in his mind. This is all my fault. I put everyone in danger. Just as he was about to lose control, a voice pulled him back. Li Han. I rushed forward worriedly, grabbing Li Han's shoulders to calm him down. Get a grip. It's going to be okay. No one is going to die. Hearing Zi's words, he turned around in disbelief. I gave a slight nod, his eyes filled with conviction. Receiving encouragement from Zai, Li Han looked forward with renewed determination. Just like that, the four of them readied their weapons. Facing the noisy chaos ahead, Li Han's brow furrowed as his power began to surge. The enemy will be here any second. Get ready. From a great distance, the figures of Derek's team were running at full speed. His squad is up ahead. All four of them didn't waste a second. He turned back to urge his teammates on. Run. Behind the squad, the pack of dire wolves relentlessly pursued them with bared fangs. Up ahead, Li Han's team was ready, weapons in hand, and charged forward. He looked ahead and shouted, prioritize protecting Alpha Squad. The moment the dire wolves charged, Li Han's team launched forward without hesitation. They all focused on protecting Derek's team, while continuously firing their guns at the horde of monsters. He quickly turned to his teammates and ordered, fall back. Only kill the ones that get too close. There were hundreds of dire wolves, relentlessly closing in, while everyone tried to retreat and defend at the same time. As I shouted anxiously, Li Han, we can't fall back any further. We need to request a spirit armor. Hearing this, Li Han's face grew serious. I have to make this decision very carefully. Everyone's lives depend on it. If I request support from the ground like Corporal T-Side said, we could probably escape this in an instant. While the monsters charged, his team was still trying to buy time with explosives. But there are only 2 units left. If I request one, there'll only be 1 left for the other teams. Li Han was now in turmoil. We have to get out of this ourselves. Think. Li Han. Think. After a long moment, Li Han suddenly saw something. From where he was, he could see a large water tank. Looking at the old water tank, Li Han thought he was seeing things. Is that a water tank over there? Maybe. On the other side, Silence was constantly fighting the dire wolves. Simon was no different. As he blocked an attack, he heard Li Han's call, Silence. Simon, get to the other side of that tank. Hearing his command, the two of them immediately leapt in that direction. Li Han turned his head and ordered, Alpha to 3-4 and Izzy 3. Hold the defensive line. Lure them towards the tank. She and Simon quickly flew over there. He carefully checked. Silence. There's a water tank behind the tree right in front of you. Check what's inside. Silence pointed hers, or in the direction Li Han indicated. Just half of that tank will be more than enough. He began to raise his hand, preparing his power. Simon, get ready to destroy the support system. The dire wolves continued their relentless assault. Li Han had just finished dealing with one. Suddenly, a short message lit up. Okay, receiving the signal. Li Han shouted to everyone in front. All units, retreat. Derek saw his chance and turned around with an excited grin. Alpha 1 is ready. Over where the other two were. The legs of the water tank were broken at that very moment. Immediately after, the tank could no longer stand firm and began to tilt. About to fall, the massive water tank, full to the brim, came crashing down. After completing their task, both Silence and Simon were exhausted and covered in sweat. The tank unleashed a massive flood of water. The monsters were swept away. Even while submerged, the beasts showed no signs of fear. Suddenly, a figure stepped gallantly onto the edge of the basin in front of the monsters. I guess it's time to restore my reputation. Derek slammed his fists together, his entire body tensing as a terrifying power emanated from him. He smirked with delight. Tonight's menu is rotisserie. Without a moment's hesitation, Derek unleashed his powerful electric current. It shot straight into the water, shocking the beasts. They writhed and thrashed in agony from the electric shock. He maintained the powerful current for a short period, illuminating the sky in the heart of the dark, desolate city. After a while, the charred corpses of the monsters lay scattered everywhere. Derek propped himself up and cheered. An overwhelming victory. He couldn't stop laughing, even as blood streamed from his nose. Finally, Derek collapsed from exhaustion on the spot. Li Han rushed over to catch him. Derek turned to look at him and smiled weakly. Sorry, I'm out of juice. Li Han stared at him silently, his gaze unwavering. I'm leaving Alpha Squad to you. Ex-Joan. Li Han urged him quickly. Yes, I know you're tired, but we have to go now. Derek, with a helpless expression, muttered, this stubborn kid. On a desolate patch of land far from the city, a large gathering of monsters was struck by a massive force from above. Everyone seized the opportunity, charging forward with their weapons. All spirit armor support units have been deployed. Li Han led the charge, his voice firm. We have the upper hand. That's the last location. They walked gallantly past the pile of monster corpses. They couldn't help but exclaim. Did they defeat all the minions? I thought there must have been a ton of them. In the distance, the large sphere still glowed, surrounded by hundreds of monsters. There's only one place left, near the shield. The army continued to relentlessly eliminate the monsters. The battle raged on without stopping. Li Han's group had now reached the massive horde of monsters. He quickly shouted to Silence. Silence. Receiving the command from Li Han, she brandished her weapon and flew straight through the horde, piercing the shield. With a single slash, the defensive layer shattered. Everyone quickly followed her. Silence charged straight down, taking advantage of the cracked shield. Everyone rushed inside. The moment they saw the scene, they were stunned into silence. The monsters inside were constantly raising their hands towards the light. What's wrong with these guys? There was something in the center, constantly emitting a powerful energy. Just then, Li Han charged forward, reminding everyone, there's no time to hesitate. We have to kill the Yahello sorcerer immediately. Outside the wall, there were still many monsters swarming around. Then, suddenly, the shield exploded violently, the shockwave blasting away everything nearby. The monsters knelt on the ground, making a constant, loud noise. The Yahello sorcerer lay motionless. A metal helmet suddenly dropped to the ground. Li Han gritted his teeth and stared straight at it. The lights erupted violently, forming a small black vortex. His eyes widened in terror. From inside the black hole, a massive hand emerged. Everyone was stunned. What kind of monster is that? The massive creature slowly revealed itself before Li Han. He stood frozen, unable to move, even though I can only see its front claw. There's no doubt about it. In Li Han's memory, a classification chart of all known beasts appeared for comparison. Compared to the dragons we learned about at Ark, this one has to be at least twice as big. He was frozen in place as the black creature slowly approached. The creature moved towards Li Han deliberately. Seeing the dire situation, Silence launched forward from a distance as fast as she could. She rushed towards Li Han without hesitation. He's going to fall into the rift. Back before the battle, Li Han's name was suddenly called. Li Han. Silence. Her hands busy typing on a digital screen. Approached the group. Suddenly, Silence's warning startled him. Don't you die. After that, Leon looked at her seriously. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. Hearing Silence's concern for him, he let out a soft sigh and smiled faintly. Right now, she had just rushed over and thrown her arms around Li Han, her words echoing in his ears. I don't plan on dying. Either. Where did you hear that line anyway? From a movie. Samurai Chingetsu. When we get back to Arc, I'll show it to you. Silence held his entire body and launched them out of air, while the powerful energy continued to radiate. The two of them had retreated a fair distance. From the massive hole, Bahamut, with its sharp teeth, emerged. From its mouth, hundreds of bats flew into the sky as everyone watched. As soon as Silence rescued him from danger, they both fell to the ground. Li Han lay face down, trembling in pain. She struggled to get up. Bahamut had gradually emerged halfway, raising its head majestically. He looked up in terror at Bahamut. It was devouring all of its followers. It continued its slaughter, its sharp teeth stained with filth. Witnessing this overwhelming sight, everyone below was terrified. Even Simon couldn't help but tremble, and Ziai's jaw dropped, speechless. After a moment, its massive foot stomped down hard on the ground. The surrounding monsters were gone. Bahamut slowly stepped out of the portal. It was so massive it seemed it could crush everything. Its eyes glowed red, as if threatening them. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. Li Han's face was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly pressed a button on his device. Because the rift is too small, only its head and front legs could get through. We need to request spirit armor support immediately. Just then, Bahamut let out a deafening roar. Its sonic wave seemed to want to destroy everything. Bahamut raised its head to the sky. Instantly, its sonic wave caused Silence to lose her footing and fall to the ground. Li Han's eyes rolled back. He was frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes changed slightly, sweat pouring down his face. A read electric current appeared around his body. Everyone else quickly began to show the same symptoms as Li Han. They fell to their knees, screaming and writhing in agony. The power seemed to be trying to control everyone. One of them tried to resist but couldn't, raising his gun to his own head and firing. After roaring at the sky, Bahamut closed its mouth and fell silent for a long moment. Its eyes glowed bright red, followed by a strange sound. So, the worthless cowards are right in front of me, are they? Right after those words, the corners of Li Han's eyes turned a strange red. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. Bahamut's sharp voice continued to echo. Once the rift is fully opened, I will end everything on this earth. Everyone clutched their heads in agony, pleading, stop. Simon wasn't faring any better. Damn it. Get out of my head. It declared with immense power. First, I will eliminate the things. A plane flew across the sky above. Bahamut's hateful voice rang out. That you have created from the flesh and bone of my kin. Hearing this, Li Han quickly looked up at the sky. It's targeting the cargo plane. I have to stop it. Li Han struggled to get up. He pushed off the ground with his hands, finding it difficult to stand. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and a powerful energy gathered, swirling like a tornado. Simon looked on helplessly in that direction. We're all going to die. The massive Bahamut showed no mercy. Li Han's head was down, his mind filled with a single thought. Everyone is going to die. Li Han's expression darkened. Unless. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Unless I do something. While Bahamut was busy creating its vortex of power, Li Han launched himself forward. He reached out, trying to grab his staff. The distance closed, and he strained to grasp it, though his head was still pounding from the sonic wave. He got the weapon in his hand, let out a loud roar, and charged. Leon, with blood-red eyes, charged to attack Bahamut. It wasn't just Li Han. Simon was also trying to raise his gun, but a strange sound echoed in his head, making him drop it. Die. Those words relentlessly assaulted Simon's mind. It felt like he was being crushed from the inside. Finally, Simon couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Veins started to bulge on his forehead. Simon was drenched in sweat. His red eyes rolled back in pain. Simon looked at Li Han in astonishment. How are you doing that? He followed Li Han's figure with his eyes, constantly wondering, why are you the only one? Just as Bahamut raised its head to generate its power, Simon saw Li Han charge forward with his weapon. Why are you the only one who's still okay? Flashback to the day the files were brought out. This is what you requested. After tossing the file on the table, John leaned back in his chair and asked casually, anyway, what's your plan with this list of Tier 3 promotions? Johnny picked up the file and examined it intently. He kept flipping through the pages and said, I plan to assign one of these individuals to the tier on a mission as a member of Rich An's team. John suddenly cut him off. Rich An? Johnny calmly lowered the paper and explained, Li Han. Richard is a nickname I gave him. John sighed, taking out a cigarette. Is that supposed to be a joke? He put the cigarette in his mouth, flicking it and muttering Li Han's name. Rich An. Then John turned to Johnny and said, that's the same stupid thing you called Wei Chan. Haven't you grown up at all since then? He then asked, what about you smoking in a non-smoking area? Suddenly, after flipping through more pages, Johnny spoke up. Wait a minute. Not Mayor? A healer? He used to be on Richard's team. He then turned the paper to show John unstated bluntly. I like this kid. He looks just like me. Hearing this, John remained silent. He then stood up, walked over to Johnny, and suggested, this one's better than the other one. He looked at the file and teased John. I don't know. He seems more like you. He didn't say much else, using his hand to create a flame to light his cigarette. Just do as I say. They'll make a perfect pair. Johnny closed the file. Curious, did they have a good relationship? John replied calmly, no. He turned to look at Johnny, who was standing beside him with his hands on his hips, and elaborated, to be honest, they don't have a good relationship, but they've never brought it into a mission. He hates losing more than anything in this world. After John's words, Simon's power suddenly surged, but that's definitely something that drives him forward. He slowly stood up straight, his blank white eyes radiating power. Li Han, if you can do it, then I can do it too. Li Han, charging from a distance, felt something and quickly looked back as he lowered his body to build momentum. Bahamut remained in its pose, head held high. Li Han quickly leapt high into the air. He jumped past its head, raising his weapon high at the same time. Li Han looked down with some concern. Below, Simon was still trembling, raising his hand. His eyes were bloodshot as he muttered a curse. Damn it. Simon refused to give up, his eyes turning completely white. After enduring immense pressure, Simon couldn't hold on and fell forward. On the other side, Li Han had swung his weapon right at Bahamut's massive eye. Even as he acted, Li Han was worried. I don't think this attack will do much damage to this monster. The straight blade of his weapon also radiated power as it descended. Li Han used all his strength to stab one-handed into Bahamut's eye. I wish I could change the trajectory of its death breath. He tried to push deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a blast of power shot out from its mouth. Bahamut trembled violently, and Li Han was thrown back. He fell from the great height in shock as the blast of power shot up into the sky. The airship was struck on one side. After a moment, it stopped. Li Han plummeted straight to the ground. Bahamut's terrifying voice echoed. He paid it no mind, trembling as he tried to get up. That effort was all for nothing. You foolish mortal have no one left to hope for. Li Han gritted his teeth, trying to push himself up, thinking, I can't feel my left arm and leg. Its eyes held a hint of a smile as it looked down at him. But for some reason, Li Han fearlessly faced it. You still think you have a chance? Bahamut seemed to be taunting him. That look in your eyes is starting to piss me off. You still think you have a chance to win? Immediately after, Bahamut swung its massive claw, trying to grab Li Han. Faced with this, he remained calm, sitting there and clutching his wound. Suddenly, it felt as if something was holding it back. It couldn't move forward. Bahamut felt a sense of disbelief at this. Am I trembling? As soon as it said that, it braced its feet on the ground and felt as if it were being dragged away. Li Han, still clutching his wounded arm, heard its cry and looked up. The rift. Why is it closing? The rift that Bahamut had emerged from was slowly closing, and it thrashed frantically, trying to escape. Bahamut swung its claws fiercely towards Li Han and roared, You! If I just kill you, then. Its massive foot once again aimed straight down at him to attack. Seeing the situation, Li Han glanced down and cursed under his breath. Damn it. My leg. The sharp claws were almost upon him. Yet he couldn't move. In that critical moment, something shot past, right in front of Li Han. The surprise caused a small explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere. He raised his hand to shield his face. After a moment, he slowly lowered his hand. An armor suit stood gallantly in that spot. The armor used its body to shield him from Bahamut's claws. A spirit armor? Lee Han looked at it grimly and speculated. It came down on its own. Without an activation command, he gritted his teeth in shock and looked up. The only one who can do that is... Before Lee Han could finish his thought, a voice rang out. Looks like I showed up just in time. Huh? He was horrified to hear this familiar voice. I thought I was the only one who made it out alive. But the armor suit bowed its head slightly, as if looking down at Lee Han gently. He pressed his lips together. Lee Han looked down at the armor's leg being crushed by Bahamut's claws and stammered. Your leg. The person's warm voice rang out, causing him to jolt up. Live a long life. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire armor suit was crushed by Bahamut's massive foot. Richard. Just like that, the armor was dragged into the spatial rift. Bahamut struggled to emerge again, but failed. Lee Han couldn't hold back his tears. He tried to move, but there was nothing he could do. The spatial rift slowly closed right in front of Lee Han. The sky brightened. He sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The sunlight gradually appeared, revealing the vast but devastated city. The image of Bahamut appeared during a briefing. Bahamut. That is the code name for the 8th dragon that appeared during the Tier Autumn mission. Alexandra looked thoughtfully at the screen. Bahamut. Huh? You gave it a grand name. Right. Sasha spoke grimly. That bastard isn't like any dragon that has appeared in the past. It's significantly larger and stronger. Everyone listened in silence to the explanation. The destruction of the 4th squad and their spirit armors is a tremendous loss for us. Even if we were to receive additional reinforcement funds, it would be very difficult to re-equip all of our military forces in such a short amount of time. The speaker turned and used a remote to change the slide. The good news is, thanks to the appearance of the dragon, many other nations have shown a clear interest in joining the ARC project. Below, a man sat with a stern expression, thinking, even if there are good people among them. The appearance of Bahamut has put them in a very difficult position. While thinking, Alexandra suddenly had a realization. Alexandra quickly interrupted. Wait, pause the screen for a moment. On the screen was an image of the injured Bahamut. He quickly asked, who was it that inflicted that damage on its eye? Elsewhere, in his subconscious, Lee Han and Johnny were sparring. Sometimes, you're no different from an emotionals machine. You know? He looked at Lee Han across from him, who was constantly defending and panting. You act like that's the reason for your cold personality. Very quickly, Johnny unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Even if you have to walk a path that leads you straight to the gates of death. If you think that choice is the right one, Lee Han gritted his teeth, struggling to block the blows. I'm sure you would take that chance without a moment's hesitation. Then, Johnny suddenly lunged forward, wrapped his arms around his waist, and lifted him up, surprising Lee Han. Next, he prepared to slam him to the ground. A loud, powerful impact echoed through the training room. Lee Han was thrown to the ground by Johnny, panting heavily. Don't you die. You must survive. No matter what. His eyes were wide and unblinking. Lee Han was silent, not saying a word. He knelt right beside him, reached out his hand, and grinned with satisfaction. You, Lee Han. Just like that, Johnny's tall figure gradually faded and disappeared. Outside, John sat silently by Lee Han's hospital bed, watching over him. The moment he saw him stir, he quickly asked, Are you awake? Lee Han struggled to speak. Sergeant. Raid? After a moment, he slowly propped himself up and asked, How long was I unconscious? He quickly replied, You've been out cold for 2 days. Lee Han's face darkened, his eyes visibly dimming. Mr. Schwartz. John, on the opposite side, heard this and cut Lee Han off. Yes, he disappeared along with that bastard. He's been reported as missing in action, not killed in action. Suddenly, his soft voice rang out, startling John slightly. Could you please? Lee Han's hand on the bed clenched the edge of the blanket. Please leave me alone for a little while. Not wanting to bother him further, John opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he stepped outside, he let out a long sigh. In front of John now stood Zion to others, waiting. What do you think this is? A nursery? John closed his eyes and sighed again. Lee Han just woke up. I think he needs some time to collect himself. Inside, Lee Han sat stunned and silent. The light from the window illuminated half of his face. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Lee Han's gaze gradually became determined. Back at headquarters, The meeting was still in full swing. Many nations have shown no signs of being found. Most of them seem to have perished in the Tirana battle. Alexandra warily took off his glasses. Well, that's a relief. At least we can rest easy for a while. Is that all for today? Just then, Octo suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Wait, there's something I need you to look at. He leaned on the table and looked over. Octo? He presented his idea with a determined look. I propose that the second-generation prototype, currently under consideration for use by the first squad, be transferred to us, the third platoon. Someone at the meeting disagreed. What the hell are you talking about? Octo shot back. The prototype can be activated immediately. The other man, angry, got closer and argued. What nonsense are you spouting? Even that Ray guy could barely move it. Despite being exceptionally sensitive to psychic power control, the rejection rate is too high. Octo leaned in mockingly. Why don't you just say you want it for yourself instead of making excuses? You're just going to send it back to the factory after dismantling it anyway. Alexandra's face had turned completely black. The other man grabbed Octo by the collar and yelled, Even so, I won't give you a word of it. What kind of nonsense are you trying to create this time? Octo quickly pointed elsewhere. There's someone who's a perfect match for this prototype. Trust me. Sir. Only then did Alexander slowly look up. He calmly requested, Send me your plan. Octo, I think I'll go mad if I stay here any longer. Time passed quickly, and Li Han had recovered and was walking normally. 3 days later, as he was walking from the opposite side, Iman also approached. The two of them came face to face. Despite this, neither said a word and simply walked past each other. Then, a voice came from Li Han. Thanks. Hearing this, Simon couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He turned his head to look at Simon and said sincerely, For your cooperation in the last mission. Hearing such words made him a bit uncomfortable. In Simon's mind, the image of Li Han striking Bahamite was unforgettable. He gritted his teeth and then trembled with anger. Simon lowered his head slightly and uttered mocking words. Don't make me laugh. You think you can look down on me just because you were made squad leader a few times? Suddenly, he got closer and raised his voice. Don't treat me like one of your childhood friends. When Simon mentioned that, his eyes immediately darkened. The two of them were emanating killing intent. Li Han didn't hesitate to point directly at him and mock. So, how many times have you beaten my childhood friends? I forget. You recently suffered a crushing defeat against Jiho, didn't you? Simon was provoked by his words. He confidently pointed at himself, unthreatened. Then follow me to the training room. Let me break your other arm for you. Li Han accepted the offer without hesitation. Fine by me. I agree. After their conversation, the two of them moved quickly. Simon walked ahead arrogantly, and Li Han followed without much concern. Damn it. Each had their own thoughts. Li Han was also annoyed with Simon. He seemed so prideful. Did I just make things worse? Simon was no different. Trying to guess. I just showed him my insecurity. He also felt annoyed at his own actions. What the hell am I doing with a cripple? Li Han, walking behind, kept wondering. I don't think I said anything too serious. Despite their thoughts, neither wanted to back down. Anyway, I'm not going to be treated like a joke, especially by him. As the two were heading to the dueling location, two other figures approached from the distance. Isn't that those guys? They quickly called out their names, causing both Li Han and Simon to stop. Li Han, Simon, Dimitri and Knut cheerfully approached them, speaking loudly. Long time no see. Have you heard the news? Knut and I got promoted to Tier 3. Upon seeing these two, Li Han and Simon instinctively glanced at each other. Li Han narrowed his eyes slightly. I think we both need to cool down a bit, don't you? Simon also hung his head in frustration. Then just don't show your face to me anymore. Even if I calm down, I'm not sure I won't get pissed off again. The other grinned happily, so overjoyed that their limbs were flailing about. Soon after, both Dimitri and Knut, carrying backpacks, ran closer. They waved their hands high, beaming at the two of them. Wherever Li Han went, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. I heard you chased it down with just a spear? Good morning. Walking beside him, teased him with amusement. How does it feel to be celebrated like a hero? Li Han replied calmly, with a hint of exasperation. Not fun. Just then, a figure appeared, drawing their attention. That accident would be more pleasant if you just kept it to yourself. Derek, holding a food tray, looked cheerfully at Li Han and exclaimed, Li Han, you must remember your promise to be my friend if we survived, right? The image of him during the battle immediately flashed in his mind. Alpha 1. Derek. He looked at Lee Han with surprise. You even know my name? That's awesome. It's great to meet you. Lee Han. After a while, everyone went about their business, no longer paying attention or making noise. Everyone suddenly turned to look. Derek forced a smile. There he goes again. Just then, silence, carrying a tray piled high with food like a mountain, walked towards Lee Han's table. He called out in slight amazement. Silence. Derek quickly added. It's been 5 days. In Lee Han's mind, the image of silence sitting upright and serious appeared. According to the rumors, if he needs to think about something, he'll stare at a wall for days without even drinking a sip of water. He calls it wall training. Anyway, the amount of food he eats after training is insane. Lee Han had a look of helplessness. I've noticed he eats even more than I do. Nut, next to him, said worriedly, I bet it pushes the limits of the human stomach. As they were talking, Silence approached the table and forcefully slammed the plate of food down in front of him. Lee Han, a bit startled, looked at her and asked, You changed your mask. Silence replied softly, I forgot to charge the battery. When this came up, he wondered, So, how does he eat without it? Lee Han then asked, What do you do while training? Anyway, she immediately recalled the battle with Bahamut. Seeing herself just sitting there, trembling on the ground, frustrated her. I was thinking about how cowardly I was, unable to do anything but sit there and watch you fight alone. After a moment, she noticed the person next to Lee Han. Who's that beside you? He glanced over at Nut and introduced him. This is Knut Mayer. You've met him before. He cheerfully waved at Silence and greeted her. Nice to meet you. Though I'm not sure if you remember me. She calmly replied. I'll try to remember you. Suddenly, Nut fell silent, his eyes wide. He held a completely expressionless face, not moving a muscle. Nut's gaze was fixed, unwavering. He was now watching Silence gently lift her mask, preparing to eat, upon seeing half of her face. Nut's face turned betrayed. Time passed quickly through the meal. Everyone was now in the training room. He was sitting alone, furiously lifting weights. Sweat poured down his forehead, his face straining with effort. His eyes never left the figure of Silence jogging on the other side. No way. There's a girl in Arc. If not, then does that mean I like guys? No. Nut gritted his teeth, determined to get rid of this awkward feeling. I have to check to be sure. She was incredibly proud of herself. Nutmare grew up looking at the North Sea of Norway. Instead of fearing the unknown, I'll just investigate. In Nut's mind, the image of Silence's mask appeared. He patted and thought, this is my chance. With that mechanical mask, there's no way to tell. After finishing his workout, Knut pretended to whistle as he walked past Silence's training area. There's a rumor that he has a scar on his face. He nervously speculated. If that's true, I can just apologize. Without hesitation, Knut quickly swung his hand, but she had already reacted. Silence kicked him straight out. Knut was sent flying to another spot. Silence slowly approached. She arrogantly raised her finger, wagging it as a sign, and said to him majestically, Never let your guard down, no matter where you are. This is the way of the ninja. The soldier. Knut sat on the ground, angrily watching her back as she walked away. Just you wait. What the hell is a ninja? A soldier. Suddenly, Leon came up from behind and advised, I think you should stop. But how could he give up? Unlike you, once I get curious, I can't stop. Derek also came up behind Nut and placed a hand on his shoulder sympathetically. Nut, you bastard. I know how you feel. He grinned slyly. Meet me on the dormitory rooftop at noon. We'll discuss this in detail. As if finding a kindred spirit, asked curiously, You have a good idea? Leon watched them with some unease. Derek and Nut shook hands excitedly and shouted, All right, see you later. He gently rubbed his neck, his calm eyes observing every action. The training ground behind the facility was vast, an immense, open space. On the rooftop, Derek's cheerful voice rang out. All right, Nut, allow me to introduce you to Ark's secret organization, the unveiling of Silence's mask. He spread his arms wide, standing between his two teammates, and announced, Codes, M-O-L. For short, we've gathered to see Silence's face. They cheerfully placed something in Knut's hand and shouted, Welcome, Comrade Nut. In his hand was a small, glowing badge, a badge made from a bottle cap. Nut's face fell a bit. Derek's voice rang out again, asking Han, You seem disappointed? He held up the bottle cap. His eyebrows raised slightly. Couldn't you do any better? This looks like a piece of trash. What kind of organization is as shoddy as this badge? Hearing this, he didn't get angry but smiled even wider. A piece of trash, you say? That's exactly what we're going for. It's one of the reasons we can maintain our secret identity. Derek placed a hand on his chest proudly. Chasing after Silence alone is impossible. But if you join us, there will be 4 of us. What is the minimum number of people Ark requires for a mission? Cut clenched his fist, his expression hesitant. 4. Hearing this, he excitedly grabbed Knut's arms. Exactly. So we'll be truly powerful with all 4 of us. And the last empty seat of S. Oh, L. Will be filled. Though not very interested, he still asked. All right, what's the plan? Derek smiled as if his wish had been granted. Everyone then moved closer to the edge of the rooftop. Looking out, in 20 minutes, he directed his gaze down to the training ground below. At plot number 7, a training session to test Silence's blinking ability will take place. Just as Derek said, Silence's suit appeared on the field, stretching and preparing. After that, he won't be able to blink, and then we'll surround and ambush him. Not, slightly confused, turned to him and asked, doesn't that sound a bit cowardly? Derek looked at him seriously and replied, you don't know anything about Silence, do you? Below, she had bent down and begun her training. Though he didn't say it outright, his voice carried a hint of caution. Just watch, and you'll see. Silence leaned into her stance and muttered, all right, Silence, let's begin. On the training ground, there were various pieces of equipment. She observed and analyzed them herself. There are 6 blinking lights in a 35-meter range for each light. And as always, the last one is vertical. The air on the training ground was now very dusty. Silence got into a ready stance, looking straight ahead. As soon as the command was given, her figure quickly vanished. Start. Like a whirlwind, each sign placed on the field turned green. Silence's body was surrounded by electric currents. She ran at full speed, flashing past. A little faster. Silence didn't stop there. A little further. As if gaining momentum, Silence leapt high into the sky and then fell straight back to the ground. Even if I blink, I won't lose acceleration. So, all kinetic energy will be released when I land. The moment she touched the ground, an explosion occurred. A powerful purple energy also radiated outwards. Luckily, just as she landed, a protective mat popped out to catch Silence's body. Derek, watching from above, was extremely serious. See? As long as he's blinking, you can't catch him. Nut was a bit worried after watching her performance. That bastard is scarier than I thought. Silence prepared to continue her training. He looked down and said, you'll do 2 more sets like that. Don't hesitate. Get ready. The 2 of them leaned in close, grinning slyly. Finally, today, we will uncover Ark's greatest secret. Elsewhere, as soon as a door opened, Li-Han slowly entered, carrying a tall stack of books. Li-Han couldn't stop thinking about the excited looks on those 2's faces and felt concerned. Li-Han quietly prayed for the 2 of them. I hope they're okay. Knut and Derek approached. Their 2 teammates were also approaching from behind. The 4 of them formed a circle, surrounding Silence, under the blazing sun. Knut looked at the sky and said, you guys are too weak. Derek grimaced and retorted, why you consider that our opponent is just as strong? Besides, it seems I can't use my special ability to electrocute Silence. Knut jumped up angrily. This isn't working. He seriously discussed the next plan. We need a mastermind. You will oversee the strategy and direct us. There was a sudden knock on the door. Li-Han opened the door. Not Derek. The 2 of them sat opposite Li-Han. Li-Han said uncomfortably, I don't want to do things he doesn't like. Knut saw this and said, Li-Han, honestly, aren't you curious too? Li-Han listened seriously as Knut spoke, about the face behind that mask. He quickly replied, no. Knut sighed and held his head. I thought he would hesitate a little. All right then. Knut suddenly said, I suddenly remembered something from the old days. I mean, the situation when I joined the 13th squad. Li-Han paused for a moment. Even if I'm not there, I'm sure you'll manage to set up your own formation somehow. After saying that, Knut stood up to leave. I'm going now. Take care. He called out. Let's go. Derek. Li-Han silently apologized. I'm sorry. Silence. He called Knut back. Knut? Then he said, I'll only help you this one time. But if you fail again, you have to give up. Knut happily gave a thumbs up. One afternoon in a hallway, There was a repair warning sign. Under repair. Please take a detour. Lee Han discussed the plan with them. We'll lure Silence to the roof. To be sure, we'll set up various traps throughout the building. He pressed a button on his device to share the data with them. I've marked the locations. Let me share it. The four of them gaped when they saw the number 7 pop up. There are quite a few, so we have to move carefully. Everyone wondered, how did you manage to draw such a detailed map in such a short time? You even know where to place the traps. Say, I told you we should just let Leon handle it. Leon reminded them, you should move in pairs when I'm not around. Also, don't get within 20 meters of Silence. There's a chance you'll be caught right in front of him. If Silence disappears at close range, jump backward. If you're lucky, you might be able to avoid him. They all listened excitedly. All right, you're a genius. Leon clapped his hands and ordered. Now, let's go. Everyone. They all raised their hands and cheered in unison. Let's go. Leon was on the rooftop, checking the traps. He checked his communication with everyone. Everyone is in contact. Confirming communication status. SMO-Lone. SMOL2. SMOL3. SMOL4. Loud and clear. Leon stood on the rooftop, observing through his device, and informed everyone. The target will appear in front of Group 1 shortly. SMOL2. Lure the target towards SMOL2. There. Cut excitedly chased Silence down an alley. Midway, Derek jumped out. He tried to grab Silence, but she quickly dodged him. A notification was sent to everyone. Target has entered the building. Cut and Derek herded Silence into the building. Leon commanded, all right, SMOL1 and 2. Fall back and head to the roof. SMOL3 and 4. It's your turn. As soon as she entered the building, Silence was hit by a trap Sodakin thrown at her head. Silence was stunned. She observed her surroundings and thought to herself, the traps. They seem much more organized than before. Silence turned her head to look at the other two and thought, there's no way these guys suddenly got this smart, so there must be someone intelligent directing them. After a moment, she seemed to have figured out who the mastermind was and silently cursed. That bastard. A scream came through the comms, putting Leon on alert. The target suddenly. His two teammates were horrified to see Silence easily bypass all the traps. She ignored the first cannon pass through all the traps at an incredible speed. Leon said, I don't think we can catch him. The important thing is that he's recognized the traps. And she was ready to face Silence on the rooftop. Letting her guard down, Silence easily bypassed the traps, thinking with contempt, how pathetic. There's no way I'd be caught by that. Silence ran up the stairs. As she ran, she thought, but something feels off. It feels like that bastard commander has me right in the palm of his hand. The other two teammates chased after her and reported, the target is heading towards the roof. Very quickly, Silence reached the rooftop. On the rooftop, Leon was ready to face her. When Silence saw him, she was certain of her guess. So it was you, Leon. The two of them faced each other on the rooftop. Silence thought, this is ridiculous. She looked at the traps laid out to catch her and thought, am I a monster? The two teammates had caught up behind her. She quickly ran forward. Silence assessed the situation. I'll just jump over the first trap. And after jumping to the second trap, I'll be at Leon's position in a flash. Leon seemed to read her mind. That's what he would think. When Silence jumped to the second trap, the trap suddenly sprung a net. Silence was confused, but I didn't touch anything. It turned out everything was under Leon's control. He had tied the trigger string for the net to his index finger. I can't rigger the second trap myself. Silence and Leon looked at each other. There's no other choice but to blink. Silence unleashed her power, but Leon dropped a bucket on her head, causing her power to quickly dissipate. Sorry about that. Leon quickly backed away. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to surround Silence. Now's the time. Everyone, attack! Leon observed seriously. He thought, movements you'd only see in movies. I never thought they could happen in real life. Despite being surrounded so closely and having her vision obscured, Silence quickly took care of the group. But I think Silence is an exception. Her physical skills are unbelievable. Silence approached Leon. She removed the bucket that was on her head. Then she looked at Leon and said, you're the worst. This left him utterly bewildered. Silence left without another word. Leon turned his head to watch her go. He watched her retreating figure and thought, I really pissed him off. A voice called him. Leon. Nut said helplessly, if you had time to put a bucket on his head, why didn't you just take off the mask? Hearing Nut say this, Lee Han just looked at him. We said we would attack together. Why did you just stand there? Then he replied, I'm not a member of your group. There was a knock on the door. Lee Han was standing outside the door. He called out, Silence. Silence stood behind the door but said nothing, only listening to Lee Han speak. I came to apologize. He stood outside, apologizing. I'm sorry. Silence still stood right behind the door and said nothing. The communication device on Lee Han's wrist emitted a notification. It was from Silence. Why did you do that to me? Lee Han said apologetically. I couldn't refuse Nut. He's made big decisions for me in the past. He lowered his eyes to look at the door. Then he added, No, it's all my fault. To be honest, I thought it would be fun. Silence sent another message. What's so fun about that? Lee Han said, I wanted to see if I could catch you with my abilities. Lee Han scratched his face and continued. And I was also a little curious about the face under that mask. Silence observed Lee Han through a device on the door. Silence sighed. Then she slowly opened the door. To Lee Han's surprise, Lee Han looked on in astonishment. Silence had her mask on when she opened the door. Lee Han looked at her and said, So it's done charging. Silence stood in front of Lee Han but still sent a message. Don't ever do that again. Seeing this, Lee Han agreed. Okay. Lee Han thought to himself, he probably has his reasons. I have no intention of unmasking him when he hates it so much. He said, I'll definitely tell Nut to back off. Should I make him come and apologize? Silence sent a message. It's fine. I just wanted you to apologize. Hearing this, Lee Han turned to say goodbye and prepared to leave. All right, see you later then. Silence quickly grabbed his hand. Lee Han was surprised by her action. Silence unexpectedly pulled Lee Han into the room. Outside, only the quiet hallway remained. Everyone was focused on boarding the fighter jets. The loudspeaker announced, Today is the final day of our suppression of the purists. 2 people were leaning against a wall, watching everyone. How do we find their headquarters? We have the dragon Bahamut to thank for that. Master Lao Chaodol's eye. Since confirming the existence of our sworn enemy, one of the purists' executives traded their location for his own safety. I replied with mixed feelings. It's bittersweet. Really. With that, they followed the crowd onto the fighter jets. For humanity and our next generation, I suppose. Fighter jets flew across the sky, passing over the school where students were jogging below. Lee Han asked Nut, Have you apologized to Silence yet? Nut replied, I already stopped by. He said it was fine. I really like that aloof personality of his. As they were talking, one of their classmates rushed past from behind at high speed. So that means you're giving up on S. Oh hell. As I promised. That friend didn't stop and just shouted, Coming through. Lee Han asked Nut, By the way, want to watch a movie tonight? A movie? Silence lent me one last night. Flashback to yesterday when Lee Han was pulled into Silence's room. She quickly typed on her device and sent him a message. Do you remember I said I'd show you a movie? Lee Han then remembered. Samurai Chingetsu, right? Silence turned on the light and said, Wait a sec. Let me find that file. Lee Han quietly observed his surroundings, thinking, Wow, is this all movie posters? The room was covered in movie posters, from modern to classic. Lee Han looked around and said, You really love movies. Silence said, It's the only way for me to see the outside world. Lee Han thought in astonishment. The outside world? Silence was still busy searching, while Lee Han was lost in thought. Come to think of it, he said he's been at ARC for a long time. He must have come here when he was 7 or 8, or maybe even earlier. Silence held up the movie file for him to see, while Lee Han was still lost in his thoughts. So the only world Silence knows might be the world from movies, or the artificial island of ARC? Silence added the file to Lee Han. I know these movies are just fiction, but I can't help but admire them. They're just so cool. She gave it to him and said, Enjoy the movie. At the running track, everyone had finished their run and was cheerfully chatting with their teammates. Lee Han looked around and wondered, It seems quieter than usual today. He scanned the area intently. There are only 2 or 3 seconds here. Where did all the soldiers go? A major was standing there, waiting for Lee Han to approach. The major called out, Lee Han. He ordered him, This is an emergency. I'll give you time to change. Change your clothes and come down. After changing and coming down, the major was already waiting for Lee Han in a vehicle. He handed him a helmet. Here, take this. The major said, Get in. I won't answer any questions on the way. I understand. The vehicle sped off quickly. As they drove, he thought, What kind of emergency is it? A major had to come pick up a regular soldier. When they arrived, Li Han thought, what if lower arc is really under arc? The major lead him inside. Soldiers at her coughed and joked about that. When he went inside, he was shocked. Military weapons were displayed before his eyes, far beyond anything he had imagined. He and the major stood there as a man walked up. It was Alexandra, the chief of staff of ARC. I'll take him from here, Li Han said. Chief. The chief walked to a device for fingerprint and facial scanning. Identity confirmed. Li Han stood behind, observing. Access granted. The door slowly opened. Li Han and the chief walked down the hallway. He asked the chief, so, what's going on? I don't think I'm allowed in this area. Alexandra replied, you're right, but someone really wants to see you, even if it means breaking the rules. And that person doesn't have much time left. The two of them stood before a luxurious door. Alexandra said, we've arrived. Li Han, the person you are about to meet, is the current vice commander of ARC. Hearing that name was like a bolt of lightning for Li Han. Zhu Zhen. The two of them entered. The room was beautifully decorated. He stood there as the vice commander invited him in. Come in, Zhu Zhen asked. Are you Li Han? The old man extended one hand towards him, while his other hand was still connected to an IV drip. Come closer. Li Han looked in confusion at the arm with the IV. Not only the IV drip, but there were also red marks on his wrist. Zhu Zhen reassured him. There's nothing to worry about. Li Han reached out his hand. The moment he shook the old man's hand, a red cage appeared, enveloping both Li Han and Zhu Zhen. He looked at the cage in confusion and asked, what is this? And your body seems to have shrunk. This is your inner self, and it is also your true form. The old man observed him and said, you regained your composure quickly, just as I've heard. Zhu Zhen still held his hand and knelt on one knee, saying, truly, talent does not wait for age. Was it your environment that forged you into who you are? The old man reached out again. He said sinisterly, will you let me look inside you? As the old man's gaunt hands were about to touch him, he slapped the old man's hand away, escaping from the cage. Li Han jumped back to escape and bumped into a bookshelf behind him. Alexandra called out worriedly. Li Han, he panted, looking at Zhu Zhen, and asked, what did you do to me? Alexandra shouted angrily, how dare you? Zhu Zhen spoke up to stop him. It's all right, Chief. His reaction is normal. The old man looked at the wary Li Han. He is sensitive, and his mind is surrounded by walls. Even I cannot see through him. Li Han voiced his suspicion. Sir, so you're the only one at ARC with psychic abilities, and the one who interrogated the ELU sorcerer was you. Zhu Zhen looked at him with a sinister smile. The old man didn't give a direct answer but said, having met you in person, I'm now certain I can entrust it to you. Li Han was surprised to hear that name. The second generation spirit armor. The second generation? Zhu Zhen rubbed his forehead and said, I'm tired now. Could you two leave? On the way back, he asked Alexandra, does Commander Zhu Zhen have a psychological problem? Alexandra clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, that's none of your business. You will keep your mouth shut about what you saw today. Li Han replied, of course. I just wanted to be sure. That's all. He analyzed. He has restraint marks on his wrists. On top of that, his door locks from the outside. It seems the time the commander can remain lucid is quite short. Li Han concluded, so that's why his wrists are often cuffed. Alexandra cut him off. Stop. Don't say another word. Are you trying to show off how smart you are? Suddenly, Alexandra stopped as if he had misspoken. He held his head and said, it's just as you say. He has been tormented for a long time. Zhu Zhen was sitting in a chair, his wrists locked, surrounded by a lot of medical equipment, doctors, and military personnel. The time the commander can maintain his sanity is extremely short. During those brief periods, he analyzes documents and decides ARC's course of action. Alexandra reported at him. Today, he spent that precious time on you. Do you know what that means? He said seriously, the second generation spirit armor allows an enhanced soldier to fight on equal footing with a dragon. In other words, that means, hearing Alexander's words, Li Han was on high alert. An enhanced soldier is as much a threat to humanity as the dragons are. Now he understood why Zhu Zhen did it. So he wanted to test whether I would be the one to save humanity or destroy it. Alexandra turned back and continued. In any case, you just need to know that it was a difficult decision. He replied, it certainly must have been. Li Han's words stunned Alexandra. To entrust everything to a child, who's only 10 years old. He thought for a moment and replied, "You're rubbing salt in my wound. Mighty warriors fighting on the battlefield against dragons to protect humanity. Even I, the chief, often forget that, though it's cruel and shameful. We're letting children hold the future of humanity in their hands." Alexandra thought to himself, "But perhaps we've been searching for a child like you all this time. A talent we can entrust with these burdens without feeling guilty." He urged him, "Let's go." In a desolate desert, a group was camped by a deep rift. Nut exclaimed, "It's hot as hell." Here, everyone had their own tasks, and no one paid any attention to Nut. He could only complain to his teammates, "I can't even step out of the shade." Amin angrily grabbed Knut by the collar and yelled, "You're so annoying. Just sit still, will you? But just sitting still is so boring. I'll grab you by the neck and throw you into the canyon right now." Li Han thought to himself, "This is a desert in the middle of North Africa, where the fourth dragon once appeared in the past." He thought about the fourth dragon from the past through Alexander's words. The fourth dragon had the ability to shoot destructive energy beams. As a result, many canyons were formed. The locals in that area call those canyons the Dragon's Chasm, and it seems a fossil, believed to be from a dragon, was found in that canyon. Someone shone a flashlight on the fossil. It was the leg of a dragon. This thing is older than human history. Ka turned to look at Silence, who was completely covered up. He asked, "Hey, Silence, don't you feel hot? You're wearing a helmet in this of unlike weather." She confidently sent a message through her device. "I asked the research department to install a temperature control unit inside for me before we left. The battery is portable." Nut yelled, "What?" He tried to climb over and snatch it, but was stopped by two teammates. "Let me borrow that." Silence, annoyed, kicked him away. Li Han held his head in exasperation, thinking, "I want to go back to Ark so badly." A group of people in white coats was walking towards them. The person leading them said, "It's quite hot, isn't it?" She asked, "Does anyone want to go down there with us?" No one intended to go down. Even though Knut was so hot he was panting with his tongue out. Li Han looked at everyone and saw that they were all trying to avoid it. Seeing this, he stood up and volunteered. "I'll go." He walked over to the research team. Silence, seeing this, also raised her hand to volunteer. "I'll go too." It's true that there should be two people in each group. I'm not hot. Everyone got into a device to descend. Inside were 5 people from the research team. Li Han, Silence, and 3 guards. The further they went down, the darker it got. Each of them held a flashlight to light the way. Someone said, "It's over there." Li Han was stunned. They had reached the fossil. One person exclaimed, "Look how huge it is." If this is really from a dragon, then Li Han looked closer to assess it. It would be classified at the same level as Bahamut. The female leader asked, "Can you confirm it?" Li Han reached out his hand and touched the fossil. He used his ability to examine it. Everyone was astonished. Oh my God. His power spread throughout the fossil. Just as he was about to lose control, it felt as if Li Han was being pulled into the fossil, unable to break free. Then Silence rushed over and decisively pulled his hand away. She supported Li Han. He weakly thanked her. "Thanks." The female team leader, seeing this, said excitedly, "This is amazing. It really is the skeleton of a dragon. Leave the rest to us." "Good job." Silence helped Li Han to the transport device. It can't be. If that's really a dragon fossil. He was terrified by his own conclusion. Then that means dragons existed, even before humanity? A member of the research team seemed to have stepped on something. His colleague, seeing him crouch down to investigate, walked over and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" "I stepped on something." The staff member reached out to touch the newly discovered object. "What is this?" Li Han and Silence were walking when they heard a terrifying scream. 2 members of the research team and 1 guard quickly ran towards the scream. What happened? A part of the researcher's arm had been devoured by the strange object. The researcher said in agony, "Someone, please get this thing off of me." The thing gradually devoured him, oozing a green liquid. The staff member bit was still writhing. "Help me. Do something." A researcher pointed at the thing and shouted, "It's getting bigger." The 3 guards quickly raised their guns. The researcher was quickly devoured by the thing. It's too late. It's already swallowed him whole. Li Han arrived and quickly ordered everyone, get to the elevator immediately." The researchers quickly identified it as a death worm. Damn it. It's a death worm. How the hell is it still alive? Li Han was quite surprised. A death worm. According to what I learned at Ark, it will soon from a chrysalis to transform. Everyone quickly moved into the ascending elevator. We need to get back to the surface immediately. Li-Han used his communication device to contact the surface. Team XY. Come in. Over. The device's door closed, and everyone began to ascend. Li-Han announced, "Everyone, prepare to enter combat formation." The death worm was gradually transforming. Our opponent is a death worm, preparing to transform into its second form. Very quickly, the death worm broke out of its chrysalis, leaving Li-Han completely surprised. That was fast. It's already hatched. It quickly lunged towards them. The researchers held their heads in fear. It's coming this way. The death worm let out a screech. This caused everyone to clutch their heads in fear. Even the security team. Li-Han and Silence were also startled. "Help me!" It wrapped itself around the transport lift to ascend with everyone, terrifying them all. It opened its massive mouth towards Li-Han but was blocked by the bars of the lift. Only its sharp teeth could get through the gaps. But they couldn't harm anyone inside. Saying this, everyone screamed in terror, forcing Li-Han to turn back and say, "Please, calm down. We're almost to the surface." He calmly instructed everyone through his communication device. "Everyone, listen carefully." Li-Han began to explain the plan. "We have to predict its movements, undecapitate that bastard as soon as possible. And at all costs, we cannot lose. If anyone dies, that bastard's evolution speed will increase significantly." Very quickly, the lift brought everyone and the death worm to the surface. Li-Han announced, "Target has appeared. Everyone, move quickly." Cut and the other teammates rushed forward with their guns. The researchers scattered everywhere. Walnut continuously fired at the death worm. "Over here, you bastard." The death worm was hit head-on by the bullets. Nut, seeing it was ineffective, threw away his gun. "I think firepower is useless." Ketch used his ability to confront the death worm head-on. He grabbed its mouth and said to another teammate, "Damn it, that hurts. Dimitri, grab its leg." Dimitri also rushed forward swiftly. He powerfully seized the death worm's tail. The two of them used all their strength to hold it down. Holding the death worm tightly, one of their teammates yelled, "Jump!" Derek flew up on a hoverboard. Then he jumped down from above, holding a spear imbued with power, precisely piercing through the death worm's body. Li-Han and Silence ran over from a distance. Nut signaled to Li-Han. "Li-Han, this bastard is paralyzed." Li-Han said to Silence, "Silence, the rest is up to you." Silence gave Li-Han a thumbs up. She leapt up while Li-Han used his mouth to pull the pin of a grenade. He precisely aimed for the death worm's mouth. He threw the grenade into its mouth. "Get out of the way." Schnut. The death worm exploded. Silence. "In my dra. Watch the scene." She quickly charged towards the death worm. Silence. With a sword in each hand. Blink plus gravity. She severed the death worm's head. Then she quickly retreated. Li-Han seemed to have noticed something. He quickly warned his teammates. "Its body is moving towards the head. Don't let it reattach." A security guard driving a truck rushed over and said, "Leave it to me. I'll push it off the cliff." The truck quickly sped towards the death worm's body. It rammed into its body, pushing it towards the cliff and then quickly turning the wheel, letting the death worm fall off the cliff. "Die, you insect." A security guard with a gun approached the death worm's head. This disgusting insect. Li-Han, seeing this, shouted, "Don't get near it." The security guard raised his gun and fired at it. "I'll crush you with bullets." A barrage of bullets was fired at the death worm's head, but it had no effect, even though it had lost its body. This caused the security guard to scream in fear. Everyone quickly ran to help, but it was too late. The security guard was swiftly dealt with by the death worm. One of Li-Han's teammates, seeing this, cursed in frustration. "Damn it, these amateurs. They should have stayed put instead of interfering." After the death worm consumed the security officer, it began to enter its next evolutionary stage. Seeing this, Li-Han commanded everyone. "It has wings." It's transformed into its third form. "Simon, Silence, prepare for aerial combat." The death worm quickly completed its third evolution. The death worm quickly flew into the sky. It shrieked at everyone. They all glared at it fiercely. Then, the death worm quickly flew away in front of everyone. "It's running away." Li-Han, seeing this, thought, "No, if we lose track of it now, the casualties will be much higher." He quickly issued an order. "Simon, prepare the hoverboards." Simon quickly prepared a hoverboard for Li-Han, sending him towards the death worm. When Li-Han got close enough, he raised his grappling hook. He aimed carefully at the death worm and fired. It easily latched onto its tail, pulling Li Han along with it. He channeled power into the spear he was carrying. The ground is more suitable for bugs like you. A single stab hit its head, and fluid splattered everywhere. Li Han's teammates ran towards the falling death worm. They all shouted, "Li Han!" In a laboratory, a person sat in a chair wearing a blue mask. Researchers were examining the person's stats. A researcher looked at the results and said, "Among the A ranks, he is very special. Truly an extraordinary individual." Another person asked, "Will it be difficult for him to become an S rank? I think we need a little more external stimulation. He must be an unawakened S rank." The machine beeped. Test complete. A female researcher approached, greeted him, and said, "Good job. Kuro, would you like something to eat?" Kuro replied, "No, I just want to rest." She responded shyly, "Oh, okay, then let's head back to your dormitory." Kuro looked at her with annoyance, assessing her. Her kindness is fake. Kuro followed, thinking to himself, "That attitude will change the moment I become useless." She told Kuro about the next schedule. "The testing schedule is almost over. You'll be promoted to Tier 3 soon." Kuro looked up at the light through the glass and thought, "Tier 3. Then Kuro resolved, "From now on, I will protect you because I have gained the power to do so." On Li Han's side, the death worm was falling towards his comrades. His teammates were running in that direction, shouting loudly, "Li Han!" During the fall, he delivered another blow to the death worm's head, and they both crashed to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, the death worm was dead. Li Han was covered in the death worm's slime. As the dust around Li Han cleared, he saw Simon's glowing hoverboard. A hoverboard. His teammates ran towards him. Li Han. Li Han picked up the board and looked at it. "So Simon saved me." Everyone gathered around to check on him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Han turned to Simon and said, "Thanks, Simon." Simon, seeing this, said angrily, "Damn these branch soldiers." Then he turned away. "I won't let them get away with this." As he walked, he said, "They dared to revive the bastard we almost killed. Are they really soldiers?" Knut, seeing this, wondered, why is Simon always so angry? Silence added, "It's a bad habit of his." At the main headquarters. This is the report on Kronos, a dragon fossil that was recently discovered. A scientist was giving a presentation on the discovered fossil. It appears to be from the Cretaceous period. As such, there have been numerous speculations about the origin of dragons. Enough about the origins. Alexander spoke up from above. "You can research whatever you want, but only after we fend off the dragon invasion." What's so important about that fossil? We can already mass-produce dragon-based equipment and spirit armor now. Why don't we skip this and move on to the Prophet? Reed, hearing this, "We are planning to awaken her," immediately shot up. Red shouted, "Is that the commander's order? Isn't it still too early?" Red's comrade tried to stop him. "Hey, Reed, calm down. Why are you being so disrespectful?" "Shut up. We still haven't received treatment." Alexandra looked at the scene with annoyance. "Damn it. Calm him down. Everyone, restrain him." Reed angrily shouted, "Get off me," and unleashed his fire ability, scaring everyone around him. Red glared at Alexandra. He rushed down and punched Red. Alexandra looked at Reed angrily and said, "Get yourself under control." "John Reed." Reed angrily looked at Alexandra, who continued, "Are your feelings more important than the cause?" He explained, "Versus Red, Bahamut, and Kronos, everything we faced was unpredicted. What if the dragons attack us ahead of schedule? What do we do then?" Red closed his eyes and then opened them, appearing calmer. Red held out his hands as if to be cuffed and said, "I will reflect on my actions in the solitary confinement chamber." Alexandra turned away and said, "No me. It's not that I don't understand how you feel." Red looked at Alexandra's retreating figure and thought. Katerina. In the cafeteria. Everyone was cheerfully chatting. A few days later, the Prophet. Nat told everyone. "That's a rumor spreading among the soldiers recently. I heard that the Prophet has awakened." Derek asked curiously, "Is that the person who can see the future?" Nut replied, "Yes. I heard they recently woke her up." Silence. "Have you ever met them?" Hearing her name. Silence. "Who was eating?" Shook her head. Dimitri saw Silence eating a mountain of pastries and said, "My God, how can you eat all of that?" A girl stood in front of the door. The door opened automatically, and the girl stepped inside. Everyone who saw the girl enter started whispering and gossiping. "The Prophet. That's the Prophet." "Who was eating?" heard the noise and turned to ask, "What's all the commotion about?" Katarina pushed her hair back and asked, "What are you all staring at? Never seen a person before." Kuh. Nut nudged Derek. "That must be the prophet. I didn't expect her to be a girl." Derek exclaimed, "Well, most of the spirit users of our generation are male." Silence. Hearing this, paused. Then she turned to look. Lee Han was also staring in stunned silence. Lee Han was shocked by his own thoughts. She looked so young. Is she really from the first generation? The first generation in Lee Han's eyes were huge, muscular, and looked demonic. The first generation in Lee Han's mind. She's 20 at most. How old was she when she started fighting? Silence observed Katarina intently. "I don't like her." Someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Prophet. Reid walked up to Katarina. Reid exuded killing intent and asked Katarina, "What do you think you're doing here?" Katarina, who was smoking, glared back angrily. She pointed at Reid and shouted, "I'm allowed to go outside. Why do you care?" Reid retorted, "They only allowed an normal walk." "You idiot." Then Reid snatched the cigarette from Katarina's mouth. "You just got out and you're already trying to smoke? Are you out of your mind? If you want to die, just say so." Reid used his ability to incinerate the cigarette. Then he dragged Katarina away with him. "Shut up and follow me, you brat." Katarina, not agreeing, shouted angrily, "Let me go. Who do you think you are?" When that didn't work, she screamed, "Hey, all." Everyone was stunned by the scene. Nut watched the scene and commented, "They're both really aggressive. What did she do to get grabbed by Sergeant Reid like that?" But Lee Han didn't think so. No, Sergeant Reid is actually. Reid had lost Katarina and was searching for her. Damn it. Where is she? Katarina hid in a corner, observing the situation. Octo was in front of a surveillance monitor. In the control room, he spoke to Lee Han, who was in armor below. "Ready. Lee Han, this is your first major training exercise." Lee Han, wearing the second generation spirit armor, was ready. "Begin." An energy field surrounded him. "The power I'm about to wield." The second generation spirit armor. Katarina walked down the hallway, skipping and saying, "How dare he try to control me?" She said with a huff, "He's truly Ark's loyal dog." Then she continued walking forward. Lee Han collapsed to his knees, panting. Training complete. Octo approached, clapping and laughing. "For your first time, you moved excellently. I knew I chose the right person," he said excitedly to Lee Han. "Just keep training like this." "Lee Han, the upcoming test will be nothing for you." Lee Han asked, "What test?" "Alexandra, Sasha, and Charlie are the supervisors for the results. Sooner or later, we'll have to present it to everyone. Just be ready to show them our best." Lee Han wiped his sweat and then had a thought. He asked, "Octo, you're pretty close with Sergeant Reid, right?" "John Reid?" Lee Han asked again. "Do you know anything about the Prophet? I heard she just woke up." Hearing this, Octo seemed to remember something. "She's in a state where she can't move freely." He pushed up his glasses and told Lee Han. The Prophet was cryogenically frozen. It cost as much as installing a spirit armor, but her ability is well worth it. Lee Han asked, "Why did she have to be frozen?" Octo explained, "Because of a psychic power outburst. Some people awaken their psychic powers too early and can't withstand their strength." Hearing this, Lee Han was quite surprised. Their bodies gradually turn to stone, and then they die. The Prophet is in a state where she could die at any moment. Katarina, who had appeared behind Octo without him noticing, spoke up, scaring him into a shout. "Sounds interesting, doesn't it, Octo?" Octo turned around and asked, "Prophet, what are you doing here? I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" She made her request. "Please give me a handheld gaming device. I'm so bored. Where am I supposed to find something like that in Ark? And why should I?" When she heard Octo couldn't make one, she angrily grabbed him by the collar. "You're a technician. If you don't have one, make one. What nonsense are you talking about?" Suddenly, Katarina stopped. Then she turned to look at Lee Han, confusing him. Katarina still had a grip on Octo's collar and said, "Oh my." Very quickly, she excitedly jumped over to Lee Han, feeling his arms with great interest. "You're from the second generation, right? Why are you so big for a kid? Oh my, look at these muscles. You grew up so fast. It's not fair at all." Katarina looked at Lee Han slyly and said, "I have something to tell you. Want to go somewhere quiet?" Octo, seeing he was free, pushed Lee Han towards Katarina. "Good idea. Take him with you. He's done with his training. Go on, Lee Han. See you tomorrow." He whispered to Li Han. Get her out of here. I hate stubborn girls like her. Katarina, hearing what Octo said to Li Han, retorted. I heard that. You know. She pulled Li Han away, but turned her head back to say to Octo, make that gaming console. Katarina pushed Li Han away, leaving Octo fuming behind them. Let's go. Outside the base, Katarina stood opposite Li Han. What did you want to say? She said to Li Han. You heard what Octo said, right? About my current condition. Katarina continued thoughtfully. That's right. I don't have much time left. My hair color wasn't always like this. Then she turned back with a pitiful expression and said, but I still want to live happily in the time I have left. Do you want to run away to a faraway place with me? Li Han stood there, looking at Katarina for a few seconds. Then he coldly turned away. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Katarina, seeing this, shouted. Wait. She tilted her head in annoyance. You really don't have a sense of humor, do you? Just like Red said. Li Han said seriously. So you know me. Katarina used her ability and turned to face him directly. I know, and I want to tell you this. She raised her energized hand and touched his forehead. Much to Li Han's surprise, the two of them looked at each other seriously. Then, Katarina spoke first. If you want to live, don't participate in this operation. I'm only telling you this because Red cares about you. Li Han, hearing her say this, asked, You saw my future? Katarina replied, I'm telling you this because I saw nothing. She stated firmly to Li Han. In most cases, that means you're going to die. The dead have no future. Li Han looked at Katarina seriously and asked, In most cases, means there's still a chance I'll survive, right? The question seemed to stun Katarina. She asked back, What? Li Han turned to leave and said, Thank you for the warning, but I'm always close to death. I knew from the beginning that the chances of dying were very high. He walked away, just like that. Katarina was still reeling from his words. Then she also turned to leave, and thought about Red, which made her. Katarina bit her lip tightly, and angrily turned back to look in the direction Li Han had just left. Fine, then live and die like a loyal dog. Red quickly caught Katarina. She yelled, Let me go. That hurts. Red didn't react and just opened a door. Then he forcefully threw Katarina into a corner. Then he glared at her with killing intent. Katarina, not to be outdone, glared back angrily. Reed said angrily, What is your problem? He pinned Katarina against the wall. You knew about the dragon invasion today. Why didn't you say anything before? Katarina didn't care and shouted, You already know the reason, don't you? Because I don't care about this world. Red was furious at those words. Stop being so childish. Katarina, you're not the only one who has to sacrifice yourself. Do you know how old the kids in the second generation are? The image of Li Han and his friends fighting with all their might. The oldest is only 12 or 13, and they're risking their lives out there. Katarina replied. So what? Hearing that question, Red froze. Katarina continued. Sacrifice. Sounds so noble, doesn't it? It makes you feel so warm inside. She sobbed, crying as she spoke. Why do I have to sacrifice? I won't even live to see the next invasion. At least those kids have hope that they'll get to live in a peaceful world once the dragons are exterminated. Katarina continued to cry and shout, Why should I care about my ability to see the future when I have no future myself? Red was silent, then said sadly, Because Katarina was still wiping her tears. But when she heard Red say that, she suddenly stopped. You're a good person. After that, Katarina forcefully wiped her ears and left. She left behind one last sentence. That's hilarious. You idiot. Fighter jets flew over the city skyline. People on the streets exclaimed. Seeing a city this intact, it's both nice and strange. Nut looked around and said, The citizens have all been evacuated, so it looks like a ghost town. Dimitri said, I bet this place will be completely wrecked in 7 days. Huh? Simon replied, Probably. According to the prophet's prediction, a spatial gated dragon will appear in Paris within 7 days. Fighter jets flew overhead, while soldiers armed to the teeth walked the streets, because such a major event was to occur in a completely new and unprecedented location. A group of people blocked the path of Li Han's team, attracting a lot of attention from special forces around the world. A group of large, special forces soldiers stood in front of Li Han's team. Those men walked towards Li Han's group. The leader asked, Are you the spirit users from Orc? Mind stepping aside. You little kids. Dimitri said annoyed lie. The road is this wide. Why don't you move aside yourself? The group of soldiers laughed loudly and said, Aren't you guys magicians? Why don't you just fly over our heads? Dmitri said angrily. You bastards. Li Han raised his hand to signal. They're provoking us. He looked at the flag symbol on the soldiers' uniforms and asked, Who are you? You look like you're from the United States. The leader confidently looked down on Li Han's group and said, We're the U.S. High-Level Special Forces, also known as the Hellboys. Li Han looked at them, unsilently assessed. I've heard of them. These guys are about my age. In his mind, an image of people covered in injection tubes appeared. Even without psychic powers, they've undergone physical enhancement. I heard their promotion standards are higher than ARC's. That's probably why they're even bigger than Dmitri. The leader of the Special Forces team joked, causing his whole group to roar with laughter. Looking at your size, if it weren't for that psychic power stuff, you'd probably be squashed flat like a bug. Li Han walked past the soldiers and said calmly, That's really funny. All right, everyone, let's go. The leader of the Special Forces team looked back with contempt. How boring. A bunch of wimps. When he turned his head back, he was met with Dmitri, who was almost as big as them, glaring at him, which made the leader flinch for a second. Dmitri angrily brushed past and said, See you later. The two groups quickly passed each other. Fighter jets still flew in the sky. Li Han's group stood in front of a luxurious hotel. Stepping into the luxurious room, Nut couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! I've never stayed in a place like this before. Kuh! Jumped onto the bed happily. He rolled around on the bed and said to Li Han, Hey Li Han, this bed is so soft. Li Han also touched the mattress and replied, I've never touched anything this soft either. After a moment, Li Han concluded, Is this silk? Now I know what luxury feels like. Nut ran to the fridge, opened it, and exclaimed, Look at this. He pointed inside the fridge and asked Li Han, There are so many drinks in the fridge. What one? Li Han? Li Han replied, No, thanks. Nut ate voraciously as if he had never eaten anything so delicious before. Nut sat happily on the bed, eating. Oh my God, it melts in your mouth. What does this say? I don't know French. Li Han replied. And you think I do? Then he urged Li Han. All right, let's go. Li Han asked. Where are we going? Nut pointed to the box of pastries. To steal these from the other rooms. Of course. Those soldiers won't eat this stuff. Seeing this, Li Han spoke up to stop him. Don't wander around. Besides our soldiers, there are many other units here. Nut walked to the door and waved at Li Han. You're not the team leader on this mission, so I don't have to listen to you. Li Han had a headache dealing with him. That's meant for you. As if he suddenly remembered something. He took out his device and opened a map of the city to look at it. He thought, I should memorize the locations of the main buildings around here while I have time. Without proper preparation, we can't win. Before leaving, Master Lao Chop patted his shoulder and advised Li Han. We won't use everything we've prepared in battle, but if we need it, those things will bring us victory. Li Han thought to himself, I won't forget. Hearing a noise, Li Han stopped. Hearing nothing more, he looked up at the door. Nut? But the person who pushed the door open was not Nut. The person who arrived surprised Li Han a little. He looked at the person standing in the doorway. Silence was about to sneak into Li Han's room when she heard a girl's voice, which made her stop. Wait a minute. Silence didn't know what to do in this situation. Let me just stay like this for a bit. She thought, what the hell is going on? Katarina leaned tiredly against Li Han. Silence was still outside, thinking, that girl. Katarina was still leaning tiredly against Li Han, while he had his arm around her shoulder. Silence listened for a while, heard nothing, and then left. She ran, thinking, what is she doing with Li Han? Dmitri was taking a walk alone outside, too scared to go alone. Huh? Then he was surrounded by the Hellboy Special Forces team. And you brought your friends, too. The leader looked at Dmitri and said, Don't worry. It's just me against you. They're just here to watch. Unless you run away. Of course, Dmitri said slyly. Is that so? Dmitri shrugged and said, Don't you worry either. I won't use that magic you're so afraid of. The two of them looked at each other with annoyance. Well then, shall we begin? The elevator was moving. Silence thought of Katarina. She looked up as the elevator moved. Then, she thought of the scene of Li Han and Katarina hugging in the room. Silence placed a hand on her chest and thought, This is so frustrating. I need to go to the rooftop for some fresh air. The elevator arrived, and Silence got out. At that exact moment, Nut was returning from his raid on the other rooms for snacks. He thought, Silence. Where is he going? Down below. Dmitri was still fighting with the leader of the Special Forces team. He threw a punch at the guy. Then he got into a fighting stance. The leader, true to his title, quickly realized Dmitri was about to go all out and got into a defensive stance. Dmitri was already getting tired and thought, damn, this bastard's body is ridiculously tough. The continuous blows kept coming. I can't land a single hit on him. Dmitri tried to punch him in the face, but he blocked it. The guy dodged Dmitri's punch and prepared to counterattack. 5 punches flew right at Dmitri's face. Dmitri took the punch with his forehead, causing it to bleed. Dmitri put his hand on the guy's shoulder and prepared his strategy. If punching doesn't work, the teammates of the Special Forces leader gate. A joint lock. Dmitri's hand gripped the guy's wrist tightly. His legs wrapped around his bicep. The guy struggled uncomfortably, but Dmitri laughed triumphantly. If you don't want a broken arm, give up. But Dmitri suddenly stopped when he saw the guy use all his strength to throw him. Dmitri was thrown a great distance. Dmitri cried out in pain. The guy raised his foot, intending to stomp on him, but Dmitri quickly dodged the stomp. Dmitri kept his distance from the guy. Then he said, that was dangerous. He tore his shirt, getting serious. Now I'm going to fight you properly. The sound of a door opening from behind made Dmitri pause. Silence walked over. The leader taunted Silence. Get out of the way. What if you get hurt? That guy was really asking for it. Silence was already in a bad mood. So frustrating. She glared at him angrily. I want to destroy something. Then she used her ability to break one of his fingers, causing him immense pain. The guy painfully reset his dislocated index finger. Then he turned around and yelled angrily. You bastard. He threw a punch at Silence. You want to die? Silence easily dodged the punch. She raised her hand and aimed right for his side. She delivered a powerful blow, causing him to double over. He was in too much pain to speak. He knelt down, clutching his stomach, while Silence stood there gallantly, watching. The guy's teammates were stunned. Then they quickly charged forward. Get her. Dmitri watched the scene in astonishment. Nut had also come up and witnessed it. Nut commented, Oh, L isn't weak. Silence is just as strong. Dmitri turned to look. Oh, L. All the guys who charged were seriously injured by Silence. Dmitri watched Silence walk away casually. Lost in thought, Dmitri said, I don't think I could beat her. Li Han looked at Katerina, who was in pain, and said, I'll report this to my superiors. Katerina had entered his room and said, Li Han will die if he participates in this operation. Katerina leaned against the door. All I have to do is say the word, and you'll be moved to a safe location immediately. Li Han looked at Katerina and replied calmly, I thought we already talked about this. Seeing this, Katerina shouted, A dragon is going to appear. You've seen a dragon before. You'll die. You're still too young to die. Suddenly, Katerina's power flared out of control. She collapsed to her knees. Prophet. Li Han rushed over to support her. I'll call a doctor right away. Katerina placed a hand on Li Han's shoulder and said, No. Katerina pleaded, It's okay. Just let me rest for a moment. Li Han looked at Katerina, who was still in discomfort, and thought, Is that a psychic power outburst? The survival rate is 0. Amidst the rubble, a group of people hid behind a rock, as if waiting for the right moment. In the distance was the silhouette of a slender figure. Katerina stood on the windowsill with defiant eyes. Her courage momentarily astonished John below. He then turned and raised his hand to order. Cease fire. There's a survivor. But as soon as the words were spoken, Katerina took another step forward. John's eyes were now filled with despair. Her figure fell, his eyes filled with regret, in the sharding sunlight. She closed her eyes, filled with remorse. Suddenly, the dream ended. Katerina woke up in shock. The room was now completely silent. She sat motionless, her thoughts chaotic. So, it was a dream. Soon after, Katerina sat up and looked at Li Han. And Makovio, I su kho. An long dong dang nhcua. Bong darnel, I h and shamk I kovi. Kha jon jon matsio. Vuh sham chukwan sat. Katerina kong koi dhoa si sao hole jong naru the nhi. Ong ba noi kong sai. Ngu, yidam nguu. Wadam ma. Theong tin. Lih, and kifat li royal and ting hoi tham. Kai tin roy. Theo han kua. Nh and nh mat dmtuca. Katerina kofan trot da. Toria roy. Nehan chong. Lai han line ko ra cua. Jong lan lung. The thii. Voi vmet sak ben. Kao beta un in gap tio. inua. Phi enlam. Cam xu fam. Katarina k ho chu. Kai kgi the? Kian kan chen some fong chin. Bong dang Katarina entim john. O si to ji jong koku athilo lang turat enkamo hoi. In Mount Make og apt in the luka. Katarina bo dang ti uc jion. Mi eng lin hoi. Hyena. And chak yun wo in koden he ikai mang he gi. En yu bat ben kong chi wo si. Kobat man kai te. Nhm like I chan men I kier. Don take am I yushiga. Met mofen bac. Ang o inua. The nentio. I en ko though a ki pek on g inua. Tak on karg or new lin tank wong anyway. Nortio iinhap thi chung tase kodem mot wo. Are you both cloi? Bo rod and nature. The iugi mol asimat. Queralar. Osi de vo. I can ngu koda. Nung jung kon tien a o hu uoc. Katarina on mot ben tinji thick ycua anhl mot lake. Hin koda mom. Ha I lock ha bin rogini. Deep theo. Kofe te gia huai. Theo I ko noitio I mount n. Ao ba. 10 bangs euro sangtro. Darn take moi biu a uato armwa goi. Ayumai. They Katharina chanatum su. John gmt usimo lli. Noikolo the xcmt or you oc tum y cuatoii. Cuxcmto I song hchet la beat. Nu by chok jian. Katarina het to anglen fan bac. Tor choko hung thu which givoi 2 ycua nhhet. Toika de thowing hai chor han on lo bitch cuai nh stoy. Nahante. Call I ru. Jonkin h karin h. Kanin ua. Yoi rue. Anh den tio. I lot rekona. Deda. John batlu kio. Yung ruru kong tak cho sak hosi ue ko. Katarina inh mat gion du. Take on to chu mai piman lai roy hetilon. And kon le beji I omwagi chosa hosi uatio I lok wamara. Deko and huvay. John kung mat he tiki nahanma and oi cow. Toy about ko lada angian cu. You catch kur triroy ma the nento. I'm wafail li trong fong thi giami lam but thiji pay. Bong. Katarita kat ting k. And beat ma ke hin John konkip fan ung mo and gongang. Ko vo I vim at boon bia roidum su. Tio I say kong san and lu ko. John kam they suck nang to loino I athi kong ko ya mobit luke. Bong dang ha. I yun warren go I man ko on kung dong tamsu. Chet ti. Cafe. Toy that su. John Trung Longo on Law Yun Wokong Mount Kothak Tin Han Bit Cuai. Gay Sauanh Dung Suk Man Bat Late Chai Rule. Bin Dan. Foyang Ano, I Vik I know anyway. Te Vi Ua Rot Ru O Nung Vi Mat Kong the Bintin. Uo Si Thoi. Komown Yung Ru Thiang or Uom. Katarita Kung Lo Lang Moeloi. Anh Kung Ani and Yumyamo Teal Inhi. John Lo Dai Royang Wai. Right. Roy. Juan BNE Yun Wordam Y Yun Wo like O Nang An O Idim Chak Nahu. BUL Seek Wanung Chai Ru Vang Sang Tra. En Kai NH Mat Mo Mang Cua Katarina. Kai Han Ong Yung Ruo NH U Chade Cheat Edam Sa Cua John. Katarina NH and NMUC Chimam. KSAU. Kan H Take O Kalmoy Chomavu 1 TOI. Ogini Suk Mongoy. Katarina Lean So O Cua John. Trong su kinan gaccu inh talk on my toc doi bu Katarina kenan goan etoc bam som the na nh and kamni be tre hane. Bong kung kan h theoi. Katarina light in day trong su bang home. Nehan trong. Kovioti day. Voa nh mat kai ho10. Nh and go can farm lalang zunkwa. Noi tam Katarina chinong. Al ofong cua red ma. Gien gi. Ko iso. Soren K hap ko the MOT hor. NH and sang ben kan H chong tra rhythm cam K. Chak la and H da and GU ocho chak thoi. My TOC beta tung kung vimet KHO chu. My lock you yong hon how kong ti vat. Kung kan H li oi. MOT om kin NHM thang and Katarina. NH and gan hon la vimet kong on GI hort I see. John O do evan tip tu, si roll and H. En gung ban. Ko yun wok on song. A lot in huo kao siu. Roar can the k y la. A and H tall I and go A and H O. En hung k wow. That's sao like o yun wo o u o si chu. Bong trong tich tak. Sak Mad John K. Bean. Himbon Katarina Man Me, and Heikoi Cua So. John Vua Kan and Gia Cvua Lawan. Ganong Mo T C I A Y. And all Sap Jam Uo Co. Va Trong K Hong Trang M I Timu. Katarina Vo I Vimo Mang Tinde Trong Vong Tajan. Sap Mat A, and H Taji O A to Enlano. I Hong So. Trong Hori Tho Gap. John Cuinh and Co. Kong Fei Kolo, Yung Wo Fet Tin Huo Kao Cu Sao. Trong O Koki Gi Malai and Heikoi Cua So Vay. Katarina and H and A and H Talk on Subin then. Gay Sau. Kolbat Kwoi Koa, I try. Toy they tier uoc Roy. Toya they and H say O uoc toi. Tier ovvo I thuck die. Trong lan nuke mo. Ayola Katarina ung t or uoc guo eng. NH and can H phi at or uoc coco chartingo ngac. Trong can H dang mo lavo so tuio do tierio. NH and mo t hoi lao. Roy Katarina lean leanting chak a and H talk on fechim. Go kino do an H and kung jo me. MOT o sang trong kung MOT I EU shigabai thiu. Katarina te UA I EU shigal and miang. VUA ang V UA ang VU I rob and kong ang men H and kunkan H. NH and VO giddy Katarina bin thang nung trong long sam alone. Kogi NVP Tracy UA John. N kuk and H min can A NH ta. NEHAT OCVA YNH and Connie PTRA I hane. Beam at TUC Theli Noam. And Ukonchu UOC. Tachen Katarina Kol our nexa. May I en Roy. Unglaw matrima. Gayasau. Ko take my usigama mame. They con ko tak dung. Karina lean bo so MOT ben Roy Macao. Con ko bet lua away. Theo, Ivy ben the mamos cua fong. Bon A and H mat ko K and go. NH and Tin Lang Zua Hin Thi Katarina coach at bat and go. Oh, ANH slot in Lang Kong. Tin Lang Kong AP Motham Gay and go. Alla Fong CUH Rung Si Rid Ma. The ANH matter you see Louis CU8 and Lang. Katarina Lean Tron Tran. That raw. Kongoi Koji Thick. Tin Lang Lean Vu Op Man Hin. OT Dong Fong Bao Hin Lang. Bean Tai. Katarina Kin and GAC. Salko. They Tin Lang Roy I. Katarina Lean see you on ku yet. Nay. Tio I gilako sushua lam away. Kong NIU UOC. Ko ANHNH Euro make Camden. Kong beat vi sarnan. AANH Tarko V that su Kong you amen. Kian can H in San. OC to an HUI Harnroy Mo Aloi. ETO I Chokao XEM or Choimwa. Gay to you see Theom Lean Dute, Raji IIU. Ho yen lock I ne. My Han coach at GHOAC. NH and Cow and HUVA war. OC to VOIG thick. Kaukong beat you war and China. And up and Tio, INH the nane. Lai Han coach at Bad Luke. Tio I cha UI. NHN OIGI. They VA war. OC to lean joy Theo Kong CU Tren Boa. Boai. Tren can H day tray CUA cow. Cow say Tim they train by they the Cholwo IMOC. Nahan Chaw. Lai Hong Kong Lich NH and Trang by. Jong no seed of Antip TUC. No thou roy you OC any and Noi Kong can cow see you Vic thou Rafoy. Ong V U A Te V U A V U I V G thick. Kokosek du fong and UA. Reckon thick KH. I some make on beat Bay G O M G A G T A. En Hung Cowan en Kanan. Angi by a NHVA. Boesser Yulu Wom Norm on Ono Chach. Chen Kao say by Thowering Nange. Kak Nahan Beam Phi ASA you kung ner Han Chong Fuich Ore. Mark H. I sep en OI lost say by Thowering. Gialako KH en Angao, saying go MNEM fake and then gap oi INHE. Thega. Long Li Han na men o pilo so. Min Kro the tune you o seek ing I say x a wire on oik I feed by ko the nane. You o see ong nang trick nane no tong. Fakin the my UOC. Trong ANH mat bang hong see you a cow. Ong to ket jong MOT ketch giam trong. Loik yen trisap tier oath and sue that roy. Lai han chak cow a be troy nung cow. Say o tromoy Dubai. Gien can h tink on rom talon. On an OIMOT catch contrar. Bon yun wo mak a OG aptin than lu koyo say oi met VO. I can ron lo T or UOC. Veen can h li tung natha la ho say diet dong than car. NH and NIC. IEUKH I rente. Oh, see. True coachard and gap and gong. Kong the tin uo siege and te chong tar chu ar by het nung thu me. Trong sage and tap nap. Long on metwa. Sua ten nem thin ha. I ben vi uequa. Kon yun wo or quatermern. Noi ham ne tarkon the anik shankot wrong o. Tan the say en. LYHA. NH man him on. Kato IVO. I dro my EU chak chan. Toy kong ik I N O X A Y R. And Matt Kauji I O Keen I N H N K Y La. Toy kong chen o vi na han loi. To I chen or cho nung yun wo ban via nung yun wo. And HM CUA min. Organi. Bei G I O. BAU Troy and HMIT move out air. MOT Jong and OI Vang Len Lotto Hero CUA Kong Kong Jia. Chim can HN can see you la hen an. H man hen o ten hero better guinea. Alexander and Goi Ang men H and MOT Horror are roikatin. Noi Jong and H U Kak Kong Kong Jian Tier you will see. Matat say new Cravier. Lute sai say bo rao guinea. MO. T dong thong bao hin ko v uni hiam. VOI trung tam lof, I try to OA and CUA Kong Kong Jian. Tak kuk actuoi say UOC Jian EAM Vuo Kak fight right enough. Tren man hen kung him rovi try to OA and CUA Gao Kong Jian. Beto guinea tren INH thap trung tam Kong beat to Omavo so some XE Tizu at hin. MUTN UOC madan HNN KHIE piso. Chet teat. Kauri Vimet Lo Lang. Jong Kong Koi Su HAI. Toi de GOMVA Bu Non Qua. NH and Vong Trar Molu can see you on Chao Suk Man. Thong Tin Qua LOA Lai Him Lan. Tuan Bon Ang Luong Tin the Nukiue Horde Uramotike HUVUC. See the Lock A Hong Kong Gion Phi A Tran by Tri Duo N. Alexander Vimet YMTUC Roll and H. UOC Roy. Tuan Oisen Song Chino. Duo Nung Dong Suk Man Ang See You on Trout Ren Kong Chum. Phi A Du Oi La Turbo Luke Luong AC Ank and H Chum. Tren Buk Tung Thin Kung Wan Ong, May Ban PHAO. The Nung Van Kung Koer Mo Ti Yun War Na Man O Piloso. And Yulinton Mok Bao Mai and H Tom O LOI. Ko GIAK While Am Quan Ma De Kung Kan HEN Ben Thia Si While En Tieng. Sao Kong Ko GIXA YRVAY. Hela Chont at Yun Kua and UOC. Bong Luke Na Mo Ti Yun Wo HE Tilan Ben Tren Kier NH and Len Troy. Theo and H Met La Vong Nang Luong Ang Phi and H2. INH Sanger Usiro and Troymat. Oguni Tam Duo A and KHIN Alexander Kin and GAC. Nkal, IH and VA O Cedarithio Kung VO, IHED to Trent Roar Sao. VA Gay Tich Tak. Hamkeva to Trong Chine and H Sang Trang Lai AO RO Oku Ura. Ermotilo at PH8 and X. IN Such Lean TUC Lao N. Hang NGH and Hang Tram Kong Kung Ne Huda Kong Chung Mal Ao X Yung Ben Duoi. O Tilo can H to get Mozu at hin. NH and can H Tham K Hake? M Lin Quan, Oi Kong Koi Kin and GAC. Luke Beiji IO and H Mat NH IU Lai Metmo. Chung Ang Mao Lam Kai KGIVAY. Lean to you seal on Fet Sung Adam Kava. Kem Theo Ting the Tilon. Him KG I Ang Dine Rather. LIH and Chung Kin Jian Teep Kwam and Hin Ma Long Sung Sot. Zuat Hin Kong Trent Roy Sao at H and Immune Wo Chang Beat Kuffanong. Kao Gien Rang. Mo Yun Wok I Yen Lang on NHN. Cha Kong Kak I HUY Kong Chet Lang Luon Roy. Hoven Luar Chuan by VA Theat Lap He Thong Fong NG Yu Chor Modi Tranch and Duoi Mat at Mathoi. Tier Uo Seek at H Chung Han Lone VA Dong Thong Barrel Lahim Len. Nunk Song Sa Tes A Yuden the Uo CXAC Nahan. Shak Hon Nunk Ker Chet Ang Lam MTH at Cho Chong. And Hong Kong Cave at a Dang Hin THU. Tar Han H Shitzilar on En Chuan by San Sang. Kung VO, I su kao caught them thowing CUAM cave. VO I ting fong bao man me. Fat ong chendich to nathat ban lean TUCN. HM thing and trung tam cave. Tung nathat ban KHIN cave at Voviu and Makwa the lam GI. Am quan my quoi cam K. En yuang troy gay may an HI? A dethang roik on kim UOC yen and UA. Ben namot yum wokum sung kung met mwagi tham. Shet teat. May ten convin VA o. Noimwalk. Ian Kaiko the nail lot nathat. Have MOTM lie and MOTM. Rodexung lie by you die. And HMWadi H you dine roll, in TUC. MOD 10 Kem K. Chetit. Konko hoi K E T Luan. Bonshun ANH bar red Luan and CUH Chung Tachua. Vong Tron Van Tip TUC since in Voso Kava. And Hung Bong MOT so con Chak Lai Zu hin Tronko VK Wala. MOT yun wo fight workin NGAC hatu. Dang song chak and Yue Kier. Bon KB Bay Ang Song Rai. Thong Bao Kung Vang Len Kung Voi Suchuan by CUA Cat. PHAOAINHO. Kivit B Bay UOCXA Sinar Han. PHO KOINHUOC Kich Hoat. Tunkon Tunko and HU Kong Ko MU. CH Malao Tio. IVN Ahan Chong Kung Baidu Diet. Trong Nang Vu No Lead Hoi. Why them Nunkon Kong beat Mot Immune Chit. No Lawan KHINMOTIK IEC XE Tang and O by No Com. Alexander Chung King Kwam and Hinan HU Kongju Edoi Mobate. Shang Ang to HUYU. Luko. Nunkon Controng Kung IEC Bunk and Fong Lai Lawen. Lean TUC Nung Vu No Mo XAY Ra. Lam Thowing Von Hang Low at Yunwo. Ro Tiyun Wogan O VUA SOHA. I VUA Fei TUC Channel. Roy Meden Nunkon Vatalan Phi E. Are you OC and Hung Jong and I Yut Vong Vang Len Shet Teet. Chung Ture VAO the Ha Fong Roy. See you in A. Kua Dir TL. I TMOT M Cave at Chak Light Yen Len. Sung Ban Markong He Lam Tun Tharin Chung. Dong Thong Bao Kung Ral and H Hon Ben. Kitchno KHUVUC1. Izu at Moyum Wo Rat Lu. MOT Yun Wo Chensi Van Kanam Chino. They Hoko Chap. LUTKHO Chuolen. G de Royong Kong. Rako E Thoi. Jung Eno. I Kawe Met More. Noi Chung Tol INUA. En Hunkur Rudo I Thifai ATR UOC Kong Kavita Kanka. Oh, Evu No Chinong Vang Len. OMO T Ben Shak. Tin Lang Zu at Heen. Tongon A. NHEP Met Narhon Trong Haja UC Kong Kava. Simon Kung Dar. Nang Luke Ma Kong Chait in Hin. MOD Dam KHIN Balvim Wa Yum Woko Ever No. Thong Bao Gap Vang Len. Cheap GUCI. VOI Vong Tronotham Tran Man Hin. KHOA. CH Lidine Ra. KHUVUC Wana Sant Sankich Neural. Alexandre Ravim at Gim Trong Roll and H. G. Ayuvong. Kunkan H Fio Giniet and Nat. Otium Wo Diu Almor Kung Jom and UI. Colon. Chung Ta Fei. Rucko Ye. URTOC Kim VUAD. IUVUA Cam then. NONA Ko the Tier Oath and BA. I at home but see you Luke and AO. Ten Armor Ben can H Boon GXUOR. See you Ikedi. Oh. IO. Noi Kong. ANH Kung Se. They ANH don HUVAY. Tentar Kim Olong. Du and GU Ark Ne. Nor Chet the Fei Kung Na Hu Chet. Shung Ta Lai Ko Chu. Ten Kier Kung Fu HOA. Nung Chen Bedenta Ia NGUC. Tentar Kim HETMOT Catch Keen INH. Un VAY. Nung Bomb KHI the CUA Ho Y U Da. Hai U Woven Mim Quoi NHU Concord GI. NHM Concavid Ang Lao N. Tentar Campen. OILO item B. Ngap Lidoria and GUC NHE. Yun Wo ANHM. Trong Suom Long. HA. Ayun Wo Ho Fang HO Huo. Chung Ta Lai I Chu. Num Chun Benen to Ia NGUC. An Saint Judoi Bong Dang HA I Kako OC. Tuong Chun Kong Gon Fit Mo. MOT Yun Wo Chak Lai and Hera. Bun Jang Egg and NHU Ma by Vuno Nuo Chung. And Sang LOAK. INHA NHA. Ayun Wo Kong Kroi Chema. And you all see at NHNY THA. By Yun Wo Akin and GACN Ha Hawk. Dimitriung Trong Vu No Ma Kong Yexi Sat. And matter you see Lua Viku Yet Tam Nung Jong En. Oh, I'm Mang Theo, Fant Ru Chok. Hayun Woko Gikao KHO Huo Ko Cha Trait Rao Kong. Tentio Sikam Kumbong War They VA Thikan NGAC and Yo Sima. Dimitri Vio. IVAC Thang Maki Oken and Go I. Du VA Wire Long Trunk and CUAHA. Hayun Wo Kung KHA Ankin A. Tron Kung Kan H Din Mitch. Bruno Roy Kung Suim Lang Chet Chok. Nato Emodi Ben Chak Thich all. En Hundan Lua Sang Dukot Shame WadiHu. Kao A VO Alok Jiaper Hort and at Ang So HAI. MOT Min Trondong Hong Tan Maki. O at Hong Oi. Lake I can Chinmin. Not Cam Hon NCUCIM. Trondong Dang Luong Bar Fat. Kao A La Tung BUOC. And Sang Are UC Ro and Troy Mat. Kak Nut Duong at H Chak I. Man Me Nung Konk A Loch In Min. And Mak Kao A to Mo. Ko the Rundeo on. Luke on Chetit. Ta Se G. Ayette Kakak Yun Wo. Chunkin Kan H Tham K Hak Kwam and Hin. Dong thong bar ro hoif and kan bin lin song sot. Chung taco and ian kim siu them kar. Alexander kung suesu wise up mak akating. Konkich noar. Vio I rot. Benogini tung vu no vang len lean hor. Tung edo, I tung eno I in len mo camo. Lie the mem, otn oivo vu and trong to adak. Lean tip no lan cuxa, wire lean hoi kong he cho or. Chung keen kan h tun kwaman and mot jong and oi lean vanglen. Dante nature y home cua paris says up o home to enta a. Octo me nhi lie. Darm oif and kin h thou. Oi vo irk. Gaketh and frozen epa kunk I mo t kong cue fong v. Gakuk a, h ta jen thang. Paris gung say t or oath and mot vung at home. Lih and g the the tham s uy or fuck su la od evu no kong lo. Min to hoi lu mo yun woko. The so tan kip thoi hey kong? Tiro levio, I can see you work. Motina hanvingen o lentiing famlon te say a bite diet kung se kong kor but k white ten oko the zua hindikan h kong nua. Alexander Vanji iuv map bin tin mock and nar. Emat to I nung ten taste icon livy hms o si bin liner rut lure. Shuon by kake oji aptin and luke the he o yen. Trung vong tron nng ot mo wrong. Jongong like giem gi. No se zuet hin sam thoi. So de ka. Quarry kung tio I kung uocnh and then luke bin chung ban chin o I met cua min. Vong trantulad. Bar chen bin man mi sung zuet hin zangquad. Chung bao va. YNH u chuan by chot ran shen quarry kung. Tron ANH matter you see Louis CUA John. INH don a HNHO. Moyun woko GTO, INO car. NH and ho at Ren Kong Trung Kung Sin that KY law. Darn chu even teep TUC. Trong toss HM DU TCU OC Chen ne. Nahan Chong. Du ho win. Hang Loic and Jupiter Calcure. UIBU OC Rut Ronk of Vilok AHOFO. UNH Kung Battle. Oizen Battle Chendich. No se sudung hoi the CUA wrong. VUAG, I at the MOT on Jupiter a hamiang den Kong. And hung chen bin teep TUC chen o tung elo on a han h event teep TUC. I la mo tikut and Kong when THUOC. No contract beat me so VOI nung GI chung teo. I a chung keen trong CUOC chen VOI dong ot yen. Qua luke ne them kai kan an HO hon nung G. I chung teo I they trong kwak HU. NH and Jupiter by Baukwan BOI for Yun Wo. John Ko Hoi Lo Lang. Mac do no ko the Kong fail a Bahamut Nung Fei the can then chung ta ank yen han theo mk. Shore ca HNHMVAO. Workin HCUNO. Nahan Uo, Sealan HMUN Wokong Nahan Chong Tiu Diet MOT Ban can HCUA Jupiter. Dong Bei Bang Catch Su Dung Tin then Luke CUA Chung. Taian He. Chung Kong the Lam VA. YMOTKH I chung by Madrican H. Shou Kung. Chin Kim Jake V8 writing Tung La Y Udikan Thi Cho 10 and CUA Lu Dong. John VUA Dung Nang Luke Bat Len VUA Konk when Rush Uo. TOI say Han Chadam NH and no Trong GIAY Lot. Shrio Len no Tuing SAU. Na Han Chong. INH Thaw Modi Taven Shu and HM Thang N Con Jupiter KHIN. Hayun Wo Phi SAU Lawent and Kong Trong So Ho CUA no. HA, I natha kim KH, IN mo vang rada tongue. They coco hoi. Jamanting ro rang chum tase luich on boic and HCUA no chuan by VO, I tranchant ran matted I. Bong luke ne. Jupiter li hoi fuck the luke. INH matter where you see. Tung dong suck man see you on trow theo amide. KHIN ung chen bin chu fen kitch name me. Yun wo ben cure the kong cam can H. John NH and they the moss UAXOT. Kong the NAO? Mo ti yun wo vio I ko the chen a rende kung than kim. Han van kien an h mock MMOT nathat. Va trong chen cu keme. Ko the CUA hoto GUC. Jolong an h'ir. And mad a su along. Tio I say conquer. Su keen try CUA cow. Nahan chong. Bong rang HA. I yun wo GUCXU. Chong kung NG ui quoi kung yen len theo ao. I got HUYUO, I theo no chung talk on the cho no ko thorji arn giengo I jom lao xu. Hai chen bin lao xu ma kong chet du do. NH and con Jupiter APXU math. Ron nam check him. The no. Ko the no lie dang len suck man me. John coach shredding go VUC. No ang lam kai KGIVAY. Hoi lao. INH Mate NH Tard and Chamex U. NH and Con Jupiter Kung Bo Dang Vung Chak Han. Long John Hoi Hop. No they oi hindang. NH and Jupiter N Gan. CUOC Tier Oak. ING IUAHA IUM Wodine Ra. Toyoa and Rang Ban Ko the Geo I no la MOT lo ETHMwa. Fuang Pap CUCUH Chung Ta Se Kong Ko Tak Dumwe Vio I can cave it o. John Van Gia Yubintin Mamo LOI. Nung IEUO Congo Gia La Chung Ta Di Dang Chap Nahan that BAI. Noye, Lut Ranch and Ren Mata. Chung Tavan Seiko Kohoi. GSAU. INH, Kadung Te Roy Rayo. Chin Bof and Luke CUA Kal and Kong Su account Athat VA Theo Sat Tio. IHETME Sikova. Chung Toss 8 and Con No Bang MOTCUO Si Tak Chen Arm Bo. Torse, I Tier UO CV8 and Con No, Ang IEN Tich. Ong Oi Lo Lang Hoi Tham. Nunk ING I say XA Y Revio I Cal. Red. John Giang Go I Roy P Thing and Heen. Nor Tio I May Man. No say Chet Tier UOCKH. I Tio I by SOCIN. VANH Ukuyat Tam. INH to VUA Hoviu A Lao Len. Conco Thoi Gi I need to do an UAO. Tien Len Thoi. On Moriang SA U Kung Lu Mang. Chet Ti Thoi UOC Roy. Jupiter Cam the Udi Hi M. The ANH matter or UCLI Sang Len. No MODC U Vonnet Bay Lenchanong Wadi HU. They call on Giam. John A. NH Matic and NGAC. Ogini Cam. Gay SAU at a by IEUKHIN Lean Lao and John. Kung Vio Iolak I see Mongvu Ot Tu Lun CUA Jupiter. Nahan Shangan Kava Kawam OT Kai VA O Ong Oi Ben Kier. Kai Modi CU? Kar. East EG app Fon THU by Net Vo MOT So Cho. Dun Trong Lap Jap Gang Chuan O1. And Arta Tu Chong O Mong Day. NH and Jupiter Ang Ak Si Sadom Oyas. You so see you amen. Nahan Chong Vio Ak I see me ang amo. No Ki Sang Lit and H and John. Veda. INH Tarkamon Kuer. Dukon KIEP. Aloano Yenmin Chunkin MODTHU and HUVAY. That K, H Onan. NH and Noda Lao and Mar on NHU Bat Luke. Mink I can tear you vung them MOD each at NU AVABAB eat low nung K. HA Nang Chak CUA no tear you are. CKH I'm in chat. And Hanat and got o dong tin you vang lin. Lihan Bato Chendich. En hung gay TUC Thi. Trong Su Ben Hong CUA John Gay. Dico. LIH and Kong Bita O Nahan Shan Lao An. John Van Conan Gong Yang Tier UOC Thong Bao. Themade Loso. Komoyan Aokai HUYCUAA Seal. Haraman Hlen HUVA. Yryan H Ta Thought Len KHO Huardai Sao. NH and Bong Dang LIH and Lao Tio. I Kong Chut So HAI. John Owan. Tai Sao Kao Faitham GIAVA Ot Ranchin HU. LIHN. Kayan Kan HN Can See You Arc. Katharina Ent M Alexandra Hoy Ro. Guy INHCU the E Red Chet U. Kovi Govi UASHA UAVO I to the Nanny and Trong Met Moi. And Matt Alexandra M Tham Quansat MOT Catch XAC Ben. MOT and Ahan Vingad Ot Yen Len and a Katarina. And H8 Yen Dry. Guy Kong the. Katarina TUCG on Bungte. Ung Chim VIOTA. Jong Alexandra Ben Nan. CUE Ko AVAYI. VA Trong Su Metmo CUA Ko. Alexandra Kekatiing. NH8 Yen Tri Ko Na Han Thuk U OC Tam Quan Trong CUA Vigne. Ung Chu. Ong Gian Kan H Tung Tham K Ha KHI Jupiter Tan Kong. Kondong O THUOC Chum Lo Imwa. Chung Tarko the BTG TUOCK. HN Ang CUA No Nor Luke Luan Lin Tang Quan the Hita Chet Bio. IMO Tisukin Kan Lua. VOAMO. Tikao 8 in AP Buck. No say it do chim HET cho the joy motto ang song. Katharina NH Unihan Ramat Ram Mac. Gay SAU. Kole Ramo. TKHO Sung Roy Ui Heap. Noi Red Chet VA Botio I lie. Okung say Lotto Chim HETOI VO. I the Joy CUATOI. Alexandra Hot Home. Koang Lam. Katarina Kong Chutso HAI Madi Thankum VA Oko. Teep TUCEDOA. Noi Red Chet TO I Kung Say Theo. And Mako Duong N HU Keen INH. Alexander Kong and HU Kok INH and Chak V Katarina. Gaya Say U Trong Sanchun. Amthan Vang Wen. Lai Han. Katarina Ben H Mac. TOIXINLOI. Jonan oi fet rock wath and truin tin. Toi beat hin ji, ioto, I anko hoimo thuan. So kung the. Toi ekan h bao, awang thamji, iava o noi kao van kun mount song. Vemet li hong kong to kin and gac sang gmtuc. Katarina van tip tuc kao xin. Kao ko the han tio and hu the edeo kong yu o, si nung read lalamon. Koan hu kong chu and oi. Tung giant nuke mat k roy exium. And hu truck chow. Vima k hawk ho egon theet. Lamon he see you read. Toy kao xin kao. Lai han. Bende. Lai han kung im cham moel oi. Lamon hail in o cho toi. Oh, to kin ngac. Lai han. Cow. Va tronk suit. You vong siue Katarina. Li han a poi. Nh8 yen try. Kao o day. Ben kier nang luke see you on trow. Inh mat keen inh. Dukai korn ho he kong thitio Ivan sail arro gineo thoi. Toi kung kong mound fei they trung si read high sin. Nh and they vimet o. Katarina kong kim uoc runde ma ke hawk and a si. Trang by au. Li han kung ne han chong la ra chen trong. Zuat hin gang as say you kun Jupiter. They ong tin. No kung kio voia and h mat zak ben. They the John voihe tilan. Oh and, sao my raro giti neha? Lai han van keen inhaplr. They kothia combat cua no while in nua urc car? Nh and concave at roisu chu y sang lai han. John fan bac. Kong? Giotlm mu and h no and bao say hua. Un li han batman. No about they say chet they go. Trung si they kao Yahello. I thejon tuc on cam mom va lam theo oito. Inoi to khinao. Kua dutloi. Thilai han lai sak ben kan anik. Him kong chen o cho de han loi. Him kai kong mound they nung yun wo and then thiet fair I thoi. Ha. Odi ben. Con Jupiter layang van chu hamam tung runung dong sek man vien a han chong lai han vio. I su lin ho a trong broji ap yu na han shark ni uoc. Kovia la Jupiter a t. You see giam light deep t you see su dung o gani cam k hin at a troilan. They see you. John Lane vo. I vang na he will li han no ang su doenchio gurney kame. Tan then. Va kao kung bat bof and Luke say you lung mobile and need ran. Theo I to the chuan by ron. Li han ke igilam on he su dung theo what he trant man h and see you a no I. Say cho g I at tung o si no luarn. Doneng uoc nh and trong su lo lang. Kong the lam the uoc. Noi kong roy and hugi and iugi. And tagi and rang. Dung h heat eat a kusuk man. John dutate ung chu trong bat luke. Thoi tu that. Dong Lewis see you on trow man me be thang vi om at see you a Jupiter. Na han chong li han kung van nang luke fong thang vi faedo. Modi chu na han and chen k lu on quok. Iec rung talon. Chapley thoiko. Mat kao sang or you see roy gap. Men fei chi de laser like ji na han kanji ta. Dung het kong su at fan luke. Li han my fong wen. Otloa. And h sang troit ren kong chung roy tang het kong su at fan luke. Lih and lao x yun kung vu k. A thoi bake on ronk I trong mot on. Nh and kan h. John cham wadam su. Say lam gia. Lai han. Jupiter vua thot kawe bay theolai. Hey and ky kan h eater han thong tin nathet. Nho v kwak ahu. Inh ko kachen a oizu lai dong ien kong. On to a pien a han chong. Tam foi x a hed to en boden lucro geni. Lai han en yung a si. Gi ko. O si de kaite ji thick. Kaudok o the la mo ti thang ar a seri o. I the lo nung chung tak on the ikao ta chetro si. Royom lai be catch noi kao gap uni hiam do than luke si ua darn he xa. Het to en boden luke si ua kao gia. Dear ov kan h ku yet too. Lihan Conello and a hen ho malao and vite ilich at lu tu dong trong bo o the he to a tang lin. Mot fit vo tifang vaoiemyu Jupiter. No say trung ho a kak lowy than luke chak kh and su dung than luke cua ban nan. Gay sa u o cho trong tem a. Odi see you no bong len man me. Trong lan koi dat en. Bong hin John zua heen. Trong sukin nga ccua anh ta. Jupiter by Haji. You see nung lih and like ong chut thouenton. Cao vi met Mwama though hat. NH in Karong Kong on Sin Loop Nam Chot Roy. Emoti dong IEN Quan Lai Hun Lai See You on Trow. Dom suck mans an A like AHIN John Bang Hong. Pito URC. NH and V McKean INHACU A Lai Han. John N Gap N Go. Colathang N Hockman Char. Roy Met N Subin Mat CUA Jupiter. INH Tolan L O Hai Vong Say CUU Doi U O C the Joy Nay. Boy Lap Giap. Ko the Li Han Van Keen Quan N K Walla. VOIANH Mac KHO Tin Ma NH and Phi A Tier UOC. Bong MOTR. NH Sang Troy LOLANH Use Iyun Cry Yun Wokao. And Sang DRUI. Lai Han ANH Mat Kmo at HE. VMIC Cow Kocher Kong Thick Gi Mok Our May. NH and K while FI A Tier UOC Lock Umkan HN Bin NK while Law. LIH and NH Kong Tin NO. IVAO Chin Min. Tunkarn Sin Vac K while Lot Yen Legan Cow. Cow BUO CI Trong Boy NH. XA on Unkon Vat NHO Ne Han. Ngan Phi A Tier UOC. Tung De Cow. NHUO MMOT Mos. And Tham CUA Su Song. Karn Yu Wo Lai Han Lai Kong En Gun COI Lai. NH and Sham MOT Con TH and Am Trentang A Cow. Trong Bat to Tai. Gan Han Lai NH Mat Zak Ben. Lai Han Shamang Mem OT Con Rong Sao. KSAU. Card Rong Vruan Uruo. And EMA and HNH and Sak Lan Exum Lai Han. VOIBA Chong Mat Tronkovir Dang So. Noang De Roy Vruan HA Ike and H Len Cow. KSA U Lion H and Exum Lai Han. Nahan Chong. No VOD TOI Tier UOC Macau. Trong Su Bang Hong CUA Lai Han Bong Dang A Lai TO again. VMA Bin Than Kong Jong An OIAP Buck. Kon Yum Wardos. A Chung Min VA Kim Tier A Wakata Do CUA Men. Barn Jake Mobi Ma. Our IH and Moment NUAC. Coward H and Tran NHA Trang to it MOT Hoyle. Our Alroy NGOPN Gung. Fon BNH Sao? They lie hauntin day. Gluck KXI and LOR. Zanello. The NHA. TO. INH Thurkao Sao. Lai Han. NH and A Clute. Li Han Karchet Sung Sao. Clute. Couch and Shin Roy Du Hoy. TOINGU Bao Our Roy. Clute Pina Han. Be gay. Li Han Van Benda. Sao Kao Lam Ako BNH Vinda. Clute Nam Chak and GIA Y Roy KAP. Toyakum Tam I Roy Hobart TO. I Fadem Foy VAO Veen. VM at Glutton H Uchan AMUO item Su. NHO and Quack AHU. Tung Bruno Vang Len Ro Rang. And Karkat H Band and Bat Lucan H and Zat Almoy. And Kasut Yuvong COH and Min. VA Gasahin Mon Lao Lek. And Hung THUA and H Sang BOC for Trong Hong Kan HO and Nath. Suckman Nut, Lu Ko and HUBOC Low. Kaui Kung Su Kim Hartodo. Bonkan KHIP. Tao Se Ji. I at HET Bun Maybe A Quarry Kung Lao Len Kong Shadudu. And Mado on XEN Lan Ku Yet Tam. Suckman Man Mi Chen. O Trong Ko OC. MOT Kong Kavik and Okong ANH Len. Nung Kua Kipong Thik Ludet Yan No Len Yu. MOT Athakam Naleni Nen H Luan Tier ATH U Chowang Oi. Muer Jia Man Mi Kung ANH Sangs and Luke. Suckman to Kan H Take AH I and Nut Kong Chub Lure BUOC. Kawe Vat Yem Len Tip T U Seek MGI Adam Kava. And Hong Kong May. Kluder Baikum Kava Kemu T Chan. Ko the NHU Kong Tun HA I Marvin Hoi Fuck. IE Waken Juleam that them canal. MOT Mojiach Ok Than Okon Kava. Movang Tong Delan Met Kong Ting HET Tham CUO Senat. MOT Kun Shak Light Ung Mong Ruadam Thang VA O Yun Wo Karaway. Nung Kong Beat Oma CU No Man Mi Lam Noden Beat. O Phi Chak Nung Vru No IXA Y Ratun 2. TRO V Thuk Dai. Glut Labin Ten Mo LOI. Li Han. Kao Luan Ano I Lock Our Say Chen O E Bao V Nung Yun Wo Them YEU. Take Ao A Mo Nap Bin Nuke. Zhong Rende. Toi Kung Say Chen E A Bao. V Ban TOI. NUTUC Chak. ANH Mab Not ANH Lun Su King Kuyet. Bat KY. I Ilam HA IN Ban TOI EOA So. Chet Trong Te Geo I Do Cho Teo I Ko Faithio Chung Eden Kungia NGUC. LIHA and Hn Bong Lung and Makam K. Clar. Shron Kunkat HM Lang MODT Gom Vang Len. Bong Down Katarina Zul at He Nahan Cho. LU Team M Kwoi Mo LO. Choi Se Chok Oucher Kong Jian. Chung Ta Se Teep TUCSAU. TRUO Semet La Bod Unkatarina Metmwa. Coach Yen En Hoi Tham. cow they sao roy? Lai han ben du te. Choi kong sao. Tio, I koi na han lam. NH and V med a re cua ko. Lai han ko chut demo. Hin NH kai. Why hop dak eng hong roy. They the. Katarina kung ben tin NH and Karlov ITO. I vuar kind bank I HUYVACU kawai. Vi the NEN. NUXUCOM. Ko Manhwa. Ko the Lyrende. PN num oya hai sen. Ko lighting THU at. And hung kept nun you a trade into a Huan Luyan and HU, the Olok I and Thourin Tin. And hung yun wo lin lu on Sansang NGIXU. Geo I alagia vu. Doiji HET. Ung yun wo o. Relayan can H li hon laurai NH dump butterina NH or GN line nung to the TO. Ivan Baukau I see you read KH I cow I TO I they rat and HEN hong. Beta NO I long KH. I N co XUC om N MUC but K hawk. Tung dong nuke mat to on roy. TO I kong chak G I ho HET. Kung can HAO I oral. And LO I ton A and H sang. MOT hoi lao. Katarina Lail I been tin mo lao ma. Zanello I N HE. TO I von N kim on kaunung G I O life in the nay. Ben nay. Lai han bacham chu kwansako. Kovi thouern cam. Kayami MYEU qua. Gay SAU. Kai si amho vang lenten hu. En hung gap. Katarina Vio I ko cao roy I. Toy fei ia. Latang se som bado thor. To chamers o c ben than NHE. They the. LIH and ko v sung XOT. NH and bonlum ko CCUA ko. Jong county y. Kai kong can fei they ko LOI. Kai lam vik CUA min ma thoi. Roy cow and H bat day. What g thick. TRU OCA thivik neko via. I enro nung G. I o thi gong ben thouing thoi. I brow ve nung yun wo than YEU. So ko kong 10. Lai Hong Kong suku yet tam VII and H mak keen. I and HTO. I say TT. You see chen ONKH I lu rong chet HET. Lai mo tilan NUA. Katarina lim bet K hok muamin chit rung. Kong tiao. Koke PNHE. Tura roy. Kwerwi kunkin HCU a fong BNH arm like ung vio I bong danko on CUA lai han. Kunkin H roy ensen shin. Bon dang simon ung oidine kuro. They simon. Kuro ko chart NGIC en heen. Man sao ANH lioe? L? IH and VA glotto? I'm on V madam cham mo LOI. KHA? IEUA NHA even HET roy. Noi con thikao gi sao tio I lioe. Bitong and AO chart chu. Cheatin chanong. Kuro doid I at hoitham. Kai GI? The hoven on chu? Cam they fi and fuck. Simong Gian rang a PTRA. AI them quantam. Noi cow mound beat thee to let it say CI them hoa. Gay SAU. INHKO li CNH and EDOA. Komathio kipper. Noi cow by tot life ISAU TTO I kung chang bantam all. Kuro by emoti chang day rothi hordat man. Min OAN loss am van kung UAGI min. And you bat lu cow in mo L I mo ally. UOC thoi. Bay GIO. V met Simon ran a Giondero. KH I the bong bong. And H in lake IKHU on mat NGU on ko thoil AKH I N min fat buck. Thank on oseg I tim like AH I ko bang HU chet trong tranchen. Roy and HU kuyat. ANHA ran ro long min. Men chu toi se kong tinjung rao fi SAU long cho teno kekat rong tin hong gang at geonatheth. Tai kong UAGI na ho HA. I yun wo saman vie kuro van BU OCV fi a thang me. BAG SAU, Olfon TRA, Alexandra VU mum. That's art KH I kawa you OC zuat veen. NH and my han roy mojio I. Yung ne han I trong KH I know van con no. Theo lo I ong. Lai han con any MTHUMOTN gum TRA. At light tier AXUM. Cow cam K. Wong viret ute. Alexandra tho die. Bei GIO cow com beat nan NUA koa? Tip Theo. On gap MOD venu man. No second han vio I MOT at yung. Bei si you see yung nam trong don nuke ko vi tom god. They vong vote AGIO. Li han makin ni han lentin. Toi chak log I kong geo. ITOINA Gayin go at Choi Sun nu Korn HI. VOIV me bin sack CUA Alexander. Li Han Oe. And Rodin Hinlock. Okayan GI Ling Kwan N Koroi. Gak IEMY. You by Nam T Hop Alexander. Yig Young the Zin Hei Huang Den Kuro, Ik Out Ako the Tham Gi Iava Out Ran Shen Bio. I Vike Out Akung Say Chen. O Trong Mo Tioi Koji Apton and Lukthar. De Li Hong Kong Fan BAC. Online Rock HOACH. Chung Tio. Iakuyet. INHA O Tao them 11 on Vibo Sung NUA. Seiko 3 Oi VO. I 4th and V Moir. IVAMO E Trong So Se La Siwe Cow. Take him TRA. Jomo Xardo Van Ro Rang Chung Tio Iagitu OC to Kanunk on Dongzu a Hino Gini Van MUT. Chung Tio Iatunko the G, Iat Chung Gaykuk IVO, Ibon Yun Wo Romoy Koji Apton and Luke the Hio Yen. Roy Gian Con Jupiter Rom Lai Hoyan Gap Engam. Nung Beiji. IOIEU O Lock on the VO I Jung Dongwa. Chung Ang Tian A. Joei Ko the Chong Lai Chung Ta. Beiji IO. Tung Lai CUA Chung Ta Yuang Fruti. H. UOCVAO Oi Koji Apton, then Luke the He THUHAI. O Gini. Lai Hun BUOCI Dai Tren Han Lang. Long Dank Outran Adam Su. Hin Gio Themen Anko HAI La HBR Trong Te. Boji Apsa Kung Nang Luke CUA Koro. Tier UKH I whole Apjap Linu Yen Mo. TOI La Yun Word You Warren Athiko the Van Han No. O Gini Ra. Kudo Kaiman Natha KHIO Benden. Gian I Yukiam Trom. Matli Hon Lai or you see. A Seek and Menge Luke Nay. Moao. IDEUN Giang V Phi Amen. Ben Phi Ace. I'm an Ang TUCG out of VA02. Nakon Kong Mo da Hom Kai Chen Len. An aim at Keen Nahan. Lane T UC Kuarua. Wank I GM Marching Chap with me the Ha. Kuro Hoyan Goin GIC. Zin LOI. I'm in Lay Liben Tin Royam Cham Lentiing. Hawaii you gotta come wa yun wol o tren hang a euri fake app nahud I fon thi giam. Chung Tom Al Roy. Nahad I thoi. Kuro Phi AS say you long chen ASUY2. Minna the say calm y EUO. I anue nung dumin ko gang bao niulan I trang and ure. Thema kawe kan ji gay kan ji boombie. Nor com ko LIH and ben kan H theme and cam. They an HU ban than Anki VNH UCUVA war. And VO I fong the giam. A co VA Iyun war zuat heen. Simon NS. UNE and Ang Umisi Horo. Kai Giarda? MOTE or V UIVONT. Olame NHGI8 and them Lupwa. NH and Thor Kung Beat Lano say I and HGIRM UC tin and CUA Chung Ta Hail and GIO Tung to the roar. Yun Wort Yan Sigado Kung Mim Quoil and Teen Feet by Ne say Tong Hopka. So Han MUC tin them Lukti. UAVAO MUCO by you or Hin CUA Cow. Cow Kai can go XUM. Io Kai Mu Nail NVA Dunko Gang Dung HETN. You see Luong Tin then. Luke Ne. Yun Wo VUA The Yama Hon then Quatrin. Thun Bao Hin let a home than A and HGIA 8000 Fuong Pap. An NH in the Mahoi code should kin H Stour. Teep Theo. INHH Yen N Mo LO. Rossing MOT Ben I. Yun Wo Ben Can H Hoing Go NGAC. Huh? UOC Thor. Kong Chetrantier U. Simon and Go. I've a Roy Oi Muthiem. Now actual by a Jong. Thong Bao Kong Yin Wen. At away in HGIA. Mo Yun Wo Zong Guan Duong and HU How Hung Mako Vu. Toi THAC Mac A and H Tase Coke. I so the NA ONHI? Thin I see you a new can. AI Ma Be Chu. Trong the joy in then. X. IN Mong Dorm OT Hoi that die. Bong A and HA and HU Fat I and Suk Luke BOC Fat and CUC Hong. V Met Mo Hoi Kung Su Kriya Tam. Obeno Guinea That. Yen Chin Kung Nihan Chong He Ro. Home Than A and HG. IA 10-0 Fuong Pap. 10-0 Fuong Pap. KET Thut Thigiam. Bo Dang Simon Amo Hoi. Tinko Vuzum Quan Live Engvong. That I in Ro. O Kong Fail K Walu Count Athat Show and Nasal. Kong AI Kovuat Kwam UC 9 and a tier UOCOK. View. Mac Kezong Quad. INH Matt Simon Dorm and H Usac Ben. VINHM Thang and Cho See Your Roll. They Kao Ang You May See. Huh. Ramon Wan T. Nay. Kao Kung UOCNENNA and HGII. Kuro Lolan to Chor. Karkano. TOIUOCA NHGIAT or UOC Roy. Cam they Kong UOC on Tro. Simon Ko V but man. Deep Theo. INH yen lai hoi de cua sash bao niu muco tin the look see you a corolla bao niu. Koge hoi anu me si. Roy and gap and gun. A thi. Bong sashazu at hin nemo t catch bat and go royal and team 12-0 fuang pat vi. IEU nake idua trenke e. T quat rumban cua INH da. Bima koratio. I timake HIEOI kar hitch sum. Simon ben ne kung kong VUIV magi array. Bom ANHH makar EU MODT. Roy are trong suan yung a. Si CU aim wa yung wo that kong kong bang. They the koge that BIM len ting. Back si. Chong to na the thief fe. Sasha ang at loaf and BACVO. I kai ten catch ko chape thik our tarjak chance a combo 1kh. I beat UOCI human moumbito. Kuroji, Io chamong ganye. Omen. Obeto gani. Ba u troy hong hano RUC. Trunk IE. Sime bay tren kong trung. MOD jong en. OI gien go. Fuong pap. Kuro kai teji thick. No lock SOHOAMUCO 10 than Luke CUAM YUM wo. QNH kai so trong game ma shung ta thou and hey gap hey. LIH and koja tamo. Mac du tio. I kuati hu nung tio. I game in hui cow mountain oi roy. Roy cow roy vi o su tram tu. AC say chedao MODTHU and HUVAY ma kong ko MUCHGI. Kodala Jose Sudong no trong CUOC chen bank HNAO. Loop ne. Good lion gap en gum linti. The. Or trong. Ni mvu CUA chung tall and ne la gr. LIH and li CMAT. Tin lankong kaget vru ra hero. Suku yet tam light England trong ANH mat cow. Jong eno. I living vong theo betogini. Ta sebero bambie CV no gay BGIO. TRO guak AHU. Jong eno a kim thowing vain len. Nay. Thank them HA. I that BAI cure kong suzu at hin CUA ribbon. Luko. Tin lang DUA kimano I lon. Chen NA OTO. I say I NH choke our and H1 Luai. Kim kai thing in sure ben NHULO at that show. DSAU. INH tie. ANH Makai. Ayer chen du hoil I du cho CUOC chen ne la GI. Tin lang no ma kong chetso HAI. Toy kong thick kai en cow VATO I ko tengen jong no hu. Kai the thoi. They the? RI ben came in quoi NHE. Antar VAO thang to the. Jong hoi thak. UOC thoi. Tio I GNHUA la uroi. NA. Ni. Dong S. UI Girat Han. Tier ovi thuk di tin lang hoi ko vikan NGAC. Kodute son on balvi ma gi them. VUA ne la GIVAY. La MOTR. O A OANK. YUC minimet I SAU vuchen thowen you. Luke ne OA N UNWO and NOIMWA. UTU. MOT. XA NHO namo vangan UI Peris. Claude NH and Dong Udwo Wong UC Madamo. Kakban Lynch Rom Chet Rondo Papi Yo Shape Run Tio INO NA Sao. Kong de IAP. Kawai SUYG. Kofi K AHA Bet Thowen Noi X ET Theo Tapton VO. OOCCUA Ho. DN Kakon KVDO Lu. LIH and Nap and Royal NT. Hamako THUG. I Angdout Unluka Roy. Chakla Modi Trong So Elru Raw. So Tien Go I Lang Ne Them Ched in UAI. Huh. OT Hoi Lao. Kabak Gap MOT Yun Wot Ran A Thowen Titch. Lai Han Ko V Kung Lai Rocham Chu. Quadza KHILV8 Intrang CUAKIXA. CTK Home Wada Gate Tier Olai A Thoi. Kung Kong Ko Them Kai XA CNAO Ka. And Hung Yun Wokan Lai and ONONOINAO Chaka. Bong Bei GIO. Klut Lenting. Li Han. Ko Yun Wawang Teep Kanda Chent Yua. VO I Sukan HJ. Moi Yun Wo Trongoe. NU Duvu KHI. Phi ATR UOC Labong Dang MOTiko the Trul on NVA CXC. Lai Han V Medium TU Simo RLOI. XIN HXAC na Honda Den. Yun Wowadong Phi ATR UOC at Kai ECXEXU. Jake VO. INH Matt Dale and Su Giam Trong G Thick. Kak Karlok Wan Lin. Siwe. AC Kong. And yo Kak Kao they. Chio Alo Emoji Nonged and Owen Goai Lang Ne. Nehan ne I EU Bat Thowing. Lai Honkin H Jake. Kao Cham Chuen H in Tung Modof at Roy Hoi GIO. Hopso VO. I Mubo Hi Lat Rente Om Lam OT and Xan. Phobin cu a hai quan luk chen. Deep theo. Li han ke do ao. Vai noyong van kong chu to an oira. Shong toia. Nh fade on catch jack. Train by tren take on fat rot yen huo. A siko so du lu chu on by quet. En u bat luke. Jake fu I tata jorthio. Jake geo I teo I law Jake. Lai han van kong boon ji can h Jake. Tena you law gi. Jake hoi en h are you may. Vo du yen. Lai han a p thang that. The vo du yen con han bo sat na han tour you I ro. Met moi. On a la or non joy fi way. You law jack c e g yeller. Su kong shuo like our nh ban. G a c q u i s d d u l r a. Cha. UOC thong tin. Li han mo li. Ong vh u to 6 nam tier you ong tung lof. And veen pfs. UAKT RUOCO. Jake Kong from BAC my p thing. Fei. Tio I ku yet INHN gap cat cow sa you and a gain tron she. Why hon like eve? On kong kong fail I bin. The cove and EGIVAY? NHON quack AHU. Jake Kelly. Tin the Duca Su Luan by Theodoi Gaker SAUKH IAGHEU. Chanko chut to do an AOK. Ho Lu on low, so chung tio. I say dung, then Lu Ki Fam TOI. En you cham trung cho o. Mat on a lion she. En, gen yun wo at ong by trong thowing. Jake Kioi Gi. Kau se gi up TOI chu. Toy kong the chu on cat tongue I vieta ka you o si nung tio. I mount gi you cho ho chat the die. Trong ANH lua BAP bar. Hangin wo on VAY zunkwan and H ugila. Shak NH and om sang or you see lua roy kelai. Duban o tio. INH CUO and O I tram by jom set. Torden thick and O I Tio. I mount in quang oi con lio and OIA. In hung trong emoti chak. Ong a like mac. Bong dung. Jake and gum ohoy. Toy OA and cat cowering trui nalu kung kier unkong. Toy them GIA kung NHE. Lai har and HU continue OCVA omet men. Bei GIO. JK and H and can H tame and Roy AG thick. Toy kaiko the chomet and H and tongue you won't shed INH own ang luke. Namat eo I accrue yet. INH song and HUM OT garhinathet. And matong a duong en HU and kua suck man high and by VA. Ko their A seed and been met trong suk and hong CUA lai han. Tang hin. NH and the IEUA. Cowling T. You see SUY gay. Du kua beat nang luk tak chen CUA ong dano 10 than lub nairet ko which chur chung tai. EUT or IEA hin. Chaple thoiko cow UA sung and jack. To joy Theo ban there. Han han. Jack say gulver. 10 T. Ow I loli han. Tio I say dem thoi the wong. Cam like A, Ho sung. Kung fan keep. V meter ACM tram han bao GIO. GIA, YSAU. Ame GMTU si mong uo si chiko oi trong lai han. Rex AKH lang. Hoan yun wo, I teep trong rung SAU. Duon an HU Jake Ko VK HHM chaps so VA OI OAN yun wo. LIH and harn they ong a met with a rock feel and T. The chung toss a chi anavu rock and H chung Jake. And go IMOT Luke. Are a C mochai new kroibit man. Troya. Cat cow coke on la yun wo kong eh? Toy kong giman x yun suck NMU C ne roy. Om a ra VK. Ho so makam nan. Chakt tio. I kong theo kip him quan lin you oc trang by au cat cowl. Lai han and go I get obin then. Bon tio I lock wong hoatin then Luke su. GIEU chanong. Jake duo man HUKHO tin. GI ko. Dia me yun wo lodge. En or hehar. Hovan tip to you. Sik I do an au. Kong me I pilai. Ong ale I been tin quan sat. GONH and K. Well I theet wrong chung jo me thing in hok tui. That shak wan quan 13 for teen lockung. Han lam man han gen oi o roy nung gun trekwa. Ong lai han lean len chi. So am lai roy AC. And Matt Cowan H and shak a sugim to you see. Nam chai new kumaji thick. Jake tho hat rar oi NH and BAU Troy. BO IVIVO IEO I see a tier O and ENXA. UXA and H you lu wrong VA minions VAY. Tin lang ban nekon kong ko yo ginian H dong A. Koi chim chu SUY ginoig. I know dine Robbie I O 6 nam tier UOC Theo Kung Thoi. I am vu tran thowing XAY ra. And HON tong ket H ding am yun wo see you. Koeo on. MOT can H tevu on ra see you roy. I kung toi. Trauma and h matic a. HIEP so see you 8 in lang. Ray ben kim sung vio I oite mo kale ting. Shung tak ong sin rai. Bayan uo nhugia suck. En akwo. Oye bayan. Tet kunung kel gini kir I vio. I chung tai u lakech. Kong yen sa chet ben kan h. I ben vruan tamwa goi. I kung tio. And mat an h taught an nhu I kung jored oia cqui. Tiro vi can see you. O tren han lang wabong henha. Ayun warwang buoci. Katarina gi o eko vit ran asui2. Fia say lodge on bo dong kong chut tun hai. Hai yun wo kung tien nmo chicken fall. Katarina vo I vgmtu si chak gay thawing mo lor. Unkayano. No see you a ra. Can see you a mo ra. You lo nung kes such kung tai lu de ka. Mot jong no a vang len ro rang. Fan lon ho so a uo, si so ho ava lu trong mate chu. Katarina gi, you coach shut in hi you may len tiing. Si, oito, I lock aunk. Trong ten nam tio, I chim va o jake ngu. Hoso v6 namo by chin xure. Tor say tim rasu that vinung gi xa, warat wrong k hong thoi gi on no. T arola vo, I tro li hon. Cowing du horjake la du oncum ghet. E siko fe vi ho a chumo va hi un nun ue tre, and hu chung tio arcom? Jake duong en hu roi va also chamak. Jong mo nail I nhr mak kainan hu. On equan, you meme tin vaoac. E si you all by nun ue tre and hu cow vang. Kua radel, I the in hu to train by vang len. Al easy too. Chung tio ing theodoyam otik on cake ap thap. NH and phi at uo alarm otik on cake of each at bat. No kong the dik I am vi, I thowing nang. Kovi NH you know by en bo roy. Ko the no kanchige eu I trong they the. Lai hot ori mu. Roll NH. I thoi. NH and they tin lang hoi lao kurang day. Lai hot and go NGAC. Tin lack. HEIL. Ko anko gang and go guy si moody run o. Trung su do do. LIH and GO I kuro. Kuro. Do I LO, I NOICUA cow. Cow zulai no NHG. Sap mat kuro bong charks OHAI. Ko the cow duo man HU kong kim saw it. Li han van tip tu si roll HGI it no. Klu tong mo ti ben lo langi. SUI cho kong mu city. The CU a medium vu nail I kuro fuck chat. Kaudok unken lamp when VOI big diet luminion NUA. VA tip theo. Klu limbo I like kuro kong dong NUI zul I know I. Kuro. Kuro kai kon mo team and do I. A duong NHU so HAI. Concave cham chu an H kawe. OT hoi lao van kong ne kuro rade. Quarry kong trong ANH mat lanum CUA kava. Kuro le HET kanam. Tau say GI at may. Take away run day tranche kong dam bop ko. INH mat tran kua MOTN oi by I. I've noi kong tai you diet bon me. Gien can H the vo so yun wo. And OIO troudang? And be tau say fei chu so fan tung to an H nung fi the bon tower they owe us to. And hu UOC teep them suck man. Kuro kam chak ke sung trong te hot. Trong ting ban vang vom. Te hu rung van yen tin. Ben ne. La hon lin ti u si chanantin lang. Tin lock OVOINO IOVOISUI giben tin. Min kim ben tin lai. Min kong sai. Noikos, I theachim la the jorin AV mit vovong kong su that dan. OT wo by hang toff at ban lean hoi. UH rail. Jong no I lai han vang vong. Tin lang. Lai han matic on chuong TUM laden lack. MOT lucaseo. Ko duom en HU kark on CUA key. Bong sak met li han lai tier ONEN gap gap. Kung vio, iolating the rock rondier, PCUA den lang. The nung gay SAU kob and tin lai. VUA Roy VUH and an. Toy on Roy. Luke nay. Kluk kunkaro tier o veal and ting. En lukoi karoy. Ha! LIH and Geo. IMOD ting. Kuro. Roy NH Kioe Wi-Fi ASAU. VA Quarry Kungtian and Voam OT Galan Kuro. Lam tot lam. Duong NH, you kaivoe lam chokawe them finex UCL. NH and Amir wo that bat sunk one. J co charting go and go. VA Warbon and Hawk nail all the HETHUHAI. Key. All nay NH mat champ chudoi theo. Chung chak hon tuan vo, either he ha am in tongue beat. Chung kong jong nung ua tre by epb uocvao I tier o nema jong nung ua tre trunk than mot catch to an heen. Omot ben chak. Ting the t kung sap de vang tung tu. Chet teet. Kong ko o anua. Katarina tucg kong goni y hin tum. KSAU. Koer met vo I john everything then. And beat no kong away gade orang van kong and a tol. John gim tuc moloi. V con che hanong cua koi nuoc linu yen tak cua toi. Katarina tucg on kua the sawa and h kong I cheddar. Lelai subintin. Koemiam mong hoi catch vi tio. I say kong nhuc and hitch du vi motbu. O si cho and k. H I tim rasu that. Noi cho tio I beat tai sal ho so lai by trinis ua. John nhuhet catch tho die. Duer te lock I see chia curl. A royan gap and gong teat lo g. Iua the he o, yen va the he the hint, I see ua kak cycles a tonko mot the he chak. And aki yun wo I viol, I sack mat am tram. 50 ua traco tin than lut count at the uoc chon. Noi jong a nh tom at modi chadem ot buktran. Theme en seekam len roy g thick. Nung chon the makim so get a goa, and o c ua chuang trin. K chol, ach that bai. Mo cua motiket. John lay radiate judan sach tua top secret. Katarina cam uoc ente tv met so hai. No. I voit. O I la. Va litier ovkh rung. Motmk vitsu hin. Hoi kung chung talk on a tim ra chung. Li han bin tin kio. Arisian lot rents at cua chung toi. Bao kao I so luong trang by cua chung va. I wadia chulin cua chum. Vua rodeloa. Jake lean quoimu. Anh mat lan lum. Kong vini gi. Lenmo and hen hank wadung kh rum. And you oc madan h and lam lam ot and kava kong chuk kan h jake. Va or acvo I nang lup ten yen len lo I quachung makom chut tun hai. So luong im kavat. Jake hoi kin h thawe. 17 kan gay gap thap. Vikne di dang an muc gay konong the he ot yen ben thawing kong lam uoc. Ba royal. Even len lii teep dim keen. Min van krua the conth lino. No ko, blonhi. Chak chan fei ogane. Ben fi li hon duong an hu kurchat lo lang gor. Tuo day. Jong ka hoi kon trong. Jake. On a roy ik. Ha la roy. Tiro like can see ui. Ong say by fatty noi ko pap suel luor. V mat j klo lang nung van me mo tim keem. Kai amo ichad nua thoi. On ma. Kai kolu ke cap thap away thoi. Bon j cambe osa. Ulunko I eu bat thawe. Hey. Trong ba u con ke. Him line giua for yun wo. Li han len tiing a lo lang. Toyam at lean lak vo I jack. Glu tem ot ben len tiing. Chung tak onk on luachon ed o gini tip tu si yen len. Lihan voi anget loi. Yu yen hang o la bao man turn chojake. Nahan chong. Kaurol nh. Hei chi anahura. Kung voi buo si chen ko. Si ue lai han. Bong dang kaung o chi mint yen vo rung sau. Bong tek samog dong sak met or theo. Tung buos. Ichen en tren koe mak hi. Kola chin jacob I kong she. Trong kwak ahu. Kai simu roy action kung tin kua. Kakim wo bmt ucv kai an ne sao? Jake mo team and fan bac. Kakim wo inhgi at Bontrail. Almor kamai u shigothing en hine pi kong feji I at mala kongche. Duvie y moti soko the chet tron quat rene. En hung kong tinano I bo rang thang anine. Jake tilon. Ovi koban kung logi. I etchun wo mario I kong the twan theernung men hlin hn huvay. De sau. Ong anh noi te men. Ro rank you unbo tio I say roy ac. Toi kong the ye mo si ue nung ue trail va walente men. Lup ne a kong chim ben te ne kem kon dao sak ben. Amor ti fet zuadin di thang va o koemo, ti yun wo armoi. Na han chong. Jake lean vung te. Mo ben radium wo on oi, ngixu. Ko the nha and hu vo inh nam tranat. Kung vo, I su I en quang siu a Jake by dar dang. Ot ben Laje Kung Than Vine Si by Haji UC. Mot ben Laden Lang Ang Louder Han Via Okorn Cave. Koi Vio I Tung Nathat, Kema Haji UC Hang Lorat. Huang Sak LL, Yinam Lali Trinit. Ben Ne. LIH and VU, HAVU, A Rollin H. Tien, Len NAO. Koro. Hey don't tam Luke see you wake out E Ho T, I. Kuro Kong YEU the APLI. Oh. Sukuya Tam Trouting Trong Long K, H, I am Kao Ain Am Chate. Min Feo, Am Tot. And Matter you see Sankin INH. Min say Bao Vi Han Bang Ward GIA. And Mat Bung Sanged and Lan Toardang Luke Shake Wan Koda. En Hung Tia XCP Bao Guan Kuro NH UOC Thucked in. Su Jian Du Kung He Tin Them Lam Lan Toa Suck BOCPHA. Tamang Mam Kavit Kai Trong HA I Ben Tay Trong Lai. MOT Fet Bop Nat. At a Zunk One No Tung Trong Su Can NGA CUA Lai Ha. Lai the MOT Ben Tate Royal and Tom Lam LU. Bum MOT Kakakan Lam and VUN. KED Thuck. Kuro NH Met Momado Duck. LIH and NH and Kadesh Dung Mok Am than Trong Long. VAY Roy La Suck Man Cap S. Min U Ara Sao Sila Natha Kuyet GIU Garo Enno. Gay SAU. Cow and Tiang Kenango I. Anting A. Kuro. And Hunkau and Ian GIU Suck. Cow Konkan Bung HET Suck Viam OT Kon Take Ap Thapro. Kuro Hoimat to En Heen. Sin LOI. Bong Luke Ne. Glu Gio I2O Day Ben Kier. Ali Easy 3. Trong Su Bang Hong CUA Moyun Wo. Jung Kao AK Wala. Moyum Woko Jiro Kong. NH and Bong Wamare C Roy I. Jong Clout Van Teep TUC. Choi Kong beat Tai Sao VA. VA Red NH Kamiha Makio. O Phi ASAU. Klut Nahan Chong Bad Day. ANH Matsak Ben Eat Lo Nung Jake Heen Tying Lock HCUA Chung Ta. Kai Simu Kawe Roy X Yung Nung Jo Nen Oi Kong En Gong. Toi Kong Bitong Lam VA Wive I Lai Du GI. Nung M. IR Om GIA. Kung Vio Asuke HI Yor Kai Hitch Lokuyet Chen. Hayum Wokwa Thuk Lai Chair ICUC. NH and UOC Dan Du. Tung BUOC Chum Vang An. Ting KEUGOI. Or YGI. Roy Encho CU8 Im Lang. LIH and EU Bin Tin Roll and H. Tap Hop Dive I Tries CUA Easy 3. Benne. Klub Vanning Lu Man Gong Jack. Vruke H I'm Thang Tio Anung Vio. I Surnahanan H. NJ Kan UOC. All Ne Kong Kong Kem KHI Tung Chu VH Manhwa Vruke H I CU8 Nut. MOT Nathat. Thank H. IN Cow H Ron Thou and Tron on. Lai the Mem OT Nathat Mo Vang Ra. Dual Nen H. Not a Kong Chong TRA. Vruke HI Roy Axion. Fochak Mojake Saprat Ale and NUA. MOT Nathats. Ak Ben Thang in Nut. Dan En Han Vo I Nut. And Hum Gay Luke Ne. RANH Mac Cow A Sang Duck. Suckman CU on Trow. RACNH and N Mock and NGAC. VO. I Su Hoi Fuck. Glut VOT Thang Ni UOC Chatrime Ang CUA Jack. Zin LOINHE. Ong GIA. Shop Levu KHI. Kawe Ang Ban Engine Jake. Lie Trong Tich Tak. On ALIG UC Trong 01. Ngo MOT Ben. Klut Vruat TOCVO IV Metmwa. Kai Viarn Ko K HA Nang Fuck Hoi Kong Ko Gi Along Conquer. Nahan Eurocio Luke Ne. LIH and Shay and Kungkoro. Kovi Gap Gap Kai and Gia XA Wara. Klut Batman G Thick on Tarn Kong Tio. I2O Nung to ANH Met CUA Tak over an HUR Tang by IEUKHIN. Tron KH Urum Tim Mitch. Jong Kari Ving Du. Like it on to VOI. Rong Tavan Kun Yumi Hyame. NH, and Vet Dowring Giam Trong CUA Jack. Li Hong Kocha Du. En Hung Ame Say Chet Noi Chung Tabo Mac the Ne. Bong Jake at H Kim Nahan Mon Gungaro. And Mad on H Akua Eno I Kim Hong Kong CUC. And H U by SIKHIN. Kong Kong Lin Kam I Chi Tilong. Tuorn Lich. Trong Su Bang Hong CUA Mo Yung Wolo on KH. I Thucked and Raw. Li Han Kerm Nahan I EU Bat Dowing. Olak IGIVA Wire. Phi Tier UOC Lamo Teal in Hanzu. At Rodako there AC Trong KYD. Luke Ne. MOT Bang Mala to me NRAC Ku. There Rong Vokun KHOCOI. NH and Gan Han Lam OT then the Anko Vung VAYKHIM Mo Yun Woken NGAC. Ola G. IVAY. Kuro kanyan woko rat kung su kho tin. Mot bang ma. Bihanim ot ben rate rum. Kong. Oh, lot him khi. NH and ball mal on man ang na trong jake. LAH and VOIG thick. Vino tanta vieko though. Bang ma bail on lo mo yun wo. LUT kong raid rung len tien. No ko ang kim soa jake. LIH and kanim cham mo LOI. Noyong ta ang by kim so at BOI 10 KH. I thino say D by thousand ton BO. Ivru KH. I UOC chade out of both and CUA wrong. BUOC catch they glur tige. Hopsuck Haji UC no and AO. Li Han ben ten to choi. Kong. TO I say to Menzulai. Kao Gim T UC Gian Suck Man CUA Koroviate and Lang Noi no. Ko the XAMNH. EVA old out ong tam trike onion wall. Chung tuk ong the noel. I dunk kuro hate in lang so VOI ho. KY dar shino CUATO I kem han any antot nathid. La ETO I chure and H hung CUA suckmano. BA li han VO I V teen I NHEG. Tron Luke TO I cam chano. Kakao he CU jack. KSAU. Kao CO I bo muvu KHR trang by VUTs. Ang MOT ben. MOT min li han lao lanoy o truck dine BOI bol ma. Na han cho. No kung chop thoiko ma lao in. MOT o tam kong lao VUT and li han none may the cow kip me. Ton on A and H needich that lean TUC to HAI phi VANH or TUCGA. Li han dum mang look. Sukmed and bar guan. MOD for Tim KH. I N bong mako. Sherdemi MYEU ha. And H and they bong ma kong chut turn HAI. LIH and co fanning go NGAC. No ko. Huer kwakong. Kong chak shanung van ral and H. Gay BGIO. Most CUU jack. Clue kung AP. Oh. VA tip TUC on ang on A and H lampt and barma CUA li hard. And hung lut nakao li by Kim chet BO I luk luong CUA no. Moi yud wo and H and li han by bong mot and nut chung theolo lang. Huh. They ho yen len. LIH and so HAI na can. Luo I. So trong long kao SUY gimen canti how ang luong CU aim in them chut and UA. Kong ro IEUGI. LIH and li NEM chin vu KHI ra XA. Bong mako vinam chu YNH shak sayam and HAPVIO chin li hon. MOT fit no kua VAO ka the cat wrong suck. Su can NGI CCUA moyunwo. Bong ma NHU mami ma BOC fit suck man. Or mat motor talk H. I kung ting HET them. Trong KH. You rung MTOI. INH sang no kung ting the T. Call the li han NHU and CUC han HED2. INH matter or UC. By BA yun wo kong che. Kalin TUC Guan KNOIO on INH emodichet. Kuralin len ting. Chung talan G I beji. I onoi CU tip TUC the ne. Glut v met mart rene. Shung ta baov e can see you roy. Kolfe ue kao evi trong tin trang ne. Enjuna hanra. Kao e kiel hoi. Kuro. Kao kong the dung nang luke siwe menithim NHAP sao. Kuro ko chutting go VUC. Toyu. Kao gitio. I ko the lam UOC that sao. Klu chong and oi gap. Tam thoi he th wakach chung taco. Kuro. En gap en gung. UOC. Gay SAU. Kuro kong dung suk man XA. MNHAP golda. OIH and KHIM cow the TNXC long. Trung the joy no, I tam lob on hin lai han kung bon ma. Lai han ko vik on trung kung sudamo. Coward H and talk AH I kung kung kan H sump one ma suwaigi. Enoi ne. Toy and HO and quack AH rat lao. La cham chui y mwadi HU mon or hard ra. Ala kong jian with uxiu amen. Kovila ne chung ta vi. OSA Yuhan Niu So Viao ITRUOC. Shengi NGI. INH Mat Kao Haum V5 TRUOCA Sak Ben. Bang Matu on Kung Suk Man Lantor. Tuor. Oh. No Dan Jiroth and Hindang Li Han Hin Tai. That KH Odin KH. I Kauko the GIU. UOC Wythuk CUAM and NGIO. Ailano. Gay SAU. Dual man HU Bong Mazu wet Hin Phi SAU Li Han. Real Fi A tier UOC La Hindang Bong Ma HOA. Then Kao Hon Chin VO. Isu KHIEOA Kai Hitch. Toy say HU White I Kaum OTL and VMI. They there. Lai Hong Kong True THUA Makan H by. G Jome Chi TTA OINHI. Bong L, I H and Len Ting Goy. Cao Ko and H and the Gi Kong. Kuro K, I am William Wojino. Kuro Nahan the Tin Hin Theo and Ting. Tio I Gihan Ang Cherno Gay Luke Ne Noi Han Ko the 88 Ur Rako Ikoda. Kao N H and N Bante Roy Dudu. Quality or say but you see no. Du VAY Tio, I Kong the damn chak I EUGI. LUT Kung Gian Rango Long. Don HET Suck. Kao HET Lum Rollin H. Con K, IEP. Hano I. Lai Han. Jong N H Wak HI. O Ben Trong Wak and H Bong Ma Ang Dam AP Li Han. No Dung Chin Vu K. A Chiat I He Ma and H Thang X Yung Cow. A La Hor K Edit and Show Cow. Chud I. N H and Cow on. Bong Ma Mem Quo Kin H Thowing. Ung Boon Vita Cub and BVA Yun World and CUA Cow Say Samo A and to Kung Cow Thor. Motin Atha Kim I and H Men H Kung L. O I N O Worry. LIUDU Wine Athat Mock Ao Ko the Two Ho. VA Trung Su O on Land K Hap Koda. Ten Bon Mock Woe. I and I can go I. Kaulak on word to you, wine Athat Tier U, UOC Lao and VAY. Odd and Yin. I at H Sang Trang to it Kong Beat Fat Rara O. Beam at Bong Mako, Chat Sung X So T. Modi Bante by Madar. Kai KG Adane. Turn Bo TUI Kai Ang Dam at HET. Kung Kun Shan Shang O Mabang Marroy but XU. No an H U Bat Luke HET Alon. Suck Man Tin them Luke CU8 Ang Bar by XH Sal. Why Henkin NGAC. By BAIXH. Kovi Count HU and HO and Quak AHU. Luke K Sashatung and OI. Hi. Chung Tio I Kuatung Gap Trong Hop and AO and HU Cow. Kuatung they I Su Dong Tin them Luke Mall IBA. I XH Tam Nang and HU the. Royal and H and N can H chat vid CUA Bong Ma. LIH and NH Hura Rama Ben 10. Call NH or VL. O Hong can HAC beat CUA TOI Chan? Bong Ma they the thief far. VAVO I so ho to you see thee. Lai Han emody te TUM lay no. Geo CUM Lawen. A Mat Sanger you see an OI Kinai and H Kung Su E DOA. Dung Vik Mountain TOI OA. La you OC Roy. Lai M Odite TUN Chip Bong Mar and NHO. Vik Maurdanung Lioa Thoi. Lion HU Narhan Chong. Kaderte Tong M Odisi Roy HET. Binai. Ko the NHO Suck Luke Hung KH I am Tun. Nunga you lam bong mar thowing titch. VA Trong Titch Tak Ko the no by M OT Luke Lam Vang XA. NH and Gan Hongio. Simata Lavio on KH Ura. Bong Ma by ANH Bei Kong Chu No I Mot Rung Mat. 10-9 nay. Ben nay. Lai Hong Kong M Tram SU White In. Min Fei Roy Koye. Suckman CUA Hon Kwa Uni Hai M. Bon Gay. SAU to me Ang Lai Han Bong Mao I see you on Trao Kura. BA Yum Wo Kuro. Nut VA in Lang Chung Kim Ma Kong Koe Kan NGAC. MOT Fat SAU. Bong Ma VO. Till NBO I Camex UCT UCG on CUCIEM. Gluk Kung Gai Tail and Troy Roll in H. El Trino. Kuro Kong. Ko the Lamuo Si Kong. Kuro Dung Nang Lu KP. Toy Say THU. VA Nahan Trong. Luan Suk Mandang Nahan K Hapko the Man Me. And CUC Han VA Gai Trong Tich Tak Bong Mai. Bong En He Nam Tron Trong Takero. They Kong Che UOC Bong Ma. Kuro H Shi Tilan. Bat UOC Roy. NH and Lopton KHING. IUTRUOC McK IN Bong Machamang. MOT Hoi SAU. Trongo Living. Len CU No Lon. KHIM Wa Yun Wa Hong Hot No Ankot Ron Thot Bank HOA Than Koi Sao. VA Luke Nali Hon Tier Ov EV Ben Thowing Cat Tin. ETO. ITHUXCM. NH and Kaomang A Thowing Tich. Ma Yun Wo Hoi Tham. Heh. Towercher. Lai Han Kogang GUOing. Tamon. I am about take him Lowy Mock Out Cam then. Tioi Kongi Laman Say Thuk Su Dunk I Nate Rom Thuk Chen A. Motif at Lai Han Du Thang Tail and Troy. Suckman Takai, EC Gang Take I and Thang Roy Viochila. Trong Tich Take Bong Mar by XC Seth and Tung Man Oa. Quoi Kung Sin Mang No Ke Et Thuk Theo Vuno. SUA Jang Thi Li Han Kurchup Met Moir Te. Clue Tung Fry AS Say You How Homeland Ting. Kyan GI VUAX A Wire VA. Huh. Li Han Kovi Ng AC. Thigim One Athat C UAOC 2. Nor Jong Kao Lai N. HO and Bo Suong Kim Long Krung V How Hung C UAOC to Roy G Thick. INH tol en lay mot yitsu ong va rarke. I ho cake what ha I caught see you akem long. Va quoi kung li hondu or gang te. Kochud and gapengum. Toi kong thoi mai ke, hi dung th une trong thuk chen vi no krua u o c a c p h e du yet. En hong g I o k h I a t h u. Kola no fu hop vo I un wo and h u t o I. Kerkrong ko I m n a c b 10 I o. So, immune world I to tap like Jake. Jake. LIHMO lang geo I v I ting. Jake. On ko g they t o I kong? Kung vo I su k e u g o I. Jake sao uni kitcha tinde roy k e u k. Han. They the. Lai han vo I chanan. G I u vong tin the. A c a g u I m o t con chim vi o y t. Jake am tramming at loi. Kong. A quamount vo I t o I roy. The next a si on a kung su boon g x u o I. Nung du tio. I cochet gabe g I o. Toi kung kong hoid I see. Cam on cow about e h u chodong ten con no. Royan ho en kuk wak a hu vu I become dan lang mai. Or uoc nam bat say kong lao and uat or uockh. I tio. I urc gap liben me min. Jake and huc hotel o I quoi kung va yen. Cow kong can fake a may ina. I v I chet c u a t o I. Lutoa mechen ngop. O long ma him lang and hu ho then. Tau a t o and han. Va duong an huj kang I n hoi k e t. Jong neno. I n gap en gung vang ro. Toi bei g I o n in. Gien go I am ho ti lot an hi. Kroi kung tier uocrnh sang ben min lo dang. Hoi tho ong a kung en gung dan. Tier ovvo I can see you. Moyum wo ang now luen. Bang ma o lock at chung ta gio I loi k. Why sent m lin ne. Chung duong en hu su dunk I y thuk vaky nang see you ava chu. Mot guan la lentien. Ko the no I chunk on ko or fo hon cut on. Chung tak and kim tra 2 and 9 hanley. Roy mot yum wo chak mo l o I a. ICNUOI. Jake de Gunlo. Yum Wolden KYCU a chet. Katharina V. Mac Kong Ano. INENLO I'm OXOT. Kim Lai Tier Ovi Luke Ko Horjon. INHG at Bon Chung Sao. And Mac Katarina to en Lasu Kin H by. And Hung Ua treat wrong K Cho ACH Ban Away. INHG I at to Cub on Chung Sao. John Duong NH Cat GI RUMOT by Matalon. DN Bong Dang Bon Tre. NONE. May nh tak ah hotar. Shung tio I a kogang bet song chung nung chung man han chung tio I. VAN nung trench hen. Quarry kung chung tio I face su dunk ak koji apten than luke edu diet chung. Katarina duo man hu kong the tin sao kake and h lilam vay. John van bin tin t or ilo I trunk I cnuoi. Trunk wat rino. Koemo tiso thowing vom nung fan lona by bat sonkan vno. IOCUA chung hin tai tio I thuksu kong beat. Chida. Katarina duong en hu a mat nim tin. And kong bite en h mar tio I tin I uo sao. John bing min cho jin min. Toi se kong bao gio. Ano I doi ko. Nathat lot wrong kyan ne. TRO evio I fong hop. Long Katarina I nang chu. Kai ko tham y eu trong vie nung yun wo. Then kim wabi ten hu ko et oi. Kola chung a chet roy. And Mac Chorus AUO Sac Ben. Ly CNH in N Alexander Roydale and Givan. Ho Lam GIVO, I Nung Ua Tre. Kankayan N Fong Tan. VOIH Shoa Sen Fun Nuke. Tim Lang Duong NH Wang G To A Suk and G Thang. Ko A I Revio, I Bok Wan Ao Tung Tat. Nam Tier UOCG. Ayuma Tho Hat Met More. Amo Trong Subit Luke Quan Quan. Tai Sao I O Lai Hin Lentrong O Min. Roy N Hu Trot Nahan Ra. Koeli NHON or Ben Vru on TV Phi Amen. Tak Fom I Yemton VA try to vuat X A tak. KH in Ang TAH yet fuck KH. I NU Wo Chak at Olma Kong Na Honra. Kamek Shisil I Duong an Hu Bat on Amodicha. Roy Tung Tung. Lai Han Mim Quoi then Thin. Long Koe like A Churda. And on Tio I N Ho and Han. Kien can A Chin Emodid O Gar to an Ao Fong An. Can see you a Batmo. Lu or ANH sang doi VIO. Bia Kung Vio I Nang Luke. Kai ECL. O. Fong Kanao. Koasilin Geo and Lamayu Arcila Han Koasilin. Calvin Kong and Gung Lidung Nang Luke Dung but GHR Chep. Tim len gian I eu min mau viet. En hung don chu him len kunk wak ahu. Saukh, I calm kong jianzu at no Paris. Chung tio I na hard. You or cyu got ren k to kak wop gah acta show. Ayla, or easy. Fatty minion ang shake ron. En kakan huo, I theo kak on llu. UOCXACINH law 5 chen ben llu. Zu lar ban chung. Va kan HL. IH and GO alot M ot eting. Kuro. Kuro nar han chong AP. NA. MOT fit vong te. En hung tanga NOI lenchen yang yu kak LLU. Kong kan yu tho KHIN chung tien tho iluwang man. Trong tin how me. Dunk on key for lai lao entin kong. Nahan chen. Li han lao len rollin H. Nut. Tin lane. Som len. How gai ti yu si fi dong gang te vang fang em. Near see you hordron chan ju or CMLLU. VR Kongwei Cho. Klut like ren the mem o t fit some lean hoi. Tin line ben ne kong na harn en h chop loud en havio tlen. VOI than hin NHOB. Koe kadoyo va than chung than tongue man. MOT fit kem cuc gaune piakshumat. Kunkan h light. Tiero vikan h den mich mtoi. Immune roll halt the nihi m vuthi kem dan. Tin lang. Kalthuk sulam o t on kavade. Lam the nao makao ko the kembon chung go and ghenhuvay. Tin lang bin tingy thick. Nok on cave at that such in lalduminion ko the tower on th, you troylen to duoy mad at nhu the nay. Glut lyci nh and koe rurion y. Cow and oi korai. Ben nay. Lihan mem quarry kennen goi. Cow lam tot lam. Kuroke. A chain an nhgi8 in hound cua coward yen. Bovuat baca. Bont o tim lenke heo and heo and he ye. Ova I lie harm. Kaukio trong suingo and gac. Ko kind givay. Tin lank. I te va okai gang te roy bay tu. Uik I ocho tio I. Lih mem quarry g thick. Th in a conco ich gi cho kao. Kao say. Lang fine ang luong tin than luke molai. Or any endum edi kai and t you see thoyer. Tin lang van kong o keen kuya. Jusao inu aua no cho toi. Teko edamo. Lihan lean vuiveg. USC thornoi couch thou mat nara. LUT hong hot bad day. Kargi? Comwar cho. Tin lang lean du te dar gai si mat na. Trong su cho wife and trong si UOCLUT. Koruthe go van cheap chi u si na hlan. Va kung su mom cho si ua li hard. MOT hoi lao and hu bat luke modelang euro. Toy kong game inko the. H in lock on yun wer toi. Li han tham koi kate rung long. Ola. I do toino. INHUVAY. Deep theo. Cow than thin lentiing. Nan longqua. Len sauto. I say, cho cow mao no. Nahan uocl lo I hura. Tin lang vu ivm li han. Cow hua anhe. On waikon. Li han ko chet bat luke. On wai. Tin laid. Kai si truck that yen en kung tin vuiuacuic na. Gi ko? Huh. Kun tio, I thi sao. Kuru kungai en gung lenti. Toi kung maud. Tio I kung maud th you know en yue. Li han he t catch ke len. Uoc roy. Dong gh chuvan teep tucu ocba. Trong su ot kai and I to twan chung tio. I akim so at fam on han lone bet ngu on to Paris. Rikung jong kam than cua lihan. Kamo to twan makam jake nhu chung tio. I atrik wa hang nam choi huan lu yen vay. Bon mot thong bao hin len. L. IH and hoi demo. Heh. Odi din nar hard. Lavi mco I try cuaoc too. VAKHIN fong thidyo. Ong li hofet Manhwa. Hek I amang yim 11 koji apten and lup pahiti hu tumwa. Tak shiue kua du lunu yen mo cua cow. Jian gan hon kwansat. Li hon I thing vao trong tam. VA wall INHG o ITO INA BM chung. O C to kai take N and go I. Shin XAC. Chung talk on the chair raw low but KY some fam L. INAOUOC. KSA Uoni O Teju Roy roll NH. Kaurod han HET Ani Enti Chesa Glue Key. Oi Fovio Ida Kulevan Kojiape. Lai hot one len H my PM. Roy. Mac bro gojiat mwada ANH Kong Vu KH IKH IN Li Hon Kofin Manme. Voi dong thong bao lako the lihan battle huan lu yen. That o yen han ti hu gium. Va Katharina ung bat dalen tien. 30 gay cat a gio. Trong fong hop. Jonko vang vong man me. I am lock. HUVUC fi back Arizona. Okay why? UI Grand Canyon. Gay SAU. Coen UOCNHN Alexander Roy Bade O Lno. I Ludong Zuatin. Alexander Kung DMTUC. VA Wala. Arbedo MNUOC. On an HUGN Kan H Lai Hong Kong Bojiap. Co 11 Koji Apton and Luth the HTH to Trong Lom 1A. An HO Call. I Han Yun Wo Gan an HUMO team and Haji UC to win Boulder Rong Bang Nu Yen Mo. Shung Taji IUOC chuan by Todd Han Baoji. IOH VUK HI. TRUOC to in the Moi Yun Wo. Alexandra Ung Bad Day. Rollin H chuan by HAI or Koji Apt and then Luke the He TH to T or UOC 10 gay. Luochon Kak Ung Vien Fu Hop Show Nihi Mvu to Kak Hok Vien Nambie. Jean G the Kung Tham Kin NGAC. Hi. Kong Fabie Sao. Kung Kan H Hon Han Bo Chibeto Gunny can see you. Bong Henzus VAGGO Zuadin Kung Vio Tien GOI. She I do. Zus VUAK I Te VUAK and Go I. Kao Dai Nang on Nung G I Kao Gie. GGO Kurfan Kan H Jake. Chadung N OIVAY. Zeus Gong GRIL Armadi TUC Lia KUU I EMCU A Ori Fuang. Kao Fong Men. BKHINA ONE NMSA Lung Yu Wochak. GG Oath and Qua HOAGR. Kajar? Zeus Lai Tip TUC Kating VA Ko the BUA Pin Ung Theo Sot Bang Su XA O Crew Yet CUA Men. Joman HON Lee. GGOT UCG on. NO I Thang Raw I VA Trong V Go NGA CCUA Gouda. REU Sac Map Bentin and I Thang. And Luke Thang Cap. Len 53 Roy. Kunkan H like I an NMO can form by An. John K. Kating. IEU ne lockwood tongue coat yinla. And a V McGMT UCMO LOR. Mario CI NHGI ALN LOP. Tia Wai Ko the Cho Rank Allison Sang Show BAI Kim Tiere. Unkong. Dose. Dusko Chert Batman. Lao SA U Ban take our A-line Arm Chakina and H. NHO and Banten. Yunwalon Sivu on Tamim Kwoi. Can see you a ban ko tam Luke Kong. Trunka ECD Villanello. INO, I'm AMUOIGORI. Not on VA OAC Gay Homne. Ban Sain Ahan U O Siv O Ban Kyanel OI Chochin Food ITRO. Luke Nam O Tiun Warren Ong Lentin Kong Ua NAO Tram Bon Trako Tam Luke Sao. Kai Kanam O Tua Kothi Chung Ta Sayan and Hank Oi Roy. Bong M O T Bante Rang X Yun Kobe PCUA on K. UA on K. IN on KE Ulen O. Misi UA Rose Vim TUC Jiang Kura. Levi C Lam NHMAT HUNHMNH Lomot Rong Lu Tre I. BACUA Rose Kochut Bat Luke UOC Roy. UOC Roy Ma. Bon Luke Ne. Misi UA Jules Mem Quarry Kio. Jules. Can I NH Rao Guinea Troya? Joseph Ben the AP. Vang. VOI Su VUI Mung Bia. INHOVA. Con Ko the Lam G. I up me MODVK. H icon V Kong. Niwa Rojo Buratio I Ral Guinea K HUC Ram Kol Ki. Bong Dang Rose Gay CU OCA PXE Trend Con Yung Rong Lon. Amo Team and Bank 1 HU and Go at HACUNHO. Enka Sugap Gap Karm Beach O. Shake Wakanam Kung Bing Kwang Kao Ko GUO Ang Mat Kak. En Gan Trung Tam Theat Ram Lai to Hoi Con and Ban. Yun Wo Su Dong Tin them Luke. Ah, oh DV. IUA Tre VUA Bong VUA Thou Luen. Olak you. Yun Wo Ko Ang Luke CU and Heen. Kunkan HNH on and Hip VOI Nung Tam Han Non Not. To GNO I Chin Fu Say Tier HO Kao Luong Hao Hin Lam. Kao Tham Kai Say GIO Han Kuk Audi HU Bong Na A. REU, the Rocking Go. That VAY Sao. DSAU. MRT or Wo UATO ITUIHO Aqua. Fan BAC Tornello I Bit Bong. On Chu VO I Sac Mat Am Tram K Lambam. Bonkano Kai Mau Nello. I trick on Raro I Chung Chet the KH I Cheno VOI Kvat. VI on A and H you can an exerce. Noi Kao Konang Lu KCB 10 AOO. Hey and Bao Kong A, I Fat Heen Ra. VOI Jung NO IMANH. Noi by Fat Heen. Kao Se Chet. Rose M O Team Pin that XCVNHA. NH and Quakim Trongte. Carried a Yahello I gob and hang o enro. I luko on kong and hi. Rory gay to use chak. Nang lu kawe boc fit khim quakim lo wong. Sus duo man h in han ra. I eugi. And h in cham to year you quak and voi dong suck mans and lam mock on can h den lag. Horicom. Cow h on catch brun jibo. Un ano. I chow I beat. Do south eamon kung kong mao ne and h na hu vo I cave. Vn and ha. Take him to uiho qua. Rose cat loi. Con viroi. Chen and trong at ha. Me do vu I mong len tier. Viroya. Un luke lan. Nh and kakam ben vu I v choi ua. Jules na han ho. Un lam lon and ua. Me Jules mim quo en hang. Can call the eo uoc roy. Jules hoa qual en ban roy van loi. Vang. Bong luke ne. Uam chak. That so. That man vom. Tre chi huba. She they ting the t. Jules Batman him rome uaqch and go am ne I and h about on lam lo rima. Tawe bomadem trike hawkmock I ynm new kang lungway. Dan at h no sap roy xu. Trong su can ngicua Jules. Kai ecm auden go roy xu fi I am tre be bong and ngu trong no icua kawe. Trong tin the unicap. Zeus slide on nang luke. Suk man fat sank I am yun wo kong koi kin and gac. Chavieka I am trick yo song so Jordan. Viekao AV RY su controng and H and Phi AT or UOC. Lock I CMang lo lung G. IUA Kong chung KH INUAMUT thick THU. 2 and I. Kong can H can NH go VAK while la. Tier of thuck die. John U8 and Sach and Roy though die. Kalu on Nam Trong Dan Sach Team Nengi UOC thank app. Kai ko motil I do du natha k I n cow by loi koi dan sach ba I kim tier ek wowi kung. Boon gmo tika re and h tal I kim at alem lung la du tem luke see you ek out on kem. Nung tio I kongi cower the hine chitk h and ang see you amen. Van h and thang oidine rose. Run kale and teeing. Jail la luki cow the hint at kanong gi cow crow. Nehan chung rose kung hui. Nang Luke Kung see you on Trauman mi bao fu kan fong. Hai yun wo kier ko. Chuk kin ngac. Kong dong lai. Zeus ban tip tuc. Iukhin nungum lua theo catch thu and thuck. They lua kan ji gay kan ji tu. Amor he tilon. Ne red ko uni hi am quak ong vay. Vavo I v bin tin. John lay you shigaji thick a lock on lua u o seat. A raw bang tam Luke. Karo tham kai ko the charnot nung vat see you the. En hung en gap en gung. Teden he ne nh mat john sang len oidine thang and Jules. Iu or du a trengy. Inh rank out all go the keem so at hon how no. Bong mot fat sucklua can ju shame and k hi en your woban can h kong the chu at oi. Tier ovv oi quack ahu. On to see you a hankung hin xam to en lao lo I by ban. Ong towing go, I don't know va lean t you seen a henho. Noi kao ko nang wu k cb10 ao. Hey and bao kong a fat in ra. Quero chinwar are a simade gimgi. Nor by fat hin kao say chat. T r o v hin tai. Zuski them trong lom. Nay. On. Dio I kong. Can fe g I a u n u a. Lowo tikwa. I e u shigain hatu. En kasuran rekan on lai to immune wo. Tio, Ivan on. Jonong thang in wokamai you shigavio I chuck cam then. Unlock etched vo, I each of my euxiga cuatoi? Kha nang naval at ronong you cow can thidi qua ba. I kim t r a n h g I a. V med a n h togium tu si hunt bao gio. Jules to game my cow sail and lop 3. RAMZO's kung tuan len h. Gay sau. Kawe roy, ivo I chut koan. Jilthi, Tio Kong on Eno, Inao EKV and Ure. Toy say G, I up to and Lukidu Diabon Trong. Trong Long GIA while in an O I neem Kung GII and H by Chia Cat. Sank Ablen Lop 3. Entret ran NHA but sang. Ban Auta neem Bailan of Wong VI, I Ting Ong Vanglan KHIN more you mo chu y. John TU CG on Gan Rang HA I Tain Amcha. Hacho May. INH Tabado NO I can thin no and Ure Royal. Kai Vi A and H Tabai to Choi Tier Oath and Lintank Wong the He too. Dimitri T Bello I. TOIGNO. I hokai char num hok v nam 3 cap na nathatem ot nam. Antak ieno, I giam vi hun la yun wo di war nathachuo see a catch. Trong rung em. May yun was a tap trung lai. Ala kong v coat yin cua chung toi. Ni em vu chintuk cua chung tio. I lock what sachbon minion. En hun em u city uthuk su cua chung tio. I lol am when vi oi kak ko japtin and luke va catch lamvik and hu mo tioi. Motium woe pli. Vior hin thi. Am than tat nang. Toi gitio, I call the two loni he am vrune motim in hu. Yun wo an mo til wo tior hen. Lah and tham gi. Rusamot. Tcu nang luke gi cap and nam phi. Mo, tiun wo chak lentiang. Yto I la chung ta kong kambo onega I haji. UCVAI 10 minino. No DNHU and bon ma. Chung tak and sukan orihen he thong VAVA. ITHU chak and HU the naya. Moose. ANH kurji kong VAY. MUCDU chin CUA chung tak ong fei to diet mini. Amir ko chert buck BOI. Chung tak and lam quan VOI koji apt in the luke VA catch lam vik and HU MOTOI. Moose choe hon. UOC Roy. Ung GMT UCNHU the chua mayor. Tio. I kayang u a foima. Kaonyam quan satin crowy ua. Behold am the mayan HGIA. Kumos vi amir hoi or joy and HU Simon va Kurt no NH. UXEDVKY nang. And hong. Trunk KH. Ioko MOT yun wo and ua kong ang chwy and cow. Kovihan anchor new THU fei SUY gitramo. And hung bi UOC chan ron DAP vang len. Oh, AN, Roina Han Chong Cam Sung Hanol. Li Han Bao Kao. AXAC, INHUOC Minion. Silent VATO, I say Teep Can TRUOCVA. Tiet VOI. Moose How Hung. IN Luclam V Croy. Tim Kai GIOTHU Vithoi. They INH Tolao, Lentier UOC. Kao GOI Lai. Moose Sham Laya. Li Han Ano IVOR Iori. Moyun Wo Hey Theo said ANH Darn HE. Moose Lao, Len Voitoco Nahan. Gioing Mate, NH Dive and K Hitch. XM Chung Taco Gina. Moose Back Gab Gay MOT and SOI. Kong Nahan Rao. Boe Ko Niu Ma SOINDA. And Ar Kong He So HAI. Toss Aquat Sach Bon Bay and Ue Quarry Kung Luan. DUTLOIMOT Fed HOA Loop Bong Len. New Quali Fan K Hitchin Tran Guang Mat Moose. Tung God Soy by Ban Ha. Ting. Gao Kung Lu, a Bung Len. All mortify ASA U Shalan. Ang HG on XCP Thijo, and OIN Gung Lai. Tech Con Vi Ho T, or HOA Luke. MOT him rang NH on Hoatsuat Heen. Suck Nang to be UOC Chan Kio TOI. Bom Wayun Wo, Lap T UC Zung Lai. MO T Gun Rong You. LAH and La Yun Wo Fed Heen Radier UOC. Kong. O Kong fail ardong. Cow hoan. Basilis kang obens on cua chung ta. Basilis squar motike tu minion dang on. Chunko the gian net exitang and hu bop met mot hop udim. MOT ben 7,000 kong the haji ucu OCTH nay nong vio, I that he to see you OG apt and them luke the say lock iron shack. Tak kubadof and kong mihi emvu. Silent A and H do basilis sky. Amir YMT or ocho silent. Moyun Warden Rahanon. Tio I say, and TROGI up moose. Ro. Amir and am run walk out. NHM chung VIO fano. Hey Haji you see no trong MOTL and NRAO. Lihon NGACN heen. INH da sudong BA abyss. EA, NH lak haung basilisk. VA sudong them for Kai NUA ED guy and no cell. And I'll joy that. So okaudong MOT on Ziyu and Kwa basilisk. Call the tool on Kiero JUC action. Hayun war chak ang zulai mes so I con quarry kong. My NK, H I'm a Troy lo dang. Bon home wa honten kong. Quet sach de kuroi. Hey hon ang luong si, ua koji apt in the lu kexung va giengo. I nkh I the boten. Yun warren go I exung bai ko. Moose vi mir co I mura. By yuri kim tren mate nh taco chet them by. Ruski chk ho sung trong te. They VAY mere lean in a gly. Moose and H libido to rock on G they kawano, IGIN OIGIon Kong. Ant R NAINI, Thoi NAOKIMO chet NUA Thoi. du di ni em vu si u a chung ta jong roy. Mustarathic thuvo, I vu kh I'm 1a. Ydo I la. That's su o. Kinet u kwai ma. And hung vu kh I na horn to an hop vo. I kitch go si u a go jiaptin and Luke. Torthic and h ting bante side and shay and humo e tang bank. I voimo t gun lua ban ra. Lan ne li han len ting na hen ho. Moose bei gioa and h tom watch a thoi. Roy toi ro roy oit wrong. Calgramang may and hgia light ran Luke nay. Mac duco wrapped in the Luke cua the heat you osi chade out vo. I chat lu wrong han. And hum wa yud woven thick ung vl I know ret na han. Ho chak chan chen lonong see you. You chen bin khino. I v can giem trenchant wrong. Lih and ang uo cnh and ba you troitham gi. I ho do or su kim so at cua men tier you occu oc and kong tai hem and ui lon. Jo thori long lon bay my trc cow. Kong beat to oramodi tan eo lu he tilon. Kxio. Nahan uoc tin uo and bawis right h map and h mal out tio I hang low at. Chin gan hod m y han va din lang. Nahan strong. Li han du kho sung to line. Emodi ting bum kio theo la sa concave gather tio orn. Tin lang kung vo I nung nafik kem lin tu kem auto eo lu. Luke ne moose like him kim hang hai. Con ne la cua tio I and he. Vat or uoc and kong cuaa and h ta. Kaniel uli tier you hoitum kh I enroll on. The nunk I mormo tikai vot. Ario luru kunk I ck him li by sathanoi. Zu li jum. Moose o I met navio I sua cy. Sukin h by no sa u a mat. No say tier oath and van il on a. Jan ne di qua. Shang vu I grka. Su iu o c m o tilo at theme. Wayun Warolai Tap Trung Ban BAC. LIH and Bentin Nahan VAO Trang by Roy Moelor. Nihi M Vuhon Than. TOI Thung Barcho the Boss Roy. Moi, Yun Wo Gingo I. Luke Ne. Moose Kalen Ting Rohoy. Amira. I N A. A Chachan KH I Kaiko the I Im TRO Cho TOI Kur. Lantio I Heka CURL. CXC. Amai GIet Euro Senior Minion Natha 10HE. Amiri Peel and Lung. Kong. Choi. ANH to Troy Musko V Batman Gang Hoi. Gi Chu. Tai Sao Kong. KSA you a mere lean bin thanglanting. And Kai Hoi TOI. BOFIA. NHB Te NH Kong O Light and Lack Thoi. Muslanting Kai Ko. INHN OINHM IGI the. And GTO I Lie Ha. Luke Ne Chuil I Roy Sang Tin Lang. Nay. Tim Lack. Kusi UOCI. Lihan Jim Yun Wo Lin THU Yen Ma Buck BOI. Call the home to and Hua UOCK HI Ho Hanzu the Nay. Roy Cal, I Gian Kadh Man MOT Min Kem Gon Keva. Hint I. Suck Man CUI. I hone to an APIO. And Minion NMUC E Tants at Bon Minion Kai and HUMO ETR O Troivio. I Ho Huang GI Lam YDOA. En Su Song No Jong En HUVTO I Chen O Tren Bulvi. You see song chat vo am I. So, I kai lai. EU hue o trong tridenton CUATOI VRY. Duong en HUA and H mat lai hon lai dang len kriet tam. Tong kao len tiang. Wazamir. Mo LOIMOT catch chant then. HA. Ayun wo la yun wo joy nathat si UA nung yun wo joy. En hungo kung law. I do it a can HA ayun wort inting tio I honed an. VOI vitamo CUA amir VA moose. Li Han No. I am Odi catch thang. Toi Mong Rang Trong Tran Shen. Hyun Ro Se Ko the Eek, by Tio, I see you aim and sang MOT Ben VA Ju, and HTO. I Kai HUY. Bon Dank out HUMOT Yum Wollen A Othuk Su. Akai Unluk VA Kuyet Tam VA HA. I am Wokong and E. N being Gofen OA and CUAGOIMOTGI. I am Bo Hey Trong but see you Trong Hoppen AOHET. BO, I Duke I am OTCGI, why no Kung UK HIant a Kachungtar or VAO Uni Hyam. VVO. I Hin Tai. Moose Gunamir Ang BUOC Tren Han Lang. Fayror. Nuatutui. Sherm GMTUC. Chung Ta Fail O Lang Vik IGIK. I Chung Talk out and A Koji Apton and Luke the He to O Godeo Korchu. Tham Kai 3 Hay for Kum Rong Kung Diet DNHU and Bon Foy. Yen Li Han. Vimet ANH Tarbuk Bo I Kung Su Cham by MBA Catch Cardo I Zu VOI Chung Ta Han HUTHU Si Han TOI Fat Buck. YTO I Love. EK Wine Ang Thiek Out Ako Han Ji I Chung Taro. Amiramo T Ben Fin BAC Ro Rang. Nung Han Loi Trong CUA Chung Ta. Vimet KYHU Athin Ung Gi Gardo and OI Kong Sai. Moose D, UCG on GIM Gu. Toy Beat. Bong Dang HA, Ayun Woa Song Song Kung Ting Kyi, Yuka CUANH of Ang Vong. Nung Tio I Ko Joy Han CUA Min. And Beat Ma. Karo Any Warno Morum. Defy AXA. Tim Lang Lin Lao and Concha Dudu. VA Trong Su Kan NGA CCUA Mos. MODCUA and HOMA and H Ta. By Harja Usin and Bay APXU. So Kunyan HU Kim Bay TOILOI Marco Bay TOILO. Min Karnani NGI Ed ANH Star. Unkong? Nay GIO Kai Lotting Toon. GIO 8 in Lang and SUI Gimin Meh. Hintai Chung Tak on Myoryong or Chak UOC. Han NUA Chung Tak on Kalm the Chen OVO at Oi 3 Yun Mo UOC. Deep Theo. Koe Kyo. UTTUI Mabar. Toi THOANH. Vi TOI Ni Han ANHE. Shuing Kan H Shanwa. Heh. NUOI Lon. Tun can see you tray wrong trend vung at hong mac. TRUO Sikim Lu. TNO, I can NGA Si Vang Lan. Vuke HI Hat Na Han Sao. O Phi Trong Lam OTN Hamun Wo Ang Ban BAC. Kong Kan Fei. And H Kan Shen Oa. Ko VNHU Hoi and H Quetsetcher Minions VO. I Vuke HI Hat Na Han. Derek V Metingo. NGIC Adamo. Kong Fei No Seiji I at Luan Chung Ta Sao. Dimitri Lai CNH and A and HA Roy AP Bin Na. Ho say UHO Chung Ta O Bao Ho. Glute seemed to be worried and exclaimed, "What if we become mutated monsters? Am I going to start growing horns on my head into hairy tail?" Koro found it funny and retorted, "You're already a monster." From a distance, the blonde-haired guy interrupted impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense and get back to your post. You're starting to get on my nerves." Nut, angered, stepped forward. "I don't like the way you're talking to me. Why are you taking your anger out on us?" Not backing down. He added another jab. "It's not our fault you failed to become a gen to reinforcement soldier." Hearing that, the blonde-haired guy looked furious. "What? I dare you to say that again." He advanced with a threatening aura. "Outside. Now." Knut, not to be outdone, replied, "If you want to fight, you've got one." Their footsteps faded as they walked away. They stepped out of the tent, seemingly preparing for a fight. Derek felt that something bad was about to happen. Should I stop them? Dimitri, on the other hand, was inexplicably excited. "Let's go watch." Feeling helpless, Derek turned to look at him. The scene shifts to a hospital where Katerina wakes up in a daze, with a weary expression. She says in a dejected voice, "Did I pass out from a seizure again?" Sitting up on the white bed, her heart heavy, she thinks, the time between seizures is getting shorter and shorter. Maybe it would be better if I just died now. Just then, her eyes glowed red. A monster appeared for a brief moment. A white, a silver dragon, and a strange purple sphere with dozens of monsters. And even, the silver dragon made her. Katerina's vision shattered into pieces, and she sensed danger. She ran, thinking, the prophecy is breaking apart. I have to tell someone as fast as possible. The force of her power caused the IV needle to pop out, but Katerina ran on without hesitation to deliver the news. Suddenly, a crimson dragon appeared again as an urgent announcement echoed. "Read alert. A space gate is forming." Everyone's heart seemed to stop as they watched the space gate reappear. From somewhere within, a human figure faintly appeared in the center of the gate. Elsewhere, Alexander slammed his fist on the table in anger. With an extremely urgent expression, he yelled, "It's 5 days earlier than the prophecy." Back with Li Han, his equipment was being upgraded. The armor assembled up to his neck. And finally, a complete set of super armor was finished. It was still the same pair of golden gauntlets. Li Han raised his fist with a determined look. The scene shifts back to the red portal, where some creature had also emerged. And at the base, Katerina approached urgently. A message was sent out: Alpha Squad and Blue Squad. Stand by for orders. With a trembling demeanor, Katerina looked ahead. Her eyes were now filled with worry. Time wasn't the only thing that changed. The entire prophecy did. But how? Watching the monster slowly crawl out of the portal, Katarina's body tensed slightly. How is this possible? Is it because of that silver dragon? Unexpectedly, the newly emerged monster was instantly torn to pieces, witnessing the shocking scene. Both Alexander and Katarina couldn't help but gape in unison. Before them now was the sight of a massive black dragon gnawing on the monster from moments ago. Its eyes were as sharp as the Grim Reaper's, demanding a soul. The transmission from the screen reported, "What we're seeing now is a black dragon devouring its own kind. It seems to be consuming the psionic core of the silver dragon." At the scene, Moose was utterly astonished. What the hell is going on? Why are those dragons killing each other? After a moment of silence, Li Han suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, stay calm. This could be to our advantage. It means one less dragon for us to deal with." Beside him, Silence was still watching him. And just then, the black dragon swallowed the green spirit stone of its recent kill in one gulp. In that instant, its power seemed to change. Looking at the now strengthened, massive black dragon, the transmission reported, "The gate has closed." A nearby soldier reported, "Only a single dragon remains. No sign of any minions here." Alexander maintained his serious expression and ordered, "Alpha Squad, Blue Squad, it's your turn." As he finished speaking, the black dragon let out a roar and charged. It soared straight into the air, enveloped in a dark energy. It spread its wings, and waves of energy rippled through the air. The announcer reminded, "Oli, BITS are in a ready state, facing the small blue weapons." The announcement continued to explain the plan. "We will target its left wing first. Then, Blue Squad will destroy the right wing, and we will proceed directly to Phase 2. Li Han calmly gave orders to each person. "I will support Silence as an attacker. Moose, you'll go with Blue Squad and distract the dragon. And Amir, you'll support us from the rear." Observing through the screen, everything seemed stable. A nearby person commented, "Looks like we have nothing to worry about. After all, Han will take down the dragon by himself." Alexander had a grim face. With some anticipation, he thought, "This time we have 8 others from the second generation. As long as this one isn't as strong as Jupiter, we have this in the bag." Katarina thought of Jupiter with a hint of fear. Jupiter. That's the nickname of the golden dragon that Han captured before. Immediately after, she clasped her hands and prayed earnestly, watching the screen filled with continuous attacks. Li Han now gave the order. "All right, we've got its attention. Attack! Destroy its wing." Upon receiving the command, Silence appeared beneath the black dragon. As fast as lightning, she shot up and swung. A sword strike passed through the black dragon, but it didn't harm it at all. And as if losing her balance, Silence fell aimlessly. And Li Han, from the side, quickly grabbed her hand. His face looked pained, and Silence seemed to realize. Then, after a long moment of silence between the two, Silence used her power to gain momentum, leaping up and slicing off the black dragon's wing with the words, "Thanks." Seizing the opportunity, Li Han pointed and called out, "Now, everyone, attack!" For people charged from the side at the same time. They restrained the wings and limbs of the black dragon, making it difficult for it to move. With one blow, its second wing was sliced off. Watching through the screen, the people couldn't help but cheer in joyous surprise. Having lost its means of flight, the black dragon's heavy body quickly plummeted amidst the ruins with its exhausted body. The other squads quickly scrambled for the kill. "All right, let's clean it up." From afar, Moose was angry. "Those bastards from Blue Squad. They're trying to take all the credit for this." Seeing Li Han motionless, he impatiently urged, "What are you waiting for? We should go too." The massive body of the black dragon was surrounded by people. Li Han's team landed with a unique signal. "We still have time." Moose charged forward confidently. "Let's cut its throat before Blue Squad gets here." Suddenly, Li Han froze from behind. His body seemed to freeze as a thought raced through his mind. Something's wrong. Why would they send such a weak dragon here? As the situation gradually shifted, Li Han yelled, "There has to be more to this. Everyone, fall back. Now." Watching through the screen, Alexander burst out laughing like a madman. A decisive victory. Excellent. His eyes were filled with ambition. The project. Finally, he excitedly clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Our ARC project is a complete success." Katarina, on the side, felt a sense of unease in her heart. "I hope this is the end of it." Meanwhile, with Blue Squad, an announcement came through. "Blue Squad, the dragon-infused sword is ready." One person ordered, "We'll move in together and attack." Step by step, they approached the black dragon, But suddenly, Li Han ran past and cut them off. Everyone, wait, Blue Squad, you two, fall back immediately. Moose screamed as if he'd heard a joke. What? What the hell is the problem? Han. Li Han calmed everyone down and quietly explained. When things are going this smoothly in our favor, we need to be extremely careful. It could be a trap. Let's take a moment to calm down and assess the situation. He seemed to be betting his life on it. If I'm wrong, you can court-martial me any way you want. But if there's really something wrong here, it could lead to death. This isn't just a game. After that, the leader of Blue Squad raised his hand and said, So what do you want us to do? Just wait until it wakes up. Alpha Squad, you guys can do whatever you want. Then, that guy made a demand. Just leave the dragon's head for us. Hearing this, Moose immediately cursed in anger. Damn it. Behind them, Silence was observing everything. A second later, Moose retorted, That was a good joke. Amir quietly tried to calm him down. Moose's posture showed his competitiveness. Don't try to stop me. Amir, I just want to get this over with quickly and dressed. A second later, he turned his head and asked probing lie. Make sure you think it through too. You wouldn't want to become an unsung hero, would you? Amir quickly stepped forward to intervene. Why? You. From behind. Li Han spoke with a serious tone. Amir, return to your position immediately. Amir replied without turning his head. Sorry. But I think Moose is right this time. Li Han watched his figure walk away. His face now showed an indescribable helplessness. Let's just hope I'm worrying for nothing. At that moment, the group of people approached the Black Dragon. Understanding that, the leader asked, Is everyone here? With his command, everyone raised their swords. On the count of 3. Everybody. First 2. On the final count. 3. Both Moose and Amir swung down with determination. A swift strike moved towards the Black Dragon. But, from out of nowhere, blood splattered everywhere. And Moose was struck by a blow that pierced through both his armor and his body. Moose looked at the strange object that had impaled his body and was shocked. What is this? Where did it come from? Elsewhere, a member of Alpha Squad was decapitated. Another received more fatal blows. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Li Han yelled, Silence. Get back here? Now. And he, both terrified and trying to understand the situation, thought, What was that? What's attacking them? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Moose. Li Han observed intently and quietly concluded. They're all using some kind of invisibility technique. Suddenly, from nowhere, an Yahello Unite and a group of Yahello hunters seemed to appear all at once. Looking at the Yahello Unite standing proudly, an extremely oppressive aura emanated from him. It raised its sword with a single motion, and its comrades received the command. They charged forward without hesitation. Li Han looked tense. They're here. At the same time, the Yahello hunters charged forward, covering their faces with cloaks. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. In their fading forms, he was horrified. Invisibility technique. Li Han, weary, quietly sensed his surroundings while devising a plan in his mind. They're using cloaks to turn invisible. I can do nothing but guess their direction based on their speed. And with eyes that could see through deceit, he saw each footprint. He guessed they must be here. Li Han didn't wait and immediately used his golden gauntlets. His speed increased rapidly, sliding across the ground and trailing electric sparks. With precise judgment, several Yahello hunters were burned to a crisp. Li Han roared loudly, Silence! With swift and nimble leaps, Silence quickly wiped them all out. Looking at the defeated group of monsters, only the Yahello Unite remained. Li Han was a bit suspicious. Where's the last one? Sensing something, he ducked his head low, and in that instant, his helmet. Then he remembered the Yahello hunter. There's only one weapon that can destroy psionic armor. Thinking of the sharp, serrated weapon with its mystical power. A weapon with the part of a dragon. They're all equipped with weapons made from dragon parts. In that line of thought, the Yahello hunter had, without him knowing, gotten behind Li Han, causing him to jump in surprise. Damn it! I don't have time to dodge it. She swung her blade towards Li Han. However, the Yahello hunter's arm was immediately severed by Silence. Taking advantage of the opening, Li Han aimed his weapon directly at the hunter, causing it to explode. With its body tattered, Li Han turned and expressed, Thanks. Silence. Then his gaze fell upon the leader. Now, the one who's left. The Yahello Unite in his sturdy armor. Seeing that, Li Han's heart tightened a bit. The night and the now awakened black dragon carried an oppressive presence. The black dragon, after awakening, let out a powerful roar. Meanwhile, Li Han's pupils contracted in fear. Dragon's fear. His body trembled as if it couldn't bear it. But, immediately, faced with that immense pressure, Li Han calmed himself. No, I won't make the same mistake twice. Taking advantage of their opening, the Yahello Knight turned invisible and charged. Li Han warned cautiously. It's coming. The black dragon, with its powerful claws, stomped down on where the two were, forcing Silence to jump up to evade in Li Han. Han also quickly activated the thrusters on his back. He leapt up to dodge the blow, his body agile, sweat pouring down. As if making a decision, it seems safer to approach it from below. Li Han shot straight down beneath the black dragon. Meanwhile, Silence was also probing from above. She immediately used her ability. She shot forward, two swords flying down to attack the black dragon. With a loud BOOM, a blinding light radiated, causing a shockwave, and Li Han didn't wait. He delivered a swift, agile blow straight to the front. But unfortunately, the Yahello Knight came out of nowhere and blocked the fatal blow. Li Han stared in disbelief as his weapon was sliced apart. Before he could react, that Yahello Knight delivered another kick. Li Han was sent flying far away in pain.